Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Mtembei TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot has taken place today, even as we were getting to the final hearing of the petition at the Supreme Court against the election of Deputy President William Ruto as president-elect, as declared by Chairman of IEBC, Bwana Chebukati. And what a day, what revelations, what counter-attacks and counter-accusations, denials, acceptance, everything together. Well, tonight we'll be looking closely on the same, and of course, these revelations leave us wondering whether we have an electoral body in this country, or we have just an agent of some, I pray that you will be able to help me understand that. But one of my prayers is that let the axe be laid on the root. The earlier we get to the cure for this, the better. Welcome, everyone. The future looks better. Let us all, as we wait for the ruling on Monday, be able to dive into what we heard, what we saw, what we understood, even as we dive into proper understanding of the whole situation. But leo ni siku ya kutisha sana, kwamba uchaguzi wetu ulikuwa Nairobi ulikuwa Shamahoho, lakini controller was not anywhere near here. God help us. Well, karibu kila mmoja. The link to use to get in the studio is now in the comment section. Naomba tu tukija, naomba tuweke nidhamu, tujiheshimu, lakini hii nchi ni yetu, lazima tuitetee kwa vyovyote vile. Kwa hivyo karibu sana kila mmoja. Nashukuru kwamba umepata nafasi ya kujiunga nasi, na kama unatupata, tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu, ili wote tukamakinike pamoja tunapochambua siasa zetu na haswa masuala yaliyojiri leo katika Supreme Court, wanapoangazia hii kesi ambayo inaonekana ina mambo mingi ya kutisha. Nectar Nyambane, karibu kwa show. Lawrence Gatitu Mbogwa, welcome to the show. John Ogila, you're welcome. Aftin Abdi, karibu. Violet Wauna, you're welcome to the show. Anderson Nete, we greet you. Thank you so much. Fateli Manyi Juakali, thank you so much. Nani huyu mwingine? Catherine Okiru, welcome. Kuna dialects hiyo imenishinda. Elfas, karibu sana, utanifundisha. Alafu kuna nani? Cosmas Owino, karibu. Mesha Kacheboni, Charles Gondue, karibu sana. Kuna nani? William Otieno, thank you everyone. Kuna nani huyu? Bashira Abdile, Simon Sabuli, karibu sana. Kuna Moma, karibu. DPP, Official Slim, Henry Kiprono, Langat Dom, Magdalena Wanjala na Fula, karibu sana. Michael Gen Otieno, Anna Cindy Williams, Josephine Hatonde, Lee Dalila, karibu sana. Nani huyu wa Saudia huyu? Alafu Joel, kuna Joel, kuna Zachary, alafu nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Kikuyu Junior, Emily Adema, alafu Peter Mwariri, Jacqueline Hasoa, nani huyu? Jackson Ogutu, Hamisi David, alafu kuna nani? Dennis Mwendwa. Thank you everyone. Asante sana. Nashukuru kila mmoja. Naomba tukamakinike tunapoanza mjadala wa usiku wa leo. Mambo yamekwenda ikakangaja. Bas, Supreme Court ndio hiyo. revelations za ajabu ajabu, lakini Mungu atatuponya. Mungu ataponya taifa hili wakati tutasimama na ukweli wa mambo. So if you want to join into the studio, the link is in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. It is interesting, the latest development from our courts and the revelations of Kenyans being taken for a ride. But we trust that we will get just judgment from our judges who will give us direction as a nation, and we shall be a people that are happy again having the control of our country back. I'll play one video and then we'll hear from Rhoda as we proceed further. Thank you everyone. Na kama unatupata tafadhali, naomba karibisha wawili watatu, tazame peke yako. Karibu.
Show that on the 8th of August 2022, Camargo accessed the portal while in Venezuela. So our elections were conducted from Venezuela. The Venezuelans decided who won. Mr. Chebukati was just a mouthpiece. Thank you.
Rhoda, habari?
Mzuri sana. Nimekuja kuomba saa hii. I have been fasting for 2 days, praying for our country that the justice and the truth and peace will come. I still keep trusting God and put our country in God's hands, that He will do something.
Okay.
Because we want the right people to be there. We want the right people, as you say before, to take our country in, that we can feel happy. That's what I'm doing right now.
Yes. Go ahead.
And I hope that, and I'm still calling in heaven, that in heaven we'll get the answer.
Okay.
Yeah. And keep trusting God that we put our hope in Him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. That is our prayer, and we join into the same. God bless you. Thank you. And I want to appreciate everyone on the comment section. Let us keep it sane, please. Respect everyone. Let us pull together for a better country. That is the only way we can secure the future and be sure of the present, even as we take care of our past. Omolo, habari leo?
Mzuri sana Bwana Bernard na wageni wote wale ambao tuko hapa na wale wote ambao wanatusikiliza na wanatutazama. Leo naweza sema pia mimi kwamba imekuwa ni siku nzuri pamoja na msisimko kwa kutamatisha ile process ambayo imekuwa katika mahakama yetu ya upeo, ambapo sasa kila mtu roho inadunda tukingojea sasa. Nakumbuka wakati wa Chebukati tulikuwa tunaambiwa we were waiting for the fat lady. Now Martha Koome now is the fat lady now. Mimi singetaka sana kuzungumza mambo ile ambayo imefanyika kotini. Nimeona wataalamu wa masuala ya sheria, kila mmoja amejenga hoja zake vilivyo, na nimependa kwanza nidhamu ile ambayo imekuwa kotini. Kila mmoja amejieleza, na tumeona wangwana pale kotini, watu ambao wako na ujuzi ya kuweza kujieleza kutoka pande zote mbili. Tumeona wataalamu wa masuala ya sheria, na tunatumai kwamba koti pia itaenda kukaa na kufanya decision ambayo tutasema kwamba it is a Solomonic wisdom, ile kitu ambayo itakubalika na Wakenya. Haijalishi watafanya decision ya kuegemea upande gani, maanake Wakenya ni watu ambao tunaamini in the rule of law, and whatever the outcome we will take it as that is a constitutional process that we have to accept. Ile kitu tu ambao mi ningepick Bernard, ambao ningetaka labda to deliberate hata tukienda mbele na bado nitataka tuzidi kuongea. Mi naona kwamba Bernard, hii 14 days ambao tulijiwekea katika kufanya uamuzi ya hii Supreme Court in an election petition, mi naona ni ndogo sana, ambao haitoshi sababu ukiangalia hata upande wa Azimio wako na muda mchache kwenda kutafuta evidence huko, kwenda kudigu huko mashambani, kuleta kuja kufanya submission, na Wakenya tunataka kujua sababu. It can't be kwamba ati kila wakati wa election wale watu ambao tumewapatia majukumu referee inakuwa labda wanafanya makosa, ama labda wale wagombezi wenyewe wanapenda tu kuwabandikizia lawama. So sisi Wakenya tunataka kujua aswa shida huwa inatokea wapi. Maanake kama tunasema tunafuata sheria, tunataka kama ni Bernard amepatiwa jukumu ya kutuongoza, ya kusimamia uchaguzi, sio twende tufanye, tumejitolea, tumeenda kupanga laini kutoka asubuhi, tumefanya ile constitutional mandate yetu ya kupiga kura na kuchagua viongozi ambao tunataka. Badala tuje tuendelee na kazi zetu, tung'ang'ane na uchumi, tunaambiwa tena hapana, tunaanza tena kuwekwa roho juu kwamba lazima tuende kotini, lazima tuende tufanye hii. Inakuwa tunakosa ile instability. Ni lini ambao Wakenya tutaenda tutumbukize kura na tuje tukae chini tuambiwe huyo ndio baba wenu wa taifa, tuendelee na maisha yetu kama kawaida. Wakenya ni watu ambao tumesoma, ni nchi ambao tunaweza kusema kwamba tumeendelea katika Afrika, lakini ikifika wakati wa election tunaonekana sisi ndio wenye tuko nyuma zaidi. Tunashindwa hata na nchi hata kama Southern Sudan, hata Tanzania. Mbona kila election lazima tumalizie kotini? Kwa hivyo mi nafikiria hii ni mambo ambayo inafaa iangaziwe once and for all. Na jambo lingine, hiyo timeline ya 14 days sijui haraka huwa ni ya nini. Kama kwa mfano tukisongesha ifike kama 90 days, kwamba tunafanya uchaguzi mapema, labda tufanye uchaguzi February, mwenye atatangazwa ataapishwa Oktoba ama Septemba, ili kuwe na wakati mwafaka. Kama kuna mtu labda hajaridhika, anakuwa na time nzuri ya kutafuta evidence zake vizuri. Ile koti pia inakuwa na time ya kusikiliza, sababu saa zingine hii mambo inaenda ikijirudia hivi, sababu labda hata ile maamuzi imekuwa inafanyika from 2013 2017, labda kuna vitu ambavyo imekuwa ikiruka sababu ya kukimbilia ile time. So mimi ningeona kwamba hakuna haraka ya kuapisha president, bora tujipatie tu gap, tufanye uchaguzi kama ni February, haya huyo mwingine angoje mpaka August, huko katikati tuendelee. Kama kuna issues to deliberate, unaona, kutafuta evidence, watafuta evidence vizuri, Supreme Court naye waende wafanye research vizuri, mpaka wakija wanakuja. Alafu jambo lingine ni kuwa tunaona kwamba watu wa IBC hawana sheria ambayo imewafunga. Yaani ile sheria iko pale tu kama karatasi, kwamba somebody can bungle election na itaenda tu iamuliwe Supreme Court, na kesho mtu ako ofisini as if nothing happened. Ama yule mtu labda ambao hajaridhika, labda amewekelea matope IBC, halafu pia Supreme Court wanaamua na huyo mtu there is no any consequences. I think we should be a very serious nation. Ukiwa unapeleka kesi kotini, unajua kwamba ukiwa umeongeza uongo, there will be a very big consequences. Na kama wewe umepatiwa jukumu ya kusimamia uchaguzi na umeenda kinyume na vile inatakikana, you should pay a heavy penalty for that. Sio tu kwamba tu unaenda unafanya mchezo, sababu unajua after all ni wakili tu, nitapeleka pale na nije niendelee na chai yangu na njugu. Then next election inakuja hivyo, because tunaangalia hii mambo ya IBC toka tukiwa wakati wa Kivuitu, it has never been well, na wale machamani wote wamekuwa akienda hivyo, kila mmoja na dosari zake, na mtu anaenda ana relax, hata kesho mwingine ana retire na anaenda na package yake. This is the time ambao lazima tujue ukweli. Wale ma commissioners wanne wale ambao walitoka, kitu ya kwanza tunajaribu pia kuangalia dosari pale, because these commissioners ambao they are under the oath of office ya kwamba watalinda ile katiba iko pale na watalinda secrecy ya ofisi yao, alafu all of a sudden hatusemi kwamba I mean, bila kupendelea upande wote, lakini mi nasema kiwao pia katika profession yao na ethics, I think that was not the better way to resolve the issue. If there was any issue, hata koti Supreme Court bado hajatuambia, labda tunangojea Monday watatuambia what are the channel, kwamba hata kesho au commissioners wakikosa kuelewana wanafaa kuresolve issue zao namna gani at the time of crisis namna hiyo. Jambo lingine niyo Njoki Ndung'u alipoint pale, what will happen for example if the chairman is kidnapped ama collapse ama mtu ampige kichwa rungu ama kufe in the midway ya announcing of results, na inasemekana yeye peke yake as a national RO ndiye anafaa kutangaza. What will happen? Wakenya tumeenda tumepiga kura, alafu tunangojea matokeo, alafu ule mwenye alikuwa atangaze na kudeclare hayuko, tutakuwa in which state? So tunaona kwamba hizo malakuna hizo gaps bado ziko nyingi, na nafikiria serikali yote ambayo itashinda, kama ni Ruto kama ni Raila, I think the constitution have to be relooked again, sababu unapata kwamba hii constitution yetu kama tunasema ni nzuri, lakini bado iko na madosari ambao imeweka wale watu ambao walitengeneza hii constitution wali rush maneno. Sasa kama kwa mfano hii mambo ambao tunaambiwa, even Supreme Court inatakikana ikue at least 5 judges to be properly constituted, right Mr. Bernard? What of in a case where kutakuwa na petition kama hii, alafu something happened to 3 of them, na Wakenya wanangojea wajue the way forward ya serikali mpya? What will happen in that scenario? Tutakaa sasa tukingojea na president mwenye ako hawezi kuwa point, parliament yenye iko haijakuwa sworn in. What will happen in that? So you see, it is very easy for us to run into constitutional crisis. So I think I thank the petitioners for taking this matter to the court, because irrespective of even them challenging their laws, I think also it is also helping to shape the country into these matters, because unaona these matters that are rising, these constitutional crisis that might arise, ni vitu ambao haingejitokeza kama petitioners hawangeenda kotini. So I think Kenyan also should applaud the petitioners for going to the court, not only seeing that they were challenging on their part, but Raila Odinga hata kama watu wamekuwa kimlomu kwamba kila akishindwa anaenda kotini, but unaonaka kila akienda kotini, like in last election ndio ikakuja minor KI issue, ndio ika streamline mambo ya IBC ya kuweza kutumia electronic KIMS kit and all that. It helped to shape that time the direction of the court. So anytime that we go to the court, at least we have a new solution and we have a new direction. So I think it is something that all Kenyans, we should embrace, and we should be happy that irrespective of the anxiety that we are having, but it is a positive thing. That is my input, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Omolo. We appreciate that. We look forward to engaging further. It is a healthy conversation, and our constitution provides for any aggrieved party to go to seek redress from the court of law. Maybe I will just explain the reason why it was capped at 14 days. In the old constitution, everybody was allowed to petition against the president, but by the time you're going to petition, he has already been sworn in, and the case will be postponed and postponed and postponed and postponed until the person finishes the term. So that's why the framers of the 2010 wakasema, hey, hii kitu mpaka iwekewe siku, because the other president used to use it as a joke. Okay, so somebody rigs himself into office, then he gets sworn in by that night, then you petition, and then the judges are always never there. But today we don't have quorum. Oh, the witness is sick. Oh, the lawyer is not present. All excuses until somebody finishes the 5 term, the case has never been heard. So probably they can increase the days maybe by 1 week or 2 weeks, because the election is a single day process. To gather evidence for that is that same week, I think is sufficient. The only thing that is there is that we need to trust our systems. Our greatest problem is not even the laws, and it's not the commissions. Our greatest problem is somebody attempting to interfere with our systems. We want our children to go to school. Then when it comes to doing the exam, instead of us testing how much they have gotten from school, we want to steal the exam for them. We are interfering with their growth. We are interfering with their development. We don't test how much they have gathered. We give them answers, and then we tell them to write the answers, bring to us, we give them, then award them. That interference of our operation system is the really issue in Kenya. If we can do election na kura ziamuliwe polling station, hakuna mtu atainterfere, hakuna kuiba, hakuna mtu anapigia simu Chebukati yakwe na liberty ya kuhesabu kura vile zimekuja, will have free, fair, credible elections.
Mr. Bernard,
story ya intercept, try to defeat justice. You know you don't have cloud, but you want to prove that you have cloud. You know you don't have support. You want to prove you have support. There is no way you will not be tempted to interfere with a good system. Just like we do by-elections or we do other elections. And Kim's kids never fail. They only fail general elections. Yes, Omolo, what are you saying?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that I want to applaud what you are saying. The issue that we Kenyans have, number one, is the trust. And this thing of we don't even trust even the most digital systems that we have. Ndio sababu unaenda kwa mashamba, tunakuwa na watu, they try to manipulate, wanapata title deed zingine through manipulating the system. Ukienda hata kwa driving licenses, they will always do the same. So this culture that we have, that so you know, because of that culture, na sisi wa Kenya wote tumekuwa na that fear kwamba Bernard leo akiwa pale tunasema pana, Bernard lazima kuna kitu amefanya, because unajua hiyo culture imekuwa kwetu kwamba mimi lazima nifanye kitu, ni manipulate. So hata kama Bernard hajafanya, lakini we already have that culture in us. So I agree with what you are saying, but now is another thing that we are coming here is you know, the integrity issue, and whether the systems that we have is trustable. Because when we are procuring those systems, do we trust them? And if we do trust them, why do we come again and be fearing that somebody might have infiltrated it? So I think the first
you've had a lengthy time to discuss, but I just want to intercept you because you need to move to the next person.
Yes.
Just by saying we don't need to trust the system, okay? Like right now, I'm reaching to you. I'm using microphone, camera, laptop. That is my system, okay? This laptop, before I began to use it, had to be set in order for it to do the work. If I interfere with the system the way it's supposed to operate, it will not function the way it should function. So it is not trusting the system. It is the people running the system trying to defeat. Like, okay, what if you had what was going on in the Supreme Court? Like somebody already said, this will be the outcome. So when the results come, they are balanced in this way so that they end up like this. So it is no longer the counting of the votes, but you already have who should be the winner, what will be the percentage, And so we work towards that percentage. That is evil. And so we need people who can put their foot down. My primary school deputy teacher used to say, even if our KCB exam is brought to his house 3 months before the day for the exam, he say, not even the wife will know the exam is in that house. He said that exam will only see the sunlight on the day for the exam. Now, we don't have those integrous people. It is not just Kenya doubting, because if you suspect me, you come and check me out, okay? And you will confirm whether I am corrupt or not. But if I come to check you out and you close the server, that means there is something you're hiding. You get that? But if you are transparent, you did your exam rightly, you submitted your papers rightly, there was no cheating, you will not be afraid to be checked. So systems are supposed to work in such a way that if we want to verify, we should verify. If we want to confirm, we should confirm. But if you tell us, get the number, announce the number, don't ask how the number came, you are a perennial loser, you always take the matter to court. Look at the way they even, I don't want to get into personality, but even the way the former Attorney General was arguing the case, it has no law with it. It has everything to do with history. It has everything to do who did what, who does what. We need to have people who, when you are charged with the responsibility, you take that responsibility serious. So mahali tupo, we don't have a systematic problem. We have people, and there are very few. I stand to be corrected, but there are very few corrupt people who want to corrupt everybody. Those few people are the ones we should deal with. When they get into IBC, they spoil it. When they get into agriculture, they spoil it. We have had a case of fertilizer that was brought in this country that has spoiled our farms. Now our farms are no longer yielding. And we bought that fertilizer from government. Watu ambao wanataka kuroga mpaka shamba la mahindi, they don't need to be among people. They belong to jail. So tukubali kwamba kama nchi, we need to reform. We need to get our act together, especially government, wherever, civil servants. If you are in a public office, you are in that public office to safeguard the resources of Kenya, not to make use of them or to misuse them. And so as we wait for the ruling, I still want us to lift the standard. Lift the standard. Kama mtu atoshi unga, asipewe kazi. Haswa kazi ambayo it's life and death, like elections. Don't trust people who cannot be trusted. And then probably we may also need to change that the IBC should, we should just get a body to do election. One election, they go. One election, they go. So that there is no preparing for the other election while you are in this one and connections on how to get Venezuelans for the other elections. We have to change that drastically. So that mtu anajua he only has 2022 ikimalizika anaenda nyumbani. I think that is it. Unless there is any matter, tuende kwa Mzee Karara.
Habari ya Ben na kina Roda na wengine.
Salama, karibu. Vipi huko?
Njema sana, huku ni mvua tu.
Haya, naona baraka.
Ni mimi ama ni Roda? Nimeona kama nimeingia.
Ni wewe, endelea.
Okay, sawa. Sasa kuhusiana na vile matukio ya leo, ni kwamba kwanza niambie Omolo, niongezee vile umemwelekezea kwamba systems were never meant to be trusted. Systems were there to be functioning. They are only meant to function, not to be trusted. 2, Shida wana Kenya ni moja. We want to go through life instead of growing through life. That's why democracy yetu inakuwa na shida wakati inakomaa, because we want to go through life instead of growing. We don't want to grow. Growth comes through a process, but going through something is just an event. Ati tulilete multiparty bus. Multiparty haikusema to rig elections. Multiparty ilisema we start to mature our democracy. Ni kitu mbaya sana mimi huona na Wakenya kwamba when we start comparing development into Kenya, we start saying, oh, Tanzania, Uganda. No, we should not be comparing. A rich man will never compare himself with a poor man. You only compare yourself with who is ahead of you, so that awe ni mentor wako. Democracy yetu, it needs to be mentored by those countries that have gone further than us. Sasa nikuja maneno ya leo kotini. I think the whole world wameona what took place. And ever since I started getting into this channel, I've been telling people that you will be surprised to take note that most of those people you saw in the bombers as clerks, as ABCD, were intelligence people. Na leo Willis Otieno nafikiri mulisikia akisema that Supreme Court has been given each and every detail by the intelligence people. That's why from day one, Uhuru never congratulated Ruto, because Uhuru knows the total turn-up, who voted for Baba, who voted for Ruto, who never voted for Wajakoya on the rest. So all this, koti imekuwa inajua ukweli, lakini ni lazima katiba ifanye kazi. Wewe ulete mashtaka, mimi nilete malalamishi yangu, tukutane kotini, lakini behind the scenes koti inajua ukweli. That's why Kenya had to ring Mr. Chebukati and tell him, we have the results. What are you doing with the results? Announce them. We have them. Pili, kuna shida moja Kenya hii, ati kwamba ukitenda kosa urudie kosa. Hiyo sio kosa, kwa sababu siku zimepita, nyakati zimebadilika. We need to put this thing then at a stop. Once you are found guilty, you need to face the music. We cannot be losing billions instead of making those billions to work for Kenya. Tunapoteza kwa mtu moja anaitwa IBC. Juzi wakati tulitaka Kenya ibadilishwe through BBI, those who are opposing BBI walisema 14 billion zilipotea, lakini sijasikia wakisema 43 billion imepotezwa na Chebukati. Wacha kwanza niwachie hapo.
Okay, asante Mzee Karara, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Tunaamini kwamba tuko in the right direction as a nation in fixing whatever that has been bedeviling us. Unajua unasema mjinga akirevuka mwerevu yu mashakani. It is wrong for anyone to think that he has the monopoly of running systems in his or in her favor. We are not out of touch in terms of having a functioning government. So the people who attempted to mess up with the elections thought they are doing it in secret. But from what is coming out now, walikuwa wamemulikwa, kila kitu imechukuliwa. So saa hii ni kujipanga. But more than that, kile mimi naomba tu hii kesi ya Supreme Court imalize hii maneno ya udanganyifu wa kisiasa, udanganyifu wa kura. Uishe na hii petition, ili in the next elections tujue kwamba whoever we are voting for, we don't need to go and protect the votes, the people charged with that responsibility will protect every voter's vote to make sure that whatever the voter said is what is sustained. Na hiyo ndio mimi najua ndio kazi ya IEBC, kuprotect sauti ya mpiga kura, sio tu hiyo makaratasi. Sauti ya mpiga kura. Mpiga kura alisema ni fulani. Okay? That is his choice. Now he has handed over to me. It's just like exam papers. Umenipatia, umemaliza your math paper, umenipatia, mimi ni NEC. I have to protect that math paper, mark it, grade it, and get you the result. Siwezi kuja kwako kuambia kwa nini hukutuma agent wa kuchunga your math paper. And so either IBC kubali kazi ama ifutiliwe mbali. We can always be getting a private company to do that. We have capable private companies that can conduct election on behalf of the government. Bora tumewalipa vizuri.
Right of response, Pana Bernard kidogo.
Make it very brief because you 1 minute. Yes.
Thank you so much. Kwanza I want to respond from mzee wetu mzee Karara. Ameongea kwanza vizuri sana, na I think ameecho ile kitu ambayo nilikuwa nimesema kwamba everybody should be able to take his responsibility in every office that you are given and be prepared for the consequences, because kila kitu ambayo inafanyika you must know that you are responsible. Lakini ile kitu ambayo tu ningesema ni kuwa mzee kidogo ndio nikasema ni respond ni kuwa hatutaongea mambo ya ile ambao sisi hatujui. Kama kuna mambo ambayo iko behind the curtain, I think sisi tunaamini koti na tunaamini koti kwamba inasikiliza pande zote mbili bila kuact behind the curtain. Inasikiliza evidence because that is natural justice. Lakini kama koti itasema sijui inangojea kina kinywa kusikia huko boardroom, I think that justice will not be dispensed. So we should not mislead ourselves, we should not mislead Kenyans. What we are waiting is the evidence that was presented in front of glare camera for everybody to table their issue, their concern, their petition, their responses. That is what kidogo tumalize. Yes.
No, you missed the point. You missed the point. The evidence was filed at the Supreme Court when they were filing the petition. Simuliona lori ikipeleka evidence.
And that is what the judges, yes.
That is what we are saying. The written affidavits and all that exhibit given is what the judges are going to consider.
Yes,
ile kusema eti that information, okay, that what we are saying is your evidence ilipatikanaje. Okay, we had people who are watching everything, but somebody thought he's not being watched. That is why there was enormous evidence, and that evidence will be put in consideration, which is more than what has been spoken. What is written is more than what has been spoken. And so
people,
what has been spoken has
but people who are watching, they should have come and give their evidence in front of everybody.
Which people should have come where?
Well, like Mzee Karara is talking of intelligence people. That is the same thing that Chebukati was complaining about, because if intelligence people are going to tell the Supreme Court,
let's not work on that. Not in that direction, because you are choosing not to understand.
That is what I was saying. No, we should not mislead ourselves.
Who is misleading who? You are the one who is trying to mislead us.
You not yet get my point. My point is Mzee Karara did say kwamba kulikuwa na intelligence katika IBC, they were working background, na akasema the same intelligence they are going to inform the court of what they saw. Then I said that is not how the law should work.
That is if why you are not witness understanding anything. Ebu, forget it. That is not what Mzee Karara said.
Easier to clarify. Easier to clarify.
Mr. Ben.
Yes.
Anisikiza. Let me advise this young man. Let me advise this young man Omolo. state does not function like a village disco party. Ati ule ni DJ, tunamuona ule ni DJ, kila mtu anajua ni DJ, ule ni gatekeeper, kila mtu anajua ni gatekeeper. State does not function like a village disco party. Hao watu huwa undercover. You might even be surprised that some of these commissioners are from intelligence. You don't know. That's how state works. State haifanyai kitu kienyeji. State is not a primary school. Ati ukuta ikianguka, headmaster lazima aonekane pale. No. State ina function undercover. Jirani yako haumjui na yeye hakujui. That's how state functions. Nataka uelewe. When the Venezuelans came, they were arrested at the airport. Siku hiyo unataka tu uniambie hao tu ndio walikuwa namulikwa. State ilijua wanakuja. That's how state operates. They have their own people in Venezuela. My son huyu Ben, unamwonaga ndio anaingia kwa kipindi, ana ka clip ambao huyo lady muliona wakiwa na pasari za kinyaganya jamaa moja. She's an intelligence officer na amepigwa picha akiwa Venezuela. We know how state functions. States hai function kienyeji, ndugu yangu Omolo. Hata wewe ukiwa rais hauta function vile unafikiria. There is the state. That's how state ina run. Two, unaongea responsibility. Let me tell you, the word responsibility is captured in two words: ability to respond. If you don't have the ability to respond positively, you should not be in any office. Wacha niwachie hapo.
Okay, that is that. And so what Mzee said is simple. The evidence that has been submitted to the Supreme Court is not imagination. It is not a hearsay. It was collected firsthand. Okay? And that is what the judges are going to consider. The Mzee did not say judges are going to be seen and be given evidence. No. The evidence that has been submitted, the reason it is the way it is because there was somebody working out to see to it that it's available so that the story of election fraud can be brought to a closure. I hope that is clear enough. Now let's
Yeah, it is clear. Thank you Mzee Karara, and maybe siku nyingine tutakuwa na wewe tujadili vizuri, because the state that you are telling me they are working on intelligence, they could not work on intelligence and unearth the alleged rigging, so they have to wait until something happens so that they report. That means they are they are not functioning. It is non-functional, because the work of intelligence is actually to prevent, not wait until after the event. Is now when you come and say it is intelligent. Like now, America have given intelligence, say that people should vacate Kisumu, the American citizen, that they are expecting that there will be chaos. That is intelligent. When intelligence did not tell Kenyans that there will be rigging, that is not intelligent. That is now the village we are talking about.
Stop displaying your ignorance.
No, it is you that you are displaying the ignorance. That is not intelligent. The thing aftermath, I don't need to be intelligent. When something already happened and then I come to report, that is not intelligence. Intelligence is I'm capable of reporting prior to. That is now what is called intelligence. But now I'm waiting after the event has happened. Then I come now and say this is intelligent report. That is not intelligent report. Intelligence should be supposed to be prior. That is now when I've already gathered my intelligence and say that there is event that is likely to happen. And if that is the case, that means in Kenya we don't have intelligence. Let us just try to reason maturely and.
Allow me to speak one thing.
No, I tried to save him. He refused. So I let him. I think that's enough. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate everybody who is following. Please, if you don't know anything, or if you are younger and you're in the presence of an elderly person, don't come to teach an elderly person. Listen to him keenly. You will understand what he's saying. Don't come and try to teach elders. There is what the elders see that you can't see. So according to Omolo, intelligence is talking about smartness and cleverness. We are talking about a full-time paid body in the country whose job is to investigate and see which ills are being done. But there is some intelligence you access that you cannot use in the court of law. Okay? You must frame it in such a way that it can be adduced in the law. So his limited understanding tells him intelligence is preventing evil. The intelligence you get and just it is supposed to serve a purpose. Kuna mambo mingi, hata kuna watu wanaweza kuwa wanapanga kupindua serikali, but they will be given time. Wamepimiwa, kuna siku watakamatwa, saa hii wakule tu, but we know where they are going, where they are meeting, what they are discussing, when they are planning to do it. And all that information is available, but nobody is reacting. Let's not talk too much. Yeah, Mzee Karara, just clarify enough to ende.
Thank you. Hata jamaa umemtupa. Nilikuwa nataka tu niseme sisi watu tuko hapa in this Mutibei channel, nafikiri tuko watu 8. Roda akituongoza twende tukaibe bank. Intelligence ifikie serikali. Hawatakuja mahali tunaishi nyumbani. No, that's not how intelligence works. Wanale aliwe how watatu ambush. That's how things happen. Sasa Omolo anafikiria ni ile, hata wacha niwachie hapo maana nimekosa maneno ya ajui intelligence. Anafikiri ni ile ya vijana mtaani intelligence. Ajui hiyo jina intelligence maana yake ni nini. Ajui that there are things you know, you don't put it in the public domain until the right time comes so that you may go and have evidence. Sasa nikikuja kwako, sijui ulisikiza ile clip ya wale CID wawili? Ulisikiza wakisema kijana akishikwa na bangi,
Yes.
Hawawezi, na wanaona ni bangi, hawawezi kukushika. Ni lazima uwashe hiyo bangi, upige puff 5, then wakukamate. Ili iwe moshi imekuwa kwa damu ukiruka, ama hata harufu yenyewe. Sasa kijana yako Omolo hajui what is intelligence. Anaichukua tu kwa ile the layman's language. Unajua layman's language ukimuuliza what is intelligence, atakwambia si ni wale watu wenye ushika watu. Intelligence hawashikagi watu. Intelligence ni gather information. Wacha niwachie hapo.
Okay, asante Mzee Karara. Naomba sasa tuokoe muda tafadhali. We move forward. Rhoda, you have something to say? Nataka tuende mbio tafadhali. Line imeanza
nataka kusema hivi. Siku hiyo ya elections ilianza tarehe 9, niliona agent wa Ruto akisema ati wataleta illegal agent. Unajua kwa nini walikuwa wamepanga hivi? Kwa sababu walikuwa wameplan watatuiba kula. Sasa hiyo ni kitu inaonekana wameshatuiba kula. Hii kitu ya Ruto kutuiba kula ni kitu alikuwa ameplan for those 4 years. You remember when the BBI came? I think it was actually me, I'm very, very disappointed with my tribe Kikuyu, because they, oh my God. In fact, when the BBI started, I came enemy with people because I was not complaining people. This man will bring the problem, because I knew that. Because me have the Holy Spirit will tell me the truth. I knew this guy, he's a murderer, he's a criminal, he's a bad person. Now we see, it's openly we see he's a bad, and we cannot close our eyes. In fact, Ruto, he's just small. We can put him up if we want. Simuliona hii nchi naitonga uko nini? Ama baba nini Karari amenisema tumsiongee babu ya nchi nyingine. Kuna nchi inaitwa Sirari. Si Africa, Asia. President akachukua na watu wakaenda kwake na wakafanya demonstrations na akatoka. Ruto anafikiri anaweza, I have a power. Let me tell you, Ruto, you have nothing. For us, you are not president-elect, and I will never ever recognize you like a president. One thing, you have never respect our president Uhuru. You have not respect our democracy, our constitution, the one we vote 2010 about constitution. You respect our law. you use devolutions. Kenya, we are not devolution. We use constitutions. You try to threaten people. That's why they come to you at a braba. Even you, we can take the money you have been stealing. You steal every day 2 billion shillings every day. We can take your money. Hiyo nyumba umejenga huko Sigoi, sijui wapi. We can come and we say we want our money. That is our money you steal. You think you have power? Even those people you work with them, kina kitu Musalia Mudavadi, wote tunawajua. We know we have even watu wote kina Waitagwa. We know everybody there is a criminal. We don't trust you guys, and don't put us down. Our country is ruled by the law and the constitutions, as democracy, not people to do what they want. We want people to respect sisi mwananchi na mtu ana respect our multiple party. You have right to be ODM, Jubilee, or whatever, but not threatening people as a group. Brabra, if you do like that, nikitoka poma nitatoa pesa zenu. What? We don't fear you. I'm sorry to say to you, we don't fear you. We are Kenya people, the things we are. We love ourselves and respect ourselves, and we like to take slowly. If you don't like ourselves, we could be like Baghdad, Iraq, where they always have a wall, but we all Sierra Leone. But we love our country, we love ourselves, we are the people of integrity, and we are honest. Otherwise, we could have a demonstration every day, but we love ourselves, we don't care, because we focus about tomorrow and future. We want our country to be respected, not stealing, not like the way Brother Bernard was saying. You know, that's why we want our country to be respected. The people, they finger the Kenya. Kenya is ruled by the law, is a rule of the constitutions. You know, even our judge, they have a righteousness. You know, we want the judge who have a righteousness. They don't favor any side. They stand with the right. That's why we want, because we can move forward in our country, not use that's what I was using. Thank you so much. That's what I want to use. Thank you for giving that time.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. Mama Celine.
Yes, Bernard. Let me listen. I will be listening. I will come back later.
Okay, thank you. Anyumba.
Yes, I'm Jambo.
Ati jambo, vipi huko?
Mzuri sana bwana. Mzee, habari ya siku nyingi bwana. Tumekumiss. Nimefurahi kukuona. Unajua tukikuona tunajua Kenya bado iko na watu ambao walipigania uhuru. Unaweza changia mzuri. Now you know, sometimes Bernard, when I see some people in this channel, I only laugh myself, because you know Omolo is pretending, is acting as if like Duke, because people like Omolo, they pretend to be adamant. They know exactly where people are coming from, where people are going, but they pretend that they are new in this country. In fact, you should have asked him that, you personally, did you see the problem with the IBC? Because he's speaking as if there was nothing happened in IBC and people are normal. Okay, that one is aside. I'm happy that CJ, the last word that she said when they were leaving the bench to their chambers, she said, we will give the verdict according to the Constitution. That was the last word. So if you understand the word Constitution, I can tell you for sure, na mzee anajua, election will be nullified. And I'm happy because we are not fighting this journey because we want Raila Odinga to be president, or those people who are saying they have the numbers, and we are fighting this journey for the generation, the young generation who are coming, because I saw, and this is very new, I saw Sabina Chege today on Azimio TV. She was saying that there's some people have started complaining where they come from, their background, where they in Kirinyaga, in Muranga, that they don't have school fees. Now Sabina Chege was saying the game is not yet, and you are complaining. If it was Baba, right now you could have pocketed yourself 6,000 to send your people to school and to put something on the table. So what am I saying? It is now time that we are tired with Somali, 3 Somalis and 1 member of UDA called Chebukati. Because Chebukati is telling Kenyans that I did this thing 2017, they did nothing to me. I am going to do it 2022. You will do nothing to me. Yet this is taxpayers' money, 43 billion lost. And you are telling people, you are chest thumping that this is my last election. I will not run another election. You know, if you listen to people and you say, does Chebukati have children? Because what you are doing, you will be paid here in earth before you die. So what we are praying for, and we pray for God to touch the hearts of the judges and speak the truth, nothing but the truth. And I want to second what Mzee have just said. The intelligence people, they don't work as people who go to shop and buy mandazi. You see them buying mandazi. They can come and sit with you, laugh with you. They bring a topic of politicians. You share together. They get your opinion. Is when they will get exactly what they want. Then they go back to give a report. So, according to my view, and what I saw today, and our opponent, the respondents, were not aware when Soweto presented that paper, that form 34A, and they were not aware. I saw them coming out giving calls to people who are in IB, oh, bring that form. The worst mistake that they did, the form that was brought there, it was a form that people signed on 7th, 008, before we cast our votes. I think the game was over. And I think God is on our side. Let us just pray. And if they tell us to go back to vote, we will wake up very early in the morning, we will vote. And I want to support Sabina Chege's word. She said, this is Baba's time. Whether they will tell us 10 times, wake up and go and vote, we will vote. There is a word saying, and Bernard, you are a church member. I want to use this word. The word says that the more things comes harder, the more you press harder, the more you get what you want. That is my word for now. Maybe I'll be back later.
Thank you, Anyumba. Let me make it clear. We're here in search of the truth. We are not against anybody becoming president. We just want them to become president legitimately through the laid down constitutional way, where Kenyans go and vote, and each Kenyan vote determines who becomes president. Any system, any form of intercepting the will of the Kenyans and subverting it is what we are calling corruption. And that's what we are calling election fraud. And that is what needs to come to an end. But if you feel that anybody can become president no matter which means he has used, and you don't care, you are part of our problem. And we will solve you. That's why we're here. We'll put you together with the rest of our problems and solve you properly. Nobody supporting corruption, crookedness, fraud should be alive in this country. It's simply because maybe you don't understand the gravity of what we are talking about, and you think is a joke. You think it's comedy. Okay? Comedy, tulienda tu tukachanganya, unaona vile tuliwachanganya, tukawachanganya mpaka tukachukua. We are talking about a country. We are talking about generations yet unborn. The moment you introduce them to kuchanganya kila mtu alafu unawanyang'anya, that becomes the order. When that becomes the order, who is going to tell who that this is wrong and this is right? Eleweni mambo ndio mwanze kukimbia hapa mkisema mna support. Don't support evil. Yeyote yule, kama Ruto anataka kuwa president, aende kuwaomba Wakenya. Wakenya wakimpenda wampatie kura za kutosha, atakuwa rais. Lakini kura za kuenda kujiongezea, sisi tunapiga kura hapa, kumbe Venezuela iko ndio inatumonitor, inatupanga kama kwa master. Hey! Zimepigwa na baridi asubuhi, masikio ndio hiyo inaanza kukanda. Kumbe Venezuela ndio inaenda kuamua. Hapana, election fraud must end in this country, and whoever that is behind it should be taken away with it. They should be taken away with it. Any person that participated in this fraud, as soon as the court decides that so and so participated, au watu wote wanawekwa pamoja, wanaenda pamoja na fraud. We want a clean Kenya. We want to have leaders we can hold to account, not leaders who made themselves leaders, who feel above the law and they cannot be told anything by anyone. No, we want leaders we made leaders so that we can hold them to account. Na kama hiyo inakukasirisha, kasirika upasuke. Jos, karibu.
Okay. Asante sana Bernard. Thank you for the chance and also for the wisdom that una ooze wisdom. Okay, so I have maybe some few points that I would like to share with my fellow Kenyans. Kwanza, yesterday, I think for the last 3 days, nimekuwa nikifuatilia very closely the proceedings kwa High Court, the Supreme Court, and I would say it was pretty well done. Everything was done in order, na there's too much to learn. Yeah. Kulikuwa na a lot yenye nililearn. So the only problem ni everything was conducted in English. So and we need it next time, kama kutakuwa na issue kama hii, inafaa everyone, even ule mpiga kura huko chini mwenye cannot understand hii language, pia lazima apate habari from the horse mouth. Sorry. See what translated, or they get like the second, you know what I mean. Hello. Yeah. Okay. So anyways, so to my main points, I think today Willis Otieno, I think for me he cracked the case for me. When he said that Hikitu was about from 34A page 2 of 2. You know, Bernard, ukiangalia back maybe the previous 3 or 4 months, the proceedings is going to happen in Kenya. I think now unaweza connect dots uone hii kitu ilikuwa planned. Sababu, let me just go through hizo vitu zimefanyika since, na hizi ni vitu hazijakuwa disputed by IBC or the respondent, or hawajatoa hizo rebuttals zao. Kitu ya kwanza, 500,000 voters. Here, that still stands. Registered voter in the KPMG report. I don't think anyone aliguzia hiyo from the IBC side or the respondent. The second thing, the dysfunctional commission, hiyo iko on the record. Hizo papers arrive, ballot papers arrive without the 4 commissioners kujua. Nini ingine, 14 unauthorized users in the system. Hiyo just imagine. So when you draw the whole picture, it makes sense that the chairperson of the commission did some things, and tu join the dots, we call it linear approximation, you know. Ukizijoin vizuri, it leads to the conclusion that this thing was well planned, and it's good we have big indicators. So our prayer tu kabisa kama mwananchi kama Mkenya ni that the court itachukua the right mkondo ile inafaa for us, because to me the case is done honestly. Hii kitu iko in the public domain. Even wachana na hizi sijui huyu Mahat produce something, some explanation that is not even it's only outliers. We have the main things. Why did these things happen? Why did the ballot papers arrive without anyone knowing? Why is the form 34A page 2 of whatever? Why were they sent to the polling station? Why were the presiding officers reshuffled? You know, these are the questions that they were supposed to answer, but I don't think I got any satisfactory answer from that. And I hope also the judges and the bench, they how were satisfied, and then that leads to only one conclusion, that equity yote ilikuwa unconstitutional, and therefore the results cannot stand. So that's my prayer, but let's wait and see what happens on Monday. So I think that's it for me, Bernard. Thank you for the time, and yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Jos. Thank you. We appreciate that. We are not giving any ruling. Kuna mtu hapa makasirika sana. Anaitwa Libi Nzuki, anasema Awaruto. Well, Bernard, kill yourself. Who are you to judge?
We are just talking facts. These things, you can YouTube, you look for the videos, you can find them.
It's okay, Jos.
Yeah.
Just mute.
I mean, for the guy in the comment.
Evidence iko Supreme Court. Ni mimi nimesema tu kama mtu alihusika katika kuiba kura ama kuharibu system yetu ya election, wakati uamuzi unapeanwa, hao watu wasiachiliwe. Okay, the fraud should go with fraudsters. Let them be banned and be arrested together. Wafungwe wote. Because we need a clean country. We need to be sure when I'm going to vie as a governor, I am sure I'm subjecting myself to a system that is going to take me through the process. Na niki lose, I'm going to lose legitimately. Niki win, I'm going to win legitimately. Lakini mimi nimejitolea kuwa governor. Nimefanya campaign yangu, okay? Tena wanataka extra money ya kutafuta a returning officer. Tena returning officer nimpatie kitu kingine atafutie Chebukati. Tena I mean, sasa kukuwa governor itakuwa kama kwenda wapi? We either believe in our constitution or not. Lakini watu wanataka kufanya our constitution to have extra curriculum additions so that you become whatever you need to become. That is wrong, and that must end with this particular fraud of these elections. Yes, Clef, what is it?
Asante sana kwa nafasi. I just want first of all to appreciate the amount of knowledge that is disseminated within this channel is great. Lakini nafaa tuchunge watu hapa hivi. I tried to come on to try to get when Omolo was here, but sikupata nafasi, lakini I'll address him hata kama hayuko. First of all, yeah, he's a fraud. Omolo is not his name. You know, ndio unaweza ka change jina useme Omolo, lakini the way you talk, we know where you're from. Sasa ile the same thing that your master is doing hapa, anajaribu kutudanganya hapa Kenya. Don't come and try it over here, kwa sababu hapa sisi tutakuchambua haraka na tunakutoa kwa group. Ume left hivyo tu haraka, you know. That's how our justice is instant. Now tell your friends that wakikuja hapa na ujinga kama hiyo, justice yetu itakuwa instant as well. Hivyo tu.
Okay, thank you for communicating the warning. You know what I desire for every Kenyan ni tukubali kwamba kuna njia mwafaka na kuna njia isiyofaa. Let's not buy into the notion that the end justifies the means. We will not have a country with that kind of standard of judging matters. Huyo mtu anayesema it doesn't matter kwake, ukimfuata kwake, okay? Wife akona sheria watoto wako na sheria, nyumba yake anaigovern kulingana na sheria zake, lakini anataka inji ikuwe governed vile watu wanaona. They are not honest. Let's stop the hypocrisy. Let's do what is right. Alex, what are you saying? Na umejificha kabisa.
Yeah, at Jalala, Wycliffe is my son. When Wycliffe came to the US, that was 1999. I hosted him, and he is my son. So whenever I see him here, I'm very happy. And he knows our history from Operation Smiles. I think you may have forgotten. It was Operation Smiles that brought you to the US. Now, hold on there. Wachana hiyo maneno, wacha tuende.
Okay. I think he got mixed up somewhere there. It's all right. Let's make progress. I'll play a video just to recap, and then we go to Steve. Thank you, Jesus. Okay. Interesting times in this great country.
Brother and sister judges, we actually call it shared leadership in the judiciary. We take up all this responsibility together, and I'm most grateful for that. Thank you, Senior Counsel Professor Gebu Muigai, for those very kind words. All we saw, like the DCJ is saying, is very, very robust arguments and participation. We did not reckon any bad behavior. Like you see, we did not cite anybody for contempt. So we are very, very most grateful for your cooperation. Allow me also to thank the other people who worked with us round the clock. Team led by the Registrar of the Court, Honorable Letitia Washira, and the Deputy Registrars, our law clerks who have been supporting us, all the registry staff, the executive officers, and the court assistants. We also want to recognize the role played by our security, our police unit, and all the police officers and security people who have provided us with security round the clock to make sure that these proceedings move on smoothly. I may not be able to mention everybody, but also
I'm sorry, Bennett is not here. Somebody can take over. Who was next? Even if I'm not the boss, I respect Bernard. Who is the next? Bennett is not here. I think it's something happened with the internet. You can take over, brother.
I think
Victoria. I don't see because
we can give the next person with vest. I can't read the name properly.
What is your name? I don't. Nyumba, have you spoken? Nyumba.
Yeah. I want to give some. I want to give someone to speak.
Okay, I was. I think I was next.
Who was the next?
I was the next. That's why I fancy.
Okay, you can go off. Go on.
Okay, thank you for giving this opportunity to speak with you.
Yusuf,
I think this is.
Yes.
Yusuf, go ahead.
Yes. Can you give to Samuel? I have just joined, eh?
Okay.
Hmm.
Thank you, my brother Yusuf, for giving me this opportunity to speak with you. Absolutely. When I see this, our beautiful nation Kenya, na nikiangalia uongozi ambao upo na ule ambao unakuja, ninaona kwamba Kenya yenyewe kama hatutaangalia na tuchunge vizuri, inaweza kuwa kwa mikono mbaya ya watu. I personally, I felt the pain. I contested, but unfortunately, I didn't make it. I felt that pain. So therefore, it is my prayer. It is the prayer of each and everyone that our beautiful Kenya to be in a good hands. Kwa mfano sasa hivi, tukijaribu kuangalia mlengo mwingine ambao ni wa UDA. Kidogo tu, I want you to see something. Look about those people who are there and try to focus their record. You will find out that some of them, they are criminals. I'm sorry for using that language, but some of them, they are criminals. And if ukijaribu kuangalia kwa hii kikundi ama mlengo ingine, utaona kwamba those are people with the intelligent mind. Those are people who want this Kenya to paradigm shift. So therefore, it is my prayer. I want to concur with my senior there, Carrara. Absolutely, he spoken something which was true. That in this nation, we have many people we have intelligent people. And let me clarify this. Intelligent person, hawezi kuja hata kama amevaa vizuri ukaangalia ukaona kwamba yeye ni intelligent. Intelligent person anaweza kuja style yoyote na uwezi ukajua. Unaona? Anaweza kuwa tu kama mtu mwingine tu wa kawaida hapo na akasema kwamba mnaona tutafanya namna gani hii, unaona hii itaenda aje hivi na hivi na hivi. But you may not be able to know that that person is an intelligent person who want to collect the information. I want to assure you Kenyans that for anything that you saw, which was represented today, that is the truth. And that is how things were. And the more will be shown. And it is my prayer that our people will come to know the reality. If we choose wrong people, in fact, we are going to mess. There are those people who say that now if kutakuwa na runoff, then I will vote for UDA, or I will vote for somebody but not Papa. Let me tell you. Yes.
Thank you, Samuel. Tamatisha. Tuweke mtu mwingine. Rhoda, who was next?
Okay, asanteni sana.
Okay, no,
nafikiri waja nimalizie hapo.
Yeah, 30 seconds tafadhali. Ama nitakuwa na timing kama ya Supreme Court hapo, utasikia tu tit tit.
Asanteni sana. Mengi tutazungumza wakati ambapo tutapata nafasi. Asanteni.
Endelea, nakupatia dakika 30 hivi. 30 seconds. Alafu tunaenda kwa Yusuf after honorable atupatie hiyo 30 seconds yake ya kumaliza. Haya, twende.
Okay, thank you. I think because of limited of time, let me just pause it at that point. But let me tell you Kenyans who are listening me, please think, and see where Kenya will be in the next 10 years. If you choose wrong people, then tutakuwa kama wale watu, tutakuwa yani sijui vile ambavyo ninaweza sema, lakini ukweli ni kwamba tufikirie sana. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Nafikiri tutaenda na mkururo, tutaenda na Yusufu. Yusufu ni jina mzuri. Nipatie dakika yako mbili hapo.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Kip, for giving me this chance. Indeed, it is a very interesting session. Today as a third day of a supreme battle. And we are very happy with how both the parties, that is the respondent and the petitioners, laid their basis in relation to the law. And I think this is the kind of Kenya we dream to have, where every opinion or every say is heard in the court of law, and we get opportunity as a citizen, our right is heard as per the Constitution. If I may talk about today's session in relation to the petition and then to the respondent, I think although there was some controversies in their explanation, especially the petitioners, there were loading cases where new evidences were raised, and then to some point where we have seen Professor Gidi Mugai and the other learned friend Orengo were almost clashing on how the response, how they are allowed to respond, and yet the other opponent are denying the opportunity. But to the extent that we have a very strong body governing the Supreme, the rights of the respondents were heard and they were given the time to rebuttal, and every aspect was tackled. And I think IBC have tried their best. Although we as Kenyans, we are seeing that our rights were infringed, and we feel maybe to some point we have not got the result as by expectation. But all in all, the hearing is not shocking. As per the title of this session, I think it was very interesting and very interactive, because if we look at how the IBC lawyers tackled their questions, I think they have not left anything behind. The respondents, they have tried to consolidate their views together. The petitioners, they have tried to put their petition or their prayers together. But I think the better way to go on this Supreme case is to say IBC, they have done their best. In relation to 2017, they have tried to defend themselves. Imagine where the forms that Madam Rhoda was talking about, that was very shocking. I think those forms, they were clean. when they talk about the name of the Venezuelans on the form, how the picture was captured, I think the question was tackled squarely. And then the petitioners agreed to the explanation. And then they went on talking about the time, I mean the signature, when it was put on. And those some things, they were to be, that's it. From first we say this is human process. To you yourself, when maybe you are among those who are handling those things, you know the challenges.
Okay, what, Yusuf, I am sorry to interrupt you. Your points are all over the place here. You're not being very clear. Just by 30 seconds. You mentioned
Now,
ngoja Roda,
Bring.
subiri kidogo, subiri.
I think the topic was it? Yes, I was talking in general.
In general,
I didn't deny.
Yeah, I know, but I need you to explain to me as to why you think the IEBC process was clear, and why you think the forms were clear also. Because from where I sit, it seems that there was Form 34A and Bs sent together, all of it to the same polling station. So in 30 seconds before my boss takes over, Bernard, explain.
Mr. Bernard is back, eh?
Yes.
Umetuacha hapa lakini.
In 30 seconds, Yusuf, explain why you think.
Thank you. That's now where I come back to the point that Madam Rhoda was expressing. I think the reason as to why I gave credit to the IBC, they have tackled the questions enough. And to the extent the petitioners were, let's say, almost contented, but they decided to move around and ask about the signatures and the time. And if we look at the form, one of the agents wrongly write the date. I think it was 7/8. He wrote 7/8, then 2022. And I think that was maybe out of the sleepless night, or the standing too much during the day, or the frustration of maybe loss of election. Okay. I think that was just human process, and that has nothing to do with the credit of the results of the election.
I don't think you're going to answer my question. Anyway, asante sana for your point. Just before I move to the next, thank you very much, Yusuf. I think I have to stop you there. Ayumba, I know you're coming next. You're the next presenter. Alafu nitaacha kila kitu endelee. For me, no, mimi nakuanga mkali. No, it's you, Bernard. Sorry.
Keep, I have a question to this man.
Ayumba, please. Boss amerudi.
Ngoja keep order. Anyumba had already made submission. The person who was yet to make submission was Steve, and this is
which is Bernard Wekesa.
Okay. Yes.
I only have a question.
Who is Bernard Wekesa? Anyumba, kama ni swali, uliza swali moja kwa moja.
I want to ask Yusuf a very simple question. You are telling us that a mistake from 34 was a sleepless night. What do you mean? And answer my question. The question is this: you have a smartphone, right? I have a smartphone. The serial number are not the same, and we can call one person together. There is no way you can tell me the Kim's kit might have the serial number together and give one, send the paper together. Don't lie to us, my friend.
Have you finished? I think you have finished. I respond, Mr. Bernard.
Yes, quickly, please.
Yeah. For the issue, although I am not the legal expert, or maybe the expert in that, as per the question was answered today, and we have the lawyer, that is the Mahat, told the court that the machines are on the way to the court. maybe the scrutiny will be done as the same case for the issue that is expressed, and maybe answers was provided, and it was understood to the court that nothing was wrong with the form, and they produced the same form in hard copy, that is the original one, and they are contented with the result. Now for that can also, you will going to see it will be the same. That may be a technical problem or might rise, and I think that issue of the serials will not have effect on the end result, and you will going to see, even if you have the copy with that one, you will see when you tally the results, or you get it. I think.
Yusuf,
Yes.
you are saying
Yes.
the serial numbers don't matter as long as the signatures and the date and the form is okay, and there is an original hard copy. What do you mean?
No, I didn't say that, but I'm saying now maybe the generation when we are scanning the serial of the maybe of the Kim's kit, and then the date, everything they are attached together, isn't it? Separated maybe with underscores.
But Bwana Yusuf,
Now I am saying now.
Bwana Yusuf, you're giving us a lot of maybes. That means you are also guessing. Then you're not giving us concrete information.
What have you, for the presentation of today? Honestly, give me chance.
Listen
yes,
first.
I had you.
Let me finish my point. You are giving us a lot of maybe. The Kim's kit is supposed to send a picture of the form, not to generate the form.
Yes.
Okay. The form we write physically. All right. Then unapiga picha vile unanitumianga picha ile ya receipt na WhatsApp. Okay. So Kim's kit haiwezi kuongeza serial number ama kutoa serial number ama kubadilisha serial number, imepiga tu picha ikapeleka vile ilivyo. So kama serial number hiyo receipt ni 003 na picha itasoma 0020.
You see, Bernard, you see, Ebu mwambie atoe noti yake 100 shillings hapo. He needs to remove his 100. Goja, Ebu mute kidogo, please, Yusuf.
Nini?
Mute kidogo. So, before you answer, you have 100 shillings, which is legal tender. The serial number on the 100 shillings, yangu na ya Bernard will be different. Naweza kuscan hiyo picha ya my 100 shillings. Alafu nitume niambie Bernard, this is my 100 shillings. Alafu Bernard aende change your number ya my serial number. It's not possible. I'll tell you, this is my 100 shillings. This is what I have as legal tender. Because every single Yusuf, you know you are misbehaving. The ballot paper, the Form 34 have serial numbers, meaning that each and every one of those 46,000 are different. So when they're being uploaded to the server, you can't have a different serial number from the one that has been uploaded to the server. It is like legal tender, like I was trying to explain. Mi nikienda na my 100 shillings or 1,000 shillings, I know that is the only 100 Kenya shilling that I know that looks like that. Hakuna ingine na hiyo serial number. And it can't be different. So you're not making sense. Sorry.
Give me opportunity also. Give me chance. Because you are tackling me.
You have 1 minute. Please conclude.
Yes. Mr. Bernard. My turn, eh?
1 minute. Conclude, please.
Okay. 1 minute is enough. Now, now one form, as per the is in different counties also. I do understand. Now you are saying you mean the same Kim's kit was used to upload different results. Now the results, if I may ask you, if maybe the
Sorry,
don't
Yusuf.
underestimate
Sorry,
my maybe also.
sorry
Don't
to-
underestimate, Don't
sorry,
underestimate now. Don't
sorry.
underestimate my opinion. Just heard me, please. Heard me.
Sorry to interrupt, Yusuf. You're not supposed to ask question. Bernard asked you to finish up. No more questions. So finish up.
But you are using my statement as an example, and you are wronging me, and yet I am not rebuttaling.
Unajua unafaa kumaliza.
No, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, Bwana Yusuf, I gave you 1 minute to respond. That means you justify your case if you have what you want to use to justify. If not, we go to the next person. If you think ukifikiria kitu ingine unataka kuongezea, utapata muda mwingine wa kuongezea. Ili isikuwe tu exchange between two people. We have 10 people here. Unanielewa? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I will finish up. Can you move on to the next person? I will come back to it also. So.
Okay. Thank you, Yusuf, for that. Thank you. MJ, ulikuwa hujaongea? Ulikuwa umeongea? MJ Steven, ama umesahau jina lako?
Bado sijasahau, bado najikumbuka. Kwanza nawasalimia nyinyi wote ambao mko hapa.
Asante.
Nachangia katika hoja ambayo imekuwa hapa ikipita kwa kila mmoja. Nimekuwa nikisikiliza kila mmoja anavyoongea, haswa Sister Rhoda amezungumza kuhusu wizi, but nachoongea hapa ni kwamba Kenya hii tunachohitaji ni uongozi bora, sio bora uongozi, na uongozi huo hautatoka kwa kabila hii ama kabila hii. Maana kumekuwa na mipishano katika kabila mbili kwenye nchi hii ya Kenya ambazo ndio zimekuwa zikitawala nchi hii, na wengine wanasema huyu alilaniwa, sijui alilaniwa. Ila kitu ambacho nawazungumzia hapa kwa sasa hivi, kulingana na uchaguzi ambao uliopita tarehe 9 na hapa penye imefikia sasa hivi, hii migogoro ya matokeo yaliyotokea tarehe 15, inadhihirika wazi ya kwamba kuna mivurutano ambayo ilifanyika hapo, na kuna uragai fulani ambao ulifanyika na pamoja na shahidi ambazo zilipelekwa pale. Inadhihirika kwamba kuna pale. Kwanza mahakama imeamuru wafungue zile sava 6 zimefunguliwa, 2 bado zimekataliwa kufunguliwa. Zile ambazo zimefunguliwa imeonekana kwamba kuna form ambazo ziko blank, hazina kitu chochote kile ambacho kiko pale kwa zile form. Pili, imeonekana kwamba kuna ambazo zingine hazina signature, na hiyo inadhihirisha ya kwamba kuna kitu ambacho kiko kwenye zile sehemu 2 ambazo zimekataliwa kufunguliwa, kitu ambacho kiko fiche sana, ambacho kikifunguliwa pale kionekane idhihirike, italeta sitofahamu katika nchi hii ya Kenya, na ndio maana pale itasababisha usalama mdogo katika nchi, ama itasababisha wanahofia usalama. Usalama unaohofiwa katika mimi, kwa mawazo zangu, ni kwamba ikifunguliwa ile, labda wananchi wataona ukweli uko wapi, na ukweli utakapokuwa wazi, nafikiri mahakama itachukua sheria yake wenyewe. Kwa hiyo ninachoweza kuzungumzia hapo, wote tunao ni Jumatatu, tuone kitakachotokea pale, ila ukweli ni kwa period. Nashukuru sana kwa muda wenu.
Okay, asante Steven. Kuna mtu na swali kwa Steven? Okay, come. Yes, Mzee Karara.
Okay. Okay, asante sana Ben. Yangu sio swali kwa Bwana MJ Steven, lakini nilikuwa nataka tu kumwelezea Bwana Yusuf kidogo tu maneno ile anasema siku namba. Nataka nimwambie kwa gari kuna kuwa na engine number. Unaweza badilisha number plate, lakini kubadilisha engine number hapo ndio utakamatiwa. Kama ni kwa lori na kanta, chassis number. You can change the number plate, but you cannot change the chassis number. Na hiyo namba kwa hiyo form ndio ID, vile yeye ako na ID yake, kama vile kipa alimwambia kwa noti ya pesa. Asante.
Okay, thank you. Hekima ndio hiyo, anayetaka kujifunza ajifunze. Asante. Unless there is something else, twende kwa mzee mgeni. Umekataa jina letu, sawa tu.
Sijalikataa jina, mimi ni ule tu Bernard Wekesa, lakini sasa uzee nao unakuwa na ujanja wake siku hizi, mzee mgeni.
Sawa, tunakuelewa, endelea.
Asante. Mimi nina furaha sana kwa sababu event hii ambayo tumekuwa tunaiongojea kwa hamu sana ilifika, na pamoja na kwamba tulikuwa na hamu kutaka kuona lori ilipoingia pale Supreme Court na nini na kweli tumeona ya kwamba kumekuwa na ushahidi, na hata kama watu wametucheka wakasema lori haina nini, mimi kivyangu I'm so happy that evidence was presented. Na unajua evidence ni quality na quantity, na jinsi ambavyo nilivyoona lawyers wetu walichukua zote mbili na wakaziwasilisha, because the quality or the process of voting ambayo inaelekea kuleta the end product is very important. It's the means that you is also very important. Lakini kitu ambacho kimenishangaza ni kwamba evidence can really be fought. Sijui kama mligundua ya kwamba evidence ndio ambayo ilipigwa kupigwa. They were not personalities fighting, they were not people fighting. It was the evidence that was being fought. But I'm sure from the way I saw it, and I'm very sure that by the grace of God, Azimio, who are the petitioners, are going to carry the day. I'm also happy, nimetaka tu kuopeana my observations. Sijui kama yalikuwa yameongelewa, labda I could be repeating, but just bear with me, kwa maana nimekuja late. I'm also happy that in this Supreme Court case, tumekuwa na a lady who has really shined, na ni vizuri that we live in a society where gender equality is very, very important. Kwa hivyo, I want to recognize and appreciate that lady, the Soweto lady ambaye amepeana wanaume the respondents from the other side a run for their time and a run for their money. Na katika kuangalia mtandaoni nikaona wakati ambapo wamemaliza shughuli pale kotini wakawa wanaenda kwa baba, the reception was, hata ukiangalia the greetings, the reception, mzee alipokea Soweto in a very fatherly way, and that for me I really appreciate, and I'm hoping that as judges go to look at the notes, to look at all the things ambazo zimeongelewa pale, ya kwamba watatumia nafasi hii kufanya mambo mawili. They will use this evidence, they will use this event to punish people, kuwa punish. I don't know how they'll do that, lakini I really wish that somebody is going to be punished. Some people are going to be punished. They are going to serve as a lesson. Yusuf, mimi nataka watu kalamu iandikwe, amri iandikwe ile Nebukadneza ile. Ile anaandika anasema ebu sasa Wajakoya hayuko hapo, lakini tutatumia ile kalamu nzuri. So I want I really wish ya kwamba there will be a way in which watu ambao wanatusumbua kama hawa, because we want peace in this nation. We want peace for our businesses. We want peace for the church. We want peace for the visitors who come to this nation. We are really, the world has become a very tight and a very difficult place to live. And so without peace, you cannot look for bread, you cannot look for unga, you can't look for this and that. So mtu kama chairman wa IBC ambaye ana usurp the powers of the whole commission, alafu anajilimbikizia kwanza kuoppress wengine, this person needs to be tamed. And so my hope is that there will be punitive measures that will be meted on all those who have connived to, to steal the numbers, to steal the quality of an election. And then number two, I'm also praying that through their ruling, through their verdict, these 7 people will come up with a measure to vindicate us. We want to be exonerated, because every time when I say, Raila na watu wake, I voted. And my vote has to count. You voted, your vote has to count. So my hope is that through their verdict, that somebody will be punished and we will be vindicated, will be exonerated, and not just to be vindicated and to be exonerated. We want to be rewarded. We want to be rewarded. Hapo ndio tunaenda. We want our win back. Na kama kutakuwa na rerun, I really pray ya kwamba UDA watakuja pande hii. This is the ruling, this is the team that follows the law. And as I finish, wacha pia niseme kama vile Roda amesema ya kwamba hii kazi haikuwa rahisi. Hii kazi haikuwa rahisi. From day one up to today, I've been following the arguments. Hii kazi sio rahisi. It was very tough. And we really want to appreciate the lawyers. And I think on both sides, we as citizens, we have to appreciate each other. Kwa maana these guys have really contended. So mimi, my is that hii kesi inavyoisha ya kwamba Kenya will be one, we shall be peaceful, and that us, the petitioners, the Azimio Brigade, are going to carry the day. Tumepigwa, tumechekwa, we want to carry the day. And finally, nataka tu kuwaachia wazo, because we are not here to lie to each other. Unajua, when you have a friend who does not tell you the truth, he's not a good friend. Wacha niseme ya kwamba as the Mutembei partners, the Mutembei lovers, nataka kusema tu, and I'm not a pessimist, I'm not a worried guy, but I also wanted to put it to you ya kwamba it is still a battle, it's still a competition. So let us pray for these 7 people vile ambavyo mama aliomba maombi yetu. Let's pray that the Holy Spirit and the spirit of discernment itaenda na hawa watu, but holistically nataka watu tuwaombea kwamba wanapoenda upande ule, there will be no demonic interference, there will be no nothing to interfere, kwa sababu somebody, and I think amekuwa ni Kip, sijui kama ni Kip ama alikuwa nani, the issue of technology. Wewe imagine ya kwamba you are an IT specialist, maybe from the school of thought fulani, mwingine school of thought fulani, because IT is not the same. Kuna mtu ambaye amesoma IT but amesoma something different, ule mwingine amesomea kile kingine. Can you imagine ya kwamba form imeletwa kotini and then 2 IT specialists are contending against it? Huyu anasema hii ni original. So wewe kama ni judge, what will you do? Because if the experts cannot actually agree, there's no consensus. So you can imagine how difficult and tricky it is for the 7 judges. So I don't want to really look like Yes.
Wewe mzee mgeni,
Sema baba.
asante kwa mchango wako, asante
Yes.
kwa mchango wako, lakini achia jaji wafanye kazi yao.
Okay.
Kuna sababu hao wanaitwa judge na sisi tunaitwa wananchi, so wanajua katikati ya hao experts wawili nani anasema ukweli, nani anasema uongo.
Ndio mimi nasema upande wetu mimi vile naona tuko ukweli, tuko sawa. I surrender.
Thank you.
Okay.
I want us to mind time so that the queue doesn't get too long. Keep, what is it?
Sijui kama inakuanga business as usual, utaniruka ama which is fine.
I found you on the driver's seat. Now I knew you have already negotiated all the corners you want.
I haven't, but I know why you do it. But it's just to answer the question from Mzee. Mzee, there's the Judiciary Registrar. Wacha wafanya kazi yao. They have experts. You know, you're looking at Azimio expert and you're looking at UDA and IBC expert. Ujaona ya Judiciary Registrar wenyewe. They have their own IT expert and that is final. That's all I wanted to say. Ile inafanyika tu hapo kwa kotini ni we're giving them guidance of where to look. They will look. Anyway, ntangoja mpaka Bernard anipatie muda wa kuongea, niko na kitu ya kusema. Any boss?
Asante, I agree.
Acha boss niambie kama naweza contribute ama aendelee na mkurura yake.
Okay, hold on everybody, hold on. Nataka tukue na order ili tueleweshe wanaotusikiliza na wanaofuata. Hiyo ndio jukumu langu hapa kubwa, kuhakikisha kwamba ile mtu anafuata hiki kipindi anaelewa kile kinachoendelea. So kama vile umeambiwa mzee, koti iko na mpaka rais alifungua forensic audit farm. So kama fomu inaleta kizaazaa sana, tunapeleka huko kwa forensic. Okay. Huko forensic itasema kila kitu, tunaletewa logs vile zilicholewa, printer ile iliprint, saa ngapi, majina yake, then judges now are told this is what it means. So si eti ulisema ukamaliza. Kama kuna tashwishi, we take it further to investigate. Ni kama unabii chache, ukitabiri unakaa chini, unatuachia sisi tunakagua kama wazee ndio tuambie hii umenoa, hii iko sawa. So it is that way. Thank you. So keep, unataka kutangaza? Tangaza, niko hapa.
Asante, nimepiga kelele sana. Ben, what I think, if I compare the 2017 and 2020, it's very different. Everything is open, like Suri anasema kama bottle open. We see everything. It's right now, it's not a question of whether the ruling is going towards the Azimio side. It is going there. Now, it's time to just talk sense and be realistic here. There's a lot of prayers that we had given over, and it's a Hail Mary, hallelujah. So there's some of them, like who directly announced Raila to be president. That was one of our prayers, ni hallelujah. Let's hope that is there. But as the justice said, that some of them are a bit unrealistic. It makes a lot of sense that none of the petitioners that are on the winning side mentioned numbers. All they did was scrutinize the numbers for IBC. There's a reason for that. Because if we had given our own individual numbers, or if the IBC4 showed their own numbers or announced at that point in time, tungekuwa tunapiga kelele whose numbers are right, whose are wrong, whatever it is, and it would not make sense. The reason why we are doing this petition is to show that IBC is a rotten institute from the top to the bottom. So that is why we did not want to bring our own numbers. We are trying to show that kitu haiwezekani. So that is the main reason why we did this petition, and why that is why it was important that we exposed all these flaws. So what I think is going to happen is the nullification of the election. That is for sure. Your title, your route elect end. Now, what conundrum, and this is where us as panelists need to discuss, assuming the nullification has happened. This is the conundrum that the judges up there have. The conundrum is, we know last time we refused to go for a rerun or a re-election because of Chebukati. So, what do we do next? What do we do about this conundrum called Chebukati and IBC as a whole? I know the four, watu wanatetea, for me, I think the whole institute needs to come down. So the judges will have to come up with a way which they have to think within the constitution and within the rules or within their powers to make it that we get a fair way forward. You understand? There's a lot of load on these 7 people. So sometimes when you see them ask difficult questions, like what happens if Chebukati is not there? Does the vice come? Some of these were like kind of leading questions so that they can go and do their ruling. So that is the thing I wanted Kenyans to relax now. We wanted Mzee Akwe apishwe, but now let's talk realistically. What next? What next when the nullification happens? That's what we need to think about. What next? And ningependa some advice there, Bernard. I think I wanted to open that up. Or if you disagree with me, you could question. Mzee Bernard, Pastor Mchungaji.
Asante kwa swali, lakini unajua haya maswala katika sheria kama hakuna express provision of the law, we look for either an act of parliament or a loophole. That is now I'm beginning to talk like a lawyer. Okay, if you are using the main door and it's locked, you check if there is a window or there is a smaller door somewhere you can use to get out. And so as far as how to deal with Chebukati is concerned, there are many options. From where I sit, there are many options. What we will not take is the preservation of Chebukati when he has committed the crime twice. If it is proved that he bungled the elections 2017, he bungled 2022, that is enough grounds. He can go, regardless of security of tenure. Because we are not removing him from office. We are finding him, he has committed a crime. When it comes a crime, that's a different approach towards that. So we are not even accusing him for abuse of office, overturning the ruling or the voting of the people, the will of the people. It is a criminal act. So we will not talk about abuse of office or things like that, like we would take him to the Senate, let him be impeached. No, that is when you have committed a crime, you are taken as a criminal, whatever privileges you had before then are taken away. But that aside...
But Bernard, who will execute that? It can't be the High Court because that's a different case.
The Supreme Court can advise. The Supreme Court can advise. We find enough grounds for this person to have done some criminal things, and we hand him over for criminal, whatever, to be preferred, criminal charges to be opened against him.
Yes.
Now he's handed over to the High Court. Okay. Then the process for him to be criminally judged begins. So the DCI and the other group that deal with that the DPP, continues with that journey and finishes. So the Supreme Court doesn't have to sentence him, but hand him over.
Sorry, Bernard, to interrupt you. In the meantime, while they're taking him to court, he's not been charged, meaning he can still fulfill his duties as the chairman of the IBC. That is the loophole.
I have been explaining here that there is a difference between becoming the chairman of IEBC and conducting election. We are mixing those two things. That's why we're getting confused. For you to become chairman of IEBC, you need to have law background. You need to be a lawyer, and you must be on the level of a high court judge in your qualification, right? But if you are a commissioner of IEBC, any of those commissioners should be able to conduct election. For example, the vice chair, okay? If the chair falls sick the day when the election are supposed to be announced, are we going to let him imagine the announcement? The reason you are vice chair is so that you can step in if the chair is not around. So conducting elections, I don't think there will be any problem if it is run by the other commissioners with or without Chebukati. But for somebody to replace Chebukati as chairman of IEBC, okay, then we have to go to the whole process. Get the person, let him be vetted by the parliament, let him be appointed by the president for him to become chair. So you
but the commission itself as a group together, the 8 of them or 7 of them, they can vote to suspend him, can't they? As a policy within IEBC. I don't know. I need to check. I think I can suspend him.
That is going to warrant a tribunal because it's an independent whatever.
Yeah,
commission.
within themselves. This is outside. This is now
not within themselves. They can only they present their matters to the president. The president constitutes the tribunal. The tribunal looks into his conduct, and the tribunals wherever submits. Remember the same way they dealt with the Nancy Baraza, the last former deputy chief justice.
Yes.
Yes.
But it
the
took
tribunal.
time.
Yes, it took time. That's why we are saying when it is on criminal grounds, it's different. But when it is conduct, character things, and all that, it has to follow the due process, the constitutional due process.
So it's not the election will not happen in the next 2 months because it is going to happen.
Not necessarily. And
yeah.
We don't even have to have elections. So just wait for the ruling on Monday.
That's why, Bernard, I'm coming in here with a sober mind. I think not trying to.
Mr. Bernard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yusuf
Mr. Bernard.
Yes.
Sio kuchogoza, nauliza.
Na ujeka mkono juu. Najua hapa unaona yumba member.
Si niliweka kitambo.
Ngoja. Unajua nyinyi mnataka kuanzisha vita hapa. Mimi nataka tukue cool ili tuelimisha Wakenya. Yusuf, what is the problem?
In your last statement, you said utaki election itendeke. So you are praying for the state of you are now as Azimio, you are praying for a state of emergency in our country that we have never faced.
Now that is the problem.
We're talking about the Chebukati.
Just accused me for being Azimio. If you listen carefully, unaelewa kile kitu tunasema. Okay? Tumesema kwamba judges wako na uhuru wa kuamua hii kesi the best way possible. Okay? They have options. 1, call a runoff. Okay? 2, go through the tally and declare the rightful winner without conducting election. 3, declare IBC unfit to conduct an election. Okay? Let it be disbanded, and then they arrange for either an interim or whatever IEBC to conduct election, or the court can order that there will be a repeat election, but in this repeat election will be supervised by the Supreme Court or by the High Court, so that IEBC will not be free to do what they want. They will be now conducting the election under the supervision of the court. So kuna njia nyingi ya kusema hivyo. So hatuwezi kusema lazima kuwe na uchaguzi. That is one option. Kunaweza kuwepo, kukose kuwepo. 60 days before a repeat election. That's what the constitution says. And if the election does not hold on, there's still a window of 90 days. So sieti hii maneno inakimbizwa kama 14 days. So relaxing as Kenyans. But as where I see it, me individually, nataka hii kitu ishe by Monday. Ikiisha by Monday, kila mtu arudi kazini afanye kazi yake, is better for me than all this business of 60 days, 90 days, and then we'll be postponing problems. I believe in solving problems there and then. So Chebukati na timu yake wakamatwe waweke kwa Maria, wasukumu huko nyuma, sisi tu
Yeah, that is now. Yep. Your prayers is as the same as
wale watu wake wa Venezuela wote wachukuliwe waende wamfanye rais huko sisi kwa sababu hao pia sahi hawana rais. So
Bernard,
maybe they elected one for themselves, we did not know, so we can always donate. We are generous people. Kenya is a very generous country. All the same, I think that settles it, Yusuf. So we are not saying that lazima kuwe na uchaguzi ama kusiwe na uchaguzi. Judges wako free kurule vile wanataka kulingana na evidence iliyoko,
si vile wanataka. No. Si vile wanataka.
Okay, kulingana na sheria wako huru kulingana na sheria kurule vile wanavyotaka. Kulingana na sheria. Sawa sawa?
Kulingana na sheria. Ukisema vile wanataka itari
hawawezi kuwa judges kama wanaamua vile wanataka. Watakuwa wameacha kazi yao. Watakuwa sasa hata wasi na Chebukati. All the same, let's leave it there. Thank you, please. I want us to make progress. Nani? Bantu Warrior vipi?
Bernard, asante sana ndugu Pasta. Nashukuru kwa kunipatia nafasi hii. Na wasalimia wote hapo. Kama kawaida, keep real. Karara mzee mwenzangu, asante sana kwa mawaidha yako na ujuzi wako. Roda, Yusuf, Milton, mzee mgeni, Bantu Warrior, Joshua na nyumba. Yangu sina mengi sana, ni kidogo tu. Najua kama kawaida bwana Bernard, kwa sababu kuna mkururu huko nyuma unataka kuja. Kitu nitaka kuongea tu ni kulingamana vile tumeji-expose as our beloved country, tumeji-expose kuonekana kuwa sisi tunasema tumeendelea na tuko advance, lakini inaonekana kuwa iko shida. Na nchi kuwa kuendelea sio kuendelea tu kuwa na high buildings and highways and roads and things like that. Hii ndio muhimu zaidi. Dunia nzima inakaa na inaona vipi sisi tunaendesha elections zetu. And this is not the first time. This is the second time. The same people, they are doing the same mistake. Tumeji-expose na destiny ya hii beloved country kwa sasa iko kwenye mikono ya Supreme Court. It is the last place for the destiny of this beloved country. Either way, we may go to the light or we may go deeper into the hole. Sasa imefanya watu wananiuliza wengi sana, kuna nini huko nchi yenu? Kuna nini? Kunaendelea nini? Watoto wangu wananiuliza nini? Hata mimi nashindwa kuelezea. Naona aibu. Hata sijui niwaambie vipi. Maana wananiuliza what's going on. Bibi yangu wananiuliza kunaendelea nini huko? Nashindwa hata kuambia. Hii mambo sasa iko kwa kesi, hii mambo iko kwa koti. Hii inatu expose na inatuonesha sisi bado hatujaendelea. Kama nilivyosema mbele, kuendelea hii ndio inatakikana kwenye mambo ya uchaguzi, iwe ni uchaguzi wa haki na wa halali. Lakini ikiwa itakuwa ni uchaguzi wa rigging na wizi na udanganyifu Hii inatu expose the whole world. Tunaweza kuwa tunaonekana tunashinda medals katika mbio, lakini tukirudi kwenye politics ambayo ndio kitu muhimu, ndio the foundation of the country iko kwenye hii, wakati za hizi election kuchagua viongozi wa nchi yetu. Kwa hivyo jamani, mimi nawaombea, itakuwa haina maana watu watoke nchi za mbali wapige kura ama watu walioko hapo kwetu Kenya wapige kura, ikiwa kuna watu they are very far foreigners, alafu wao wanaweza kudetect, kuweza kufanya who is going to be our leader. Kwa hivyo mimi sina mengi sana, najua Bernard utaniambia kuna mkururu huko nyuma. Kwa hivyo sasa mimi kama kawaida nitakuja hapo. Asante sana Bernard.
Sawa, asante, lakini umeamua kujificha sasa, tunashindwa. Wewe ndio alikuwa anaitwa Magariane yule anajificha ndani ya sava ya IBC. Sisi tunapiga kura, yeye anabadilisha.
Pole Bernard, pole sana.
Sawa, asante wherever Bantu Warrior, tunashukuru sana na tunaendelea. Hii nchini yetu, na unajua hata hakuna kitu cha kuonea haya ama kuaibika nacho. Tunatumia constitutional means. Ni katiba yetu inayosema ukipiga kura kama hujaridhika na matokeo uende. Tungekuwa street ndio ingekuwa shida, lakini hata kwenda street pia iko ndani ya katiba yetu. So mataifa wengine wanapaswa kutuelewa, sisi ni Wakenya na lazima ukweli ni muhimu. Kuna mambo ambayo yamefanyika hapa awali ambayo yalikuwa nafichwa kwa sababu angepaint serikali vibaya ama angeonyesha hivi ni vibaya, lakini sasa hivi tumefika kiwango ambacho tuwezi ficha anymore. We have to get everything in the light so that we fix whatever problem that is there. Hilo kidonda ambacho tulikuwa tunaponyesha kimeanza kuoza, so ni lazima kifungue, ukisafishe kwa wazi ili tuweke dawa kwa ndani kabisa ndio kianze kupona. Hii maneno ya kufunika bandage na mguu inaoza, hapana. Hapo ndio tumefika, na nashukuru kwamba tumefika hapo na lazima tusonge mbele. So I will do one video before we bring in Joshua or yes, Joshua. Na mzee mgeni ulisema uko na swali gani hilo?
Nishauliza, nimeshaweka pale kwa nikaona nisikusumbue.
Okay. Going by the number and set of questions that judges posed to the two teams, can you say with certainty that we can tell how this case will go? I think those questions can guide us. That is overreading. That's overreading. We can only speculate and weigh things, okay? But at the end of the day, like I said, the judges have the liberty. Okay, remember, after they don't have to use Kenya constitution only. They have a whole world to look for presidency from the various cases that were determined, that were like this. Then they rule from there. Get that? So hatuwezi fungia judges atu kwa hayo maswali peke yake, but those questions were also telling what they have deduced from all the submissions. But at the end of the day, ukweli utajulikana. Sisi tunataka uongo uishe. Tunataka tukienda kuvote, vote yetu ianze kuongea na sauti yetu isikike.
Iko ingine ya pili hapo, Reverend.
Who is this? Okay, hold on. Iko swali ingine. And again, suppose there is a rerun, then the same illegalities and irregularities happen. No, please stop being over.
Unajua Reverend, wewe umekuwa mwanasheria and nimekusikia hapo ukijibu.
Nakwambia tukipeana hiyo approach ni debate tutakuwa nayo. Okay, so what I want is let's put a closure to that. Tungoje Monday. Okay, tukirudia na uchaguzi isifanywe kulingana. Unajua swali lile liko kwa Supreme Court ni did you conduct the election according to the constitution? Okay, so if it is not done according to the constitution, is null and void. Na tukirudia tena and it is not done according to the constitution, it will still be null and void. It doesn't matter how many times we do it until we do it right. That's how it is. Sawa sawa. Nani huyu? Watu wa UDA, mimi sina time na nyinyi tafadhali. Can you just go and blog elsewhere? You don't have to blog here. Okay, let's I think we listen to who is this? Yeah. Listen to this first and then we'll move on.
Amesema watakubali uamuzi wa mahakama ya upeo utakaotolewa Jumatatu wiki ijayo. Akihudhuria mazishi katika kaunti ya Meru, Karua amewaomba wafuasi wao waendelee kudumisha amani, japo alidokeza kuwa amani bila haki haiwezi kudumu. Emily Chebet ana maelezo zaidi.
Siku ya mwisho ya kuwasilishwa kwa ushahidi mbele ya mahakama ya upeo katika kesi ya kupinga matokeo ya urais, mgombea mwenza wa Raila Odinga katika kinyang'anyiro cha Ikulu Martha Karua amesema wanasubiri uamuzi wa koti Jumatatu ijayo. Karua ambaye alikuwa akihudhuria mazishi ya mama yake Profesa Gitile Naitule huko Meru amewashukuru wa Kenya kwa kudumisha amani hata baada ya kutangazwa kwa matokeo ambaye anasema hayakufuata taratibu za kisheria.
Sasa tuko kotini tukitafuta ukweli, sababu amani ambayo haina msingi wa ukweli na haina haki haiwezi ikadumu. Na ndivyo katiba yetu ikasema, usipotosheka na uamuzi wa tume la uchaguzi unaenda kotini, maswali inatandikwa hapo, wananchi na kila mtu anaelewa.
Karua amedokeza kuwa uamuzi wa mahakama siku ya Jumatatu utafungua ukurasa mpya katika taifa la Kenya na kwamba wako tayari kutii uamuzi huo.
Uamuzi ukitokelezea Jumatatu, zote tutatii, sababu hiyo ndio tulikubaliana kama wa Kenya. Na tuendelee tukizingatia misingi ya umoja, ya ukweli, ya haki, na tujue tukianza na mambo ya haramu tutaishi na mambo ya haramu.
Demokrasia yetu sio ile nzuri sana kabisa ulimwenguni, lakini tuko karibu hapo kwa sababu ya juhudi za watu na viongozi ambao wamekuwa wakipigania demokrasia yetu.
Jijini Nairobi, Rais mteule William Ruto alikutana na baadhi ya viongozi kutoka kaunti ya Meru. Viongozi hao ambao waliongozwa na aliyekuwa gavana wa kaunti hiyo Kiraitu Murungi walitangaza nia ya kujiunga rasmi na mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza.
The Mbas and the Kenya Kwanza Alliance have no ideological differences. We in the Mbas have a dream of transferring more resources to our people at the grassroots, empowering and uprooting them from poverty, unemployment, and social backwardness. This fits very well within the framework of the Kenya Kwanza bottom-up economic model.
Rais mteule William Ruto aliwakaribisha viongozi hao na kuwataka kuungana pamoja kwa minajili ya kumhudumia Mkenya wa kawaida.
You cannot build a party using threats, blackmail, and intimidation. You build a political party or formation by selling ideas, agenda, a program, and a plan where people can buy into freely. and in a democratic manner.
The current petition in the Supreme Court is a complex one. Many people might not understand it. We believe that the lawyers and the judges will do their best to do justice in accordance to the law. The Mbas Party will stand with you, irrespective of the final outcome of that case.
Kiraitu aliwalaumu baadhi ya viongozi katika muungano wa Azimio One Kenya kwa kile alikitaja kama kunyanyaswa, jambo ambalo lilisababisha kupoteza kwa kura zao. Emily Chebet, runinga ya Citizen.
Okay. Kuna watu wanasema toa hiyo. Take it easy, take it easy. This is Kenya. We have to take care of all aspects of our country, and listening to different opinions is no harm. But mimi nauliza tu kama chama haina intimidation, haina kupaguana na hiyo masuala yote. Where is Alfred Kater? Where is Isaac Ruto? Where is Mishri? Joshua.
Yes, habari yako Bernard?
Niko mzima. Vipi huko?
Niko salama, nashukuru sana. Tumekuwa na hali mgumu, especially mimi nilikuwa na hali mgumu sana. Since
Bwana Joshua, mitambo yako inaleta shida. Pole, itabidi utoke alafu
actually I was under depression. Unanipata?
Okay.
Bernard?
Yes. Now go ahead. I think we can get you now.
Nasema kama ingekuwa hii studio, then by now I could be dead. You know, sometime we kuongea pia inasaidia. Like I remember the first 3 days after walipotangaza hiyo walideclare Ruto, nilikuwa kwa nyumba for 3 days without even leaving out. And my family were thinking maybe I was sick. I have a small boy. He really gave me some encouragement. And anifungulia TV, but me nafunga. Because he wanted me to watch a TV, but me stuck watch. So if there's some other news, daddy, watch angalia TV, but I could just put it off. But it's just because of this studio that now I'm okay. I'm now to pick up. And nilikuwa naomba tu Bernard, ongea na moderator wako ile asubuhi wasifungie, sio kama wale ambao wako Kenya, wasifungie sana. Wamejua ikifika saa 12 aturuhusu kuingia, waturuhusu tu kuingia, kwa sababu mimi sisi peno umelala, ukiamka saa 12 you want to get into a studio at least uongee, but now unapata wanatufungia. Let them allow us to use our studio tuongee, tutoe ile hanga ilikuwa ndani yetu, tuongee, so that so many people wamekuja hapa hivi kutoa ile, which you know sometimes good to talk na relieve. I'm telling you better coming kwa studio, and I want to thank you very much. This studio has really helped me. I could have right now, I could be dead, but I thank God that sometime, you know, when I came to this studio, I didn't know why, reason why, but God knew kuwa hii hapa itakusaidia. It has really helped me. Now I'll pick up and I'm now strong. Now let's now go back to our business. Today, the first day wakati tulipoanza hearing, so many people complain about our lawyers and people felt disappointed baada zile maswali walipoulizwa zile maswali. But today, I'm telling you, everybody was very happy because today they came out strongly. And though the Kenya Kwanza and Ruto team and IBC, they were trying to be the issue of numbers. But now you realize very well that our team waliacha mambo ya issue ya number kwa Okiya Mtata. But now they were dealing with constitution, process, and everything. They bring them very well. They brought them into and like today, I saw the way Otiende Amolo spoke. Orengo spoke, Mwangi spoke, Soweto spoke. They were really big issues, and they were the real issue. You know, like this issue, yeah, Soweto. It was a bombshell. They didn't expect that, and I'm telling you, the lawyers for IBC and they were shocked. They didn't know that this thing, hii kitu ilikuwa ni kama imewekwa chini ya meza, na leo ilifunguliwa tu tap, na walipoona, you know, walichanganyikiwa. I remember Katwa Kigen alisimama kuongea, na alipoambiwa kuwa keti, Katwa Kigen alipotea kabisa, because I didn't see Katwa Kigen again mpaka hiyo process kaisha. He didn't spoke. So but you know, this thing was a bombshell to them, and later wanaleta form, na hiyo form yao hiyo unapata kuona sometimes Mungu pia anafanya mambo yake. Hiyo form yao ambao wanaleta kuwa original date tarehe 7 mwezi wa 8 ndio ilisainiwa na Uganda tarehe 7 mwezi wa 8. Huyu Mungu wetu is God sometimes a God of order. Anataka things ifanyike kwa njia ya haki. You see, today he brought them, and you remember any point walikuwa wanajaribu kuleta, I make sense. And the question that they were asked, ile juzi walishindwa kujibu. Leo when they were finishing the proceeding, they had not answered the question. They were asked so many questions. Hakuna hata moja alijibu. Hakuna moja ambao alijibu. Walikuwa na beat around the bush. Even the question that they were asked, at what point ambaye hii JPEG inabadilika kuwa PDF? They didn't answer this. But I remember Willis Otieno, within 5 minutes, aliposimama, he answered all those questions that ambayo waliuliza waliuliza, I mean, the petition, waliuliza watu wa Azimio. He answered all those questions within 5 minutes. But the lack of Ngatia, the lack of our senior Gideon Muigai, they couldn't answer. Maka Gideon Muigai anasema kwa, can you give us time, do it more, they do it today, but today ilifika leo, they couldn't even answer simple questions that they asked. And today I remember everybody ambaye alikuwa Azimio was very happy, because you remember I saw the way the issue are being articulated. They are being brought well, and hata mwenyewe anasema tu hii kesi hii tumeshinda. And I want to tell you, Miss Jui, in any case, the election for Ruto is going to apply, then I don't know evidence what in it, because like today we saw the evidence. Like that from from 34A, ambaye ina yule jamaa Venezuela. You know, they tried to, walijaribu kuleta mambo yao, but now that form iko in their portal. It was in the IBC portal. You know, kama ingekuwa ati watu wazimio ndio wako nayo, then kuna another thing, wanasema kuwa that is a forgery. But that one was inside the portal. That's why they couldn't even defend themselves. Now wakaleta form ingine wanasema kuwa that is original. The original one they are claiming the date ambaye agent wamesign tarehe 7. So you wonder, tarehe 7, we are not but tarehe 7 kukuwa an election. Our election was done tarehe 9. So sometimes God is a God of order. Mungu hataki mambo kuficha, atafunua tu. Today the evil of Kenya Kwanza ilifunguliwa leo, and I'm sure, and you are praying that tarehe 5, that's on Monday, that the will of Kenya will be heard. That's my prayer, that I hope the judges pia wana Kenya, and they saw what happened today, and you just wonder that kama kweli election was free and fair, why were they denying Azimio to access server? You know, kama ni fair, unaambia chukweni kila kitu ndio hiyo, fungueni, because at the end of it, that's our server. You just wonder that somebody in Venezuela anakataa kuwa server cannot be open. That's our server. So I think that if the judges pia ni binadamu, they should just know kuwa kuna ukora. Na huyu Venezuela elect president should not be allowed to be president of Kenya. So Ben, I don't have much to say. I'll be hanging around, but I want to thank you so much for being together as a team. And tarehe tano will be a new point in our life. Na hii studio itakuwa imewaka, kabisa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joshua. We appreciate that. Yusuf, iko nini? Yusuf, umeinua mkono, iko nini?
Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza regarding the forms that Mr. Joshua was talking about, and also regarding the process of election. Hii kwanza nikianzia hii election, if you are going for a tough competition, you have to reorganize yourself first. And now we know at the polling station, each agent that is for the the 4 presidents, they are given their copies. Now, I am asking, where is their copy? Are they compared the copy of the station they got from the polling station and the one that IBC portal? What are the differences? What is the total tally for Azimio as their candidate? How many votes were deducted from them? And now I don't know why they were stressing too much on the server when the results, the digits are on the paper and they can add up and tell that number of votes was deducted from that police station, and they say there are certain votes missing. Why are they too much stressing on this server when they have it to the hand?
Thank you, Brother Yusuf. It seems you want to reopen another Supreme Court hearing on this platform. Like I said, the evidence is already deposited at the Supreme Court. The judges have 48 hours. Is it 48 hours? They have Saturday and Sunday to look into them and compare it with the hearing that different lawyers have made on the floor of the Supreme Court. Then by Monday, they'll give us the summary verdict. And then I think later on they'll give the detailed reason for that particular judgment. Yusuf, if I can hear you very well, uko kama unajua kuna vile Itumbi ni mtu mwingine wa ajabu sana. Itumbi anataka kutulazimisha tuamini kile amesema na tusimulize swali. Okay? Ni kama mtu ameiba pesa yako akaweka kwa hii room na anakuambia msifungue hii room. Mbona mjaangalia huku? Okay? Endeni muangalie huko. Anatupeleka huko na pesa iko hapa. So the scrutiny, okay, of the 45 polling stations that was done by the court, ilipatikana makosa, haikupata makosa? Bwana Yusuf,
hey,
ile report imepeana kwa Supreme Court, ile iliangalia 45 polling stations. What was the findings?
The finding was is quite a good one, eh? And the issue that we are talking about is the missing of the counterfoils, and it's something that they are calling the register and something else. But I think if you look at the results, the count on the forms, how the count per candidate, there is nothing a difference on that, and they are just talking about something missing, but they are not talking about the numbers.
So
Why?
if they were doctored, okay, before they were placed, like for example, unaona signatures ziliwekwa tarehe 7, kura tukapiga tarehe 9. Ngoja.
Hiyo ni agent ama agent ndio ameweka tarehe 7 ama ni PO?
Ngoja. Nimekuambia kama forms zilikuwa blank na ziko signed, inamaanisha nini? Forms they were signed before the voting started. That means presiding officer alikuwa anaweka tu ndani ile figure anaona. Unaona? So if that is the case, then everything that was tabulated is wrong. Including the result, the winner na loser. All of them are wrong because they are not the exact out of the counting of the vote. Naelewa? So
for clarification,
the fraudness of the election is in that
let me understand this. Before you continue, let me to understand this. Who, according on that form, was it the agent who wrote the wrong date, or was actually the form written prior to election? Where was the wrong date written? If we say that this form was written on the election day, now where is this error? Was it on the side of the PO or the agent where they are writing their signatures and this thing?
Bwana Yusuf, tufanye hivi.
Yes.
Tuache hiyo maneno, judges wataamua. Utapeleka hiyo kitu for forensic laboratory.
But I'm asking now. This is now.
Let's do this, please. You are
30 seconds.
We had already covered
30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Bernard is not a judge.
Please.
Let us wait the judge. We have already.
Hold your horses. Everybody hold your horses. There is
I want to say something in 30 seconds.
There is a place on this video tunaitanga quarantine. Okay? Ukitaka kwenda quarantine, bas. Anza kwenda hivi.
Well, umeniweka huko, nilichoka huko quarantine. Uliweka kitambo, nimechoka huko.
Don't push me to take you there. Wewe unaturudia nyuma mahali tumepita. Let the judges look into the argument, watatupatia verdict Monday. Sisi hapa kile tunaangalia ni who did what where. But the validity of the forms, hatuwezi kataa, sisi si IBC. So kama form iko na swali itapelekwa forensic audit. Forensic audit itakupatia mpaka siku ile ilisainiwa, nani alisign, ilitoka wapi. So kama itakuwa the judges are going to take it a step further.
The fact Ruto alikuwa ni aliiba ikura na ni kitu alikuwa kuna mtu anatukana na hapa. It's the fact, real, and we cannot assume. Is a real and fact. Okay, Yusuf? So, don't try, you know what I mean? So, the way we can do as a Kenyan people, we know we are many. How many tribes we are? 42 tribes. Ruto anacheza na sisi. 42! Don't pray with our might. Don't steal our money, 2 billion. You know this guy, he's a big criminal. I've never seen whole lot. He's stealing 2 billion shillings to buy people. He have buy Musana Mudavadi. He have buy Wategula. He have buy Balasa, the guy who was killing a man from Bugoma. He doesn't know how he hurt me. You know that guy from Barasta? He's from Bugoma. He killed one man, and I don't know that man. He need to be the prison. Our country must be ruled by the law and respected. We can feel proud to be a Kenya. But this guy, he just pray again, manipulation and control and say, blackmail. What do you mean with a black? You need to be ashamed. Kenya, we wake up. We wake up. This is not a time to play the game. We need to be real.
Okay, thank you. Your point is made, please. Thank you. Asante sana. Let's make progress. Bwana Yusuf, nataka tusonge mbele. Tusirudishwe nyuma tafadhali. Maneno ya evidence na nini hiyo imemalizwa, tunangoja judgment. Asante. Now let's I was playing a video and then we bring in naona kuna Lili amekuja. Nataka mkururo wangu wa video nimalize because masaa yangu ndio hayo pia. Where are we? Let's come here.
If it may please your ladyship, this honorable court, I will be brief in this part. I will cover only 3 quick subjects, starting with the issue of the 50% plus 1. Your Ladyship, this Honorable Court, may it be noted that the question of the voter turnout in this election is a moving target. It is a moving target depending on who's speaking and in what circumstances. If you look at the replying affidavit of the chairman, paragraph 30, as of 9th of August at 5 p.m., he says the turnout was 64.6%. That is an affidavit is swearing way after the fact. The director of elections of that same date, at that same time, in paragraph 21, that is Moses Sunkuli, says it was 56.17. At that same time, looking at the same Kim's kit. It will be noted by this Honorable Court that at various times, the IBC gives different figures. At one time, it uses the figure of 65.4%. At another time, it uses the figure of 64.6%. It is our submission, my lords, my lady, that the premise upon which IBC proceeds is wrong, and that the reason for this moving target is so as to manipulate the question voter turnout, to come to a conclusion that the 9th respondent met the constitutional threshold when they didn't. I wish to submit, Your Ladyship, my lords, that Article 138 is very clear, and the total number of registered voters must be specified, and that is the denominator. The IBC did publish a gazette notice that confirms the exact number of registered voters and gives it as 22,120,458. In this court, using what they say is the turnout per the Kim's kit, the figure they are seeking to use is 22,005,541. We wish to submit, Your Ladyship, my lords, that that premise is problematic. The common denominator to be used is the voter turnout as published in the Gazette, not the voter turnout as per the Kim's kit, which ends up with the moving target. We wish to submit, Your Ladyship, my lords, that not only is it true that the target is moving, if you look at all the permutations, and this is in the supplementary affidavit of Dr. Edgar Otumba, if you take any of the scenarios and you use any of them, and we will submit, we have submitted this for ease of reference, because Dr. Otumba covers is between paragraph 5 and paragraph 30, and puts all those graphs. By whichever permutation, none of the candidates then achieves 50% plus 1. Whether you use, remove rejected votes, you add rejected votes, whatever permutation, and there are 7. We wish to submit, Your Ladyship, my lords, that you then need to come to the conclusion that even though they try to take time to tamper with the voter turnout, they do not achieve that target. The last point on that. Why is it wrong to use the vote turnout as per the so-called Kim's kit? Other than the fact that it's unlawful, it is also illogical. We have 46,229 polling stations. If you were to rely on the Kim's kit and all 42,298 Kim's kits failed, and only one in one polling station functioned, then it means that if the 700 voters in that polling station voted, the IBC will be telling us that the voter turnout is 100%. That would be the logical consequence of that narration. That cannot be. The voter turnout cannot be something that depends on the interpretation of the IBC at its convenience. It must be the denominator as a percentage of the total registered voters. My second point, my lords, my lady, and I do not want to go too much into this, the question of the infrastructure, what the IEBC called the impregnable military style infrastructure. I think it's been demonstrated that it was certainly not at a military grade. It might be important to note, Your Ladyship, my lady, that the one question they failed to answer was why was there stoppage of the streaming of the results at Bomas? They have not answered that, because that military grade infrastructure was obviously compromised. My lord, my lady, we say that it is bad to have a sovereign institution that is captured by the state, but it is worse to have one that is captured by foreigners. We submit that is the position in this one. Your Ladyship, my lord, the question here, and that's my third and last point, is really very simple. And it's a question that draws directly from Article 138(3)(c) of the Constitution. It is very clear, it is mandatory, that once results are received, the IEBC, not the chair, shall tally and shall verify, then shall declare results. If the IEBC as an institution has not tallied, has not verified, then there are no results to be declared. We wish to submit that at the end of this analysis, it is not a question of whether the chair is a hero or otherwise. It is a question of whether the chair did what was expected of them. It is not enough to say that there are certain regulations by the first respondent which they themselves made, and now they wish to rely on to breach the express provisions of the Constitution. We wish to submit, Your Ladyship, that in accordance with Article 141, only if there's a result properly declared can you even move to challenge it. In this case, none was done. Your Ladyship, what the chair is inviting you to do is unconstitutional. This bench comprises eminent persons who are involved in the process of making the Constitution, as some of us on this other side. There's a good reason why we've created constitutional commissions and independent offices. If it was intended to create the chair as what was previously called the supervisor of election, there'd have been an independent office, like the Auditor General, Controller of Budget, like the DPP. But now the chair is inviting you to find that his is some sort of imperial chairmanship or chairpersonship in defiance of the Constitution. We wish to invite you not to accept that invitation to amend the Constitution belatedly. My lady, my lord, at the end of the day, the only question will be, did the chair act in accordance with the Constitution? Is it fair to invite you to find that the other commissioners do not matter? The chair of IBC is a first among equals, just like in this court. There are 7, just like the judges of this court. But the fact, Your Ladyship, you are the Chief Justice and you are the President of this court. Yet the Constitution would not allow you to exercise veto powers over the other colleagues. Why would the chair believe that he can have such powers over the other colleagues? Ultimately, my lords, Your Lady, it is the decision of the majority that must be the decision of the court. And similarly to the IEBC. As we are here today, the decision of the IEBC is that the match that was being played was stopped by the referee. If it was in court, it would be a mistrial. By their own admission, they have said that things happened which should not have happened, and therefore it was not complete. My lords, my lady, in 2017, this court made history by nullifying the first presidential election in this continent, and I think only the second known to me in the world. In this year, it is the IEBC that is making history. It is the first electoral body to concede that they did wrong. I want to submit, my ladies, my lords, that you cannot override that decision by IEBC itself because it's made by the majority. I wish to stop there for now. Thank you, my lord.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Let's use this. Let's listen to Lily first.
Hi, good evening, everybody.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Yes.
Karibu.
Santi. Yes, so I have been listening to what was happening today in the Supreme Court, and it was quite worrying to see that people, Aryans, can come to a government institution and take over and control everything. If anyone is not worried, then we are being stupid. It's a worrying thing. That means these people we are calling, like we want them to lead the country, is not trusted. So they can do anything and give any credentials for people to control whatever they want to control remotely, far away from Kenya. It's a very concerning thing. And I think even when the judgment come out, I think this is something need to be looked more deeper. It's not which wash away and we continue and we move on. This needs a lot of looking into it deeply. It should never happen again. Never. So now what I observe as well is as what Mr. Amoro has said, that the elections were not accurate and we'll never know what was the voter turnout, because the IBC, even today, they have not said what was the voter turnout. They have refused to say it. And because they were kind of going with the target, as these guys said, Omatata? He said that we are working backwards, and that's why they are not establishing the voter turnout. So we'll never know how many people came out to vote, or how, because there was this manual voting scheme kit, the same scheme kit they are transferring people 34A from somewhere else and the other part of Kenya. So we'll never know, because this shouldn't be a specific scheme kit. If I'm voting from Nairobi, the other one is voting from, the other one is in Kisumu, it should be able to identify what is that scheme kit which is producing that report, or that form A, that 4A. So yeah, it's really it's shameful, because we have made progress, but it's an individual, and I think this should be punished. And the person who will be who be kind of Shebukati and Luto, to me, they should never hold an office, a public office in Kenya, because they are not trustworthy. They are not, they are danger to the country. That for my submission for now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lily. We appreciate that, and we look forward to fixing our country. It's about time we got our act together. We can't have, I think we have broken a record as far as general elections are concerned. We have conducted enough general elections for us to be experts. People should be coming to Kenya to benchmark. We can't be doing this kind of madness of somebody setting up an election and wanting to involve foreigners to come and determine for us who becomes president. So as Kenyans, we need to wake up and realize that kuna mtu anatuchezea. There are just very few people. There are not many. There are few bad elements in our midst that needs to be taken care of so that the country can move forward with the required bona fide legitimate leadership. Lakini hii ya kufunika haisaidii, na ningependa sana vijana waelewe kwamba hakuna kule tunakwenda wakati tunakubali kudanganya na kudanganywa. Tunakubali kudanganya na kudanganywa. The moment we accept that, we make it part and parcel of our culture, we are done, we are cooked, we are finished. So let's see the kind of problem we are faced with and address it accurately. Then the UDA guys are saying prophecy, inauguration, loading. Yaani Mungu angekuwa anaishi kwa UDA, ningeachana na ye. Kwa sababu huyo Mungu wa UDA hafuati sheria, hajali kama kuna wizi, hajali kama kuna uongo, hajali kama kuna matusi. Yaani yeye anatabiri tu, na ila anatabiri ni vile alisema. Hey. Huyo Mungu mimi simtaki. Ninataka Mungu wewe wa Biblia. Yule najua. Huyo mwingine simtaki. Thank you. I want us to make progress. I think you let me play one more video before we bring Leo. Nikiendelea na huo mkururo wangu. Nimalize. Ndio masaa yangu ndio.
Wekesa.
Nani? Yusuf wewe. Umeanza
kidogo.
Umekwambia nitakupeleka quarantine.
I want to put across an issue.
No, you can't. You
just
don't have permission.
Through you. I am not addressing anybody. I want to address you.
Exactly.
Give me a moment. As we spoke. Good. That's it's so good. One more to go back. We need a bulletproof vest for her. We insist.
When Baba is happy, the country is happy. Leo tuendelee.
Now you are relieved. Then
hapa tutakuja kwako baadaye. Leo.
Thank you, Bernard. I think you read my mind. That is what I was focusing on. I've been looking at that clip like 10 times now. I hope somebody can hug for me Soweto. It was a moment we need to reckon, and absolutely it was a joyful moment after, once you go for a battle and you receive back your merit. Those guys who went for the war, it means that you're a leader. And absolutely, I feel comfortable, and I know for sure, for a fact, that we are winning. And let me just say, Mr. Clara, you did a very good job for answering that young man. In terms of intelligence, people work on, especially the intelligence guys, they work on a Kahoot. We call it a covert. They don't just come and just run in front of you. They just follow you behind until they get the proper information they want before they expose you. And I could just say, Mr. Yusuf, for your information, Kenya has come from far. We have really fought for this country to have independent institutions. We have a democracy we need to be proud of. We are not Somalia, we are not Uganda, we are not South Sudan. Neither can we equate ourselves to countries like what we call now Colombia. My friend, we are a country which other people just pray to have, and we are about to put it into a ditch. We are about to sell it into maybe Benny's. Please, I request you guys, gentlemen, it's up all of us to stand up, defend this country. Otherwise, it's gone. Because the way you see the speed at which the yellow fever is buying everyone, it's the money which is coming from the black countries, black seas, so that they can be able to fool everyone. Trust me, brother, whether you're a Muslim, you're a Christian, this is a country we need. And if we let it go to the fullest the yellow fevers around us, then we are done. We are done. It doesn't matter how old you are, how young you are. This country, we have fought for it. We have come for her. It's time we need to defend it. It's time we need to defend it. No one said that Raila wants to be a president. Neither himself said so. But what we need is institutions that can cater for our children, cater for us, so that maybe in future when we become like the age of Karara, we can be at peace, we can retire at peace, other than just being afraid that somebody is coming to buy everything. Let me ask you a simple question before I complete. Theatre recent a few years ago, the education ministry was as dead. But we remember there were some ministers who were brought in and changed the entire situation. Why shouldn't we do the same in IPC? Why should we be just following up these people when they're just conducting elections? Election is about we choosing our leaders to serve us, not the leaders to just come and just mess us. It's very wrong. Otherwise, we don't need them. We can even decide to have one person to stay there until death. Why should we be having crooks just deciding what they want to do on us? You wake up every morning to go and work. You don't just go work so somebody to come and misuse or just do whatever they want on our system. It's absolutely wrong. If you could see the evidence which is laid upon fair. It doesn't require you just scientific knowledge to be able to see there has been done, wrong things have been done. No, we've seen there's a lot of things. If you can see a bastard, a guy from Venezuela, from a failed state to come and just sabotage our institutions, it's absolutely wrong, absurd. We can never, ever just stand and see that kind of stupidity happening in our country. No way, no way. Otherwise, we are ready to just go and see who is this crappy bringing such kind of stupidity to our country. That is it, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you very much, Leo. Mute your mic, please.
Mute for me.
Okay, thank you, succeeded. Okay, I appreciate that, and we are not against anybody becoming president, or MP, or MCA, or governor. We just want them to become whatever they want to become legitimately. Ili siku hiyo nitatangaza nataka kuwa rais, nitaenda nyumba kwa nyumba nikiomba wananchi, tafadhali wekea mimi kura, patia mimi kura, na nikipata kura nyingi nitangaze kuwa rais. Lakini kwenda kubadilisha namba, unatuambia it is numbers, it is numbers, it is numbers, it doesn't matter. The whole country is blue, but you have numbers. These numbers must have come somewhere, from somewhere. So we'll look into that closely. Yusuf, ulikuwa unasemaje? Ulikuwa na swali ama ulikuwa na utetezi? Unmute.
Nilikuwa na swali initially before hii video. Unajua hii video ya mwisho hapo ulikuwa unachukua pumzi naye kidogo, lakini before this one, you showed another video that was Otiende Omolo speaking. Now in his word, he was talking about streaming stopped. And to my understanding, and the way I view it, is because the media is under instruction since starting from the campaign period and how their biasness and the deputy president was complaining about. And in the process, the way the 4 commissioners went away, also they heard that maybe this thing is out of hand and Ruto is winning, so that's why they are told to stop streaming, so that the deep state might interfere. IBC. Because of that, I think that was why this thing was stopped streaming.
So, Yusuf, let me understand you. Are you telling us maybe probability, or you're telling us what IBC says?
Yes, in science, probability works.
Hapana,
Because
tutake
why?
probability hapa. Tuambie IBC lawyer amesema sababu ya kuzima stream ilikuwa deep state. Okay? Kama
Yes.
una hiyo evidence, probability hapa hapana. Tungoje judges watasema whatever happened. But by the time in fact, the reason why the 4 commissioners walked away is because things were now being done in the dark. Hakuna mtu anajua kinaendelea nini, kinaendelea. Screen iko off, matangazo imesimamishwa, alafu naletewa karatasi sign hapa, we have found a winner. Hata kama wewe ni mjinga, utasaini namna gani? Saa ngapi? Tumepata winner saa ngapi? Na tujatabulate. So Chebukati yako na kesi ya kujibu. Sitaki kumkurulu, lakini hata mimi ningekuwa hiyo 4 commissioners, siwezi saini karatasi sijui kule imetoka.
But lakini Bernard, sasa hiyo process ya mwisho vile unasema just bring the form and then you are told to sign before you sign. I think from there the 27 constituencies which remain and the count that was added to announce the winner, is there discrepancies in those 27 sub-counties? I think they are not contested up to now. And that's why I'm saying this was just under instruction. Everything was done under instruction from the deep state. And that's why the IBC rushed to finish this process, honestly.
Yusuf, wewe ulikuwa Bomas?
Karibu na Bomas.
Inaonekana
inafuatia kutoka. Yes, I follow you from my bedroom.
Instructions,
Yes, because the deep state is sending. The deep state is sending the goons to go and attack the commissioner, and now that's why we are doing everything in fast and we finish the process.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
It is true.
Apana is not true. Let me explain to you what should be done. Okay. The election, according to the constitution, those results from those 27 constituents must be publicly announced, okay, for it to meet constitutional requirement. So if they are secretly tallied without publicly announced, okay, they have not met the constitution provision. Unaona? So si hata namba zenyewe muradi kwamba hazikutangazwa, okay, hayo majibu hayakubaliki kikatiba. So wacha kuangalia ndani, tuangalie namba ni gani, kwa nini hazikutangazwa.
Patia mstakarara
ni kwa sababu kulikuwa na insecurity.
Sawa, patia mstakarara, is on the bench for long, mstakarara.
Bwana Karara, what is it?
Okay, asante. Nataka tu kuongeza kwamba hizo constituency hazikuwa verified na the 4 other commissioners. Ajue hivyo. Sawa. Na katiba inasema they all must. This is a team. This is a team. They should be doing the tallying and the verification. If 4 were not doing it, then it was an illegal exercise going on. Asante. as per the constitution.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Karara. I think that settles that. So Yusuf, kubali kufuata katiba, tuache maneno ya shortcut ati bora imesemekana. Hapana, tufuate katiba vile ilivyo, na kama unafanya kazi kwa ofisi ya katiba, basi fuata katiba. Kama ni lazima uulize, kwa mfano kama ni wewe ni accountant, lakini kabla ulipe wafanyikazi kuna signature 3 ambazo lazima upewe. Huwezi kusema wafanyikazi wako njaa, wacha tu ni walipe, nitachukua signature baadaye. Utakuwa umefanya makosa. So obtain permission from required people, get required authorization, then do what is required. Chebukati did not follow the constitution. Hapo ndio kuna kizungumkuti. So hata kama William Ruto alipata legitimate votes kulingana vile ilitangazwa, mradi kwamba haukufuata katiba, hajachaguliwa kikatiba. That is what is there. Thank you. We Anyumba, weka mkono chini. Iko nini? Anyumba, I'll give you half a minute.
You know, Bernard, people like Yusuf, you can give me them to deal with them. Yusuf, go to Article 81 and Article 138C. Read there, you will get the answer. Then the issue of the National Security Advisory Committee, it was before Supreme Court and they failed to prove. So don't bring what you cannot complete. I know you are here to make people be joyful and whatever, because what you are talking about, you know very well that it is on the Constitution. So Chebukati is under constitutional and he was to perform under the Constitution, not as Chebukati.
Thank you. I think that clears that. Naomba sasa tumlete nani? Mheshimiwa Kipchumba.
Oh, thank you, everyone. Good evening, Bernard and everyone. Good morning and good afternoon to others.
Good morning from Nairobi.
Now, I am alive and well from my village, and it's a nice day. At least we have gone through the Supreme Court. Some of us have appreciated the evidence given. We've also were happy on the presentations. And I want to first of all declare that the defendants failed to prove that they have legitimacy and the president-elect got 50+1. That was proven in the court. The third part is the last day today that we saw the anomalies that took place. And Yusuf, maybe to inform you, is that when Kim's kids share the serial number, or is one Kim's kit sending multiple results, that is a problem. That's enough problem. No matter how many ballot boxes, papers are in a box. Secondly, those boxes missed vital documents, counterfoils, and other security materials, where you find Chebukati having confirmed to Kenyans before elections that Form 34A2 would not be used. He brought them into the country and secretly sent them to the polling stations And we believe there are some he didn't send anywhere so that they could fill them as originals. And that's why you find God manifesting his greatness by people making just blatant mistakes, like putting a date of 7th, which is 2 days before the election, to having been the day that the signing was done. Therefore, it means the 34A2 were picked somewhere, given to some people, and they were filling the form so that when the actual 34A1 comes, it doesn't land at the portal. Let us help you understand that. So the actual 34A that was supposed to be, which was at the polling station, did not land at the IBC server. Instead, the 34A2 that was referred to the Embakasi South server point must have been used. And so those are glaring defects and failures of IBC. When scrutiny was being done, when you find seals having been broken, from the word go, that bundles up everything. Where did the actual seal of the box, ballot box, that was at the polling station, where did it get cut, and who replaced it with another one? So those are questions that IBC alone can explain. Thank God, 50%, because out of 45, 27 of those ballot boxes or polling stations mixed. I think ballot boxes are discrepancies. Moving away from the good performance of the Azimio team, it is a time that we need the patriotic and national spirit to prevail upon the judges. I know it's a time that they might be pulled between, choosing between nullifying it, being the second time in a row that they are nullifying an election, and maybe trying to be careful not to seem to be out to be nullifying every presidential petition or election, but they must make a choice that can we make this country better? And so they need our prayers, which they have also asked for, and the wisdom of God of what needs to be done. The other part is, let's imagine and let's pray that it's nullified on Monday. Is the chaos caused by the Chebukati Commission ready to see this country go through another election? The answer is no. Because in 60 days, first of all, we'll not want the smartmatics, the Venezuelans and the people in somewhere in the bush, to continue doing what they've done. And therefore, there'll be need to bring in a new infrastructure of running that election. That can't be done in 60 days. And if we will not change that, we might not get the results that Kenyans want. And sadly, majority of Kenyans might not turn up to vote again with the caliber of Chebukatis in those positions. So there must be assurance to Kenyans that we are moving forward by, first of all, the court dealing with criminal activities by state officers. And that one must come out clear, that you misbehave, you get a jail term. 2, what happens? Thank God the president is still in position of power. We can extend that. Sadly, what I've realized is that the so-called president-elect is trying to bully everybody around, blackmail, bribe, intimidate leaders so that they can fall into his scheme of having optics in this country that he has the numbers. He might want to use that if we decide to go to parliament to get a new team in place, because there's a way out through the constitution, so that he can have his surrogates, sycophants, yes people to support or to develop a new infrastructure that will do the same thing. So that is where we also need radical change. As I'm finishing, the issue that at the end of the day on Monday, we would like to ask every single Kenyan to appreciate that the constitution we have is good for us, that wherever we have disputes, the best alternative is to go to the legal processes. After the decision on Monday, whichever side it takes, we need to move on, build this country, but deal with the wrongs in a legal manner. But my prayer, and the prayer of many, is that justice be done. Justice be done. And the evidence given today, I mean, is enough, both legal, constitutional, and regulatory and policy has been breached. And because IBC is a commission of 7, the majority are on this side. They can go back, work on that, and just, we deal with Chebukati. We'll take him to court immediately, so that come the 60th day, we would rather go to a manual, the traditional debe. Kila mtu ahesabu kwao, na mupige kura, muhesabu, na mutume results, than allowing this country to be run by gangs and thugs. If IBC and the team that he supports can do this to win election and sell off our data, all our data is now in Venezuela and somewhere. I saw the letter from Netherlands claiming that they could not release. What will happen? They've taken all my details. They can change my bank account, and they can run a new Harold Kipchumba bank account somewhere in Venezuela. That is a breach of sovereignty of a people. And if Chebukati has done that, that is treasonable. You cannot just take out the right of citizens for the sake of own greed, gluttony, and and selfish desire in a primitive consumption spirit for the sake of self and others should not be allowed. And therefore, I pray that the judges will see the danger ahead if it is not nullified. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, asante sana Mheshimiwa Kipchumba, tunashukuru kwa maoni hayo na tunaomba hayo maombi kwamba tutapata uamuzi ambao unafaa na nchi itasonga mbele kwa usalama. Na wale ambao wanataka kuhujumu uhuru wetu, wanataka kutuweka kwa mikono ya foreign capture, au mpaka tuwashughulikie.
Bernard, I've forgotten something. The last video.
Yes.
About Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga is one man that we must also thank God for and pray for. He's such a person with so big a heart that even in such a difficult time would keep his cool and would make us even happy smile. I mean, let's pray for this old man. He's one person that I believe is a gift from God to us. And let's not take for granted what he's going through. We pray for him, and that whatever he does, may God's Spirit be upon him. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Just want to respond to Albert Nyakundi. Amanye, unajiita banana peddler. I love your title. Huyo ni rafiki yako?
Jua tu, namjua alikuwa ana peddle hiyo mabichi chumbi sana. Respond accordingly, please, Bernard.
Okay, he says, I assure you on Monday you will gather here to mourn together. So are you going to kill us, or who are you going to kill so that you gather us here to mourn? Albert Nyakundi Amenya, banana peddler. You seem not to get why we're here, and you think that this country is a joke. I just pray that God have mercy on your soul. Anybody who is twisted and he wants to perpetuate crookedness, he should not be part of our society. And so I pity you, and I remember the late chairman of ECK, Electoral Commission of Kenya, Samuel Kibitu, said some words I will never forget. He said that was 2007. He said, the president is a good man. The president is a good man. He said, but there are people around the president that God should have never created. Now that was Kibitu's confession. So kuna watu ambao sababu yao kuumbwa hata ionekani, kwa sababu kama hutaki ukweli na ufuati ukweli, wewe una insist kwa uongo, haufai kuwa sehemu ya jamii, na wewe ni baadhi ya matatizo yetu na tutakutatua. Shida yetu hapa si Raila awe rais. Shida yetu hapa ni haki itendeke, inji iongoze kwa njia inayoeleweka, sheria ifuatwe, tuache uongo, tuache wizi, tuache kudanganya wa Kenya. Unajua kuiba is bad, but make someone steal for you is even worse. So you're not just corrupt, you're corrupting many people along. What is that going to happen? at the end of the day, you're going to have a corrupt society because you trade and, exchange, multiply, peddle corruption. That is not the kind of country I want to be part of. And so those of you don't see anything wrong with corruption. You don't see anything with corrupting electoral system. You're bad news. You're all bad news. And there is a cure for you. We'll find it if it's not yet there. Well, naomba hivi we need to make progress. I will do one video and then we'll bring Olara as we proceed. Obutu nimekuona, subiri hapo hapo. Pato himself, umekuja leo. Subiri hapo hapo nakuja. Ama wewe ndio ulikuwa Yusuf exchange naye. Just hold on, we play one video and then we bring in Olara.
No, but you may have realized is that every day there was a marshal or a prefect from this end to ensure that you kept to your lanes. If you didn't notice, today I was the marshal. The day you laughed most, Dr. Wanjala was the marshal. That's how we work here. We work as a team. We divide roles here so that we don't all speak at the same time. And here, unlike things we have heard you say today, we consider ourselves equal. None of us has a veto power, but of course we have a team leader. We thank you very much. Pray for us as we undertake the next phase. It's actually not the more difficult one. You have helped us with the more difficult part, but it is intense. For which reason, therefore, we ask you that you pray to whatever God you pray to, that God will assist us to continue in the spirit we've been in for the last 1 year, and that we shall have a very high sense of discernment, and that we shall return to Kenya a judgment.
Bwana Lara, how are you?
Asante sana panelists. Kwanza Bernard, nakushukuru to keep us alive, because there's somebody confessed that your coolness, everything you do, and accordingly you said you're not here for Raila or you're not here for anyone. You're just here for processes, justness, and this is Kenya we have. And the tragedy is, as you maintain your coolness, there's a younger brother who was here called Yusuf. He entertained you for almost, no, I can just say, okay, Bernard, you are so cool, you are so peaceful, and you are so tolerant, and this is not what you are supposed to do. But since this is Azimio, we are not here because we aren't Baba. We are here because Kenya is not going to the dogs. Okay, I'll come back to Harold. Harold, today you satisfy my intellectual needs, and of course of others, because Wanjila was not here. You came here, Honorable Harold Kipchumba. You did a great job. That explanation is very exclamatory. It's exclaimed. You did something exclaimed. Nobody can claim it. You just did something good. Because your summary touches on what I started last night. Last night I said, look to I-14, Article 140. Today, 138, you explain it accordingly. Yesterday I was insisting on 140. Today you explain 138, and the C you exploded it. Let it that aside. And there's a video Bernard play hapa ya Amolo. Sasa Bernard, nataka kitu moja tu. Kuna consolidated points that there are 9, I think there are 9 that the Supreme Court asked. And today, I think we exhumed around 4 of them were done and deal. And the rest were just procedures and other stuff. I don't know my knowledge of law, but if a teacher gives you 9 points, you have to score at least in 5 of them. Today, clearly, the technology employed was faulty. This is a question for all of us, not for Bernard also or alone, especially Harold, you are here. Technology failed. And IEBC is electoral judge. There's some questions there as electoral part of it also failed. Now, there's questions asking day 2 and day 1. Today, in responses, the petitioner answered all the questions asked by the judges. And today, respondents, in the process of replying back to the judges, they produce a fake document. Look at Mwilu, the way she looked at the document. Oh, am I seeing my document here? Murgor, are you saying what? No, she also found another second defaulter. Murgor didn't mention the second defaulter. I say, do you mean also the second signature was signed on same day? Murgor did not respond to that. Wise. Let the judge and the panel discuss that and have a... Okay. One thing that I think we have to realize as we calm down, because we don't want to expect anything from whatever was discovered, but it's still a process. And Amolo did a good job destroying the IEBC. Because once the technology deployed failed, then you come now to the character on how the IEBC chair assumed that power to, okay, override the technology, override the commissioners, override all these check and balances usually were made to be viable to all of us to see and sundry, because it should be viable and sundry. Sundry is the word here. And now Somane, I think Yusuf was a Somane advocate. He came here to defend that Somane ITA expert for IBC and that. And he was exhumed because we buried him early today around 1 o'clock. He was dead. But now Somane came with this guy here because Barad, your channel is very strong. That's why that guy has a valid arguments and counter arguments. But now for him, now I feel sorry for him. He could have come yesterday and gave those ideas to Somane. Then Somane can present it before the judges. everything is closed by now. And I'm sorry you spent a lot of your time, including our times. And Harold, you try to respond back to him on to look what was exposed. Alafu kitu ingine which was eye catching. Githu was caught on this time. Amepata pesa yake ya kutosha, lakini Githu is a righteous person, because when Amolo was presenting, he mentioned both the chair and the panel and the respondent and the petitioners. And if you look at the composition of all of them, they are the one who enacted 138C. And by the way, Herod umeexplain hiyo kitu vizuri sana. Then they look at themselves standing against that article. And they're the one who defended that thing to pass into Bomas. Today they were exposed to the same thing, including the panelists, including the defendant and the petitioner. If one of them was not in the no, you see, as a lawyer, you can sometimes protect a bad thing, but if you are protecting the same law you advocated, only you can just go down. Why was that law followed? And why was that law followed was proven today. Especially the lady that that young girl with a thin body, nobody likes anything about her, but the brain she brought into the world here. And now this is for you boys, you are going around looking at how the guys are looking. That small girl get a bigger hug, not from Baba, but from propositions she provided. Because there's two bombshell here that you have to look at. One, the name of the Venezuelan and the digital footprints, which came up in front of everyone. And by the way, that proof was not provided by petitioner. It was provided for by the respondent, and they upload it. And from the uploads, they were taken to a digital footprint. Somebody did it for them. This is a cracking. And the last one, as I bore you with those observations, because I don't want to bore you. Calm. The signatures and the dates. A legal document is either determined by the title and the date of signatories. Signatories and the date are the legal binding thing. You have a title there and then the signatories. Now, the element of Kip was trying to tell you, the I-34A had a legendary tamper-proof, and it has a serial. And they were asked, why did you print 34A in book 1 and book 2? They said, in case book 1 is tampered with, we can go to 32, same 34, but B. But now, all the uploading is from 32 for, let me correct myself, 34, book 2. Why they are using book 2, not book A? Because the duplicates of book A is what the agent signed, everyone signed. But they upload on book 2. I don't know how, I think I argued correctly. and I leave it to my chairman, Mr. Bernard. Na asante sana Kipchumba, hapa kitu leo umefanya hapa, ulikuwa kama ule msichana mdogo ule aliexplode kile kitu. Asanteni sana, pole. Nitakuwa hapo kwenye background, kama kuna mtu amesha submit atoke, kuna watu wako chini hapo wanangojea pia waingie. I'll stay here for another half an hour. Kama unataka kunitoa mbele nitoe.
Sawa, asante Bwana Lara, tunashukuru kwa maoni hayo. Tunatazamia kuyachambua kwa kina and probably explanation of book 1 and book 2. Book 2 can only come into use when book 1 has been exhausted. You don't use 2 books at the same time. It's like your receipt books. They are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you exhaust book 1, you leave, you keep those folio, the remaining duplicate. They are all put in the ballot box. Then you, when you go to book 2, you have to indicate in book 1, we finished on serial number so and so. We are proceeding to the book 2 at serial number so and so. Then it is signed, so that is official. But if you mix the books, that means you are creating confusion by yourself. Yes, Mheshimiwa Kichumba, unasemaje?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that 34As, 1, were enough for all the voters in a polling station. 34A2 was a clandestine that had been booked outsourced by Chebukati with the purpose of stealing. So it was illegally at the polling stations and they're illegally on the portal.
Asante sana mheshimiwa.
Sorry about that. Thank you for the explanation. So you say
I hope you had
one was enough for all the polling stations?
Yes, I just want, because if we can remember back before when these guys, aliens, appeared at JKIA, is when the issue of 34A2 was realized. And it was raised by all the presidential candidates and other stakeholders, including NGOs and other observers. And it was agreed that they were not supposed to be brought to this country. But they sneaked them, and then Chebukati, in his own thinking, thought that now that they have come and they've been allocated polling stations, he gave instructions that every presiding officer or returning officer would have those books inside the box, the ballot box, when it's being sealed at the end. And because of the very purpose of stealing, I know the returning officers had instructions that they passed to the polling presiding officers that they use them. Just mix yourself up so that the other team that has access to the server have other books of the same 34A2 ndio walikuwa wana upload on the portal, and they are the ones that they are now bringing as original. That came out clear, and therefore it was just a thieving plan. Sadly, we just want this country, and I have children now. I have grandchildren. Every day I reprimand them not to steal. I reprimand them not to lie. I reprimand them from being deceitful. I reprimand them from eating, from not working. Those are my own children. Can't we make this country a country of worthy, valuable people? That is my cry. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate Honorable Kipchumba and Honolara for that. And I just want us to remain sober. What our comment section, please. Don't come or here to contribute to the debate. Contribute to the debate and show your patriotism in safeguarding the country, not safeguarding your political party. Your political party can wind up, but Kenya is not winding up any soon. And when all has been said and done, the only thing that is going to remain here will be called Kenya. Are we building a Kenya that we are safe in, all of us? If we are giving access to foreigners, access to our data, and they are able to manipulate now our electoral process, I don't think we are safe anymore. We may just go at the airport and with your passport, and then when it is scanned, it is discovered you are a Venezuelan. There is another passport in your name, but it is from Venezuela. Your ticket, you cannot travel. You are a suspect. You are a terror suspect. Unaitwa kando. Your journey is disrupted. All that. I think we need to get back to securing this country and securing the people of this country. It needs to be taken as a serious matter. I don't think kuna watu wanaona hii kitu kama ni serious. It's not being treated with the seriousness it deserves, because it's bad news. It's bad news that you want to travel out, you have everything set out only for you to be disrupted because somebody has another passport in your name or used your name and your data, did some crime. They are looking for somebody with that name. You show up with a genuine passport, you're genuine Kenyan, and then you're disrupted at the airport. Unashikwa juu kwa juu simply because somebody committed a crime in your name because he had access to your data. That is how bad this thing is. Don't just look at it at Raila Odinga, William Ruto. This is a serious matter that we can't play with anymore. We must demand that the people who are charged with our data, they must take care of it. La sivyo, kila mtu tunaenda anniversary tower, tuchukue data yetu kutoka kwa IBC. Because we want to feel safe. We want to be secure. So let's not play around as if this is just about 9th August 2022 elections na imeisha. Hapana. There are cases where people are being deported from countries, and it's not their fault. Somebody used their passport or stole their passport or duplicated their passport and used it to commit a crime. Hatuwezi cheza na hii maneno. Kwa hivyo kama mimi mnaona ni mchezo, wait until you're found on the wrong side. Well, let's move on. I want to tutaruka pato tumsikilize Ubuntu kwanza alafu tarudi. Ubuntu, how are you today? Unmute, please.
I'm always talking to myself.
You're welcome. How are you today?
Thank you so much. I've had to wait and so that I don't go to bed. And no, Bernard, you also. It looks as if today you are not going to bed. Thank you so much, everybody that is here. I listened to Harold Kipchumba, I listened to Olara, and the rest of the team that have left. They're in the background. I can see Pato and Samuel. I think Samuel, I haven't met you, but I'm glad to be here. I've just read a comment. Somebody is saying, I like the way Obutu is composed. But I know she has a passion for Raila. And he says that he has refused to belong to any party, and he is right. So that's a comment that I've seen. And thank you so much for that comment. It's always good to be composed. And you just take things a day at a time, because like what Arod has said is that Raila Odinga has been there for long, for us who have all been seeing that kind of struggle that has been there for democracy for some time, for constitutionalism, for multipartyism, and he is there. So you cannot afford to be running around. Things don't just change in a day. Now, let me comment that I've forgotten where I wanted to start. Let me comment that today it was actually a very sad day for me, and I think for most of the Kenyans who think that what happens around matters. Some people don't care. You will not even really blame them. You know, some people are tired, but then if you get tired, then that means some people are waiting for people to get tired. The more you get tired, they walk over you. There are people who can just walk over you when they're wearing boots. Even if they're wearing spikes, they don't care. So that's what's been happening. And Otienda Molo did say that he said is that it's very bad to have an independent body that's captured by the state. But being captured by foreigners is very serious. You know, in sub-Saharan Africa, Kenya is one of the countries that are known, that have a name. We have like the best airports. We host most of the regional bodies. And I think our economy is not doing very badly. Of course, we have our own issues, but once outside there, we have a name. And somebody said actually, like, you have athletes, you have everybody, you have Kenya in the map. But some of the things that are happening are very embarrassing. But they are not very new. We've known that for the tenders of the construction of the roads, of the buildings, of everything else, things are coming from foreign countries. We have Chinese, we have Japanese. I don't know. We have Japanese. We had South Africans managing the railway line or Kenya Railways. We had SGR. You know, when you look, that SGR is a beautiful project, and I've been traveling using the SGR to Mombasa. But you know, I don't know what sort of materials they use to build, and even within the train. You know, those fixtures, those fittings are just zinaanza kutokana. And for all of us, we live in houses or we build houses. Nyumba yenye ulijenga 10 years ago, you've not like even fixed the taps and those kind of things, but those things are getting out. So we got captured, but we didn't know. We got captured, you know. I do not understand, why should we have a lot of engineers, we have people who are jobless. People have actually stopped studying engineering. I'm one of those people who are now discouraging people from taking that course called engineering, the university of whichever university in this country. It's very expensive. You'll spend there. You'll be failing and rewinding exams like Chepkati. And then when you finish, you get on the streets, you'll not get any engineering job. You'll come back. That one will just be a basic degree. Utarudi hapa kufanya kazi nyingine. And personally, have a lot of friends that we worked with in school. Now we are people who are studying medicine and other beautiful professional courses, but they cannot get a job. Why? Because our politicians or everybody else, they go abroad, they register companies with those foreigners, then they come here. Don't be surprised that this is it called Smart or something, this company. Maybe it's owned by Kenyans. You know, maybe it's some Kenyans have shares in that company. You will not be surprised. You know, so these are things that has been happening. You realize that we have farmers. We are growing maize in the Rift Valley. Everywhere we are growing tea, coffee. But people will go and import maize from Somalia, from Tanzania, and the farmer has nothing to do. But then, who do we blame? Now, what we've realized that now we are even bought. I can say now we are now importing fake leaders. Somebody said this is a Venezuelan president. We are now buying leaders, and I know it was even worse for the other leaders, the MCAs, the governors, and everybody else. And for those people who are in the comment section who are saying that people are passionate for Azimio, for UDA, it's not about Azimio or UDA. You know, Kenyans have divided themselves into, I don't know whether there are 3 categories or 2 categories. They think that elections, presidential elections is a wrestling match, ama a boxing match. Nani mwingine anapiga ngumi zaidi ya mwingine. You know, those people are just like Azimio and the UDA are boxing each other. So who has won? And then they cheer. Hey, somebody has won. Somebody has won. This is the number of punches. That's not the case. Those guys, at the end of the day, they will sit together. You've seen the Kiraitus. You've seen I was surprised, the Makueni, former governor. They will sit together, the elite at the end of the day. And who suffers? The most people who will suffer is those people who are calling themselves the hustlers, the mamambogas, the bodas. Me, I'll suffer because of the high tax, you know, because I have a job, I work, I have a job, you know, I have a job and I have a good job. I'm not bragging. But then those people, the cost of living will be very high. They will not even afford. They will stay there. They've been promised, I don't know, some hustler money and that kind of a thing. It's not clear what money they'll get for the bodas, whether they'll be given free bodas or they'll be given free mbogas. But now when you have everybody selling mbogas, who's going to buy? Some of us now, everybody's thinking about how you grow your own mbogas, whether within your home garden in the urban areas. Bodas, the more you become, who are you going to carry? Kila mtu ako na boda yake. So what we are saying is that we have a problem, and unless Kenyans sit down to realize that we have a problem, then we're gonna have problems. We've actually been captured, and it's embarrassing because we'll be sitting here. We are importing candles, viberiti, everything else you'll be importing, and then you buy, and then you'll be paying for the taxes. Now, I said it was a sad day, but then for me, there are problems. The problems of Kenyans, in fact, the problem of Kenyans is illiteracy or literal knowledge. And the political class have realized that is our problem. So they are capitalizing on that. A number of us, and we can accept. We have literal knowledge, we are illiterate. So now they've known. 2, this ethnicity. I've never understood is like, you support, none of these presidential candidates or running mates belonged to my community, but I went to vote. You know, they never belonged to my community. They never went to vote. But some people, you are like, you get to the ballot and then you try to see, is there somebody from your community? That one will not accept you. And for me today, one of the things that was also a good day is when I looked the legal team that were the petitioners, a number of them were from the mountain. And they are not even saying that, that Baba won, but they are saying something went wrong. Nobody said Baba won, but something went wrong that we need to know what is it that needs to be done right. They are not saying is that we have a yellow wave or we have a blue wave, but they are saying that something, and those are the heroes. And the people like Kipchumba who are here tonight who can be able to say that things are not right, but we need to do things right. So that whichever president, and you do these presidents at personal levels, at the end of the day, you realize that even county governments, I worked with somebody in the same office. They did the elections. The next week, the guy handed over the resignation letter and went. Their governor was a very close relative And that person was the chief executive officer of a very powerful ministry. I believe he didn't qualify for that. It's about nepotism. That is another problem we have. We have a problem of ethnicity, we have a problem of illiteracy na ujinga, and we need to acknowledge. And then we have a problem of corruption. Of course, corruption comes about the moment tuko na ethnicity na tuko na upuzi, then those guys will take advantage. I do not even understand ati sijui former governor ama mbunge akiruka chama ati ametoka Mizimio ameenda UDA, everybody runs there. Why are you running there? You do not know hata ujue amenegotiate nini. You know those kind of things. And what we are saying is that we actually need a solution. What we are saying, we need a solution before it's too long, because if we wait, I think we just have to do something somehow, because if we wait, it will come down and it will eat all of us, because people will get tired. Somebody said is that next time, and what I'm seeing, should there be like there's a rerun, believe you me, there are few people who will go to the polling stations. I listened to Sabina Chege today. They will not quit. Even me, if it happens that I'll go to the polling stations, I will sit there, or you'll go home and come back. And that's what happened in 2002. By then, I was working for a political party, just volunteering for that season. People voted, they stayed there. You saw the things that happened in Kakamega and Mombasa. If there's a reason, watu watagongana mbaya sana in those polling stations. But anyway, that's my submission is that we need civic education. These people are passionate about Azimio, about UDA. Don't be passionate without knowing what is it you are looking at. Not that because Azimio belong to your tribe, or because UDA belong to your tribe, or they gave you a bit of money, or you like the boxing match, the wrestling match, who's stronger, who's younger, the old and the fiddle, they are not fighting well. But look at what is it, the principle, what are we looking at? Otherwise, in the next few years, this country will just be, we are sitting on a time bomb. Thank you.
Okay, asante Ubuntu, we appreciate that. It's good that we will be open to accept where we are wrong so that we fix it, and be willing to make right what is wrong. One of the hardest situation, especially in this country, is where we insist on something that's wrong and insist it is right, or it is right for it to be wrong. And in the process, we even create out a war on something that we shouldn't be making any kind of battle over. It's what is black is black, what is white is white. We don't have to pretend that now white has become black and black has become white. The earlier we accept that, the better. Now, Samuel, I've seen you, but it's not your turn. I will give you, you will raise whatever you want to raise, the time for your submission. I want to hear Wanga first, then we come to you. He was here and then he dropped out. Wanga, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm well.
Unanisikia kweli?
Yes, unapatikana. Endelea, lakini raise your voice kiasi. Or move closer to the microphone.
Unanisikia?
Yeah, there it's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, let me adjust my laptop so that probably. Unanisikia?
You're okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Olala, unanitengezea siku sana. Bernard, nashukuru sana kwa hii channel. Imenipatia moyo sana wakati Chebukati alikuwa ameniharibia siku. I had an opportunity for an interview, but I could not concentrate. I mean, I misfired some of the questions at the interview because of this man Chebukati, because it was so bad for me, you know. And I know I can relate with so many people. Chebukati really messed with so many people's lives at a short term. there are some people, not so many are talking, but you just wait until the nullification happens. That's when you'll see the outcome, how people will jubilate. Anyway, having said that, I've been following up the proceedings at the Supreme Court, and I can say that zilienda sawa. We thank God that everything went on well. The Kenyans were peaceful all through, and just hoping for the positive outcome. At least Kenya is okay better. Manake, if life continues the way it is in terms of the political sphere, you'll find out some people will not engage in any voting activities again. People will give up. You see the turnout how it was. That one is a sign of things are not going in the right direction. Just hope that the Supreme Court will do justice to the Kenyan people, and at least we move forward in the right direction. I know people think that this one is Raila. People are normally saying that Raila is always complaining, but whenever he participates in an election. But no, I don't think so. Just trying to make Kenya move in the right direction, so that even if he goes out, because eventually he will not be with us for forever, the country will be in the right direction. So just hoping, in summary, just hoping for the best for the country and peaceful. Currently, I'm not in Kenya, but I'm just following up with things. Though I voted, but I was so disappointed. One man Chebukati has made the election being a selection by foreigners by the name of Jose Camargo. At least today, that is a gene which has been mentioned for long. Jose Camargo. Thanks to the Raila's legal team, we got to see the light. During the first day of the petition of the hearing, when the questions were being fired to Azimio, I was like, these people really able to answer these questions. But today, I think they proved so many people wrong, because to me, even from the friends that I'm having around, they're saying that everything is a positive feeling from what took place at the Supreme Court. I thank the way they organize themselves. Most importantly is Okiya Mtata. He really got stuck on the numbers, and the figures were really convincing. Unlike that of the other guy for the respondent, who was trying to confuse people, taking the figures backwards. So Okiya Mtata, that's a good thing, and also this this guy Ochieng Amolo was so composed, and the way he explained, you see, even nobody could question, because he was hitting straight to the point. What I'm just hoping is for a positive outcome of the hearing, and because based on the points which were explained, you could see there are so many issues in the constitution which were violated. And you heard what the Deputy Chief Justice said. While making the judgment, they'll just make sure that the judgment goes according to the strict adherence to the Constitution. And between the two factions, you could see who violated the Constitution and who really was trying to make sure things go according to the Constitution of the country. That's all. Sijui mzee Wangera iko wapi leo? Naona Olara hapo. Olara mimi ni shabiki wake mkubwa sana.
Asante Bwana Wanga, tunashukuru. Mr. Wangira anasaidia kuchambua evidence Supreme Court. Atakuja na habari kamili. Hajaonekana siku 2-3. Inaonekana anatafuta the articles and the Bwana Olara, what is it?
Sina mengi, lakini nasema hivi If you compare the blue and the yellow, according to the consolidated articles that were given in the conference, this is where you have to rely on your argument in this panel. We have won 4 of it. At least we are provided something. According to subsequent questions, because the judges were asking more questions to all petitioners and respondents. Bwana Bernard, saidia watu hapa. Watu wanakuwa na kuangalia. Kwanza Wanjira kwanza ametulet down sana hapa. Asante sana Kipchumba amekuja. Na mimi nimeangalia 3 nime-identify. Sasa all those boys in the comment section hujawapatia kitu wananishambulia, wanasema sijui naongea na mimi ulimi yangu ni mzito tu, hata nikizaliwa ulimi yangu ni mzito tu, ndio sikuwa pasta. Na Kipchumba, I like you, but I think you are lawyer.
Panda anasema wewe uchukue show. Inaonekana ni mimi mnataka kufuta kazi. Kwa hivyo nitakubali. Mimi nakubali matokeo.
Wanangojea bila sema kitu.
We are going to take a vote. We are going to take a vote. Now let's Pato, are you there?
Give Cheraisi, you had said he was next.
Sorry, mheshimiwa, ngoja kwanza. Unajua it's first come first served. Kuna watu nilikuwa nimeweka hivi on hold. So if I don't exhaust them, watanipeleka mbele. Pato, you are not, we can't hear you. I think you have a connection problem. Okay, let's have someone.
I'm Jambo Bernard. You know, of course, I'm a loyal follower. Number 2, nasalamia Kipchumba, Aaron Kipchumba. Huyo ni ndugu yangu, my blood brother. And everybody else. So I'm from the yellow side, but when it comes to a legal process like this, I come in with open mind. What I saw, although they don't want us to predict what's going to happen, my prediction is based on 2 things. If the court follows what they call strict constructionist perspective of the law, my perception is the petitioners did very well because they focused more on the policy and procedures. Even in a company, when you violate your own policy, you are already out of bounds. So my one thing which I saw, and I don't know if the judges will see, was to do with the tender of like Smartmatic plus the EE or the IBC regarding what the KIMS kit will scan. When those things are specified in a tender, the tender was saying it has to be JPEG, but the lawyer on our side, Mr. Maat, was saying it was scanned on PDF. So that one by itself, if they do what they call strict constructionist, it'll be tough on our side. And then number 2, as far as the Constitution, like Article 1, 2, whatever, all those articles, I'm not a lawyer. It's very easy. It's very easy to slip, like to drive out, to make one step out of the Constitution. It's very easy in a process like this. It's very easy. But one good thing is those 9 things, like the judges set out a rubric of 9 things. Like, was this, they will check whether was this IT system, whatever. And then all those things, you've been reading about them. And the last one they will ask themselves is whether all these violations cumulatively, they acknowledge that there might be violations, but all these cumulatively, will they or did they alter the outcome? So on our side, on our legal side, the defense side, I think ours, we stuck on the numbers. You stuck on about did 34A at the polling station, did the one declared at the polling station made it to the tally center intact? Because of the minor KI case and the previous cases. I think we stuck on that. I think we were stuck on that to a point that the legal people, who I was expecting them to come and defend the legal part, like Professor Muigai, Professor, who is this? Is he a professor? I don't know. Ngatia and all that. They were not fully utilized to defend the constitutional aspect, and then giving a chance to some genius. I call him genius. I respect that guy a lot. Otienda Omolo. You can't go 8-8 with that guy when it comes to constitution. And the Norwegian or whatever guy, he was effective, but he went deeper into the past too much. But it depends on what the judges will be looking at. If they are going to be like a strict constructionist, in the US we call them, there's some 2 sides in Supreme Court when they're ruling here in US. There's in the court here is like the IBC of US. There's a faction. There's always a faction of 5 or 4. They're the ones we call strict constructionists, who they say the law says what it says.
Samuel, you seem to have lost you. Check your audio, and I think you can get back. We can't hear what you say. If you can be able to hear me.
Are you hearing me now?
Okay, you're now back.
I'm back. Yeah, Venezuela. I'm trying to interfere with my phone. Anyway. So what I was saying is, in the US, where I am, in Supreme Court, whenever we take a case to Supreme Court, we know for sure there's a section of 4 or 5 judges. We call them strict constructionists. When the law says this, it is this. And we have the ones who are not, they call it they're situational, basically. They interpret the law on a situational basis. So they think the law is a living document. It keeps moving with the times. So my prediction is, if the judges on Monday interpret the Constitution on a strict constructional perspective, then they will the petitioners will win. But if they do it on like as a living document, as like something that is moving, they will not focus so much on those articles which, like Norwegian and everybody else, said, okay, this election was carried. Chebukati followed some laws, that starts already unconstitutional, which everybody accepts they are unconstitutional, but they are still there, and he used them. So it will be difficult, because it will also affect the other electoral positions. Because if the whole thing was carried out using unconstitutional law and unconstitutional statutes and stuff, then it should be able to affect the other ones. But anyway, since we are dealing with the presidential petition, I think our side was stuck with the argument of, okay, did the 34A, the fiscal ones, got tampered with as when the other people were capturing, whoever was capturing and uploading up the air, were they able to capture those ones too? And then if not, what if? And then Bernard was talking about the worry we have about our identity, based on Smartmatic and all that, captured by foreigners and stuff. Yeah, it's a genuine concern, but I don't think they will deal. And also think about being independent, because even the exam, the KCPE, KCSE, I understand it's not even printed in Kenya, and even those papers, they say, so they traveled to Greece to print it. I think our problem as a country, and what was being prosecuted today for the last few days, is our disease of dishonesty. We are no longer trusting each other. We are not, even right now, like nikiwa hapa hivi, if I want to do like a dairy farming hapo nyumbani, Kipchumba knows my place, he has come to my place. You can't trust whoever atakuchungia ng'ombe, anakamua nusu, anauza izikue zake, alafu it costs you to supervise that guy than the milk you are getting. It costs you. You have to hire 2 more people to spy on that gentleman mwenye anakuchungia ng'ombe. Alafu you will have to hire another one to spy on those they're spying. So we have a disease of honesty. Tuko na shida, my friends. Regardless, on both sides. Like today, I know Bernard atanichapa kwa hii. Soweto, when I was following lawyer Soweto, she had warned me kabisa. In fact, nilikuwa nimekata miti. And then it was later on discovered that whatever she was saying, I'm doing live demo, was an overlay. Like the guy who took a picture on an overlay of an envelope or whatever it was. So I'm like, dang. So the live demo was not. Hata mimi nikasema nimeshindwa na nyinyi wa Kenya kabisa. Yani mimi nimeshindwa. I'm really, whatever comes on Monday, we have to address our problem of honesty and dishonesty and professionalism. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Chair Raisi, and I think I will only respond to the aspect of honesty and dishonesty. People doubting you or suspecting you, to me, is not a big issue. Okay, everybody needs to be checked out, in the sense that if what I am saying is not to be trusted, you come and check me out and confirm whether I am right or wrong, I'm lying or telling the truth. And so if we are afraid to be checked, then we confirm that we are dishonest. But if there is what is called open door policy, open door policy, whereby you want to check out this studio, I open it for come and check. You suspect I took whatever I took, come and check out, and all that. If we can be open that way, and that's the reason why the election is meant to be transparent, and then there is verifiable. That means when we count going forward, it should take us to the same place, and when we count going backward, it should take us into the same place. But when we say let's check this, you say don't touch there. Okay, produce this, you say that cannot be produced. Now that even enhances that suspicion more. It confirms that there must be something you're hiding from us. So transparency requires that we have open door policy. But if we can't have that, there is no way we can get rid of the suspicion. But in my opinion, it is not a culture. It is just a way that we as Kenyan people, we need to get our act together, especially when it has something to do with our governance, especially our governance. There is something amiss with what we are taking for granted in terms of people getting the fruit of their labor. Let me just play out this video and then I will proceed to the next person. On the same premise, we did this yesterday, courtesy of Nyumba. Let's just take it again.
Cannot trust their own society. Globally, a corrupt people cannot trust their own society. Globally, corruption is the norm. I was surprised that some cultures had found a cure. My first experience of a culture of trust was in Holland. My host took me to a dairy to buy milk. I'd never heard of machines milking cows. No one was selling the milk. My friend just opened the tap, filled his jug. Then he grabbed a bowl filled with cash, paid in 20 guilders note, took the change and started walking away with his milk. I was stunned. I said, man, if you were an Indian, you would take the milk and the money. He laughed. In a flash, I understood a basic cause of my nation's poverty. If customers took the milk and the money, the dairy owner would have to hire a sales girl. But if the consumer is corrupt, why would the supplier be honest? He would add water to increase the quantity of milk. Frustrated by watered down milk, the consumer would ask the government to appoint milk inspectors. But why should the inspector be honest? He would take bribes and allow adulterated milk to be sold. The consumer will have to bear the cost of the milk, the water, sales girl, the inspector, and the bribe, none of which add any value to the milk. In paying for them, the consumer pays simply for his sin. Paying for all this means that you don't have money left to buy products that actually add value, such as milk turned into ice cream or cheese. How did Holland create a culture of such integrity? Transforming a nation requires cultivating character. That is why God gave us the scriptures. Apostle Paul wrote, all scripture is given by God's inspiration and is profitable for correction and instruction in righteousness, that the man of God may be complete, thoroughly equipped for every good work. Poverty does not cause corruption. Corruption causes poverty. To combat both, our nations need more than aid, investment, or protests. They need hearts and minds that are transformed by God's word and spirit.
I believe that takes care of that. We will not have a straightforward country if we don't cultivate character and entrust leadership to people of character. If we are corrupt, we sponsor corruption, we cultivate corruption, there is no way we can expect a straight dealing and transparency in our organization and in our governance. I want to cite something about the Kibaki government before Pato comes in. I hope his audio has worked. When Kibaki became president, it is rumored that when he was at State House on Monday morning, people appeared there with briefcase. Head of parastatus, briefcase, and he asked, "What is this?" He said, "It's money." He says, "For what?" He said, "Hii inakuanga ya mzee." He says, "What is it for?" Ndia hii ndio ile ya Harambee. And Kibaki was very angry. So he told them, "Take that money, go back to your stations and work. We don't want a contributing nation. We want a working nation." That's where the slogan of a working nation came from. And just to draw from that, you will notice that the governance of Kibaki, especially in his first term, okay, we were more productive as a nation. We made giant steps forward economically and otherwise. We will not have a culture of shortcuts and succeed in sustaining the prosperity and the well-being of the nation. Hii story ya tutawapatia hii, tutawatengea hii, tutawapatia hii loan ya hii is going to mess us big time. We can't have an economy that is sustained by handouts. We can only have an economy that is growing by growing our productivity. That's engaging every resource that is within our grip. Thank you very much. Pato, unasemaje? Pato, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Hello? Hello?
Oh, we can't hear you. Get closer to the microphone.
My microphone is on my head. Hello?
Okay, it's not working effectively. We can't hear you, so sort it out before you can make your contribution. Okay. Let's go to Seth.
Habari Bernard.
Fiti namna gani?
Mzuri. Mimi niko worried sana. Nataka kuambia kwanza, Supreme Court ni political court. Hii evidence wanachukua ni ndogo tu. Watachukua makosa ndogo waamue. Supreme Court itaangalia kuwa Kenya iko watu wamenyamaza. Kuna peace na kuna kila kitu. So most likely wataweza chukua upande wa kusema let's just withhold the election. Kenya is peaceful. We don't have to go this. Naona watu wanasema Chebukati must go. So Supreme Court itaangalia iseme hasa tukimfuta kazi, who will hold the election? It's very impossible. So any judgment watatoa ni political, whether we like it or not. Whether tupende tusipende, itakuwa ni political. Wataangalia wale watu wamenyamaza. Sasa tuende upande gani? Tuache tu mambo yende namna hii na tuende kimya. Watatoa tu makosa kidogo. Hiyo sio watakataa kuchukua ile mambo imesema. Wataangalia hiyo alafu watoe tu kosa ndogo 1 2 waseme ndio hivyo, na ni political decision all over the world. Hiyo Supreme Court, hiyo ndio shida yangu niko naye. Pia na ningesema kuna mtu amesema examination ya Kenya inatengenezwa ngambo. Hapana, inatengenezwa, inapigwa, inafanywa, inakuwa printed Kenya. Nilikuwa naona pia shida moja ya kwamba ile walikuwa nasema IBC wafungue server. Wakifungua server na Smartmatic wanasema you can't go into a server because of international property right na nini. Unajua pia lazima mgundue kwamba wakifungua hiyo server italeta ushawishi duniani. Unajua Trump pia alisema Smartmatic walikuwa naiba kura. Amerika hawataki kusikia hiyo. Nchi nyingi hazitaki kusikia hiyo. Sasa hiyo kusema kuingia, sioni koti ikitilia mkazo iseme mfungue, hapana. Hapo pia kuna shida. Na pia mwisho nitasema namna hii, hao majaji pia mjue wako na vyama. Kuna wengine ni asili, kuna Azimio na kuna wengine ni Kenya Kwanza. watatoa haki, wataangalia, watagemea upande wao. Hatujui ni nani. We know they're educated. Tunajua wako unaweza toa msimamo wa maana, lakini lazima pia mjue hao ni binadamu. Ni kama wewe na mimi tuko hapa. Wana pande zao, wanalalia. Wakati watakuja kuvote, huyu atakuwa anasema makosa ile anaona, vile tunasema makosa yetu hapa na kila kitu hapa. Mwisho nitasema hii ni mwisho, najua sio mambo ya election. Nimeona Malala akishikwa jana, juzi, anaanza kulia baba. Everywhere, hata bali Raila hako, baba, Raila. Come on, Malala, what's wrong with you? Kama umefanya makosa, kamatwa, enda police station. Hapana ingiza jina ya Raila kila mahali. Raila. Hiyo tu.
Thank you, Seth. Raila seems to be a good scapegoat for everybody. That's why I always say it is very hard to be Raila Odinga. May God help Raila Odinga to continue being Raila Odinga. Nyataya, sema.
Bernard, habari?
Salama, vipi?
Poa sana. I think I've been following you and there is some input that I gave out. Let me tell you that Raila Amolo Odinga is a magnet. Watu wanampenda sana because of what he has done to our country. I think you have seen where our country was and where it's heading to. It is all because of Raila Amolo Odinga. Of course, my brother there, he has spoken well about the chief of those churches who are there. Some maybe wanaweza kuwa kwa Azimio, wengine wanaweza kuwa kwa Kenya Kwanza. But now the question is, when will all this end? When will all this end? Itakuwa sisi ndio kupiga kula, alafu mwishoe sisi ndio tena tunaenda kuona matokeo yanaenda kutangazwa kule Supreme Court, ndio watakuwa wanazungumzia hayo mambo. When will this one end? Remember that here in Kenya, this is where we have most expensive election. Everything that we do, that's so expensive. When will this end? Ni uamuzi wa kutoka huko Supreme waweze kuamua na waweze kutatua. Nafikiri kwamba mliweza kuona yale ambayo yaliyotokea kule 2017, na ndio ile Chebukati aliona kwamba ikiwa kama walichukua huku, basi waka-charge vile ambavyo wali-charge, na huenda ikawa round hii tena nikifanya hivyo pia tena watafanya hivyo na hakuna kitu kitafanyika. So it is the task of those churches waweze kuweka uamuzi wao vizuri, waweze kusuluhisha haya mambo, ndio tena kusikuje kukatokea shida kama hii. Ikiwa basi kama IPC ndio watapatana na makosa ama watapatikana na makosa, waweze kutafuta mbinu na njia zote ambazo zitaweza fanya wale wengine ambao wataingia hapo hawatarudia hayo makosa. Mnaona sasa? Because kwa ukweli ni kwamba ikiwa kama watu wataamua kuchagua kiongozi na ile tume ambayo inasaidia watu waweze ama ile tume ambayo inaweza saidia watu wale ambao wanapiga kula ikaegemea upande fulani, yale malengo ya watu hayatakuwa yanaonekana. You see now? So therefore, let's the Supreme Court waweze kuamua vizuri na waweze kusuluhisha haya mambo. Isikuwe sisi kama Wakenya ndio tutakuwa tu tunapiga kura, tunajulikana kwamba sisi tukipiga kura basi president lazima tuelekee wapi? Supreme Court. You see, now that one will not create good picture. Tujaribu kuyatenda yale mambo ambayo tuhakikishe kwamba nchi hii yetu, tutoe maoni yetu ambayo yataweza kuhakikisha kwamba nchi hii yetu imeweza kuendelea. Ikiwa basi kama kiongozi ni Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto alichukua kwa njia hipi, na Je, tukikuja kupata mtu mwingine akifanya hivi, ni kitu gani huyu mtu anaweza fanyiwa? A very simple thing. You see now. Ikiwa basi kama ni Raila Amolo Odinga amechukua, basi tumpatie, because Bernard na wale wenzetu ambao wamenisikiza hapa, it will be more expensive if we are going to a rerun. It will be more expensive kwa sababu upande ule mwingine unaona Chebukati akisema kwamba hakuna pesa ambayo tunaweza tumia tena ili siweze kufanya uchaguzi kama itakuwa rerun. Kumaanisha kwamba sasa in the next, yes.
Bwana Nyataya, thank you for that. Democracy is expensive in itself. Chebukati does not use his money to conduct election. He's the last person who should be telling us how expensive it is. He needs to be giving us records on how he spent the 43 billion we gave him in 2022. So as at now, let's wait for the ruling. If we read too much into the ruling or we try to guide the judges, we may create anxiety unnecessarily. Everybody has made their submission, they have made their prayers. Let's wait for the answers to the prayers.
Asanteni sana. I think that will be the way forward. But it was our wish. It was the wish of common mwananchi kwamba ukweli uweze kujulikana. Unaona?
So that's part of what is going to be said. So let's wait for Monday, please.
Asante.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and let's keep the conversation going. There is Okari. Hey, Okari, are you still there? But you forgot your name. Aye? This is serious. Who is this? Baba the Fifth, Sema?
Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. Good evening, good morning. Niko sawa, mimi naitwa Lawrence.
Umeniruka bwana.
No, order.
The Fifth ameingia tu sahihi.
Order everybody. The Fifth, umeinua mkono kuniuliza swali ama kufanyaje? Kwa sababu kama ni submission, you are out of order.
Kuuliza swali, nataka kuuliza Sedi pale. Mr. Sedi, my question is direct to Mr. Sedi. Mr. Sedi, tumekusikiza mzuri ukisema you are worried about the judgment will be made on Monday because the judges will take a side. I want to tell you, Mr. Sedi, judgment hazitafanywa kulingana na nani ana support nani ama ana support nani. Itatolewa kulingana na constitution ya Kenya. Kama our constitution was violated by these men, judgment itaendana na katiba ya Kenya. Kama uchaguzi haukufanywa kulingana na katiba ya Kenya, then itanalifaiwa. Kama ilifanywa kulingana na katiba ya Kenya, then the winner will whoever was declared as a winner, he will be his victory will be upheld. Kwa hivyo wacha kutuchanganya, tuambie sijui ati you are worried ukisema hii itafanywa hivi na hii itafanywa hivi.
Sasa Baba the Fifth, ngoja kwanza. Wewe ulisema uko na swali, inaonekana uko na jibu. So asante kwa kupeana jibu. Thank you. Alex.
Bernard, unanisikia?
Nakusikia.
Yeah, Bernard, leo wacha nikwambie, leo nimejua kuwa katika Kenya watu wananiogopa. Na I'm not saying this because I'm saying it. Leo katika Itumbi na watu wao wameni block. Yani wameni fight, Bernard. I've not been able to come to the show because they know that my voice value. Now, let me say two things that were most important today in the Supreme Court, because najua wanaenda kunifight. Bila nimeanza tu hivi naona Bernard, naona kitu inaendelea. I hope Black, huyu mtu anaitwa Black is not our friend. Black is a hacker. Black is a hacker, is not our friend. Yeah, wacha ni say this. The most important statement today in the Supreme Court ni kitu Willis alisema, Willis Otieno. Who is the ponky? Who is the ponky? Now, wacha niseme what he said. Once the plumber has fixed your bathroom, unajua kuna mtu anaitwa banker, plumber. Mtu anaitwa plumber akikuja akifix bathroom yako, anataka na atoke, si ati anakuachia bibi yako. So, once the plumber fix your bathroom, when you are showering when you are showering, if you find you tell you behind the Satan. Now, this is the question. What do you do when the plumber tells you that you are showering? Now, Ebu, hold on, Bernard. My daughter ananisumbua hapa kidogo. Ebu, can you give somebody and then I come after 1 minute? Please, please.
Fen, are you there? Marcos. Bana Marcos, unmute. Marcos has issues. Your gadget has refused to respond. Call the respondent. Okay, let's hear Big J. Big J.
Asante sana Bernard na panelists wenzangu, mjambo, good morning, good evening. Nashukuru Bernard kwa nafasi umenipatia niweze pia kuchangia. Ingawa leo mimi kidogo sita dwell sana maneno ya koti, manake unajua kuna kitu kimoja najua kwamba unajua majaji 7 ni wa Kenya asili, na ukijaribu kuona mavazi yao ni rangi ya green tu ndio iko, actually ingekuwa national Kenyan flag. Only the green color is not there in their gown. So we have to understand hawa watu ni wa Kenya asili, wako na ndugu, wako na dada, wako na watoto, wako na, you know, they grew up in Kenya and they know where Kenya came from and where it's going. So at times mimi I think those are very wise people. Mungu walipata nafasi ya kuwa koti ya juu zaidi katika nchi ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo ile uamuzi watafanya ni uamuzi ambao hautaturudisha Kenya wa 2007, because hata angawaje hao wako na pesa wanaweza hamisha familia zao nje ya Kenya, lakini bado wako na mandugu, wako na madada. They have extended family in Kenya and they cannot move all of them together. So I think they are very wise people and we should not tusione kwamba hawatafanya uamuzi wa busara ambaye ni the wise decision to help the country Kenya move ahead. Because yesterday I was watching a show interview with someone, I think it was NTV or something. They were interviewing the former CJ Maraga. You know, Maraga gave a very interesting side of the reason why they nullified the 2013 election. Maraga said that wali nullify because kuna orders court ilitoa. Moja, the biggest one was wafungue, lazima IBC fungue servers. Sijui kama Bernard umeona hiyo interview. Alafu IBC walikataa kufungua servers. Na hiyo ilikuwa ni the major point ambayo ilifanya nullification ikafanya. Unaona jana lawyers wa Azimio walikuwa na complain kwamba chenye IBC wanafanya kuto fungua servers ni delaying tactics, which is not good because after all the election is contested, the highest court in the country. So wakati mtu anakuambia ati it will bleach the international rules or something like that, doesn't make any sense, because how is it going to bleach international laws? And this, for example, if the election could not go well, then the country will be teared into pieces. So at times unajua kuna rules zingine which doesn't as society, because inabidi sasa we look into the effect, what will happen after this then, because we don't know, we are not sure. Na usione Kenyans wamenyamaza fikirie like the country is peaceful. Ni kama Bernard, I grew up in a rural area ya Narok. 1984 kuna mvua ilinyeshaga sana 1983, I think 83 hapo, after ile drought kubwa sana ya 1982 ama 84 ya mvua ilinyesha ikanyesha mpaka unapata ukitembea zile unachunga mbuzi ama ng'ombe unapata kitu kama kakizu, yani how can I call it, ni kama anthill, lakini hiyo anthill kumbe ni maji, sio, it's not anthill but ni maji imefura ndani, ukikanyaga hivi hiyo maji inatoka ni kama inapigwa na pamba. So Kenya is like that. Hata wakiona watu wa Kenya wamenyamaza hivyo, lakini ni kitu tu inangojea kupasuka, and we should not let it go there. So my fikira zangu, I believe and trust on the judges, the 7 judges, that they are going to do something that because one thing which is coming the minds of every Kenyan, how is our sovereignty? Donald Kipkorir is following him, but I unfollowed him when he supported Russia to invent how do you call it? The name is going in my head.
Ukraine.
What is the name of this country? Ukraine, yeah.
Ukraine.
Ukraine, yeah. Thank you so much. I unfollowed him because I understand the sovereignty of our country is very important. Saa hii ni kama mtu akuambie saa hii British warudi tena kutawala Kenya. How will you feel? Because I asked him, saa hii British wakuja tena colonize. How will you feel? Sovereignty is very, very important to any country in this world. Lakini ile kitu IBC walifanya kupatia foreigners to control our election, it's something that it should be it should be treason. It's completely treason, because hiyo election ikienda vile inaenda na vita yaanze watu wawawe, na hiyo damu ya watu watakufa, itakuwa ni mkono ya nani? So there is many things that we have to look into, and surely it's not acceptable It's not acceptable. And we know, but we cannot, okay, definitely we are not judges, of course. We are not, but we know the truth, and we have seen the truth, and we have understood the truth. Everybody knows that. Kwamba 2022 election was not there. There was no election because there were people who were chosen. Even my MCA was chosen. My MP was chosen. Even my governor was chosen. Everybody was chosen. There are category of people who were selected, were chosen to lead the local people, which is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. So I think what we are missing here is that sovereignty. We have to let it stream, because we are a sovereign country, and we need every vote to count. It's very sad that mtu unapiga kura unampigia MCA wako, lakini huyu it doesn't count. Kuna mtu wako kwa computer, kuna mtu yani just seated idle there, and he's not a Kenyan. That's one thing that pains me. Huyo mtu ambaye amekaa kwa computer is not a Kenyan. Alafu hapa tunalia ati state capture. You know, the state capture is how, those are even Kenyans. But one thing we should understand, somehow clearly, there is we cannot accept foreigners to intrude to our country, our affair of the country. And greed is the number one that made these things to happen. Greed. Watu wako na greed, ile empire. Greed. Mtu anakula kitu kwa mkono mpaka anaweka vidole zake, anatafuna zote because of greed. And this, I came to realize that the watu wako na ukabila ile sijaiona. They disrespect other tribes. Hata kama ni mzee, so long as from another tribe, is disrespected. When you in Rift Valley, in Eldoret, wazee walisema alikula akakula. Did Sudi answer that? Hakuanza. They did not, because they respected those old men. But what did they tell Governor Kiraitu Murungi? He's stupid. There is generally a very, very bad disrespecting other tribes, disrespecting other people, because they are not supporting you, which is very, very awkward. Very, very awkward. Bernard, I might be older than you, but I cannot disrespect you. It doesn't matter how. I cannot disrespect you. Even if we argue here in this channel, we can argue, but remember, we cannot disrespect anybody. Unajua watu walichukulia baadaye waliwekewa mtego kama kuku. You know, ukitaka kushika kuku unaiwekea tu mahindi moja, 2, 3, unaweka kama mtego kana inaingia na unaishika. So what happened to these guys? Waliwekewa mtego na wakajiingiza wenyewe pap. The way they disrespect, kama President Uhuru Kenyatta. Mimi, I never voted for Uhuru, and I've never even thought of voting him, but I respect him. Moi was a very bad leader because of his people. It doesn't, because when you are surrounded with manyang'au, hata wewe mwenyewe unakuwa nyang'au. But we never disrespected Moi. We never disrespected him. But the way the people disrespect, and mostly the leaders who are in the UDA side in Central. Uhuru might not be a perfect person, but ile heshima, unajua lazima pia mtu apewe kale heshima kake. Saa hii kama for example, in a family, mama ama baba akiwa wazimu ama akilipungwani, watoto watamchekelea. Can you laugh at your mother because she's mentally ill, or your father, or even your elder brother? There are things that unajua, ndio sababu unajua Biblia iko na 10 commandments na 5 ni ya dunia hii, inashikana na ya dunia hii. 5 sasa ndio zinakuwa za religion ya Kikristo. So there is a lot of connection between human and even the church, and even the not only the church, actually let me call it the religion. There is no religion which teaches people to disrespect old people. There is no religion. Hata ukienda ile wanajiita sijui nani ya inaitwa Msambwe ama inaitwa Bernard. So there is a lot of things that I see in this country, and I feel so sad about it, because where are we headed? It's like Kenya is going to end tomorrow. Yani imekuwa sasa, and I'm very happy what court did. Of course, my high court zimekuwa, they are not trustworthy, but they did a very good judgment ya kutoa CDF. It was a wonderful one. They did a good job in that, because watu wanaendaga kutafuta MPs ndio wapate CDF wakule, but now CDF hakuna. So I think Kenya, where Kenya, and Bernard, I always say Kenya need a reset. Kenya need to be reset. And to reset it, we have to break few rules. You have to break few rules so that you can reset it. Otherwise, if you follow the rules, you cannot reset it. It will go like this up to the end. It will go like this up to the end. Sasa saa hizi hata tukifanya uchaguzi mwingine ama tusipofanya, definitely kumekuwa na makosa. 2013, 2017, alafu 2022, the same mistake. So hata huyu akitoka mwingine aingie na afanye 2027 afanye makosa ingine, which we will jua which formation atakuwa na nini, then how are you going to deal with that person, that chairman? Chairman ni kama sahi Bernard, wewe ni pastor, alafu sasa nakupatia kazi yako, wewe ni pastor wa kanisa, you're minister of that church. Wewe uko na mapastors wenzako wala wanakusaidia, sasa nyingine labda huko unarudisha hao mapastor wao wenzako kazi, unawaambia wewe fanya hivi. Pastor Mwangi, wewe utakuwa leo kazi yako ni kuosha choo. Pastor Mary, wewe kazi yako leo ni kufungua gate. Na ujue kuna watchman ameandikwa kwa hiyo church anafungua gate. Na ujue kuna mtu ameajiriwa kazi yake ni kufanya usafi. Alafu wewe unatoa pastor mwenzako. Surely, where are we heading? Where are we heading? There is some other things that pains. You feel so painful. It doesn't matter. By the way, the people, some of UDA people think that the people hate Ruto. Nobody hates Ruto. If he wins in a better way, nobody will complain. We cannot complain. How? Lakini hizo irregularities zote ukiona from the tendering, vile from the beginning, all things were not okay, and we agreed about it. So I think, Bernard, let me not speak too much because we have a lot of other panelists want to contribute. I'm still here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Big J. We appreciate that. Wakenya mna jukumu, mwokoe nchi yenu ama muiangalie ikitokomea. Hakuna vile mtafanya uovu uwe wema na msucceed ku keep uovu away. It doesn't work that way. The moment we accept lawlessness, then we have accepted whatever the rule of the jungle to reign. And when now it's survival for the fittest, Mwalimu Nyerere ndo alisema the Kenyan society is man eat man society. Tutakulana, tutamalizana, alafu baadaye there will be nothing left. So this is an opportunity Mungu ametupatia tujikomboe, na tusipojikomboa saa hii sioni tukitoboa. So let's do what is necessary and move forward. Thank you. Alex, are you there? Okay, I think he's not there. Let's have mimi nafuata line. Okay, wacha mimi nifuate line. Fen.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Good morning. Salimia wale wote wako.
How are you?
No, I'm fine. Salimia wale wote ambao wako kwa panel. Mr. Bernard, I want to say that Kenyans are tired. We are tired. We don't want to go back again. Na mimi najua kwa roho yangu this Supreme Court judgment gonna be the most historic one. Hii itashtua watu kabisa, sababu nikiangalia hiyo koti leo, yale ambayo yametendeka pale, nimeona likes of Ngatia wameanza kuinterfere, na pindi walianza kuinterfere nikajua kuna shida, wamekuwa cornered. So nataka niwaambie kwamba these our judges wamejua vizuri mshindi ni nani, hata kama hii kesi ilikuwa inaendelea. Kwa hivyo wamesema tuwaombee, waende wakuje Monday watuambie ni nani. Kwa hivyo nilikuwa nataka niongee tena kidogo. Sasa sitaki kuaddress sana sana kublame wa Kenya sana, sababu Kenya did not vote for Ruto. Ruto voted for himself and he declared himself, according to what I saw from the court proceedings. Sababu kitu hata nimekuja kurealize kabisa, hata Mount Kenya hawakufika hata 50%, because kama court wali order I don't know 41 polling stations zikuwe nini recount, na wakapata book from 34A book 2 of 2, almost 50% of the polling stations hazina book 2 of 2 from 34A, ambapo lawyer William Mutieno alijaribu kureason, alisema sasa wange count the whole country wangepata ni ngapi hazipo. Kwa hivyo this man must be stopped. Hakuna kurudia uchaguzi ama fresh election, they declare baba. Hiyo tu peke yake nilikuwa nataka niweke. Asante sana.
Thank you. We pray that your prayers will be heard by relevant authorities and be granted. But whichever way, I want also to emphasize that we must all remain within the boundaries of the law and the Constitution. And so the 7 judges are free to rule as the Constitution, as they see right, based on their understanding and the provision of the Constitution. They have the goodness with the Supreme Court is that they have a leeway of even creating a precedent, that is creating a law, as long as that law is not in contravention of the Constitution, it will still be upheld because this is the highest court in the land. So if they so rule the way you have prayed, it will still be within their powers. If they rule for a repeat election, it will still be within their capacity. But we cannot tell them we don't want a repeat election. If the Constitution prescribes a repeat election, then to say we don't want a repeat election, we will not want, but that is what the Constitution provides, and they may prescribe that. So I don't want Kenyans to be sad. I said that man eat man society. You know, nyi watu wa UDM mnanisumbua sana. Man Eat Man Society was a statement given by Mwalimu Julius Nyerere in his study and understanding of watu wa Kenya. Bile tunajichukia makabila baada nyingine, mtu kimwajiri kwa ofisi anatafuta jinsi ya kusema mwingine afukuzwe, abaki peke yake, hiyo roho mbaya mbaya. That's Man Eat Man Society. Na tunasema tukikubali corruption kuwa sehemu ya society yetu, tutamalizana. I don't mean violence. I don't mean erupting of clashes. I just mean hii kuchimbana. Kama vile sasa IBC si unaona wanachimbana wamemalizana. Ndio hivyo. And then the calmness of the country doesn't mean there is peace. You need to understand that. Kuna kitu hapa Seta amesema kwa sababu there is calmness in the country, the judges will know that there is peace, so they will declare whatever they want. They know what should be done. In fact, one of the part that I liked most is the deputy president of the Supreme Court. He said she was glued to the TV on that day. So you know, we should not take judges as if wanaishi kwa monks. Huko hawanangi news, hawanangi TV, they don't know what is happening. Wanakujanga tu kotini kusikiliza madai ya Wakenya. These are part and parcel of the Kenyan society. They know what happens. They know what transpired. They were part and parcel of the voting process. So tusifikirie kana kwamba watu wametolewa mbinguni wakaletwa wakae kwa hiyo bench tukienda kuwapelekea malilio, then wakimaliza watarudi mbinguni. They are part and parcel of us. So they know what hurts Kenya. They know what is bedeviling Kenya. And they should be part of what brings relief to the Kenyan people. Let us all understand that without the rule of law, nobody has rule over any other person in this country. And that is the wrong move to make. So this, okay, we block all this. Thank you. Thank you. So wale watu mnatetea systematic, mnatetea Venezuelans, mnatetea Ruto na hiyo maswala yote, endeleeni kutetea. Lakini wakati mtaanza kumezwa one after the other, msilie. I will regret to be the one to tell you I told you. But I'll be here. That one I guarantee you. And this show will be here. This TV will be here. It's not going anywhere. Okay? So whatever you support, if it carries the day, I'll be here to remind you. Okay? When utakuwa hapo unalia unga imefika 500 shillings, I will tell you I told you. Wakati unalia fare imeruka kutoka 80 bob is now 200, I'll be here to tell you I told you. When you will be crying hakuna industry, hakuna job, I'll be here to tell you I told you. Nothing good comes from evil governance. That one I can guarantee you any day. All the same, tuendeni. Alafu kuna mwingine hapa alikuwa anasema mimi kama ni pastor ni resign. You are wrong number. I was not voted for to be a pastor. I don't need anybody's vote. So go and recall your MP, call your governor, call your president-elect and everyone you want. But my own vocation, hiyo nilitoka nayo mbinguni, huwezi kuirudisha. And then I don't speak from both sides of my mouth. I speak what is valid because I am for the truth. I'm not for lies. I'm not for wherever twisted victories. Zile ambazo zieleweki. I don't support thefty. I don't support wheezy. I don't support corruption. I support straightforward victory based on the scripture as well as based on the constitution, because the constitution is what we have accepted to govern us. When you break the constitution, you have gone against even what God stipulates. Because wewe unahujumu watu ukisema umefanya nini? Wewe ndiye mshindi, ile hali unajua wewe sio mshindi. Hiyo mambo yote tutakwenda kusikiliza na okay. Who is this? You say, are you a Supreme Court No problem. Let's just make progress here. Kuna watu ambao wamegorokwa huku nje. Naomba tumsikilize. Huyu ni Phelps.
Yes, Bernard, how are you?
Niko salama. Naona mnachanganya wahaka sana ndio wasiwapate.
Tunawafanya maneno leo.
Karibu.
Asante, nimesalamia kila mtu hapo. Leo nimeona mambo imeenda mzuri. Kuna hopes. Lakini niko na shida moja tu. Wacha tungoje kwanza. Wacha tungoje verdict. Hiyo maswali imekuwa mzuri sana. Lazima tumalize hao wezi. Lakini ningeomba uende line mtu next achangie nimalize kitu hapa Bernard, tafadhali.
Sawa, thank you. Tuende kwa Nikas William. Nikas ni Nicholas Nikas, na huyo anaonekana ako theater. Nyataya, unasemaje?
Okay, I think now you are getting me. There is something that my brother said there, and I need to put more emphasis on it. The court wenyewe wanajua what was going on. I think each and everybody knows well what was going on. It is only that we are praying our Almighty God to assist us so that the truth will be known when we will hear the last judgment that will be on Monday. I think that is the only thing, because if we will continue na hii mambo ya wizi penalty, hakuna siku ambayo tutakuja kumaliza hizo vitu Kenya ikiwa kama Supreme Court haitasimama imara. Hakuna siku tutakuja kumaliza hizo vitu. So therefore we need to stand firm and say that no with this. Let the truth be known. Unaona? And this is what happened to some of us who are just contesting. Because, my brother said there, kuna watu walinunuliwa, wengine MCA, wengine MP, wengine governor, wengine senators, and others failed. Who are the leaders who could have paradigmed and shifted the community? You see now, if the truth is not going to be heard, I promise you that Kenya will go nowhere. Kenya will go nowhere. Look at that combination of those people. If they will sit to that, if they will take that leadership, I promise you, in the next 1 year, you will see a lot of things happening here in our country. Maybe Nyataya atakuwa hapa, ama pengine ataenda kwingine akae, lakini how about those people who are here? They don't know where they will go. How are they going to live? You see, where will it be our country? Niliambia wengine kidogo hivi wakati nilikuwa na wamit, nikawauliza, je, hao watu ambao mnazungumzia, ikiwa basi kama watafanya vile ambavyo sisi tumeona mambo yakifanyika ama yataenda kufanyika, where will it be our country? Unaona sasa, it is time. Unaona kile kitu ambacho kilifanyika kule Mombasa, kikafanyika kule Kakamega, watu walisimama kidete wakasema kwamba lazima tuweze kusimama hapa tuone, je, hizi kula ambazo watu wanasema eti wanaipa namna gani? Lazima tuangalie tuone. You see penalty and my fellow wenye wananipata. So it is the decision of the people. Once they fought, they wait ili waone shida itakuwa wapi. Unaona sasa, I think that one will be the solution to our country. And once we will realize on that, our country will paradigm shift. In fact, we have the capability of becoming even the superior country. But it is only that our people, they don't listen us. They don't listen our inputs. Yani, Bernard, inafika mahali, nipatie tu dakika moja nikieleze kidogo. Inafika mahali ambapo mtu ambaye amesoma na akaelewa jina na anachita hilo jina. For example, it is not good to say that, but allow me to say it. If somebody can say that I'm a hustler, and that person is a learned person, He knows the meaning of the word Azura. He knows everything, but he calls himself Azura. Surely, where are we heading to? Where is our Kenya heading to? If somebody who is a learned person is there in the village misleading people, saying that we are Azura, we need to support Azura, and those people who are being told those things, they don't even understand it, and they are learned people, they mislead people. Yeah. I fail to understand our people, but mimi wa Kenya, kile kitu ambacho ningewaambia, token, hii token ni kidogo, ni pesa kidogo tu unaweza kula. Yani ni kama mtu akwambie chukua hii samaki ukakule, lakini hataki kukuambia hiyo samaki inatoka wapi. Kesho wewe kuja tuende tukafuate ile samaki nikakuonyesha jinsi ambavyo unaweka hiyo nini, alafu ukatoe, lakini wewe kazi yako ni kungoja hapa samaki. And that is how our leaders they are misleading our people there. They just take some huge amount of money, wanawapatia, wakishawapatia mtu akichukua uongozi, ile kitu Kenya anasema kwanza pesa zangu nirudishe. That is not Kenya we want. That is not the leadership that we want. You see, mtu anapewa kakitu kidogo.
Nyataya,
kidogo tu, nipatie sekunde 30 tu.
Ngoja, ona turudisha kwa campaign. Sisi tumetoka Supreme Court, tunangoja ruling on Monday. Okay? Wakisema rerun ndio tutarudi kwa hiyo campaign, lakini saa hii please hapana rudisha sisi kwa maneno ya Hustler na Dynasty for now. Although we know that is one of the underlying problems that we need to sort. We would want to keep the debate within the framework of the name of the debate, so that the people who come to this show will get yes.
Nimekupata vizuri.
Relax,
ni kwa nini
subiri kwanza tafadhali. Asante. Mute your mic. Good. You know, you are sounding like a preacher, so I'll give you one verse of the Bible. I call it Habakkuk chapter 2. Okay, Habakkuk chapter 2, he said, I will stand upon my watch and see what he will tell me to do. And then he says, and what I will answer when he begins to reprove me. So kuna ile hali ambayo kusikia kwako kunakuwa affected kwa sababu you are preparing the answer while you are supposed to listen, and that way you miss the communication. So what I want us as we debate is, let's look at from here forward, not from here backward. Okay, so that we prepare the Kenyan people in their understanding. What should they anticipate from the ruling? And if the ruling comes this way, how should they receive it? If it comes that way, how will they receive it? So that we are part of the solution, not to drag them back into the election mode where they have come from. That is what I want you to get it, so that every time you are making contribution, let it be towards that. Not that I want to gag you or want to direct you or want to debate. I just want us to do justice to the title of our debate. Unaonanga zile YouTube cha videos, wanakuambia leo Raila amekutana na Ruto, wamekorofishana sana, ona hii video. Then when you click on it, you don't even see Raila, you don't see any video. They are sensationally luring you into clicking on the video, but the video doesn't have the content they say it has. We don't want to be part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother.
Malizia unakupatia dakika moja kumaliza tafadhali, tusonge mbele.
Okay, thank you. I think the reason why I brought that sentiments, it is because of what we have seen our members, our MPs, our MCs, what they are doing. That's the main reason why I brought this that day. But again, let's leave aside that. We are hoping that our churches, they are going to make the good decision, the right decision. that will help our people to move on. So therefore, it is our prayer, and it is our if God will hear us, let's get the right people who can better and shift this nation. But we will determine the one thing that chenye sasa kita determine ni kwamba tutapata matokeo siku ya Jumatatu. Mimi nikisikia ni hii imekuwa hivi na hivi, then I will give out my input on what will be going on and what we are going to expect next. Asanteni sana Penat. Thank you for giving time. Asanteni.
Asante Bwana Nyataya. Thank you so much. Let's keep the conversation going, and we also need to reach out to our sphere of influence so that we don't end the conversation here, because even from here tutaenda kuuliza maswali kwa estates, tutaenda kuuliza maswali at home. We should be able to guide the nation rightly. There is a lot that is at stake right now. We are in a dark corner, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. That light will mean progress or stagnation, whichever way. As Kenyans, one thing I believe about Kenyans is that they are strong people, they are tolerant, and they are patient. We reach out to everyone to ensure that you do the right thing, even when wrong things begin to happen. Let's stick on what is right, for that's the only way we can secure our nation and secure our society as a whole. Now, hey, we're blessed. VP, umefika sai?
Just to kidogo tu Bernard. Mwika, Job, Martin, Big, Steve, Olara, Sefin, na Bernard mko sawa?
Yes, tuko salama.
It's my observation, na if I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected. Kutokana na submission ya Julie, I think Julie was right. The submission was 100% according to me, because mwenye alikuwa anasema hiyo submission yake ilikuja kuwa overturned. I think hiyo submission moja ilikuwa ya Murang'a, ingine ilikuwa ya Bungoma. How comes like hizo forms mwenye alikuwa anapiga picha mwenye alikuwa Murang'a ndiye alipiga picha yenye ilikuwa Bungoma? So I stand to be corrected if I feel like I'm wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, blessed. Thank you. I trust the wisdom of the judges, that they will look at that thing closely. One thing that we must all appreciate as a nation is that we have lowered our standards very low. Okay, because in the 80s, 90s, our standards of correctness was higher than now. And people had that consciousness of, if I do this, what will be the consequences? We have reached a place where people don't care anymore. Now, that is a bad place. And that's why I'm saying we're in a dark corner. This corner can either lead us to a breakthrough or a breakdown. And so let's beware. Because hizo forms zinakuwa downloaded directly from the portal. Okay? So kama watu wa Azimio ndo waliweka hizo kwa portal, IBC itajitetea. Lakini hiyo video hebu nicheze kwanza ndio tusiseme eti mimi nasema tu. Kuna mambo mengine inachosha. Okay? It just this country needs divine intervention.
Because
hold on.
To be in Kenya today is to be honest. If you did not know, to be honest in this country is one of the most dangerous things. We are a country that celebrates thieves. We are a country that celebrates crooks. We are a country that loves wheeler dealers. One of the most difficult and dangerous things to be in Kenya today is to be honest. If you did not know. To be honest in this country is one of the most dangerous things. We are a country that celebrates thieves. We are a country that celebrates crooks. We are a country that loves wheeler dealers.
Okay, one moment. That is I hope that's the video.
The courts are Form 34A from a place called Gasharaigo Primary School, and it is in Murang'a, in Kangema constituency, in a ward called Murugo, in stream 2 of 2. And this document is overlaid over some documents, but look at the left-hand top corner. It is overlaid over a document written Jose Camargo. Jose Camargo is one of the Venezuelans that was arrested at the airport with charges of coming to interfere with the elections. He is one of the people that the last Mahat has said did not have access to the RTS. This form is in the official portal of IEBC. The question would be, was this document photographed by a presiding officer at Gasharaigo Primary School, sometimes possibly at 8 o'clock in the night? Or is it possible that this document has been photographed elsewhere in some office and uploaded? This, we ask the court to read the DCI report regarding Jose Camargo, and we believe, my lords, that these are the fingerprints of one of the suspects of the theft of this election. That is all.
Okay, so that is that, huh? Where are we? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's listen from Wika first for gender parity. Wika sasa?
Fiti, habari zenu?
Tuko salama, karibu.
Asante, hata pia mimi niko salama. Nimekuwa tu background nikiwasikiza. Pia mimi nimekuwa nawaza kuhusu hii tumekuwa nayo Supreme Court. Naona Matu ako na swali.
Bernard, nilikuwa nataka huyo usimuite Mwika, mwambie wacha.
Matu.
Wacha.
Ingi.
Wewe Matu kana na ndoma mwisho.
Hey, order everybody.
Kama nitoko muonde Matweta kamba na toka na tuingie.
Tuingie tuko wakilisha Matu.
Sioni ile kunena.
Ni tu matavyo muonde. Bena saka kando. Cows in the house.
Anyway. The conspiracy theory we were talking about. This is how rigging is carried out.
Apana, we come in peace.
Other commissioners are kept away from the tallying. And only 3 people are talking to each other in their own language. Chebukati, Marijuan,
Gulei.
And Gulei. That's a good one. Karibu tafadhali, let's proceed.
Aya, asante. Okay, sasa nimekuwa na, although because of time na nini, but I try to follow the proceedings za courts. Lakini what I want to say is first and foremost, let's pray for our leaders. Tukianzia na Raila. Come, if us as supporters tunaenda through what we are going through, na yeye mwenyewe na the rest that are surrounding him, it's a lot for him for real, including his family. And there's a lot of name calling kwa hii internet, yani wanaitwa left, right, center. But I'm glad at least they grew over it. Anyway, sasa kwa hii maneno ya Supreme Court, what I would like to say is we were represented very well, by the way. We had able lawyers. Wote wakiongezwa na Orengo. We saw all the evidence that was tabled there. To our surprise, mimi nilikuwa nasikia kuna evidence, but sikujua kama itakuwa that. Watu wanasema hiyo sio kitu, like the likes of Dennis Etumbi is trying to people wanawambia hapo hakuna kitu, anajaribu kuwa convince because of course now the world knows the truth. But now when this, especially now the first exhibit that Pauline came on with, hiyo ndio tuone Jose Kamago, tena inachukuliwa huko Murang'a, huko Bugoma, all those IP address and everything. That thing shocked us, shocked many of us. Because for one, kama kweli ni, I'm not saying kama kweli because we know it's them. Our Venezuelans, if they got into servers, they can do that from anywhere. We got every Kenyan mwenye ako registered kwa hizo KIMS kit. Kuna jina yake, kuna date of birth, kuna ID yake, kuna everything. So those people, when we know how the scams are operating nowadays, uko kwako lakini umeoshwa, account yako imeoshwa one touch, na hujui how. Especially in Kenya, hata ukifuata, at least huku nchi za nje, the development like the US and everywhere, you can follow na ukwe refunded, hata kama sio yote part of it. But Kenya, who will refund you that kind of money in case upoteze? So our data is being sold now to the strangers, and it will be very shameful to say our judges, although we see they are able judges, staki kuwawekelea because we don't know the verdict yet. For them also, kusema this was not, ati uchaguzi ilikuwa ya haki na ukweli, hapo atakuwa ametetea Mkenya. Even if you are using what kind of lenses you can see from both sides, whatever is up, whatever happened. Just like Big J alisema, Kenya si ati is the same. No, it's never the same. Tusidanganyane, everyone is waiting for Monday. We just pray that truth and justice will prevail. Hiyo tu ndio tunaomba, because hapo tena ndio naona division itakuwa wapi. Sababu kama mtu kama Ruto alikuwa wanasema kuiba, mimi ndio mwizi tayari, na anasema hapa Gwingwi, unadhaniwa mtu alijipanga lini? Those years back. So sisi tu wenye tulienda kuvote, we just went there for the show, kuonekana tu tulienda kuvote. That was just a formality. Otherwise, the Venezuelans, Chebukati, Ruto had already suggested for us, who is the president already. Then I happened to meet another Kale. Akaniambia, hey, nilikwambia aje tulichukua kiti. Nikamwambia bado iko kwa koti. Aliniambia hizo ni sarakasi tu. Kiti ishaenda, zoeni. Unaona? So when you hear such things, and this is a person that you should look up to, akuguide hata njia ya kwenda, you get worried, because where is the future of our country? Where is the future of our future generation? We are even worried that tukiambiwa sasa turudie kura, ndio tutaenda tupige pale, we mobilize our people, we strategize na tuende tupige. Upigie baba mwingine pale. But how sure are we that it will count? Hacking can be done from every part of the world. Our watu already wako na sijui how they'll change the servers. Do they have the resources? Kwenda all through that process. First of all, kama ni kwenda, I think one of the conditions ya Azimio, and even me, nikiulizwa, we don't want to go to the same election as the same Chebukati or the same IBC. No. Hatutaki kufanya hivyo because we all, tukifanya hivyo, part of us watakuwa 80% hii itaishaenda. Unaona? I may not be there, but I believe many of us will be there. But tutakuwa nasema, sasa tukienda sasa, they already called it. And then, unafanya Supreme Court, uko hapo unakalia, unaona evidence. Ruto mwenyewe is somewhere recruiting his people, some people to join him. Unaona? So you tend to wonder, as a regular voter, as a Kenyan, where does this country or where do I belong? Unaona? So anyway, tumeona, sisi wote tuliona koti vile iliendelea. Tuliona hata saa hii tukikaa hivi hata wewe uambiwe uamue unajua utaenda wapi. Even the Ruto ni vile wanajifanya they are very ignorant, hawataki kuona ukweli. Msidanganywe, they are just the moons, wanataka kutuonyesha ni sisi ndio kusema. The fact that Ruto is using, I don't know who is funding him. Akirudi our data ndio zitakuwa zinauzwa. Wanafagia accounts zetu, pesa zake zinarudi. What are you trying to tell us? I don't know kama wengi wenu mmekuwa hacked mkajua. Hizi number vile unaandika kwa website, you are just purchasing something, then you happen to put your number or your email. You find some people calling you, telling you that you bought this and this and then you did not buy. You don't remember us meeting you. Hatujawahi onana, uko na namba yangu, uko na ID yangu, uko na date of birth yangu. Those are the vital things, details yenye mtu anataka ndio akuwaka. So what are they telling? Okay, hata achukue hiyo power. But what about my details, my personal details? Do I change even the date of birth? Tunajua process ya kwenda kwa hizo process zote Kenya. Do I do all that? And if I have to do, why? Unaona? So I hope the judges will be, wacha tuwaombee Mungu because they are human beings. We just pray at this moment. Unajua, although Ruto and the clergymen and the churches, they failed us big time. Like me, I believe in God like 100%. But the clergy and the churches, they failed us because you cannot tell us. I wonder how they are feeling now because they all saw the truth there in the court. They all saw the truth. I wonder where do they stand now? I want one of them to come forward and tell us, hey, we were sorry we were supporting this, but this is not what we thought. Where is that person to tell us that? Especially the clergymen, especially those church people that saw the prophecy coming. And if the prophecy is true from God, did they see him stealing to ascend to that power? So the thing is, we pray and we serve a living God. I know our God will not fail us. Tukiambiwa twende rerun, we're ready for it. So be it. Sawa sawa, mimi kwangu ni hayo, tukae pamoja kwa umoja tu yenye tuko nayo. From this forum I'm learning a lot. From my elders, from my young brothers, anybody mwenye anakuja hapo, I'm learning one or two things. So tukue pamoja, tushikilie hapo. Sawa
Okay.
sawa. I donate my time back to Bernard.
Thank you so much for donating that time and being generous. I can see we are all graduating as lawyers tomorrow. Senior counsel Martin, and then senior counsel Olara. Now let's get this nini nimelazimishwa hii nicheze kwanza ndio tuendelee.
To the response, what Kamago was doing in the system. And my learned friend Samani said, he's a plumber. He's like a plumber maintaining the system. Let me say this. Once a plumber has fixed your bathroom, that plumber has no business being in your bathroom when you're showering. If you find him at that time, you tell him, get behind me, Satan, as was said in the book of Mark 8:33 in the Bible, when the devil entered Peter and Jesus told him, get behind me, Satan. A plumber who is in your bathroom when you're showering after fixing your shower is no longer a plumber, is a sexual offender and should be reported.
Let's stick to the
I'm guided. Mr. Somane took you through several forms, explanations, trying to explain what is voter turnout, the Kim's kit. At the end of the day, when you leave, are you able to answer the constitutional threshold, the question, are those results, or sorry, is that out?
Thank you everyone for your patience. Let's now get to Martin. Alafu hey, ni saa ngapi? Martin,
Ni
walimu wenu
nini?
umepeleka wapi?
Wacha siasa.
Hapana.
Nini ba?
6 hours.
Wewe mtumishi wewe.
Mnataka niende 8 hours?
Walimu wako?
Hey. Sawa, we changia alafu ulete Duke. I think Nani's around the corner. I saw keep somewhere. I will find Julia.
Kabla uende kwanza. Sasa wewe.
Niko hapa siendi, endelea.
Haya.
Lazima nipokee unabii wangu ndio nikitoka niwe niko sawa. Nitolee unabii ndio niende.
Umeona leo tumekuja tukiwa wengi.
Hey, naona I'm threatened.
Mnakuja hapa mnaongea yenyu sasa, sisi umeona yetu tumekuja tukasema. Sasa
nisema Kasuta aliniwacha peke yangu hapa, sasa nitasema na naye.
We, Bernard, baadaye nataka unisaidie hapa leo. Huyu ni nani huyu? Sijui ni Kamagendo, ka avocado, sijui ni nani. Haka ni kanani kanaitwa ka something kanatokea kila mahali.
Secretary wa Itumbi.
Anatafuta president wa Venezuela. Naona akitokea kila mahali, sijui Kamagendo, ka something tu kanatokea huko bwana. Sijui ni kanani. Lakini no, endelea. Unajua mimi naingia hapa nikicheka kidogo. Sasa ako Kamagendo, sijui mimi nilisikia Kamagendo.
Unajua hakuna kitu mbaya kama kuchezea taifa mzima. Unajua danganya jirani mambo yaishi. Lakini the whole nation unataka kuichezea hivi piki pongi. Si wewe lakini ni wewe.
But they actually like that lawyer. Hiyo piki pongi nilicheka karibu nifukuzwe kazi bwana. na aka kasichana ni kabaya, mulikatoa wapi? Aka kasichana kanaitwa Soweto.
Wewe wacha kuingilia taifa letu. That is the
future. Tuliwaambia IP address iko mahali, kalikuja kakaonesha. Yani by the way, Bernard, najua uko na gari. Unatokaga huko Eldoret mpaka nini? Mpaka Central na 2 hours.
Upeleka form 34A huko ijazwe ndo nirudishe. Kwa sababu agents wako huku na voters wako huku. So lazima nikimbize huku, ni isainiwe, alafu nirudishe huku, waweke ndani figures, alafu tu upload.
Kwani ulikuwa unaenda na nini ama ulikuwa una teleport? Na tujafika hiyo technology bado.
Unatumia ile roho ya Elisha, okay? Pap uko hapa, pap uko kule kwingine.
Alafu unajua shida ni si ati ni form alileta kwa koti. Alisema majudges wote wako na computer, ingieni live tuiangalie na tuchukue IP address na akasema mimi sitasoma hiyo IP address na sitasoma date and time. Secretary wa koti asome ndio nisikuje kuambiwa, na kalikuwa kamekasirika ati tunaambiwa sisi sijui tunaleta vitu fake hapa. Sasa tuingie basi. Na ikachukuliwa. Mimi sikujua nini Eldoret na nini wako na the same time zone. Niliona Kigen ametokea anajaribu kusema no, it's about what she's about to do. Nikashinda, akaambiwa nyamaza, kaa chini. No, let's do it. Actually, Bernard, that was a very damning evidence, because that's an evidence that you can never take back. It's not a presented evidence. It's something that goes straight to the where you want people to get. Ile kitu mmekuwa mkiprotect. Mkisema it was free, fair, any Kenyan would have gone there. And then on Naka Kasichana si kazuri, she reminds me of what was Ntula's daughter. On this Kid Kilonzo. On the side, she's also talking about, and look in the left corner, anakuleta ile jina tumekuwa hiyo ya Kamagendo, namuita Kamagendo mimi ama ka avocado. Anailete inaonekana. Bernard, if you are a judge and that thing is there and it's been proven straight from the IEBC, why is it doing, what is it doing there? And mkingojea kidogo kidogo mnapata two IP addresses from different places, bado zinaonekana na ziko hapo na unaoneshwa kitu yenye iko live. That was damning, and that's why people like Kina Kigen ran away. They knew wameumwa. Kigen never answered anything after that. That lady was it, na ndio maana uliona baba amesema hiyo kitu. And I think walikuwa wamenyamazi hiyo kitu. Bernard, you remember how many times we had said here about IP addresses? I send you that the video. Before you go, I know it's lengthy. If you can give us a favor and play that video so that people who missed it can actually understand what I'm trying to talk about. Maybe kama ulicheza sikuwa nimefollow all the way, but kama ulicheza, that's fine, don't do. But kama hujacheza, naweza penda tu watu washikilie tu. It's about 10 minutes long, and I want you to play it for people to understand. Now, here it is. There's something, Bernard, you've been saying here. It doesn't matter how on Monday ile tutapata. First of all, the judgment that we'll get. I was happy when Mwilu kind of said, I was the prefect here today. You didn't notice it. And we work as a system, we work as a team, and no one has the power to veto in this group. Personally, kama ijasemwa na mtu mwingine sikusikia, lakini nitaisema tu at the risk of repeating myself. I think she was trying to tell Chebukati, or pass a message to Chebukati, that if you have a commission and you have a team of people, you know, Bernard, even here in this group, we act as a group. Ukianguka huko kuna mwingine anashikilia. Hakuna mtu ako na power ya kuvito mwingine, lakini kwa sababu kuna ule mkubwa, huo ndio ukikuja, kama mimi ndio nilikuwa nimeshikilia na achana nayo kwa sababu wewe ndio mdosi. Unaona? Lakini si tutanigonga. And that's how you become a team. That's how we make this channel work too. Because you become a team, mmoja akianguka weakness yake unachukulia ile nyingine unamuongezea. I think that's what Mwilu was trying to say. Now, Orengo also said something that was very important before I close, Bernard, so that I don't go too much. Orengo said, we have come so long. There was times in this country that most of us would want to bring a petition like this, and it was the hardest thing to do. Today we can do that petition. And you know what, Bernard? Today we can sit here and say Chebukati ni ng'ombe ya mtu. You know what I can say? Uhuru ni umbwa ya mtu. Uhuru will not do anything to me right now. Kitambo, if I would have said something like that to the president, I would have, I don't care what is happening. So in this country, we've gone through so much that the shenanigans that is happening right now, we cannot let it happen. And that's why we have channels like this to actually show and talk about it, because we are not the Orengos of that day that could go for Sabasaba riots and all that. Our riot happens right here, and they listen to us, and they understand, and we educate people here. The civil education happens in one of these channels that is over here. Hata watu wa udaku wakikuja huku hawana channel yao ya kufanyia kitu. So Bernard, sometimes when I see you fighting with watu wa udaku, I just say, Bernard, no unajiingiza kwa vitu zingine, wachana na hii chana na hii watu ipite, ikiendaga kule inaenda. Anyway, I just wanted to say we're in a good place. It really doesn't matter what ile kitu watarudi now. Uhuru akipewa bado Ruto akipewa bado tutakuwa wa Kenya. Hakuna mahali tutaenda na tutaendelea. Raila pia akikuja tutakuwa na democracy. That's what most of Kenyans think. The other people that think that it should be Ruto, hata mkipewa hamtatufukuza Kenya. So let's just pray for these judgments to come, not for KKA, not for Azimio, but for Kenya. Because at the end of the day, whoever is going to be, that Kenya ni yetu sisi wote, whether you're in KKA, whether you're in Azimio, whether you're like my dear sister Mwikali here, whether you are Rakamba, whether you're Duke, whether you're anybody, as long as you're a Kenyan, that is our country, and we need to be patriotic to it, and we have to protect it. So watu wa UDA, mkisikia ikifika, tutawasupport tu, itakuwa ni country yetu bado. But let justice be found, because it's also in our national anthem. Let justice be found. Mkishinda fair and square, it's fair and square. But the problem is, nimeuliza wengi hapa, waniambie mali Ruto alishinda na wameshindwa. But, okay, let justice be. Monday, we will have a president to kuapisha, whether it's Baba or tutaenda tena. Na tukienda tena, by the way, saizi hatutawachekesha. Round hii tutatoa kila mtu, hata Bernard atatoka, ataacha upasta for 2 weeks. Tutatoa huko kila mtu bwana. Anyway, Bernard, let me finish it at that. Thank you.
Mimi kura yangu napeleka Bomas mwenyewe. Mimi mtu anipelekee kura yangu mahali popote. Naenda tu hapa nachukua mwenyewe na tick na beba. Hii story ya kutuma wa IBC haijafikisha kura yangu miaka ngapi? IBC haibebi kura yangu. Wajue hivyo. So ukienda repeat election, tukishamaliza kuvote wa Kenya, tunapeleka kura yetu wapi? Bomas wenyewe. No returning officer will be the returning people.
Bernard.
Alex, you are mute. Martin, ulikuwa umemaliza kweli? Alex, just hold on.
Yes,
Martin,
complete. Wacha Alex aseme, alafu unitafutie watu wangu huko nyuma.
Unajua mimi saa ingine natetea Duke kwa sababu Duke ni mtoto wangu. And Duke akikuja hapa sometimes tunamwacha tu kwa sababu iko watu tunafukuza hapa, but Duke ni mtoto wangu. So Duke, feel protected from my side. Duke,
I want you to respond in two matters. The first matter was with Willis. This is what Willis said today, and I want to read it. A plumber who is in your bathroom when you are showering after fixing your shower is no longer a plumber after sexual offender and should be reported. I think right here you are a sexual offender. We should report you and tell you to get out of here. Okay. Better usinifukuze tafadhali.
Alex, I think there's something wrong with your mic. Kuna maneno ambayo unaruka alafu inafanya kizungu yako inakaa kana kwamba haiko straightforward.
No, nasema kitu Willis alisema leo ikanifurahisha na ikanichekesha. Willis alisema hivi, a plumber who is in your bathroom, and I think Duke looks like a plumber. Duke, hebu niangalie vizuri nikuangalia.
No, don't go there, Alex. We just read what Willis said. Don't interpret.
Okay, Duke, I didn't say you are a plumber, but you look like one. Anyway, Duke, when a plumber who is in your bathroom, when you are showering, I don't know if Duke you bathe or you shower. I think you don't bathe, you usually shower, Duke, because I want to shower in your house. But anyway, Duke, you are my friend. I can accuse you of that. So when a plumber is in your bathroom when you are showering, after fixing your shower, is no longer a plumber, but a sexual offender and should be reported. That was the most important statement today in the Supreme Court. And who is that sexual offender? Now, let me go to what Soweto said. Soweto told us, before quoting the Bible verse, the lawyer used an analogy in reference to the Venezuelan who had done that. And this is what she said. This is what she said. Foreigners decided who was the president of Kenya. So, Duke, since sometimes here you come and represent UDA, did Kenya have an election or it was decided by the, what was his name? I don't even know how to say it.
Kamangu.
Jose Camargo.
Duke has a different accent. Maybe we should allow Duke to say that accent so that we can laugh at him. Duke, respond to me. Thank you, my friend.
Duke, question has been directed to you. Will you respond?
So when others were giving their submissions, why, when it's my time, a person comes and asks personal questions? And we have a theme of discussion today. Can you deliberate on that?
Let's do this. Let's do this. Since you people are village mates and you're used to attacking each other, I will leave the two of you to sort out your village matters in a village way.
It was my time. Let me submit anyway.
Hold on. Let's just go through this video and then you will submit immediately after the video.
The court had asked that we demonstrate with examples in real time how the Form 34A was interfered with or could be interfered with. And I will do so showing you or using the IEBC's forms itself, straight from the IEBC, from the IEBC portal. My lords and my ladies, I will walk you back through the form that we have just showed you. I see that the court has laptops, which means you're tech savvy, and you can access the IBC portal right now. This is going to be a live demonstration, as the court asked that we do. I'm asking that we go to the forms portal in the IBC. We are projecting it up. So that it's not said, because we have been accused of cooking things, forging things. We've been called many names. This is the IBC's own document. We're asking that you open on your own devices, but even as we show, Murang'a County, Kangema, Muguru, and Gasharaigo Primary School 02. This is live. My lords and my ladies, we have downloaded a Form 34A from the IBC portal. And I'd like the court to just scrutinize this form before we go to other details. From where I am, the stamp. The stamp. My lords and my ladies, is that the IEBC stamp? It's on the IBC portal, looking like it's been superimposed over another stamp. We have been asked to show how are the figures changed. The votes. Now, my lords and my ladies, if we look at the votes cast, the first figure on the form is for Raila Odinga, 55. It's followed by William Ruto, 260. It's followed by, I think that's Mwaure Waiga, 001. And the last is Wajakoya, 000. If we sum up the total votes, we get 316. The total votes cast according to this particular form is 321, different from what we have just seen. The rejected votes are 4, which means already by calculation there is a problem. But we'd like the court to look at the total number of registered voters. A close scrutiny of the form shows that the number was probably 455, and the 5 is actually similar to the figures written in the votes cast. But somebody or somehow that figure has been changed to make it look like 488. It is obvious to the naked eye when you look at that form. Now, when we go to now the bombshell itself, the top left-hand corner of the form, We were told by my colleague, Mr. Gumbo, there were no foreigners in this election. We were told the foreigners left before the 8th of August. We were told they did not even have access to maintain the server. This is on the 9th of August, and at the top left-hand corner there is the name of one of the Venezuelans, Jose Camargo. This is the person who decided the president-elect of the country. It is on the IEBC portal. It is live. How did that come there? What are you doing? This person is the one who was interfering with the forms. We are able to demonstrate, at least a crumb was left. By God's grace, we found something. We didn't make this up. We were told we forged these documents. Now, this is how, my lords, the staging was happening. This is how the changes were happening. This is on the 9th of August. We were told they were not there. I'm going to do, because of time,
with your permission, Your Ladyship.
I beg your pardon. In our petition,
you let her finish and then you tell us what it is. They're responding.
It relates to an objection to what she's doing, Your Ladyship.
No, let her finish.
And it's not the IEC.
my ladies, my lords, that name, Jose Camargo Gregorio, appears in our petition and is also, that evidence is also found in the affidavit of the second petitioner, one of the people whom we complained about as having interfered in the election and who were told had no access. My lady, we're going to take you again on the same IBC live portal to show how the staging was happened. And because of time, if we can go to Bungoma. We want to do it live, and we're doing it live on the IBC portal. My lady, we were told about the KIMS kit and how they work. The serialization of the numbers. We have been told that each of the 42,201 KIMS kits that were used in the election had their own unique KIMS kit ID and serial numbers. Bungoma County, Mount Elgon, Chesikaki, and Songoyiwa. We'll download the form The nomenclature of the KIMS kit and the form is shown at the top on the address bar. And for purposes of time, my lady, what we're told, it will show you that that's a Form 34A. It will give you the serial code of the polling station from which that Form 34A relates. And then it will show you the KIMS kit serial number or ID. There'll be a date stamp and a time stamp. What I'd like the court to focus on is the serial number, and perhaps because I can't see from here, this is where I would have liked the court to have its own, but maybe if it can be, do you have a roving mic? Now, the serial number on this particular form, my ladies and my lords, which I would have liked for the court to confirm for itself. If somebody there can, may I ask one of the court assistants to read for us the serial number as it is so that then I'm not accused of making up things?
That's all right. It doesn't change anything. Evelyn, could you read that?
The number that starts with F2, it's in the middle. Or can I read it myself?
I can't see it. The one on top?
Yes.
PR06.
No.
Oh, sorry. F2.
My ladies and my lords, what would require is that you note down that number. We will compare it with another later.
It reads F2 3045 0M 00204 133.
The time, please. It's right next on the date.
That one. The time is?
The date on which?
9th August 2022 at 1956.
We'll check another form. Nyeri? Nyeri Town? Gatitu? Morogoro? Tunguma Primary School? Stream 3. Kindly read the serial number.
F230450 M00204133.
And the date and time, please?
9th August 2022 at 23:49.
My ladies and my lords, this is the same KIMS kit transmitting or sending results, one from Mount Elgon, 1,000 kilometers away from Nyeri Town. 2 hours later, how is that possible? When each KIMS kit was supposed to have, each polling station had its own unique KIMS kit, which was supposed to transmit from this, its own unique IP address. Because of time, I cannot demonstrate the thousands of forms that we have identified with the same issue. My ladies and my lords, this is how the staging or the complaint that we raised happened. We did not give this court a fiction. What we gave the court happened. Now, staging, and as we have shown, the 11,000 polling stations that we had complained were staged were transmitted all from one IP address. Every KIMS kit was required to have its own unique IP address. The only way 11,000 KIMS kits or results can be transmitted from one IP address is if they were collected, and as probably my senior Paul Mwangi had, may I have, I beg your pardon, my time is up.
Yes, 2 minutes.
Yes. My ladies and my lords, the manner in which the election was stolen, the reason why staging was necessary was forms were intercepted like this. Whoever intercepted them then had time to decide which ones they could manipulate before uploading them and sending them to the IBC portal. The other reason that we know there was manipulation is because the original Form 34A is a colored form that should have appeared at the National Tallying Center if transmitted in one transaction as a colored form. All the forms that are on the IBC portal are in black and white. At what point were they altered from JPEG to PDF? When did that modification happen? And what other modification was done to the form? We submit to you that we have shown that not only was it possible, it did happen, and the fingerprints of those who interfered in the systems are still there. Thank you for your time. I don't know whether to be that generous. I donate the 29 seconds to the court. Thank you very much. At the insistence of my seniors.
Duke, take it.
You see, one of the mistakes
Duke, hold on before you speak.
No.
I want to give you guidance. No.
So what's that? That's not fair. Ask Bernard the permission.
Duke, I want to give you guidance. And generally, if there is anybody in this panel who has always given you, for instance, permission to speak, has always been me. Because I want you to be here. Because, Duke, you are relevant, but at the same time, you are irrelevant. Now, there is something I wanted to tell you, Duke. For instance, let me use that. There was some, don't look at me like that, Duke. Wacha kuweka kichwa hivyo bwana. Iweke juu kidogo. Okay, it's okay, Duke. Let me tell you.
Alex,
No. I want to make some humor today that
we
happened
can't
that
bring
the Kenyan
your
people.
daughter is right in the screen.
Okay, I've taken him down. This
Yes,
boy
yeah,
loves me. He
Thank
doesn't like staying away. And he's a Mtembei member. He's a live member. I registered him, by the way. So
I
nobody
know.
should worry about him. This boy is
Okay,
a Mtembei
quick
member.
about it, please.
Okay, let me say. This is what Duke. I want you to speak and then respond on this. If you find a sexual offender in your house, he used this biblical context. If you find him at the time, you tell him, "Get behind me, Satan," and as was said in the book of Mark 8:33 in the Bible, when the devil entered Peter's and Jesus told him, "Get behind." Now, when Chebukati did what, and this is what the most important, and I want you to respond to this, Duke. Willis resorted to singing the popular nursery rhyme, "Pinky, Pinky, Ponky," in Doluo. How can you even sing "Pinky, Pinky, Ponky" in Doluo? While demonstrating how IBC chair Wafula Chebukati ran the Electoral Commission. What Wafula Chebukati did is what my niece Mimi calls "Pinky Pinky," Paka Mielo Disco. Iwinjo gima wacho Duke, Paka Mielo Disco. Go on, Duke.
You see now, he has just wasted time. Let me proceed. One of the mistakes which the petitioner can make is to give evidence which acts against you. That's the biggest mistake a petitioner can make in a court of law. So starting from the first form, where there was an image, which is Joseph Kamago. Soweto says that the number of registered voters appears to be altered. How do you know that? You check from the gazetted number of registered voters per polling station. It is gazetted. So that's the document of reference. So you don't look at the handwriting of a person and say it appears that it has been altered, and yet we have the gazetted number of voters per polling stations throughout the Republic of Kenya. So that did not make any sense. Number two, he is also talking about changing of figures within that form. There is a reason why we have an electronic form and a physical form. So change is by comparing what is on the physical form, which IPC presented to the court of law, and indeed there was no alteration. What was appearing in that form is what is on the physical original form. The explanation of for instance, let me actually give a simple scenario so that you can understand that. If maybe you are taking a photo of yourself and there is an object on the background. So if that photo captures that object near you or behind you, so can you say that that's not a photo of yours just because the photo has captured something on the background or an object? So that was the case because the register of the packaging of the QR registers was having that information. So when that forms were unpackaged,
Bernard, and
no, listen, no, I don't want to interfere. You know, most people interrupt me and say they take a lot of time. So can I finalize so that you can ask a question? I am going to take 2 minutes also. So there was the packagings of the QR register across all the polling stations, 46,000 polling stations. Those packagings were having that name. Therefore, it depends on where the person who was scanning that form placed the form. So he placed the form on that packaging, and by chance, it's captured it's captured that background. So it's about where the form, what was behind the form when the King's Kid scanned that from that 4A.
Bernard, you are entertaining nonsense here.
No.
This guy, no, you are entertaining. We are not going to entertain nonsense anymore today.
Alex, hold on, please. Thank you. So, Bwana Duke, what were the documents of Jose Camara doing with the returning officers?
First of all, the form that 4As, when they are referred to polling stations, they have packages. That form is not open. There is like a packaging where you open and you remove that form inside that package.
It's not packaging. That is a document. That has...
So, for instance, maybe if you are sending a document, is that document pair? Is it carried by a PAG or something of that kind?
Bernard.
That's what I'm saying. You need to tell us that one of the forms that were carried by presiding officer was generated by Jose Macaria, and he was.
Was that a coincidence, Duke? Was it a coincidence that we got Jose Camargo here? Why not something else? Just like you could explain that there could be another picture there behind it. Why is it that it's just Jose Camargo? Why is it not something else? Why that name?
Why not IBC or Wafula Chebukati?
You say recent for me, and then you stop interrupting me. So I finalize. You can ask me question, because
wait.
If you ask questions midways, you waste a lot of time, and then you turn it to me that
Before you continue,
Order, please keep you behind the camera. One, umevunja sheria kwanza. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Ntarudi. Mimi nataka kusema Duke is coming to entertain himself. This man is brilliant. Unajua mtu amepata maezu kwa form 4. This is fun and entertainment for him. Anakuja kuwachokoza, afurahie aende kulala. He's very clever. He knows what he's doing. This is entertainment. As you wadanganya.
There's no problem. So, Duke, were you a presiding officer or a returning officer in this election?
Actually, I was coordinating agents within a constituency, the whole constituency. So when I speak that, I know some of the information I'm giving you.
And so the Kim's kit used to take photos on top of other documents.
You see, if you are taking a photo of something, let's say a paper like this, so you can decide to take that photo when it's on the table, when it's on the ground, or when it is somewhere on the field. So what that photo capture is what's around that photo.
It is not scanning. It is not taking photo. It's a Kim's kit.
Duke, can you explain the IP address and the serial number, Duke? What are your mchezo? The IP address and the serial number. Duke, explain that.
Bernard, I'm requesting when I'm speaking, give me like 3 minutes I speak. If I'm Mauritius, you say I'm Mauritius, then I move
the
out,
information you are giving is what is wanting. People will not intercept if what you are giving is
remember,
understandable.
First of all,
Order Mwika subiri kwanza tafadhali. Bwana Duke, stop explaining things from as if you are the one who took that photograph. Except you are telling us you are the Jose Kamanini. What was the name? Kamago. Okay, if you are the Jose Kamago that was in the IBC, tell us. Were you the one?
No, for instance, if for instance you want to maybe you have a
I am
computer.
tired of hearing that. For instance,
No,
use
you
another
know,
one.
Alex, keep quiet. You know, when the truth is too painful, you keep quiet or you move out.
Apana,
Because
Duke,
I'm
Duke,
saying
you
it's
are
the
not
truth
giving
which is
the
too
truth.
painful.
Duke, you are giving us probabilities, guesswork, and inviting
Okay.
us on a
Remember when they were
on an
responding to that.
expedition I don't think we are ready for. Tell us this is what happened, not probably, for instance, for example. No. Tell us this is what happened. If you don't have this is what happened, the lawyer gave us what happened. Let the judges judge based on what the lawyer said. No other probabilities.
Bernard, let me tell you, I'm just trying to explain. Nimetoka kwa curtain. This man is a wordsmith. Let me tell Duke is brilliant. Atawachezea hapa, and this is his afternoon entertainment. Mutachezea hapa. The more your temperature rises, the more you'll see Duke smiling. Ukiona Mwika, your rise in temperature is what excites him. Atafurahi, atafanya hivi. I got you. So please stop asking him questions. Let him finish his 3 minutes. He goes away. Wacha amalize. Do not entertain Duke. I'm telling you people. Duke and Black are here
Okay.
just for fun.
Keep Mato and every other person. Thank you very much for entertaining me today. I look forward to be entertained tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Ngoja, lazima niseme kitu. Ngoja, najua kitu unataka kufanya, unataka kuepa. Lazima niseme, hakuna sikuachi leo. Wacha ni misbehave, ukinipeleka huko nyuma unipeleke. Haki ya Mungu sikuachi leo. Wacha nikwambie Bernard.
Mato, sema.
No, I will say it and I will say it here. Skiza, Bernard, you know you're such a good person. Because when ni mtumishi. Wacha, let me tell you the truth about Duke. Duke is not stupid. Duke is a very smart human being that knows atakuja hapa. The other day tulipigana naye hapa mpaka akanyamaza mwenyewe akajitoa. Because I understand his psychology. Duke atakuja hapa akukarange. In fact, show yako ibaki ni Duke siku mzima. Huyu Duke, he needs to understand. Now, I need watu wengi, and I'm so tired and sick of this thing yake. Umona, atanikimbia, nikiingia, atahepa. Why? Because I can read him. He's not a bad man. He's a good man. But the problem with him, he understands ile kitu anaileta hapa, itakuja ifanye show yote ikue all about him, and that's why he keeps on coming back here.
And for that instance, Mato, can you allow me to give Duke a proverb in Kisi so that he can understand how serious we are here? Just a proverb in Kisi. Duke, do you understand Kisi? Duke, talk to me. Do you understand
Alex,
Kisi?
can I finish? Can I just finish what I was, then you come? Can I just finish?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I appreciate. You know, with Duke, we'll just come, na hiyo sura yake ya ngumu ni kama amekula baking powder. It's not in a bad way. Duke, I hope you can laugh about it once tukuone ukilaugh kidogo. Here's the thing. Duke will come in, anaanza vitu, and let me tell you, this show will deteriorate for another 2 hours mkiongea story ya Duke. And that's why I have a problem with Duke. I don't have a problem with his ideas. Lakini venye anakujaga, inakuaga story ingine manze anaiweka mahali pengine, and we are tired of these games za Duke kucheza hizo games zote za kuja hapa hivi anaweka kitu. Is not, I mean, that's why he comes in every day, because he knows that akikuja is another 2 hours of 7-8 panelists not talking about anything, just talking about Duke. He knows if he goes that way, kila mtu atareact kumuhusu. And by the way, I'm asking, watu wanatusikiza, when Duke comes here, let him have the 3 minutes that kila mtu anakuaga, and don't react to Duke, because the moment you react to Duke, that's what he does. Let's teach Duke how to be somebody who can react with people. Duke, I love you, man, but it's taken a long time for me to come out straight and say that you're here and you think we are clowns. We are not clowns. When you come here, have a conversation. Say your side, let us say our side, and keep it quiet. And it doesn't make any sense for you to have a 2-hour conversation of you just being about Duke, and just contradicting everything. And in fact, I believe today, if I was to tell you that I am in UDA, you will go to Azimio so that we can have a counter argument. Saizi nikakuja saidi yako, utaniruka, so that we still have a counter. So Duke, please relax. There's grown-up people here, people who understand some things. And I'm sorry to come out vibaya leo. Duke, come here, we love you. We love your contribution. But also, smile kidogo, cheka kidogo, and be a part of the conversation. Not just a part of trying to start everything so that it's a Duke for 4 hours. We're not going to do that. Personally, I'll be not on your side for that.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
thank you, Martin. Your point is made. The reason you detained me is what I have not gotten, but you're forgiven.
Okay, Bernard, you're going and
order.
hold on, Bernard.
Order,
No, Bernard. No, Bernard. Hold on. I want to give Duke a proverb in Kisi. And Duke, I want you to smile today because everybody has asked that you have never smiled in the panel. And don't look at me that way. Duke, again, take kerega kongu. Na ande da te ko tebi una ba kusiwa ko teba. O tebu ambere mbonga bo tebu amabere. Kwa igure kina kwa. Duke, did you hear what I said?
Arek, that's worse. What?
Bote buambere mbonga bote buamabere. Again, take etogo keira ne chinguru. Torigo chokote ikende gyos. Ndia balo.
Phillips, help us, those who don't have understanding.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you so much. Hey, you know I'm a Kisi, but born and raised in Nakuru. Mimi ni mzaliwa wa Nakuru, so hii Kisi ya Rex hii. Hey, hii ni ya ndani sana Ben. Hii hata nikakuweka kwa hii language nyingine huwezi elewa. Hii itafanya kwanza blackout ikuja hapa, after 1 week ndio channel iamuke.
Leave it there. Thank you. I don't want it to go any further. Makiad is here. Kip is here. Alex is here. All of you have powers to read and write. Mato, I beg to leave. Okay? Let's link up tomorrow. I mean today, later on in the day. Stay safe. Keep everybody safe around you. Do what is right for Kenya. That's what makes you look better. That when you are doing everything for yourself, it makes you look ugly. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Richie, for coming over. Najua nilikuwa niachiwe, lakini asante.
Richie
Sijongea.
Please keep your mics shut. I mean, we have to have some decorum now. You know, sometimes when you umekaa huko nyuma uangalie debate, sometimes I mean we are giving Bernard a very hard time. Bernard is a good guy. Let's have some decorum. At least you two in a debate. So kwanza acha niwasalimie wote. I think it's a good day. Sitaki kuongea kwanza, nitapata nafasi ya kuongea. But I think nimesikia Duke akiongea, nimesikia Mwika akiongea. Phelps, ulikuwa umeongea kweli? Okay.
It was my time. I was actually, it's like I was submitting and I was midway.
Okay. So I'll give you 2 minutes to finish your submission and then we can go to Phelps.
Regarding the same serial number, those who are coming up with the forms that 4A and the KIMS kits, they foresaw there's a possibility of having maybe duplication of serial numbers. That's why we have additional differentiators, additional security features to differentiate. So we have the serial number, we have the QR code, we have the code of the polling station, we have the name of the polling station. So all those are used to differentiate the KIMS kits form that 4A. So if that's why we have alternative mechanisms. But what I want to say is this: in 2013, the rulings taught us that numbers, it's not only numbers which are critical, but the process as well. But the reason why the process is critical is because it determines the accuracy of the numbers. So whenever you come up with issues with the process, you have to connect how those issues have affected the numbers. So then the process and the numbers are intertwined. Therefore, also, they discovered that technology is not something perfect. It can fail. Even the whole KIMS kits, the transmission, everything can, sometimes it may not work in totality. So what happens if all the form that 4As in the website disappears, or the technology does not work at all? Direction does not become a narrative. The physical process or the manual process takes place. So even if we were to remove the technology, we remove the KIMS kits, we remove the forms within the website, we will not have another direction. We will use the physical forms which we have. And that was the reason which was used in 2013 to uphold the win of Uhuru Kenyatta, because technology failed. So if we were, maybe we say, let us order election, there is an narrative. If the technology does not work, it means we can even have like 1,000 repeats, because we are not sure that technology can work 100%.
You are out of order. Makiadi, you're out of order. When somebody says that...
Alex, you cannot tell me I'm out of order and I'm the moderator. I'm the moderator here. Can you give me time to do my job? Alex, you cannot just unmute your mic now and I'm out of order. And I'm not the one who is talking. It's Duke who is talking. Duke Maliza.
Thank you so much for taking control. Thank you so much for taking control. So when the petitioners tried to say that if there was some failures, and we are not talking about the entire system, we are talking about some inconsistencies within the electronic system, within the technology, then they want to nullify the election to be nullified because of that. That is false, because the provisions provides even if the whole system fails, the manual system will be used. That's why the manual register was added at the polling station. And in some areas, the KIMS kits never worked. But anyway, manual identification took place, and there was the process for this. So then I want to talk about the 27 constituencies.
You'll come back, Duke, you'll come back to that. Let me move to somebody else. You'll come back to that. Phelps. No, hold on. Naona mkono imeinuliwa. Let me give you a minute each. When you ameinua mkono, Alex, 1 minute.
Yeah, and this is why I say that we are winning this case. And I'm sorry, Makiadi, for intervening. And I'm sorry, you are the chair, and I will respect you. Duke has just said this, and I want to put this, everybody to understand. Duke has acknowledged that when technology fails, they use other unscrupulous means to win the election. So, Duke, I want to ask you, when the election failed, when technology failed, what did William Samoei Ruto do? So that's you and Nani. And and wait for this before we go. Now, this is the question that was brought in by Willis today. If there was violence at Bomas at 3 p.m. and as was being represented by the UDA, which there was not, what stopped them from announcing the 27 constituencies result at 9? Duke, and you have said here that 27 constituencies were not announced. Now, I want to ask you, if 27 constituencies were not announced, and you have said that technology failed and it can fail, and when it failed, we need a solution. Does it mean we announce a winner who is not right? Answer me that.
Yeah, keep 1 minute.
For me, I just wanted to engage Phillips because the questions what Alex, you're my brother, but Alex, you're engaging him, and I think it's not fair for Phillips. So that's all I wanted to raise, that I'm not going to engage Duke. I would rather have another discussion, and I will respect you, Makiade, is the moderator. And that's all I wanted to say, that I prefer to hear what Phillips is going to say rather than Duke, because Duke is going to take us in a merry-go-round.
Thank you. P blessed, 1 minute.
Thanks Makiade. Nilikuwa nataka correct Duke. Unajua Duke is a very good man, but mimi ukosa kumuelewa sometimes. Even kitu unaangalia kwa macho huwezi. Unaona ile form tulikuwa tunaonyeshwa. Hiyo form it has mathematical error. Unaona Raila alipata 55 votes, Ruto alipata 260, Maura alipata 1. Ukiandika hizo votes zinakuja 360, not 321. And you are still here hanging like hiyo form ilikuwa sawa. Unajua mimi nashinda kuelewa. Thank you.
Mato, 1 minute.
Mi siko kwa story ya Duke. Mi nataka kuuliza kama kuna mtu alisikiza kitu ya Orengo alisema that hii country tumetoka mbali sana, na kuna siku zenye watu wageweza kupeleka petitions zenye tulikuwa tunapeleka this time na iende kufikiriwa. So as our judges are going to thinking wataacha Sunday, hawataenda kanisa, they will be there and doing all that. By the time they come, what would we want them to come back with as a personal, what is gonna change our country through that? Story ya Duke mimi siko huko, na mtu asiniulize story ya Duke. Mimi sitashinda nikiongea story ya Duke. We have a country here. We don't have Duke to lead.
Safi. Phillips. Peana submission yako.
Thank you Makiada. Nataka kuengage keep usitoroke bana. Nataka nitumie time yako tuongee nawe kiasi. Sasa keep nataka unieleze kitu moja kiasi. Kuna mali nimechanganyikiwa hapa na hiyo Kim's kit nimeona. Those were two different Kim's kits, ndio? Alafu sinatoka place tofauti. So history ya IP address ziko na IP address moja. Hizo IP address hizi gadgets zinapewa aje? Isi ni IP zenye zinapewa static ama hizi IP ziko aje dynamics? Kuna vitu fulani hapa.
It depends on what you pay for in a service. So, for example, if you're paying for a shared server, right, you get a static IP address. So the examples that given were static. So both devices would give the same IP address. But if it was the billions we spent in terms of giving IBC the proper technology for that, each Kim's kit should have given a locational IP address. So it's pinging to the closest Safaricom, Airtel, or wherever it is. What do you call it? Tower. This IP address is around this location. So the example they gave us for us was like a training Kim's kit. So that is why they came from the same location, and it's a shared one. So the example they gave was from a training one. So it's not the actual KIMS kit that would have on the ground.
Sawa, Kibu, nimekusikia. So tunaelewana na wao, hizo zilikuwa kimskiti mbili tofauti with the same IP addresses.
No,
So
that's not true. Hold on, Phillips. Let me guide you on that. What I'm saying.
Alex, tulia.
Hold on. Alex,
niko na kipu hapa.
Fanya hivi, Phelps.
Yes, sir.
Fanya namna hii. What we do here is this: if you're given an opportunity to do your submission, you finish your submission. Come on, in 3 minutes, work through your 3 minutes. Ukimaliza, then the next person can respond to you. So we don't have to have that back and forth na keep itachukua time. So do your submission, keep atasikiza maswali yako, then atakujibu ndio tuweze kusonga mbele.
Sasa, thanks, man. Correct hapa, nashukuru. So hizo IP, I also wanted to know kama hizo votes ziko valid ama zilikuwa na issue, like tuko na hizo registration ya hiyo polling stations ama ni fake. For example, do you have a polling station which is known as, for example, Kileleshwa, another one, let's say Westland? Were those polling station zilikuwa in existence? Kama zilikuwa, hapo sasa tunaweza fanya hiyo hesabu kiasi. Kusema kuna gadget mbili siko na same IP different places, hiyo kwangu haijatosha kurusha hiyo nini nje bado. Ndio is a evidence ya kuonesha kuna ukora fulani, lakini pia nataka kuelewa hizo polling station zilikuwa. Wacha niache hiyo time nyingine tu engage basi. Hiyo dakika 2 imebaki ama moja.
Okay, wacha nikuulize swali kabla usonge. Umesema hizo gadget mbili zilikuwa na same IP address ama same serial number. I think we are conflicting information here.
Same IP address.
Then I heard something different, unless mimi ndio nilisikia kitu tofauti.
And Makiadi, that's what I wanted to clarify, please. And I am not here to say something that is different. I want to say what was said in the court. And allow me to say it so that we can dwell on this and clarify this. This is what was said in the court. The Independent Electoral and Boundary Commission admitted that its KIMS kit had serial numbers error while responding to allegation that the Venezuelans, Jose Camargo and my friend here who is Akamba, tutamwalao amuite Camargo in a different way, manipulated from 34A. Now, this is what they say. We understand our role in this court is to provide all the information to make a decision. We admit that those KIMS had same serial number, but the errors that originated at the same time on serialization. Now, those who know IT, let me ask you. Now, they say that we had KIMS kit with the same number, but serialization was different. Let us solve that conundrum so that we can understand. And I know, Mr. Makiadi, you know something a little bit about the IT industry. So when they say that we had KIMS kits with the same but different serialization, help us understand this, because that will be the moment where we can resolve the problem that is in Kenya. Help us in that.
Okay, Sawa, keep you want to say something on that?
Yes. So what I was trying to say is, I think I got the question wrong. So you've got two KIMS kits. If the KIMS kit each are in the same location, like let's say we're all sharing the same, maybe same SIM card or same service, it will have the same, it will have the same IP address within the same location. They're pinging through the same server. But if you're telling me that there is one KIMS kit here that is in Lodwar and there's another one in Nairobi, and they're pinging the same IP address, unless they're sharing the same server or the same services, that is impossible. So what I thought you're asking was the ones that were used in testing in the court, because they were both in the same location. and they were for training purposes. But if you've got one that is pinging in a tower in Lodwar and you have another one that is pinging in a tower in Mombasa, they definitely are going to have different IP addresses. It will be impossible for you to tell me the results from Lodwar are the same results that are coming from Mombasa and say that these results are coming from the same IP address. No. You've got Safaricom. Safaricom gets its information from a tower in Lodwar. That is how the IP address is being sent. It's saying that this has come from there. So what was happening with the Venezuelans? They're all sitting in one room and all IP addresses were from the same. That's what I was trying to explain. The same location, sending to the same Safaricom or same optical IP provider. I don't know. Maybe it's what's the name of the popular ones in Kenya? They are popular. Tuko. All these popular internet providers. So they were sitting in one room.
Liquid.
Yeah, all of them. That is why the IP address was similar. They're all sitting in one room, sending the same information from one location. And that is why when I said two Kimskit can have the same IP, that's what I meant.
I think keep I don't know if Phelps umetosheka na hiyo jibu, because what I think is the issue here is that we have two Kimskit, one that was sending forms from Mount Elgon, and the other one was sending forms from Nyeri. Those two Kimskit have the same serial number. It's not about an IP address. It's about the same serial number. That was the issue of contention today. And that is why I keep meaning najua ni mtu wa IT sana. I want you to tell me, how do we have two Kimskits ambazo ziko na the same serial number, but then zina generate forms from different locations? In fact, Soweto amesema this is almost 1,000 kilometers apart.
This is not even technology, by the way. Same serial number. What are you talking about? How can two different locations send the same serial number from outside? Are we talking what serial number? I'm a bit confused. Serial number from
every gadget has a serial number, Keep.
Yeah.
Every gadget has a serial number, and that is how you identify a gadget. When hata tukiwa na laptops zimetengenezwa from the same company, same day, zitakuwa na different serial numbers. And you should hear what the IBC lawyer said.
It's not possible.
The IBC lawyer said that they have the same serial number, but they have different identifiers. What is that? What is the meaning of that?
No, it's possible. You see, what happened is you've watched Star Trek. So the Kimskit was what do you call it? Uploaded the form, and then what happened is it was teleported to Nanyuki, and then send the same information from Nanyuki, and then teleported to the other location. That's the only way I can explain.
Sasa umetupoteza kabisa.
It's a joke. It's a joke. No. Everything has a serial number, like how do I put this? Like a lorry. Every lorry itakuanga na VIN number. Every lorry has a VIN number, and the lorry I have and your lorry will not have the same VIN number. So that's why theft is hard. That's why people wanakuanga wana scratch off the VIN number, which is the serial number for a vehicle, and it's the same with the Kimskit. So it's the identifier of that particular machine, and you cannot have that machine send the same information from Nanyuki and Kakamega at the same time. It's impossible because it is in a single location. And that is why Phillips is coming up with the argument about the IP address. The IP address is saying that that is the location of that particular item at that point in time, sending. Serial number and IP address are correlated, if you don't get the IP address is saying where that Kimskit is located. The serial number is what identifies that Kimskit as being unique to itself. So you can't have you can't have that Kimskit with that serial number sending information from 2 different locations. That's where the IP address comes into place, because IP address for them is identification of the location. That's what I was trying to. That's why I brought the joke about Star Trek and the teleportation of the application. Sorry.
Aya, Safi, Cheraisi.
I'll just try to elaborate the serial number and stuff. Keep amesema vizuri sana. You know, for me, I work in the hospital. Mimi nafanya hospitali. So when patients come in, we give them ID. MRN, tunaita MRN number, medical record number. Sometimes, by mistake, we end up getting the same MRN number for a mama fulani na mtoto fulani. But it's just an identifier. It doesn't mean huyu msichana ama huyu mama amekuwa huyu mtoto. So the only the IBC, as you said, they walikubali, there was a problem in serialization. Basically what they say is there was a problem when those serial numbers were printed, because as you know.
Hold on, Cheraisi. Let me ask you something.
Okay.
What do you mean there was a problem when the serial numbers were printed?
They printed the same serial number for 2 devices.
Who prints the serial number?
Serial number, as you no.
You know why I'm asking you this is because I'm assuming. Hold on, let me mute your mic kidogo ndio tunini. I'm assuming when the IBC talked about a serial number of a gadget, there's feedback.
Let me mute.
Okay, I'm assuming when the IBC talked about a serial number of a gadget, then to my little knowledge about any electronic gadget, the serial number comes from the manufacturer.
Exactly, Makiadi.
Go ahead.
No,
Makiadi.
Hold on. Let me finish up, Lex. Let me finish up. I'm sorry for interfering. For the IBC purposes, remember those people when they were stopped by airports in Europe, and then Makosa was. They had what was the Makosa again? Whoever remembers, they had a role of basically they had the serial numbers. They were hired. I think this mathematic whatever company was hired to identify those gadgets. Yeah, there is the manufacturer identifier. Lakini kuna IBC specific identifier. If you
No. Sorry, Makiadi. By this, the KIMS kits are not being manufactured by Smartmatics. It might be a Siemens, it might be a Motorola, it might be a Nokia, or one of these different companies that are involved with the hardware production of this KIMS kit. And each one of those, for international standards, will have a serial number. If you look at your phone, even when it's stolen, your phone can be identified by its serial number. That's why a policeman can switch off your phone. I think it happens in America and the UK. Whenever they can switch off your phone remotely when you report it stolen. Hata ukizima simu, watajua mali huko. So it's not the serial number as per you think. It's the manufacturing serial number.
That's in contention. There's serial number ya manufacturer, and then there's serial number ya stock. Every company, like when we buy stuff, even in my hospital,
No, that's not right. You're lying. A serial number is one.
I'm just suggesting. Don't put a lie on it. Let me finish. Because
finish.
Yeah. This is. I'm not here saying, oh, in fact, mini IBC. I'm just putting an hypothesis there, so all of us we can discuss, like with open mind. My thinking, which I might be wrong, as Lex said, is the serialization by IBC to identify their stock. But if it's manufacturer's serial number, they can all have the same. If it's manufacturers, I agree with Kip, they cannot have the same. But my thinking is the serialization by IBC to identify their gadgets, just the way we were doing in DC when we were registering. The gadget they have, is serialized by IEBC. But that's my submission. Asante sana again.
Makiadi, let me guide you on this. And I'm sorry.
Alex, ngoja usiniguide. Wacha ni guide watu. Wacha kuniguide kwanza kidogo. Grand Mohan niliona anainua mkono na hii kitu ni kama ilikuwa inamuasha sana. Wacha nimpatie nafasi kwanza. Okoa anakuja kwako, ngoja. Grand Mohan.
Mimi naongea na Samuel, you don't need to back up a thing which you know is not it, because according to the system, even today we were just asking the lawyers wamepewa pesa, una back up what is not there. I don't know if you understand what we are coming from. The Kenya we need is the Kenya of democracy. So if you need a democracy, then you go the other way. So in 2027, are we gonna be like that, Samuel? You know, we're taking it to the next level. We're gonna have our kids again and again and again. And then sasa tunaweza sema tumepewa pesa ati ndio tutoke hivyo. Even they were asking the lawyers, what's happening? You are defending what is not defendable. Hiyo ndio kitu tunasema. Yani that's the reality. Sasa hata ukianza kusema but at the end of the day, don't defend what is not there. Thank you.
Safi. Cheraisi nitarudi kwako. I think nyinyi na Duke you have the same ideas about this thing and I'm not letting that go. Mimi Cheraisi umesema unafanya kwa hospitali. Wakati hizo numbers zinageneratiwa, I think if you are a parent you've had an opportunity ya kuingia huko kwa nini ya watoto. Wakati hiyo number inageneratiwa, that number inakuanga unique kati ya mama na mtoto wake, for example. Kama ni nini ya watoto, whatever ya hospitali ya watoto. For example, mama akienda kupata mtoto, you know, namba yake inakuanga very unique. Hata mtoto akienda kuwekwa kwa hiyo nasari yao, there is no single day you want to tell me ya kwamba mama ameenda ameletewa mtoto mwingine ambaye si wake. So when you tell us that kuna wakati mnatoaga numbers zinakuwa the same, hata Eda kwa hapa atatuambia. Have you ever had an incident whereby unasikia mama, you know, ukitaka kutoka kwa hospitali lazima hiyo bar yenye inaekangwa whatever barcode inaekwa kwa mkono lazima zimatch na mtoto. Hauwezi toa mtoto kama si mtoto wako. I want you to tell me, na nitarudi kwako. I want you to tell me ever kama umewahi sikia kwamba mama ametoka na mtoto ambaye si wake kwa hospitali. Wacha niende kwanza kwa. You'll tell me that because when you umesema mnatoaga numbers zinakuja zina match saa zingine. You'll tell me that. Okoa.
Thank you very much, Makiadi. I think I wanted to also get into this issue of the serial numbers and the IMEI. I think, first of all, in my opinion, that use of the serial number on electronic equipment is wrong, in the sense that it gives a leeway to create a clone with the same equipment. The number that uniquely identify all electronic equipments that are able to transmit any information or connect to a network is IMEI. An IMEI from FDC is unique in a sense that every equipment, every company, maybe Huawei, Samsung, all these companies, they have first of all the unique code which indicates which company is making that equipment. Then thereafter they add any code on that number that will identify which equipment that is. The serial number is something which is vague because it is internal to the company. I can make maybe iPhone 10. I start numbering my iPhone 10 XYZ I start numbering my iPhone 11 XY. So this serial number is a vague number. And the reason why this comes up is that IBC, from what I got, is like they designed the system to be easily manageable and easily, so that anybody else can manipulate the system and make it fail. Because what they ought to have used on those schemes kit is to take the IMEI number as the security. The serial number is the security, because serial number can take a clone of one equipment and use it elsewhere and still have the serial number that you say this is serial number. So that's basically where IBC had a loophole in. And this was not by mistake or by chance. It was by design, so that they could bungle the election, in my view. Not use the number that will be very specific to the equipment. Use number that they can say, oh, this one was mixed up, this one was mixed up. If you clone one equipment, you can easily get that number from the other one. Another thing that I want to also talk about is the IP address.
Sorry.
Just leave me finish.
Ngoja. No, it's about the number.
Keep Ngoja.
Just give me a minute. Just 1 minute, I finish. The other thing I want to say is about the IP address. I work in technology, I work in networks. And for example, the provider of the election, maybe the network is Safaricom. And I'm very sure that what IBC did was to create an overlay network, which is a bit secure on top of the Safaricom network. There's no single day you will have two equipments having the same IP address in a network. It is impossible. If that one happens, there's what is called, there'll be a clash of the IP address, which is not possible. Because what maybe Safaricom can do, an equipment called GGSN or MME serving a given region, maybe North Rift, is having a different IP allocation from the one that are serving the other one. So when we are being told that we're receiving forms from different equipments having the same IP address, then that's a fault. It means it was coming from one source, not different sources. That's why I'm saying that this thing that we're having, that we have serial numbers which are the same, was by design. Having same IP address was also by design, as long as everything else would be in the portal and we told everything is clear. This is basically what happened. Another question I also asked that I had there, maybe I'll be going far, but allow me just to add, is having the Jose Camavingo on the being shown somewhere. So was Jose printing the materials of IBC, or Jose was the one providing the electronic equipment? I mean, it was electronic equipment. How comes Jose's, QR code was somewhere? Where was that QR code doing? Well, Jose was not supposed to be doing any printing of IBC. Printing of IBC was done by Chris. What was Jose QR code doing anywhere around there? What was that for? Thank you.
Haya, watu wa mikono, nataka kwenda kwa Ed, but watu wa kuinua mikono, I'll give you a minute each. Just a minute. Wacha tuanze na Kip. Dakika moja.
You see what I meant about the serial number is what Okwa is trying to say here. He's saying, sorry about that, is IBC is not the manufacturer of these kits. If I pick a KIMS kit, I'm very sure I'll see Siemens, I'll see Motorola, Nokia, or one of these major, or even Samsung, one of these major manufacturers that have the manufacturer code, which will be an identifier internationally of who produced that machine, and the rest is their own numbers. There's the first few digits, I don't know how many digits there are, that identifies that that's the manufacturer of that device. So Sysmatic, whatever it is, I'm very sure they are not the ones who produced that. So the serial number is still unique. I still believe it's still unique to each device. So that is the first step to it, that during elections, each device should have a unique serial number. So yo mwache mambo ya hospitali sijui what, let's not go far. Each device should be unique. Manufacturers around the world are very careful about that. My Samsung or my Acer laptop is different from yours. My phone, it's different. The serial numbers are different. That's point number one. Now coming to the IP address, I like what Okwa said. And this is why I said the IP, a provider of the the network services for IBC, which is also down to AWS. I believe that's who they're using right now. Would then have the IP in maybe in Safaricom, where they're hosting their services or where they're hosting everything. What would happen is, mimi nikituma signal from Lodwar, that is a different IP address. The only time would share the same IP address, or correct me if I'm wrong, is when we're in the same location and where we've not paid for special services to have unique addresses. Meaning in the same house and we're both sharing the same IP addresses because we're in the same location and we are sharing the same services. So the problem comes in where you're saying the same serial number in Nanyuki with a different IP address is sending different information with the same serial number with a different IP address somewhere else. That is where the contention is, where the serial number needs to be unique across the country. You cannot tell me that the same machine, that's why the serial number is important, the same machine is sending two different forms from two different locations. That is impossible. This is why it comes to tell me that they are using one machine and using VPN to elude us with the different IP addresses, because IP addresses can be changed by VPN. To say that I'm sending this from Nanyuki with this machine, serial number imeandikwa, that machine sends without VPN. They use the same machine, but a different IP address. So it's recording with the same serial number of this machine, which is unique for Motorola, I think, sending that form with that serial number, change the IP address again, send the form. So that is the contention for me.
Okay.
One machine, one location.
Okay, safi keep. Mato, dakika moja.
Unajua, it's good to have people really that know technology sometimes. I mean, water down everything that I wanted to do, but I think I have an extra maybe to add on. Maybe I'll, at the risk of repeating myself. Listen, IP address. If you come with your mobile phone here or with your computer in my house, because I have internet, your IP address is the same as my IP address. Remember, address, IP address, where your computer or your phone pinged in what network. That's an IP address. That's where you get the IP address. If you go to, Phelps' house, then that becomes another IP address. You're not using the same IP address that you were using. It's an address of where you were on the internet. Okay, I might not be IT, but I deal with a lot of them in what I do in my life. But that's an IP address. If I come to
point of interjection and a question so that you can guide us. I'm sorry, Makiadi. I'm sorry. Just
Alex.
He said something that we need to understand, because maybe we don't know. Because this is what he said.
So who's your question directed to?
It's Mato. Mato said that the IP address can be changed in the process. Is that what you said?
No, I said an IP address is where you are at that time. When you did something, where were you? That's your IP address. It's an address. It's just like
can it be changed, or yes, can it be changed?
It can be changed by VPN. It can be changed by VPN. VPN Express. You've seen these adverts everywhere. You can change the IP address using your VPN.
Yeah, I can, and just to say it, just to answer you, sir, I can be sitting in my house right now and make my IP address come from Yugoslavia.
Okay.
But I didn't finish, Nani. So what I was trying to say is that if an IP address is that where you were doing it, now there comes this, the elephant in the room, the email, what people are talking about. Email does not change. That is your device. So when you have the email, that's your device. Where is it at?
Are you done, Mato?
I want people to, and Kip will tell you the right thing about this, because he watered down what I was about to say, but he said it. But I will tell you the IP address, yes, IP address, we normally look at it because of where were you. And by the way, when you go back and find not we call it a clown IP address. When you go down to the IP address, then the clown address, we can still get where you are. And that's how on the security industries, with the people that do security, they can tell you that sometimes, yes, you can lie you're in the UK and we can still find you because that IP address still is tied to your email. And that's your, hiyo ndio phone yako. My phone says iko na email yake.
Aya, wind up, Mato.
And that's fingerprints.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll be coming back to that issue, but nataka Ed aongee kwanza ndio. Okoa nakuona, najua ni mtu wa technology, you'll have your time also to educate us. Nyinyi na Kip ndio mko kwa hiyo sekta. Ed, karibu.
Habari nawasalimia nyote. Habari yako Makiadi. Okay. Samuel Cherera nimeona the last time alikuwa anaongea tofauti, leo alikuwa anaongea more reasonable, and I'm happy that he came to the
Karankwani buna nate wote bwa mbere mbonga wote bwa mabere. Okay, I'm sorry.
Alex, I respect you so much, but unajua Alex anaongea kwa TPC, and I just wanted to tell him kwamba I was listening to this to the argument here with my father, and the quote he made in Kisi was kind of, I couldn't even stand next to my dad because that's how bad it was. So, and I just wanted him to tell him that sometimes if you switch to your own language, in Kisi, Duke probably knows what he said, and I don't want to say it. So you have to be very careful because some of us are listening, and sometimes we could be having our parents close to us, and some of the words we use are words that I've never even used in front of my dad. So you have to be like you could pass the same message using a cleaner language. That's what I'm trying to say. So Alex, I respect you still, but I don't know what's going on today. Yeah, for some reason. So I'm happy that Samuel came to the conclusion he did today, and I think it's more reasonable, Kwamba, that he realizes there's lots of evidence that was presented in court, and there's a likelihood that this whole thing might be overturned. I've heard you guys talk about IP addresses. When I was listening, nilikuwa kazini, so I was like on and off of my phone trying to listen what's going on in the court. They actually mentioned serial numbers, not the IP addresses. And your IP address will change depending on where you go. So if you're using somebody else's internet, you log in through their internet, as you said, you're gonna have the same IP address as that person. But the serial number is unique to each device that you're using. So they said that there was a same serial number that generated two different forms from two different locations. That shouldn't happen because I think serial numbers are auto-generated and you can never get the same number generated twice from this company. So I'm not an expert in that, but I think they are auto-generated. I think Samuel alisema anafanya kwa hospitali, and if it ever happened kwamba a patient got the wrong MRN number, that's a medical record number attached to them, that's a big deal. And I hope that it never happened the way he described, because if it did and where he works had him say that, that's a big deal, because it should never happen. That's malpractice, big deal. So another thing I wanted to say is, as regards to that guy they spoke about, Jose alikuwa anaapia kwa hiyo ballot kwa hiyo from 34A, the Spanish guy. I was joking with my wife, telling him, you know, in Kenya we have 42 tribes. I think we have one more. We have more Hispanic tribe there, because some Hispanics voted to elect our president. But I think the way they presented it in court was not the sole purpose of having that name there was not for that picture itself. That was just to draw those other guys in. It was like, I think they drew him into the trap. So you saw when they brought that name up, presented it in court, those guys rushed out to bring the real paper. And when they brought the real paper out, then that's when they pointed out that those guys, the agents signed those forms on a date prior to the real election. I mean, why would they sign the forms with the results on the date before the election? And I think that is where this whole thing is gonna go down, because they never thought that those guys was that smart enough. I think these guys, our Azumio guys, they knew that those dates were there, but they never gave it in at the beginning. They just brought that name out, knowing those guys were gonna fall for the bait and bring that form in, and then they were gonna point out to the dates. And then of course they explained that guy, the Hispanic guy from Venezuela, was logging in several times, making deletions, and I mean, from before the election started and even after the election started. And that was another thing that the judges questioned a lot. And then the numbers on that form were not even adding up. And then another thing I want to say is there are 9 prayers, I think. Is it 9 prayers? And there's 7 judges. All they need to convince is 4 judges for just one of those prayers. You don't want to tell me all those 9 prayers are going to go down and there is no 4 judges that are going to vote for that. All you need to convince is 4 judges for just one of those prayers, and there's going to be a nullification of the election. And I think, yeah, I'm done. That's it. So Alex, please, kwa kikisi ukiongea tafadhali safisha language kidogo. I'm just saying that respectfully.
Omogambiti angote ndekamo. Omogambiti angote ndekamo.
Yeah. Let's switch back to what we were doing.
No, hold on, Makiadi.
You know, it's unfair to us because we don't know what you're saying.
No, he specifically said my name.
So you want to answer him in a different language that we don't understand, right?
Kisi.
Yeah, there's a private chat here. You can do that.
So I have his number. I can Alex, you can call me on your.
Yeah, call him. Call him. Tafadhali.
No, hold on. No. I'm not calling him. I want him to listen this one, because this one is very heavy. Ed.
So should we unmute our mics, all of us, then, or still raise our hands?
Let's do this. Alex, unaharibu debate. Wacha tufanye namna hii. Ed, nataka kuuliza, umesema the forms were signed one day before. Tarehe 7 mwezi wa 8, election ilikuwa tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. How many days are those?
Those were two days before, yeah. 2 days before the election, yeah.
Exactly. So it means somebody had the form. You know, the IBC, I think was it the IBC lawyer said that, was it Fred Ngati alikuwa lawyer wa nani?
Alikuwa lawyer wa IBC, I think.
No, the IBC lawyer ni Professor.
Alikuwa wa Ruto.
Yeah. Yeah, alisema because the 2 agents signed the form on the 7th of August. And he said the only reason why he would justify that that form was done correctly is because both agents were Azimio na agents were UDA walisign hiyo form on the 7th. So that was his reason. And then number two, he said, with regards to what was being displayed on the screen, alisema those forms zenye Soweto anaonyesha kutoka kwa portal are not forms from the IEBC. And remember hapo awali alikuwa amesema, yeah, Chiraisi, I'm just repeating what he said. I can play the video. And hapo awali alikuwa amesema ya kwamba if you want to know this election was free, fair, verifiable, go to the IEBC portal. And that is why Soweto went to the court na akaambia wenyewe wajifungulie portal. Wakati walifungua poto wakapata hizi forms zenye ziko na nini na dosari. And I like the way you bring it. I was looking at an image kwa internet. Kenyans are very, very smart people. I looked at the image. Somebody was trying to explain how that would be an overlay, the way the IBC lawyer explained it. So the name was on the ballot, or was on the form 34A. The Gregorius nini was on top of there. So people were asking, your form, how do you put that form on top of the other material yenye walikuwa nasema ilikuwa na jina, so that you have this name appearing on top of the ballot of the whatever of the form 34A? I mean, I was trying to find the logic yenye how that name got on top of that 34A. I don't know if you guys understand. Mi nilijaribu kufanya hiyo hesabu nikaona.
Richie, at the risk of being sent to the misbehaving, let me ask you, who overlaid it kama tulitoa kwa portal on a live? Kama tulitoa kwa hiyo portal, who overlaid it? Was it the person that alieka kwa hiyo nini, alieka kwa hiyo server, or what was it? Because this was not something that we were just bringing. Iliingizwa na wakaambiwa wote tuingie kwa IBC saizi wakaeka. So who overlaid it? Wakisema ni overlay, I want to know that, because tulienda kwa IBC tukaipata live.
Same risk, Richie. Why did Soweto risk us all going to the portal? They're about 46,000. They are not going to be able to change all of them. Tutashika zingine. Meaning there are so many that she told all the Kenyans to go do it. That's why Richie had a friend that had the same overlay information. And I'm very sure you can download it right now in the IBC portal and find the same mistake. Sorry, Richie. I apologize. To misbehave leo, pole sana. Okay,
I know the emotions are high. Wacha niende kuokoa 1 minute, alafu Chiraisi 1 minute, alafu Duke 1 minute.
Yes, thank you. I'm seeing the discussion on the IP address is still going on, but let me clarify one thing. When we are using a Wi-Fi, this Wi-Fi, the router, it will do something called NATing, which it will hide. You have a unique IP on the Wi-Fi you connect to. But now when you go to the internet, you go with one IP. When your traffic comes back, your Wi-Fi router will know your IP because it will give you a port number on that Wi-Fi router, so that when your traffic comes back, it comes to you. So in the case of Wi-Fi router, you will have IP changing from one router to another, depending on which router you connect to. But what we have on the network that IBC is using for the telcos, Safaricom, Airtel, this one, we have also routers. Those routers have many IPs. What we were told from the evidence from the DCI got from the Kamago and those things, the IBC had a VPN network that they have. That VPN network is like this VPN we buy on the internet, but now this one runs on top of Safaricom or these other people network. And these networks, these VPN networks, must have adequate IPs for all the KIMS kits, because assuming all the KIMS kits are transmitting the result at the same time, they have all counted. You tell me some of them won't have IPs, so they will share IPs and communicate. They won't. So the plan must have been done in the network that every KIMS kit will be able to pick one IP in that network, and to avoid the operators from interfering with the result, assuming that's what they want to achieve, there should be a tunnel, a VPN tunnel from the KIMS kit to the server where the KIMS kit is supposed to transmit the result. This is even how we do the VPN. So the VPN should be from the KIMS kit to the IB server, meaning once you connect your KIMS kit to the server, you are supposed to get an IP address assigned to you in that, in the VPN network. That's what I suppose from the evidence that maybe the DCI was showing, and that's what I suspect even the IBC to be doing. Because if you just leave it normal, then it means that Kimski will be competing with the phones for the IP addresses, because each phone attached browsing a network gets an IP address from the router. But now when you are having a network like IBC, which is supposed to be secure and supposed not to have any interference, then you must have a virtual network on top of the normal network. That means that we don't expect these devices to have same IPs that are submitted. And also to delve on the question that was asked now, I see on the floor of the Supreme Court, there was a discussion about the second book and the first book. The second book was brought in deliberately to confuse people so that somebody can easily create a Form 34A out of the second book if they don't want to use the Form 30, the first book. So these issues we have one form signed before. Who knows if the second book was used to create these other results before the election? And when the things for the Form 30A from the first book were taken, they were not brought, and the result from book 2, which were created before, are the ones you are brought, because these people must have had a thorough plan on how to execute this. So we don't know. This is just a hypothesis. Thank you.
Maridadi Okoa, thank you. I am coming to you, Cheraisi, but I also want you to address this issue of turnout. The IBC lawyer said that, let me read what the IBC lawyer said, that there is this fascination by the petitioners on turnout. We don't use turnout to determine the presidential election. I want you to address that issue and tell us what basis you use to determine the presidential election. I'll give you 2 minutes. Yeah, Cheraisi ni wewe.
Asante sana. I know I got 2 minutes. Anyway, on the issue of your kartasi, I'll go with that paper, the Form 34A that was streamed live by Soweto. I'll admit myself, when I saw that, I cringed, and I cringed just because of maybe lack of information. Anyway, but when I realized it was, physically, if you see, if its explanation pan out, is an overlay, like when you take a picture on top of something. But anyway, I don't want to justify or explain that. IBC, on those circumstances, we have three checks on that situation. Basically, kura ya Kenya is mostly physical. It's less of what's in the server goes, what goes in the server, or what goes into that Form 34A, whether Jina ya Kamago or whatever, is in the box. Vitus in as a viewer, the way they requested recount, so you go count the physical ballot. There's nothing in Form 34A without the physical ballot. So I think we are missing that. Like, can those two places be verified physically? Sijui ilikuwa wapi Murang'a or whatever. Kuras physically, are they matching? Because Makamago, let's entertain that they were able to, like, okay, we're in the sky, now we're intercept from 34A and all that. The ones they would if they would intercept, let's say hata hizo zote ziko kwa nini fake, ziko kwa the portal, but how are they related to the physical ones though? There must have been a very deep conspiracy for them to intercept, to intercept whatever it was sent from the polling center to that place, and then those ones intercepted and put in the system are similar to the physical one, So anyway, back to that. As far as the turnout, for the turnout, I will also admit that it was a little bit confusing to me, Dogo, but I'll just say I'll go with the IDC numbers, physical numbers. Kurangabi, Siliesabiwa, total. Kura is physical. It's not even sijui nini na nini. It's physical. Kuna kura kwa box. Regardless of the lawyer wa IBC walikuwa alisema their percentages they were counting as far watu wala wamepita kimskit. When you go through a kimskit, basically you have checked out umepiga kura. So kimskit inasema, so we were saying 25% of reported. Just the way we always see in CNN when they say 35% of the reported. And then when everything is done, then they go by registered votes. So at that given snapshot is where Mr. Omutata had an issue. They say at this time they were telling us. So the IBC guy says, yes, we were saying 60% of a snapshot of which people who have gone through the kit at that time. So I think that's where they didn't understand each other, and they confused us too. So I'll admit I was a little bit confused, kidogo.
Thank you Cheraisi. Osea naona umekuja lakini sikupatii kwanza. Ngoja nipatie watu wa maswali. Cheraisi, mute your mic tafadhali.
I wanted to answer that.
No, I'll come to you. You're the next one. You're the next person who was not presented. I want to go back to Duke because we'll come in mkono. You guys try to take 1 minute if you have a point that you need to make. Duke, I have to ask you a simple question here because I think Cheraisi was toying around with what I asked him, and I don't think I got something that is convincing. I want to ask you a question here. The IBC lawyer said that there is this fascination by petitioner on turnout. We don't use turnout to determine the presidential election. Can you address that?
Yes, that's true. What's turnout? Turnout is actually the percentage of the registered voters who cast their ballots. Therefore, what determines the winner is how the participants or the contestants score based on that turnout. Even if in Kenya, only 1 million people votes. So we will check whether a person has scored 50% of that 1 million plus one. And also you consider like those counties, 25% of those counties. So that's actually what it means.
I'll extend your time. I just want you to tell me, what is the denominator? Because you're saying it's a percentage of the people who have casted their vote. What is the denominator? Ni nini unaweka pale chini?
You see, there is the turnout, but it means regardless of the value or the score of the turnout, that does not matter or does not affect whether we should declare the winner or not. Voting is you decide, are you going to cast your vote or not? So regardless of the number of people who comes to turn out, of course, that is for a matter of calculations. Actually, is about you calculate the percentage of actually the score of those who are contesting. So that is it.
Yeah, percentage. I love the way you say percentage of what is the denominator, because you have to have a number on top and you have to have a number on the bottom, and then you multiply.
The meaning of the statement is that is not trying to mean that you cannot use that turnout to calculate the percentage. He's trying to say that regardless of the turnout, whether it's 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 15 million, 14 million, that will not prevent you from determining who's the winner. That's the meaning of the statement. You're trying to interpret it otherwise. It's not stating that you cannot use the turnout to find the percentage of each of the participants. I think that's the statement.
I'll give you. Are you done? I'll give you the 1 minute alafu ndio tuende kwa. Or you're done. I can come back to you later. because I still feel like you didn't answer my question here.
I'm sorry. Let me disturb. Let me disturb. I think
no, Chiraisi, we cannot do that.
1 second. One
No.
second only. 1 second.
No, we cannot do that. Just mute your mic. I'll give you a minute. I'm very fair to you.
Thank you.
Phelps, 1 minute.
Mimi nataka nitumie 10 seconds. Uliza swali, kwa hiyo 1 minute yangu tena.
Nimeuliza, IBC lawyer said that there is this fascination by the petitioners on turnout. And then he said, we don't use turnout to determine the presidential elections.
Huyu jamaa alikuwa very arrogant. Not unless alikuwa anamaanisha you see turnout ni kumaanisha kuna watu wamepiga milioni moja kura, kati hiyo milioni moja kuna valid votes na kuna rejected votes. So mimi naelewa anamaanisha hatuwezi tumia turnout, rejected votes inclusive kujua mshindi. Turnout inatumika tu wakati tunafanya percentage ya kura yenye mshindi alipata. Thank you.
Aya, maridadi. Wacha kwa nitakuja kwako. Wacha nipatie Daktari Hosea kwanza. Hosea, I'll limit you to 3 minutes so that you'll get another chance.
Well, good evening, Richie, Martin, Keep, how are you, Duke, Phelps, Philip, is it Philip? Somebody has misspelled your name. Sam,
Phillips.
Grand, Okoa, and Ed. Richie, I think I'll just respond to that. You see, you remember the issue that happened in the Philippines, how those people were so annoyed. They were so annoyed that the same I think the same system was used to manipulate turnout. That simply tells you how important the turnout is. The issue is, how do you get turnout? How do you get, in our case, it is critical because when you are working the 50+1, you want to make sure that the right number of people voted. Turnout is important because you want to work out whether the votes allocated, the people who voted, are the people who turned out to vote. You see, this introduction of excess ballot papers, excess ballot boxes, the only place you can verify its validity is with turnout. If you find these ghost ballot boxes, ghost polling streams, you know, ghost means they are not actual people, they are not actual voters. Now, the Kim's kit would assist in knowing who walked in there to vote. And you expect that the total number of votes scored by all the 4 presidential candidates should add up to near to what turned out to vote, the total votes cast. Remember, the threshold of 50+1 is based on total votes cast, a percentage. So if Ruto got 10 votes, it is, if that is all there is in the entire voting, let's call it 1 million votes. And Ruto gets, let me call it 100,000. And Wajakoya gets maybe 10. Maure gets 10. Raila gets the balance, 880,000. When you're checking who has met the 50+1 threshold, it is the total votes scored by that person over the total votes that were cast times 100. You get the percentage. Is it 50+1? Does it amount to 50+1? Means at least half of the cast votes plus 1 for you to be declared the president. So now you see how important it is. And our lawyer there, the so-called whoever it is, was playing around. Interestingly, none of even the other people, the petitioners, even rebutted what he was saying. He was seriously misleading the country. The importance of that turnout vis-a-vis working out the threshold cannot be downplayed. Thank you.
I would say you did not have anything else to say with regards to today's topic. I had given you 3 minutes.
I have. I'll do so in when my turn comes.
It's your time. Two more minutes.
Now, I'll talk about the issue of the stopped transmission. Now, if you look at what was happening, and the fact that for me, I think the issue of intercepting transmissions. By the way, there is a diagram. Yeah, thank you. That's what I wanted. Just a second. I'm recapping where I have it.
Yeah, can you find your whatever alafu ukiwa tayari, you can tell me.
No problem. Give me just okay. And then after the next person.
Oh, okay. Sawa. Okoa. 1 minute.
Yes. For me, I wanted just to tell Duke one thing, that the voter turnout is very important, because we are talking about 22 million people. I'm trying to calculate that 22 million. If I try to, just move to make, for example, just 0.01 that was being talked about, I'm just trying to imagine. Maybe I say people voted at 65.4. And then I come back and say, 64.5. Then I come back and say they're 64.3. That 0.1% or 22 million, how many votes are those? It's almost 200,000, right? Somewhere thereabout. So those small numbers, which impact can they have on the result of an election? Because if I said at one point, because assuming we have 40 people maybe come up for election, these are people who voted, and then I say now the voter turnout was 40 of a given number, and then I come back and say now people who voted at 35. If I calculate percentage of what I had for each candidate against 35, and then I do a calculation against this number of 35, there's a difference. And it's important because in this election, the margin of getting past 50 was so narrow and was so small that any small percentage of the variation in voter turnout would move it either way, scale it either way very easily. So having a voter turnout was very important to know, because we don't know this extra that is being added or this extra that is being removed. Where is it going to? Who is having it? That extra that is being, this variable, the slide that can slide back and forth anytime. So we cannot say that voter turnout is not important. It is, my friend. Very, very important. Thank you.
Okoa, just coming back to you in a minute. Can you tell me in simple English, if you were to define in very simple English what voter turnout is, so that we can actually tell Duke that it is very important to have the real figure in terms of voter turnout, in simple English?
Voter turnout is a number of people who came out and voted against the number of people who were registered to vote. So the number of people who came out and voted is a turnout. So like I was giving an example, if I say 60% or 22 million came out, then I come back and say 60.5 of these people voted, meaning I'm adding the numbers of people who voted or reducing them. And if you add or reduce the number of people who voted, what do you do to the votes that these people got? You are either increasing the percentage or reducing the percentage. Thank you. Am I clear enough? Maybe.
Yeah, we'll get that. Keep in a minute. It is said that the IBC says, I don't know, 14 million. Let me see that number. I don't have it.
It's 64.56.
No, that's a percentage.
All right, sorry. But
I'm talking about the real number that the IBC gave versus
between 14 to 17, it's a 14 to 13 million. A very big difference. So it's a million difference.
Okay, so how do we know? How do we know?
Richie, let me ask a question at the risk
Hold
of
on,
being sent to
hold on,
quarantine.
Mato, kama unataka kutumwa quarantine, huwezi fungua microphone. You know I cannot do that to you. But also we niachie kwanza, nitakupatia nafasi. Keep alikuwa ameinua mkono na ndio maana nimemtaja. So I want to give you a minute, Keep, but I also want you to try and address that issue, because I think this issue of voter turnout is very important as we discuss. Endelea, Keep.
So the problem is, it seems from what Mata was saying is why this is a very big contention is it looks like IBC is working backwards towards what they're saying in terms of voter turnout. It's a very large difference. So voter turnout is how many people came out to vote. How many votes are they willing to play around with to make president-elect for Venezuela happen? So originally they said it was 56%. Sawa, we're happy with that. Let's count the votes. So as they're counting their votes towards the 56% of the 13 million people, it looked like Raila's actual votes were coming fast and hard for the Zimia team, that they needed to increase the voter turnout to 65. Was it 60? Yeah, 65, so that they can add Arab Samoei, Sudan or Venezuela more votes so that he can be president-elect. So that is why voter turnout is important. It's the fact that what was announced initially, they thought they could play with the amount of voter turnout, whereby they could play around with reducing votes for Raila in Homa Bay, reducing votes for Raila in Kakamega, Mombasa, and then add and then leave somewhere Ruto where he is. So nasema ulikuja umevotia governor, senator, MCA, umefurahia hiyo, lakini mimi sipendi Raila. And mind you, I'm from Homa Bay, I'm from Kisumu. I don't like Raila. What then made them have to increase the voter turnout was the fact that, oh shit, we've messed up. This man is more popular than we thought. Let us increase the voter turnout. So it comes to Central and saying, in Central, we go to Kirinyaga. In Kirinyaga, the governor, the senator, the MCA is less popular than Ruto. Ruto is more popular in Central than his senator, governor, and MCA. So this is why voter turnout is important. It was increased to manufacture the numbers. And that's how I see it. So voter turnout is the number of people who came to vote. Second point towards that, Makiadi, is the fact that when KPMG came to say that we found some anomalies in terms of dead people, duplicates, and IBC accepted to delete these numbers. That's about 500,000. They looked and saw towards the end that 500,000 people were added into the voter. You remember when I was saying that it was being reduced to Homa Bay, Kisumu, were reducing Raila's numbers in his stronghold, and the senator and MC. That is the 500,000 we're reducing. The increase came after the election. That is where the tone. This is what I want people to understand. I think sometimes, Makiadi, I speak and I need somebody else to translate what I'm trying to say. So Makiadi, if you could help me with that, and then I'll come with my contribution after that. That's what I feel for was being used for the voter turnout.
Okay. Thank you, Kip. I think somebody's mic is on. I think I'll do this because we have new people coming in. I would want, if you have a point, Bob Papa, do you want to speak before you make your submission, ama nitakupatia nafasi uongee kwa submission yako?
Sijasema submission yangu, by the way. I've not done my submission, so
it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah,
You've been,
I'll wait.
Yeah. I just want to mention something about that voter turnout. You know,
yeah, briefly.
I don't know why people. Okay, let me not accuse anybody, but people are trying to pay attention to this Mahat guy. You know, the day before yesterday, Mahat came up and gave us, and I want to believe that was the correct figures, but he forgot that Chebukati had given us 65 point something, 65.4 or something. But the previous day, he told us that the Kim's kit alone was 56.1. And what Kip is saying is exactly what is happening at the IBC. When they realized that they could not match Raila's votes, they had to increase that voter turnout. And in order to manipulate the figures so that they can cross the 50+1. And anybody who paid attention to the submissions that were being made by Mahat, be it the numbers, be it the IT issue, he was totally confused. And if you realize the day before yesterday, the CJ actually noticed that this boy is actually totally confused, and she tried to massage him and say that she liked that the guy was presenting with a lot of passion. She was setting up the guy for slaughter, and he came up yesterday with the issue of the Kim's kit that was transmitting, and he still made the same mistake. So the voter turnout is extremely important. How can you tell people at the Supreme Court that the voter turnout is not what they use to calculate the presidential vote? You know, that is absurd. It's very absurd. Thank you, Makiadi. I'll come in later when you give me a chance to submit. Thank you.
Okay, so I think Dr. Ukotiari, I'll give you 3 minutes just to finish that, and then we can move on to something else. If you want me to project that, I can do that.
You can project that as we go along, but just to add on what Bob is saying, you see, when these people, you realize that most of the malpractices in the elections were being done by IEBC officials, colluding with the agents of the opponent. Now, for example, if you want to introduce, for example, stuff the ballot boxes, isn't it? Or you want to introduce a ghost ballot box, you must know how many people are registered in that place as voters, so that when you introduce a ballot box and you are doing something like 700, because you remember the streams are like, they are supposed to accommodate just 700 ballot papers. Now, if you know that the place has got, call it the polling station, has got call it something like 5,000 voters, but the streams, which must be 700, are showing that only about half of those people have voted. That gives you an idea of how many ghost ballot boxes or fake stuffing that you can do without being caught. That how can you have more people voting than the ones who turned out? I think starting at that level alone, you can see how important that turnout is. It gives these people the margin with which to stuff ballot papers. If you want to change, for example, somebody has 1,150 scored votes of 1,150. You want to change it to 11,150. You have to ask yourself, what was the turnout? Otherwise, it will be a very glaring error when it is on the portal.
Yeah, and I think to finish that off, I think I've displayed on the screen on 9th of August 2022, Wafula Chebukati said that the voter turnout on Kimskit alone was 65.4%. On the 1st of September 2022, the IBC lawyer Mahat said that the voter turnout on Kimskit alone was 56.1. So there's a difference of about 5%. Is it 9%, right?
Yeah, he
Fanya
tried to
9.
explain that the addition was made up from the manual side.
Which one? Which one of the two percentages?
See, those were the Kim's, the one from the lawyer or the Kimskit figure.
No, both of them. I think I've displayed both of them are Kimskit.
Yeah, I remember he was put to task to explain the increase.
No, what I'm saying,
he was put to task to explain the increase, and he was trying to say that these are the people who are identified through the Kimskit. The balance or those who are, because remember they maintained that the official figure is 64.6, isn't it? %. Eventually, that is what they have in their Form 34C, that the turnout is 64.6%.
But you can see both percentages, according to the IBC chairman and the lawyer, both percentages were from the Kimskit, which means we are not even factoring in the people who voted without being identified by the Kimskit.
Do you have the clip where he was taken to task to explain?
I would have to look for it, but let me display the other overlay.
Yes.
Isa Sandy overlay, and then you can go through that, and then we move on.
Now, if you people look at this is basically what is happening in the entire country, whereby the results are. This is basically the transmission. The so-called RTS, the transmission system. It starts with the Form 34A, and according to what they had explained earlier during their demos, they were saying that once the Form 34A is ready, it will be transmitted, and I believe that is where it starts as a JPEG. And according to them, it will be transmitted. It goes to the KIMS server, and it will be transmitted as an encrypted document. That is what they have told us. Now, once it is at the KIMS server, which you see that big one at the back there, it is there where the processes, other programs are done, and then they choose what to upload onto the public portal.
Oh, Jose, just a quick interruption.
Yes.
What were the specifics, the system specifics that were given to the court for the machine that was transmitting those results? They were equivalent to a laptop.
Or the specs?
Yes, the specs, please. The specs we're seeing on this diagram.
During the scrutiny. In fact, they were saying that they are too small even to do that work, according to what they were trying to tell us there. They had quoted, I remember they quoted something like...
Ose, hold on. Ngoja.
6.4 GB.
Ngoja, Ose.
And 300 GB. Yeah.
Ose, nataka kutoa hii kitu hapa kwa screen. So I want you to finish what you're doing with this first so that we can move forward.
I think let's deal with that after this. So now this thing starts from 34A. And remember, according to them, the Form 34As are geofenced, and they are specific locations. And that is why the demo by Soweto was making a lot of sense. It means you can only transmit from a predetermined location, a predetermined kit, which is also geofenced. In other words, you cannot carry that KIMS kit and go with it from Mount Elgon to Kirinyaga and you'll be able to transmit anything. No. It is secure and protected to do just that. Now, those were some of the security and verifiability which the determination number 1 was all about. It was about verification, about security, transfer. I don't know whether you remember the first determination. What was it about? Do you remember? If you give me a second, I pull it out for you people to understand why they were after the specification of the system that was being used.
Should I pull these?
Don't worry, I have it very ready. Yeah. It was supposed to check whether the technology deployed met integrity, verifiability, security, accuracy, and transparency. That system which they were supposed to procure was supposed to serve those key issues. Now, how is it verifiable? You remember we had been told that these schemes kits, they are time bound and they are geofenced. Now that gives you that the reason that the explanation that you cannot transmit from anywhere and at any time. Remember, if you try to do something long after the voting hours and you didn't have an extension, again, you are told they will not work. That is why when you have the lady was questioning, Soweto was questioning those, some of them were after 5 hours, after the voting had already closed, they were still transmitting. Now, those are the tests for the verifiability and, all those issues that I've read there. Anyway, once you have the Form 34A transmitted, then people, those who are taking copies have taken copies. Now the PO is remaining with the original, which he will head with it to the constituency tallying center. The first place where this thing lands is at Bomas, at the back end server. I'm told there are quite a number of them. I do not know which one was taking what, but that is where those servers are. That is where it will end up. Once it ends up there, then they run other programs. And according to the Azimio team, this is where changes were taking place. Because remember, at the backend server, before uploading onto the portal, whatever was uploaded onto the portal, those ones are now being changed now to the PDF, you remember? And now you can't even trace their issues of the location, the so-called geofencing. So you can't tell where those forms were. And if you remember the form which was having this Venezuela, the name, it simply tells you that fellow was somewhere at Bomas, because chances are that even the form was one of the parallel Form 34As. And they were busy trying to, the reason why it was uploaded, and from the original polling station, that fellow was not there. So where would you get that document? You could only get it at Bomas. You were sitting somewhere at the back there, substituting and deleting other forms, replacing here and there, and forgetting that since they are to do them in a hurry, that's where he uploaded the thing. Didn't even check the picture he had taken. He uploaded there. Kumbe he got betrayed by that. But nevertheless, I think from this diagram, you can see that the so-called public portal is not a server. Now, I'm happy Cheraisa is here. Now you can see why we were saying that the website where the public portal is displaying everything, they display what IEBC themselves have decided to upload there. In other words, if they have substituted a form, if they have deleted a form, if they have altered a form, that is what they will upload there. So I think without going into taking more time, you can see the arrow going down from the public portal where the public user is. Now, if you look at that arrow, remember this diagram is from IEBC itself. You can see that the public user cannot be cheated that they are seeing the server. What they are seeing there is what IEBC has chosen to give you. And that is why you remember the IEBC lawyers kept saying that, has anybody complained about the forms on the portal? Because they cherry pick what to put there. If the original forms are not agreeing with what they have in the system, they will go deleting and altering them. Then they post to you there. Remember, the people who are altering the forms at the polling stations were also their own people. It was a scheme. They were people of the same feather. they'll most likely tell them, remember, even the people who are altering these forms at the back end office, they were not amending everything. They were amending specific targeted polling stations in specific counties. Now that explains to you why the return of the audit, for example, was telling you that, you see, all these forms are agreeing. All the Form 34As which were in the opened boxes, they were all tallying. They could not notice errors. Chances are that what they had in the stations which were sampled were part of what had been conveyed to the people who are working at the back end of the offices to ensure that these things are mirroring each other, so that when you try to do an investigation, you'll find them agreeing. Remember the form that was displayed by Soweto, save for the name of the Venezuelan, the figures and of course the date, the figures were reading okay. How can they read okay if your opponent is having a different form? It's because somebody worked on the form, but they forgot to remove their betraying details, which happened to have been there. You remember she also demonstrated that there was the stamp was superimposed. Now, those are the changes you can't find out in a black and white kind of document. If you had colored the document, chances are that you will see exactly what their alterations were. Thank you.
Santi Makiadi.
Maybe I can, let me talk on the stopped transmission.
Okay, usiende lecturer mode.
Let me go on the stopped transmission. I'm just going to give my theory.
Yeah,
you
but
see, the transmissions were stopped when you are on the last end of this thing, the last leg. And anybody who was working backwards, the way the Omatatas were explaining and the way the Willis Otienos were explaining, it means that you have to be careful. If you keep displaying to the public what's going on, it will be very difficult to do a Tharakanithi or to use the 24 constituencies to figure, to do what you to tailor them to the exact result that you want. So what do? Give people give the whole country a blackout. Give the 4 commissioners a blackout, so that you know you want 50+1 and work backwards, changing them all over. And I think that is what the stopping of the transmission was all about. But something else, we have to remember that when they stopped the transmission, our transmissions were coming through the media, which were like just philanthropic kind of systems. It was not IBC that was displaying, but nevertheless, they remember that they stopped posting the verified figures or doing anything, new things onto the public portal. And that is where the media stations were getting what they were displaying. So since the public portal came to a standstill, they had nothing new to convey to the public. And then there comes in the opaque and the blackout of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Makiadi ameenda break kidogo, so I'll take advantage kidogo. And I'm going to ask my senior here, Bob Papa, Roberto mwenyewe, a few questions. Because I have to run away because I can't be in the same studio with G. It's going to get me a bit irritated. Sorry. So I think Bob, I have 100% assurance that this coming, I think we all have our mics on. Just mute kidogo. We all, I have 100% assurity. I don't even have 99 point whatever percentage. I think that the decision from the High Court will come in favor for Azimio. I'm 100% for me. But the problem is what ruling will it be? The first ruling I think is going to have is we're going to repeat the nullification of the election. That's going to happen. It's going to be null and void because there's going to be a lot of anomalies. I've seen even us as members of the public, some of us are not as technical, including me. We've seen a lot of anomalies and irregularities in the election that I don't think the Supreme Court is going to ignore. So that's point number one. There's too much. So they're not going to move backwards to their ruling in 2017. I think half of the Supreme Court made their decision in 2017, and almost 2 or 3 were there in 2013. Smoking was there. So they cannot go backwards. So that is one of my things. Secondly, the audacity of IEBC.
Keep ngoja.
Sasa wewe, unajua mimi, no, Makeri, the reason why I'm taking the reason I'm taking this is because I don't want to be in the same. Guy's gonna irritate me and I'm going to be very pissed off.
No, just a minute. Niliacha Kuseo akipresent and then we had a queue. And most of us have been here for a while. Why don't we be fair to the people who have just joined us? So that for the avoidance
then I'm after who?
He was on his way out, is it?
Okay, I'll give you if you're about to leave Nisasa and Delea.
Yeah, then I'll come back after G. So Bob, we are seeing that we are going to have a rightful ruling because there's too much evidence, meaning that in 2017, we didn't see most of the irregularities because they locked the server completely. So we are seeing it. We're seeing what Soweto did, what everybody else has been displaying from our side, open. My problem is, what are we going to do about Chebukati? Because I think the public would not go into an election with Chebukati in it. At the same time, we can't have the Supreme Court taking Chebukati to court. They can only advise the lower courts to prosecute him. And as for me, I'm just saying this as a personal opinion, I don't trust the DPP to prosecute him. And even if the DPP prosecutes him, this is something that takes time. Most of what we do in terms of legal processes in Kenya take years. The only reason why the Supreme Court rulings for the presidential petitions take 2 weeks is because that is in the Constitution. You understand what I'm saying? Well, corruption cases, everything else will take almost 5 years. We've got a woman in Kilifi that killed somebody, yet her case is been postponed to sijui from where. We've got somebody in Dalmas, Ditmas. His case is going to be postponed, and I trust me, it's a murder case. Yet his case is going to take forever since he's got money. We've got the corruption cases for Sonko taking many years. What I'm trying to say is, we will not be able to prosecute Chebukati in time for us to have our fair election. Yet we know he's made a mistake, us as the public have seen it. And he's bungled 2 elections, 2017, 2022, and now for a rerun. How us as the public, knowing that we're going to get a nullification and void on Monday, UDA guys, I'm sorry, it's going to happen. How do we move forward from that, Bob? That's the question. Then Minatoroka na nitarudi after now.
Yeah, asante sana Kip. Let me I know people will respond to your issues, but I want to move to Joshua, and I want us to keep it brief so that at least we can have an open session. Naona studio imejaa, so we can finish up alafu we can tend to those people ambao wameinua mkono. So Joshua Mark, within 3 minutes, and then we go to Disha and then G.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry. Bob Papa ulikuwa umeongea kwanza ama nimesahau? Unajua
Bob akuongea ndio nilikuwa nimemuuliza hiyo swali.
Wacha Bob aongee alafu niongee.
Okay, sawa, pole bwana. Unajua Bob, mahali huko hapo mtu anakusahau. Do you want to go ahead right now?
No, give a chance to other panelists. I've just come in a few minutes ago, so there are so many gentlemen here. I can see G, Disha, Mark.
Bob, you should learn to donate your time to me.
Okay, thank you. Joshua Mark, 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Richie, Bob, Kip, Els, Samuel, Uzeo, G, Disha, and Eddie. Yeah, before I just give my submission, kindly, with due respect, Richie, this studio really help us. But sometimes you realize that mnatufungia nje ikifika asubuhi. Sometimes like yesterday.
No, hold on. I heard you. Ngoja kidogo. Nilikusikia mchana ukinishtaki kwa Bernard, but you must realize that Hold on, Joshua. I'll give you time. The last man on your left, ukiangalia top left, that is the man in charge, eh? So wakati utakuja upate keeper kwa hapo, I cannot bring you on the panel without Kip's permission. So wakati utafungiwa nje ya studio, angalianga ule mtu wako kushoto huko. Usilaumu kila mtu, don't generalize everybody, eh? Ukipata Bob hapa hapo, that is the person to blame. Kwa sababu nimesikia ukinishtaki kwa Bernard, lakini I think maybe you got the wrong person. Anyway, go ahead.
Anyway, I just say that these studios really help us. So sometimes mtu ana ile you want to talk. Like yesterday I was to go to studio, but mbaya bando dirisha, I had to leave. Kurudi kidogo sana, I could not be allowed it, but that's just like that. Kindly mnaturuhusi watu wa Kenya, most of panelists here wako nje. Saizi mko mchana, lakini sisi ndio tunamuka, you want to get in, you want to talk like that. Now, I just want to say that yesterday the submission was good, proceeding was good, and whatever I've been asking, that's what exactly the Azimio lawyer did yesterday. Though Uda guys wanted the Azimio to play the tune of numbers, that's why after scrutiny, they came and said, whatever was counted, that is exactly what is there. But now, the Azimio, we're not speaking about, they only talk about process, that this form, you didn't find this form in the ballot paper, form 30, form 32, form 34, 2 of 2 was not there, and exactly that's what I wanted Azimio to play, because they were coming with the numbers that whatever we counted yesterday, that's exactly what is in form 34A. But we are not busy with the number that has been cooked, because you realize very well that these guys really cooked everything. That's why the prayer for Azimio, they were saying that Ruto and Raila, they didn't manage to get 50+1. They knew very well that Raila in this election, he is the one who won this election. But now they didn't have the fact and proof. The only place they could get fact and proof was in server. So immediately when they realized that they were denied access to server, they had to put their point under the carpet, because they couldn't come with a figure and say that we are the people who won. Because if they could be allowed to get into the server, they could say, well, we've seen the server, and the server is giving us that Raila is the one who has won. Now we want this election to be declared in favor of Raila. But now, being that they didn't have fact, they didn't have the figures to prove that they're the one who won this election, they had to play it down. So we realize very well that any lawyer in Azimio team, they were just talking about constitution, the process, and that's what even Martha Koome, when he was giving the last comment, that their ruling is going to be based on constitution, the rule of law, and democracy. And that's when you hear the way the Azimio lawyer arguing. The only person they left to do the numbers was Okiya Omtata. And Okiya Mtata gave his submission well in terms of number, which I'm sure after the Supreme Court judges are going to look at the numbers, and they're going to come out very well with the decision. So playing the cards that the UDA lawyers wanted the Azimio guy to play, I saw very well. They were very smart. And yesterday, the bombshell that Soweto gave, it was a surprise to them. They didn't expect that Soweto could come with that evidence. And we realized after that, they came with a form. They came with a form, and I remember before they handed that form to judges, Feroz had to look at that form exactly. That is this the form that the one they have, and they realized that that form, the date for signing of the agent was 7th. So to me, I think that this game is over, and on 5th, this thing is going to be nullified. I don't know how the election is going to apply, because whatever we saw yesterday, the first day, to me, I've been looking at this proceeding from morning to evening. From the first day, second day, third day. The first day, a little bit, they're not coming out strongly, the Azimio lawyers. But yesterday, that's why people have a lot of confidence that these things will be nullified yesterday. But of the first day, and then after the questions which were asked to Azimio lawyers, people thought that now we are done. So to me, I think that it was very good, and we have a lot of expectation that this election is going to be nullified. And what keep is asking, what next? Next is that Chebukati atafungwa awekwe kamiti, and I think Luis Otieno gave it well that we don't have a vacuum. We have a president, and also we have Cherera, who can, in any case, we're going to a repeat of this election. We have Cherera, who is a vice chair lady, who's going to run this election. So there's no vacuum, and I think that whatever the UDA lawyers tried to bring, that we are going to have a crisis. No, we don't have a crisis, because already we have a sitting president. We have a vice chair lady who can run this election. So the issue that we are going to have a crisis, I don't think that we're going to have a crisis. So our expectation is that on 5th, we are going to celebrate in favor of Azimio. Thank you very much.
Ngoja wacha nipatie Disha kwanza. We are almost there.
Hey, good evening and good morning to everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Let me start with a question. All this debate that has been going on about the elections and the results, there's one question yenye bado najiuliza mpaka saa hizi. Hakuna mtu ametuambia how possible is it that ile form 34A imeenda kwa transmission na ile physical zinafanana. Somebody can answer me that after nimemaliza, because I think every time we go round and round, I've not gotten sijapata ile jibu ya how is it possible that the form 34A imeenda kwa online na ile physical. That means if that thing was cooked, it was cooked from the polling.
Disha, unajijibu. Umeuliza swali, unataka ujibu.
Okay. Let me because I had an opportunity in 2017 ilikuwa PU. And let me just give a summary of what happens. Ile kitu inafanyikanga kwa polling station, ya kwanza inakuanga presidential counting. Na in 2017 hiyo Kim's kit ilikuwa inatumika bado. So immediately you're done counting. Now remember, you are like 7 of you in that hall. Hata kama umetoka stronghold ya nani, it's very hard that you can agree 7 of you could cook the results. So what happens when you turn on to the transmission system, like the transmission mode, that gadget asks you a lot of questions, and you answer them. And when you take the photo, when you scan the form, Immediately it asks you, are you sure you want to send? You say yes. You know, you can never log back to that machine again. Immediately you transmit awezi rudi kwa hiyo machine. So not unless a polling station mtu alikuwa na machine zake mbili, there is no way. The reason why unasikia ati hiyo machine ilikuwa ina transmit even after 5 the closing of the polling station. What happens where you are on a 2G network, you cannot send an image. 2G network cannot send an image. So lazima ufike mahali kuna 3G. And there are so many spots in Kenya yenye hakuna 3G. So what happens, utatembea na hiyo machine. Hata ikikaa 2 days, hawezi log in back to that machine, na bado itatuma hiyo data at whatever point in time. So hata ikituma the following day, ni ile uliscan jana, si hata umescan ingine mpya. In summary, I want to say this. Personally, I hope that Raila would have won the election. But let me tell you where the election was lost. The election was not lost on 9. The election was lost immediately Raila allowed Uhuru to play opposition politics. And that is when Raila would have won by a margin kama angekuwa the opposition side of politics. He allowed the TB to be in the opposition part. Akacheza Ruto anajua mwenyewe alikuwa kwa serikali. So the elections were lost long time ago. Thank you.
I think boss ametoka kidogo. Sijui kama amerudi. Where is the boss?
Do you allow questions?
So can someone answer me your question here from 34A?
Relax. There's a new boss.
If Kip says yes.
Wait. Please, people, wait.
No.
There's a new boss. Relax.
Wait.
Please, relax. Temba is taking over the show.
No.
Wait, Bob. I'm about to step out. Could you repeat your question again, Disha? Then Bob can answer. But Temba, you're taking over the show.
Okay, my question was, I want someone to explain to me how ile form imeenda kwa hewa na ile imeenda physical zinaenda aje kufanana. Like there's no problem in terms of the tabulation, and they look alike. How can you explain that?
So, Temba, we're gonna start with Bob, then Cheraisi, to be fair. Where's Cheraisi? He's left. Then Ed, and then Kose. 1 minute each, please. And then Temba can take over, and then me. I have my question has not been answered. Alafu Temba will battle kidogo, but Cheraisi. No, sorry, Ed, then Cheraisi, then Kose, then Ed, then Kose, to be fair. So Ed, tuambie.
Yeah, so Disha, yeah, I think I've listened to you a few times over here, and I don't think you're honest that you are hoping for Raila to win. Honestly, I don't think so, because your arguments have always fallen on the other side, and I think you're trying to say that to make everybody think that you're fair, but I don't think that you had wished for Raila to win. Another thing is the forms that were sent from the Kim's kit. I've never voted in Kenya. I don't want to lie to you, but from what I read, is that they were taken in JPEG, and initially it was meant that the same image in the same color was supposed to be transmitted to the other side, and that's what we were supposed to see. First of all, they're in black and white. That's one thing. That's different. Another thing is that form that was brought in court today had the same figures in terms of numbers, but the form itself, ule muhuri vile ulikuwa umepigwa, was different from the one that was actually displayed up there. Actually, I saw something online comparing the two forms. Very different, meaning that these guys had manufactured forms way before. I mean, you see the numbers, the signatures done way 2 days before the elections, and you're still here telling us that how comes those forms are the same? Honestly, And then when they ordered the audit, they were asked to bring ballot boxes from 49 polling stations. 5 of those polling stations were never brought. And I'm thinking, because what I heard is that those were the polling stations that were never existed, because they did not have any voting happening there, but there was the results submitted for those places. And then another thing is that there was another set of Form 34 A's printed and placed inside the boxes, and they were not supposed to be used. And they were used in so many instances. And why were they sent out to every polling station if this election was fair? I mean, you're a very young guy, I see, and I think you said you go to New York, but why would you not open your eyes up unless you just want to woodwink us to thinking what you're trying to say? But you're not being honest when you say that you wanted Raila to win. No.
For your information, I'm way older than you.
No, you're not.
My friend, I'm way older than you.
How
I think.
Hey, Demba. Demba, because I was supposed to be next, and Keep want to run away because of me. I'll let Keep talk.
No, hold on. You will talk. I'm just thinking that I don't know why we are bothering with Disha. If everything that has been said has not convinced Disha so far, he will not be convinced with anything. Disha is repeating the same thing they have repeated in the campaign platforms. Moses Kuria repeated the same propaganda that you are coming to look for it in the table, yet the food was stolen where it was being cooked. That's what Disha is saying. Disha is a UDA supporter. This is a UDA supporter. Let him not tell you, oh, I wanted Raila to win. He lost the election in the what do you call it? You should just be like Cheraisi. Cheraisi knows he's a UDA supporter and he's not ashamed about it. Disha, we will still give you time to talk if you come here and you just say, I'm a UDA supporter. I support William Samoei Arap Ruto. This Cheraisi here, he supports William Samoei Arap Ruto. And this G here, the guy next to you, he supports William Samoei Arap Ruto, and they have always had an opportunity to speak on this platform.
Remember, he voted for Raila.
You don't have to be so hold on, Disha. You don't have to look like you are becoming politically correct. Oh, I wanted Raila to win. That does not hold any water right now. And even when you say election was won in the I don't know where in the ballot, a thief is a thief. You know, when you are cornered, you try to bring another one. When you try to look at even them, look at you. You are lawyers, by the way. Your lawyers sold you guys. If you are the kind of advisors that advised your lawyers, you have a problem. Can you imagine a lawyer saying that we actually had some errors? Those are samples. Have you read the registrar's report? You haven't.
The only challenge we have here is when you come to the debate and are close.
No. Nobody has a closed mind. Disha, you are the one with a closed mind. You are saying the election was won if the election was won that day, we wouldn't be in the Supreme Court. That's why we have a Supreme Court right now. And you are supposed to prove how that guy won. Your own lawyers came and admitted that there was an error in your own lawyer. And then you are coming to say it was won in the, Disha, I'm not going to respond to your questions. The other people will respond to your questions because they don't deserve a response. There are questions that have already been answered at the Supreme Court. When someone comes to say it was won on that day, that is a propagandist, but it's okay. It's good to always hope for something. Back to Kip.
Themba, you're right. And I was trying to trap him. I did not know he was UDA, but it was going to go to Bob, then Cheraisi for fairness. It was going to go to Bob so that Bob can rebut him, and then Cheraisi could come in and then support him, then Kosea. But Themba, you know how this thing goes. It's going to be a merry-go-round, so you're going to have to stop it at one point because we're going to keep repeating this, and I really hate doing that. So Bob, as being a senior, will go first, and then Cheraisi, being senior of the other side, will go next. And then after that, Themba, you have to decide. Bob. Bob Papa.
Bob, are you there? You unmute. You want to respond to a UDA guy who has refused to move from the political podium propaganda that Raila was defeated at the ballot box. That's a UDA propaganda, and they are holding on to it. Even after they didn't see no fact, their lawyers lied, and they are seeing coming here. Raila was defeated on. Anyway, Bob Papa, karibu.
I think he's.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I just want to be brief. I don't want to talk much what transpired at Supreme Court. It was open for everybody to see. But one statement that has just irked me from Disha is that he's telling us that the election was, Raila started losing the minute he joined Uhuru. Is Uhuru Kenyatta not a Kenyan? Those kind of, I think you guys, UDA are still in campaign mode. And that's why your lawyers, even in court, tried to sell a UDA manifesto or the campaign message, and they lost focus in the what they were supposed to defend. And UDA, I'd rather talk about UDA than talk about the Supreme Court, because everything was laid there for everybody to see. And I know UDA still wants to ignite their base and give them hopes, but it is a sad affair when you see it all over on social media, and even some of their prominent personalities saying that Julie Soweto brought fake documents, yet she was getting them from the portal. It shows you how mentally warped their minds are, because I mean, Julie Soweto, when responding to the questions from the judges, she carried no document apart from the display from a public portal, the IEBC portal, and yet you still want to live in denial. So it shows how I mean they lost focus totally. And I want to put this across to our viewers and the panelists, that the real focus, the real message was, for me, was not even Kamago. The real message was the 11,000 polling stations, because a demonstration of two polling stations, it was the same scheme skit.
The ghost polling
that was
stations.
Transmitting. Yes, it was those not ghost polling stations, the stations that were some of them are ghost, and some of them, but there were 11,000 polling stations that dumped dumped votes at a go, and that was the spike that we were being told of after the voting period had been closed, and within there was a spike of votes coming in big numbers. So that message, and I'm sure the judges are, I mean, they're clever enough, they've gotten the message. While UDA were trying to exonerate just when you try to exonerate Jose Camargo, it is funny, but the message was home. These fellows were dumping votes en masse to try and win this thing, but the real voter for UDA was somebody in Venezuela. And if you listened to Murgor in the dying minutes of their submissions, he mentioned a login from Venezuela, the IP address from Venezuela, and the whole thing behind it is that they were operating from using VPN. They had been given direct access to our servers, and they could do anything. And they did that anything. They gave us a president whom we did not vote for. So let's see. I'm sure the judges are going to overturn this. What I'm not so sure about is how we are going to go about the rerun. But for sure, from the questions that the judges put across, Chebukati will certainly not be in the picture. and there will be a solution to that. And I just in conclusion, I remember very well that Paul Mwangi gave a solution on how to go into elections without Chebukati. Thank you very much. Back to you, Themba.
Thank you, Themba.
Thank you. Yeah,
Themba,
okay.
just very quickly.
Yes.
Themba, very quickly. Our vice president for the Supreme Court said that this is a process that takes a whole year to do. Yet you've given us 14 days to do. That is why they picked the 46 polling stations. I didn't say polling centers. 46 polling stations. And then what Willie said was 50% of them use the document Form 34B 2 of 2, which was gazetted, that were not allowed to be printed. They were not allowed to print those. Our party, or Azimio La Umoja, refused that to be printed. We went to court, and that was gazetted, that were not allowed to print. But 50% of them used Form 34B, Book 2 of 2. Them saying that was supposed to be a backup in case Form 34B was to fail or there was a mistake on it. How does 50% of those returning officers make a mistake? Sorry, Themba. I want you to just justify why they used 50% of those papers in just a sample out of all the 46,000. 50% of them use that. A small sample, because they need a year to investigate that. Sorry.
You see, Disha is not going to answer you any of those questions. You heard his summary. He's starting his presentation by saying Raila lost when he joined Uhuru. You know, that's a political statement, not a factual statement. That's a political statement. That Raila lost the election when he joined Uhuru. You know, if Ruto was with Uhuru and Ruto was being supported by Uhuru, would you still say that? Secondly, when Jose Camargo or something works with the Smartmatic, how come a document is having an individual's name? A document, if to the worst, should have the organization's name. Why would you have Jose Camargo on a document? He is appearing even in the servers. If who was hired? Was it Jose Camargo or was it Smartmatic? And there was also, I think, Greek Lyco. So why would you have an individual's fingerprints on places? And then someone comes here to tell you that, you know, this election was won. And that's why your guy was saying that even if you appointed Oburu Odinga, because he knew the Venezuelans were already in the works, the thing was being cooked. Let me tell you something. I think maybe before I bring Chiraisi, the election, I think I shared it somewhere. The election of 2017 was nullified. There was nothing like going to the server to show how the documents were passing. That was not done. The commissioners were together in IEBC. The president and the deputy and the Jubilee government then had the majority. And by then, the difference was 1.5 million. But do you know why it was nullified? They could not define spoiled votes.
Bro, you had 19 points. I was expecting all of them.
and it was nullified. You know, so here you are coming here to tell us that you know, who nullified that election? In this bench, we have who? We have Smoking Wanjala. In this bench, we have Mwilu. In this bench, we have Lenaola. Those ones nullified the election in 2017 because of the same mistakes that this IEBC is not about you. You, Kenya Kwisha, you guys can continue saying that, oh, Raila lost, that's up to you. The person mandated to conduct a free and fair election in Kenya is IEBC and Chebukati. They are the ones who messed it, not you. You guys were going to enjoy the nini of their mess.
So they are the ones who are going to be cited. And they're going to be, who cited them then? Wanjala, Mwilu, Lenaola. They are coming back, in fact, with the worst mistakes. The commissioners are divided. They have this Kamago guy appearing everywhere, the sex offender that we have been told. He makes the bathroom and he wants to still remain there to see how you are showering. Those are the kind of people that we don't want. And now you are coming here to say this thing was won. And being even with your village mates, I don't know who is watching you saying that, you know, this thing was won even after the Supreme Court has had all this, and this thing has been displayed in front of people. And you have the courage. You know, I wonder how you guys get the guts. You know, you have the guts. I don't know where you're getting this thing to come and say, you know, this thing, you know, Raila lost it. Surely. Yes, Cheraisi.
And Chepukati is inside.
The same guy who was cited in 2017, he has not corrected the mistake. They have not answered the question that Wanjala, Smoking Wanjala asked in 2017. The issue of votes, the issue of voter turnout, those were not making sense. Then 2017, spoiled votes, not making sense today. You are busy saying, oh, fake documents. It's not about fake. It's not whether the document matches or not. The stamp is not there. Why would a document be scanned and at the end of it, it is coming up with a different stamp? What happened in between? Why did someone have to transfer that information? Cheraisi.
Don't get emotional, man.
Asante sana Demba, asante sana Kip, Disha, na kila mtu. You know, I've been following today. I participated earlier with Bernard. Kidogo tu. Let me bring all of us to a point of impartiality. Kidogo. You know, I'm UDA very well. You know, I'm a DB Ruto supporter, but that's out of that right now.
But you voted Raila.
Hold on, wait 1 second. Hold on. I'm saying let's get back. You know, Tempa was very animated. Mr. Disha was animated. Let's come to objectivity.
I haven't started being animated. When I get animated, you listen to me. So
okay,
relax.
Okay, so look, listen to my presentation here. I watched with objectivity. I watched the court case with objectivity. Although I support my side, I will not accept stolen goods. You know, I'm from a background where I respect what I get. You know, I work out for my stuff. So my perspective here is I don't think we'll ever, like the UDA side and Azimio side, what's going on? Hello?
Just go on. Julia is okay.
Oh, okay. I thought I was out. So I don't think we'll ever agree. I don't think we'll ever agree on these physical forms versus like the one ile inaenda hewani alafu sijui inakuja kubadilishwa. I don't think we'll agree on that.
Just go on.
Okay.
Just go on.
Okay, so I think we can. On my side, my observation was this decision on Monday will be based on two things. If the judges go on the constitutional procedural side, you know, this is my opinion now. I know my UDA people might be mad at me. If they go with constitutional and procedural side, I'm very convinced that the petitioners made their case. I'm very convinced. It's not even because of the constitutional article, whatever, to 45, 55, simple procedural, simple institutional procedural side. When Murgor brought in the contract between, is it Smartmatic and whatever, it was specific on the kind of picture to be transmitted. If that's the contract, if the contract is they presented was right, which I'm sure they are right, because they cannot present something to Supreme Court which is fake. It's specified that the image will be on JPEG, but our lawyer, Mr. Mahat, said the machine scanned on a PDF. So on that alone is a procedural violation. So if they go on the constitutional side, procedural side, it's really almost impossible to comply 100% with the constitution. It's tough. So if they go that, the judges will find a reason to nullify, and it will be nullified. But if they go on this compromise where they say, okay, these violations, this and this was there, but the math, like the physical form is emerged and all that, and you could see, our side was playing the math part, like, oh, he formed illegal online is the same as this to get Bugura in Ashikana. If they go on that narrow angle, then they will not nullify. But as Tempa said, in 2017, they nullified for even lighter reasons than the ones we have right now. So, if it's nullified, what next? On our UDA side, tuko tayari kurudia. We believe tuko the numbers, and you people believe you have the numbers. The question is, who will tie the cat? Tumesema Chebukati hawezi kufunga paka. Si tunasema ataweza. So if Chebukati is kicked out, because I'm sure your side will say no, if it's nullified, so I'm going back to the same guy mwenye alinikata shingo, it will be a different environment. Hopefully the Supreme Court will nullify and show us the correct, peaceful way of doing it within 60 days to rudi kura na tupendane kama wa Kenya. Because, honestly, who will want to lead with a baggage of illegitimacy, unasunguka unasambiwa, hey, mwizi uliniibia, try to go to Kisumu, unaambiwa, kwenda we ni mwizi. So I will not mind if they nullify. I personally will not mind, so long as it's constitutionally done within the next 60 days. We get a clean election. I don't know how. I'm sure it's possible. There's nothing impossible if with the willing people. If the citizens are willing, they're not going to throw stones here and there and crazy things like that. So long as our minds are united that tunataka kitu kizuri, nobody wants to get a shortcut or try to get what doesn't belong to them. Mimi niko sawa. Otherwise, on our UDA side, tunasema hesabu ilishikana. Tunasema whatever was in the ballot box matched what was taken to Nairobi to be counted, na inashikana na ile iko kwa portal, na inashikana na ile physical. So that's where I am right there. I'm yet to be convinced that kuna Kamago aliingia kwa computer na kufanya sijui nini. I was not convinced yet, I don't know whether I will be convinced that way, but it's difficult. It's difficult. But Azimio made a better case constitutionally.
It's not about the numbers. It's about it's not about the food. It's the container holding the food. You see? Now you are talking, and what you are forgetting is that the scrutiny unveiled some anomalies. The nine polling stations that from 34As were not located. All right? Now they're not going to. You see, when you have been called, when a thief is, and the problem is, like Julie Soweto said, that even when you are stealing, you leave some footprints. So
breadcrumbs.
Exactly. So you're saying that the numbers were matching the number on whatever they were told to bring. You know, these people ran, and when they realized they had people overworking. In fact, the lawyers were getting out making calls. How come that original form appeared all of a sudden? But if you check the stamp on that original form and the stamp on what was uploaded, the stamping, if it is the same, then it should be the same. How can the stamp move on the other form?
The stamp was different.
Yes, Cheraisi, you should be able to ask that question. Yeah, you should be able to ask that question. How come that stamp is different? At what point did that document get up there? And at what point did this original appear?
Okay.
Is this original? Someone was being told when the question was asked, the person went and drew that quickly and came with it and said, okay, you go and confirm that this is the thing. That's a blatant thief.
Anyway, Temper.
Plumber. Yes,
One second. Anyway, Temper. Let me confess here. Okay. Let me confess. I don't know if you are seeing my posts in social media and stuff. Yeah. Let me confess. When Soweto was presenting, man, I'm telling you, I was sweating because I'm like, she went live. And I was like, damn, So your story, I said Makata Miti. So I started Kukata Miti for sure because I was like, damn, that was like shocking. But anyway, thank God Mr. Maat came over and showed us the overlay. But I'm telling you, it was like, but
no, you can't say Mahat saved you guys. Mahat actually threw you guys under the bus. He came and said, actually, there were errors. When he admitted that there were errors. Okay, Ed, let's listen to Ed before I come to Stone PK.
So actually, when they first mentioned that guy's name, the Spanish guy's name, they did, the Azimio side did mention that was probably an overlay. So it's not like they were presenting something they didn't know. So they did mention the fact that was probably an overlay. And as I mentioned, that name being mentioned was just to bring out the fact that that's the guy that was also on the logs, deleting some of the logs. But the main item there was that form. And as Temba said, the stamp looks different, which means that form was likely generated as it was being displayed up there, and they brought a form and then they forgot to put the same stamp that was actually on the display. So I think I believe that everything is going to go down to that form where the guy signed 2 days before the election. It was signed 2 days before the election. Thing I want to ask, and I don't think so many people have answered this. Samuel Anasema at he will be okay with a repeat election, but a repeat election with who? We are asking that culprits responsible for what happened to be taken to jail or to be mashtaka yafunguliwe. So Chebukati, yes. Chebukati with who? Was Chebukati committing the crimes for himself? For whose benefit were those crimes being committed for? What if it comes out that actually there was some ghost poll stations and all of those votes ended up going to Ruto, which will likely point a finger to Ruto himself as a culprit also in this case. And he ends up in the same basket as Chebukati as a person who's likely to be sued. Is he going to stand for elections? And what if afunguliwa mashtaka and waseme kwamba he cannot stand for elections again based on that? I'm just asking myself, because Chebukati did not commit this crime by himself. And if Chebukati is going to go down, there's going to be a group of people that are going to go down with him. Yeah.
Okay, Kusel, hold on. Let's listen to Kusel. Kusel, keep it short. Then I go to...
I'll keep it short. You remember, I'm going to focus on the determination of number one, which was about whether the technology deployed by IEBC met the verifiability, security, transparency, accuracy, and whether it guaranteed, it was a guaranteed system. Now, you remember what Murgor was trying to talk about. He went back and to bring in the terms of that engagement. If you go by that, and then you check whether these things I've said or can be, that determination can be made in respect to what Soweto was doing, you can see that that system itself has failed. So in other words, under determination number 1, assuming people have to go for that re-election, there is also the issue of the system. It has failed the test. Then secondly, there is the issue. There was also another determination to find Chebukati unfit. From the look of things, Chebukati may be found unfit. But as Ed is trying to say, I think alongside Chebukati is the CEO. Is the CEO, and there are people who are working in the field. So they may well find out based on, unfortunately, I don't think they narrow down to any ROO or PO, but you realize that the falsification of the Form 34As was done at the polling stations. As much as, is it Disha? He has left. He was trying to say that those forms were looking okay. Now, something else, I think it's Skip who was saying that they checked the ballot boxes, the ones under the polling stations which were being checked, the 45. They said that they found the parallel from 34As missing in 27 of them. And if the sample was 45, that is not even 50%, it is 60%. It is 60%. I think that those are my points.
Thank you, Gusel, for that insight. Kip.
I'm just going to make Ed and the rest of you a bit upset because I'm just going to be realistic about this. Chebukati, Ruto, and whoever you think is suspect to what has happened, which we all know blatantly, the election was bungled. What the Supreme Court can only do right now under the Constitution or under their mandate is nullify or do a recount and then announce who they think the president is. As to about the person who had their hand in the cookie jar, they can only do recommendation like last time, which means that yes, we have put Chebukati, many of the petitioners have put Chebukati as one of the suspects as to what happened. So here's the problem we have, and this is where we have a constitutional crisis, and this is why everybody's talking about that right now. Is right now we know Chebukati is the problem, the CEO is the problem. What the Supreme Court can only recommend is for them to be prosecuted. And for me personally, as Skip, I do not trust the DPP, do not trust the Director for Public Prosecutions, because he's going to take their time. In the meantime, while we're taking this person for prosecution, Chebukati will still be chairman of IEBC, still within the next 60 days, going to run the re-election that I think is going to happen. And that is the concern I have. For me, 100%, I believe this election is going to be nullified. I am in the train of thought of Ed is, how do we deal with the Ruto and Chebukati situation? Because we as a citizen suspect, Jeraisi, don't shake your head, suspect that these people have bungled the elections. We believe, I believe, me, Kip, believe that Chebukati was paid by Ruto to do what he did to this election. Me, Kip Jeraisi, I believe that he did that. So what do we do next? That's what Eddie is asking. I don't believe the Supreme Court can do anything. So I think Bob has his hands up, but that is my opinion. I don't trust the DPP. The lower courts will take time, and we've got 60 days according to the Constitution to go for a rerun. And secondly, that is why you had them. Why you had the Vice President of the of the Supreme Court saying that
This is a process that needed a whole year, not 14 days. Thank you, Thambad.
Okay, I know we want to respond.
Okay,
And
Themba asked a question, but Keep has not answered it.
Hold on. I know we all want to respond. I know it's getting interesting and very nice. Cheraisi yuko hapa. Cheraisi is here. Cheraisi is a good man. He supports UDA. He never runs away. He comes and he takes the hit like a man. So don't worry. Cheraisi yuko hapa hataenda mahali. He will take the hit. Si kama Disha anakuja hapa kuleta politics za podium, alafu akilemewa anatoroka. You know, you don't make a sweeping statement like Raila alishindwa alipoungana na Uhuru. What kind of a statement is that? And you are coming to speak on a national TV. That's something you go and say in a village baraza when you are campaigning for Ruto. You don't come to on a serious platform like this and make a sweeping statement like that. That one, it will make people not take you serious. Even if you support your person, can you imagine that person advising your lawyer? And that is the kind of advice that they give to their lawyers. Now their lawyers come and say, you know, these things are like I don't know, drama. And then when they are asked questions, they say, you know, they said that you know, we are so generous. We have even you know, donated time to the Supreme Court. Now when the question time came, they say, my lords, we need more time. Now, why were you donating the time in the first place if you need more time?
Can you answer my question?
Yeah, so Cheraisi will be here, and all of you are here. I want to bring these two gentlemen. They haven't spoken. Stone PK and Stevie Charo. Can we allow them also to speak?
Could you allow Stone to answer my question then?
Julie, we have a lady there.
Calm down. Calm down. Relax. We are not going anywhere. We are here. Stone PK. These people will not allow you to speak. They will keep on raising their hands up. Stone PK, Karibu. It's your time. I'll have to let us Stephen Charo. You can start from anywhere. You can start from responding to Kuseo. You can go on with your submissions anywhere.
But I repeat it.
I'm Jambo Wote. Thank you. Good to see you. Let me begin by some rhetoric questions, or we call it a monologue. Someone may answer, someone may not answer. What are the powers of the Supreme Court of Kenya? For me, in my own understanding, it's ndio mwisho wa dunia ya Kenya kisheria. I'm talking like this to a man like Dish, if he is listening to us from the other side. Yani natumia hiyo lugha ya kule village, hata si mtaani huwezi ongea hivyo. Lakini village utaambia hiyo ndio mwisho wa dunia ya sheria katika Kenya. Yani ni mwisho ya dunia ya sheria katika Kenya. What are the powers of Supreme Court? Because again, I'm finding even very educated people moving around and all that, saying, oh, it cannot do this, it can. Supreme Court can do anything in that country. Yes, you can shake your hand till I say. Supreme Court will not allow the country to ban. Take that to the bank, because they have one of the what do we call it? Jurisdiction is to give an opinion. That is wide, my friend. That it is so wide, and you can use it in whichever way, so long as it's in the right direction and in the interest of the population of this country. You can consult with anybody else. That opinion, they can easily say, if we do a rerun, this country will ban. They can easily say, this 60 days in the Constitution, through what we have experienced as an advisory court, it's repugnant to the reality of this country and to the peoples of this republic. Uliza Abdul Nasir atakwambia hiyo. because 60 days, it might not be working for us Kenyans. And it is proven. Right now, you guys are debating and saying, now, 60 days, we have to disband IBC. You see, you're already in a situation. You're already in a situation. So do you think Supreme Court will leave us in that situation, really? In my own opinion, I don't think so. They can not just, kufunga macho and say, kaende hivyo, vile kutakuwa, like what Kivuda, not Kivuda, this is who died, the IBC met, Kibuitu. Kibuitu said to hell, and Kenya banned. But Supreme Court cannot do that. Chebukati can do it because he has already sold us to Venezuela. Right now, we have a Venezuelan president-elect in Kenya who is gearing towards kutawala Kenya, and he's a Venezuelan. Drug country, failed state. They have their own leader here. They can't even have their own president, but they can manufacture a president in Kenya. So do you want to tell me Supreme Court can leave us in that kind of a total mess? And I would want to borrow a little bit from Ed when he says, what if Supreme Court says, number one, Chebukati is incapacitated. I think I don't know, I don't want to use, some harsh words for him, because you can't do this twice to the same Supreme Court. Okay? So one thing, they will throw that guy into the basket, into trash. Okay, once they throw the guy into trash, are we ready to do a rerun? And what is a rerun? Again, here I ask for somebody to tell me what a rerun. You are rerun, what is a rerun? A rerun is when none of you in a competition fail to attain the required minimum. That's why you say you rerun. But for this case, what do you rerun about? What do you base your rerun on? When these numbers, someone like my brother Cheraisi is talking about numbers, and they are all rotten. How they are generated is rotten. So how do you talk of numbers? So I don't think the Supreme Court will even be looking at numbers. You refuse to open the server so that we see how these numbers look like. So what numbers do we really base our, what can Supreme Court base numbers on to determine that these guys didn't do this? For me, I see they will fall onto Omtata. They will say these 11,000 keys that initially they were reported stolen, that the IBC warehouses were broken into sometimes, and they disappeared. And some of us who read from very far, we knew that they have been stolen by Ruto, hidden for election 2022. That's some of us Kenyans, we know. There is, you can shake your head. We know this from it is the inside. The 11,000 keys were, they were reported that it was broken into the warehouses of IBC and they were stolen. As poor Kenyans, naive Kenyans, we never bothered. Up to and including when these papers were being printed and you are told, I'm a print double. Did Kenyans even bother to ask? What will happen to the other extra that are printed? We didn't ask. These are the ones that have cooked us. So Supreme Court may do something unbelievable. They may create their own, they may innovate and advise an opinion of what to do. And don't be surprised when they say, based on the illegal numbers that were being added onto William Samoei Ruto, assuming we assume everything went okay, but there are these numbers that are outright stolen. Remove them from what you are saying he got. Tell me, if they remove 1.7 million from his figure, what will happen? I pause there, I'll come back later. Banatemba.
Okay, before I bring Stephen Charo, Julia had come earlier. Julia tafadhali. And in the interest of balancing the gender, hata hapa tuko 1/3. Unajua sasa sisi constitutionally tungekuzwa tumekiuka 1/3 gender rule, but it's okay. Julia, go ahead.
Asante. You should always remember that nyinyi ndio mnatetea Kenya na constitution. Good to see Cheraisi, naona anapambana na hawa wazee wa Azimio. Bob Papa, Kuseo, bado mnatetea IBC. Joshua, Stone PK, Stephen Charo, Themba. Good to see you. I was just coming. There's this young man we called. Anaitwa Dusho. Disha. Mbona mmemtoa Themba? Simuite tena. Tumwelimishe.
Mimi huwa sitoe mtu. Mimi huwa sitoe mtu. Alijitoa mwenyewe.
No, we need to educate them.
The kitchen became too hot. He could not stand the fire. So he decided to disappear. Unajua Julia, I cannot do anything mtu akiamua kutoroka. Kitchen ilikuwa hot.
Yeah, he needs some education. I just think I'm beginning to understand these people. First, it's their age. I think he may be about 90s. Ama anaweza kuwa mtu wa 90 something. Hawa watu hawajui tumetoka wapi. Hawa watu hawajui. They don't understand anything even about multi-party. And they have a problem. Hawa watu walisomea Kenya. They did not listen to their history and government teachers. These annoying students that wanasumbua walimu shule, because a good student should understand where we are coming from. And a good student should know that saying Uhuru Kenyatta, that Raila lost when Uhuru Kenyatta is a Kenyan and he has a right to support whoever he wants. Sasa nini inasumbua watu wanatoka Mount Kenya ati wanakona shida ati Uhuru Kenyatta anaunga Raila mkono? What is wrong with them? If Uhuru Kenyatta is not supporting Ruto, it's because he has good reasons. And I think me and Uhuru Kenyatta, we agree. And if Uhuru Kenyatta thinks like me, I think it's okay, because my problem with Ruto is not his tribe, is not his community, because Abab is a suspected thief, right, Chiraisi? When I say something, you say amen, Chiraisi. He's a suspected thief, say yes, Chiraisi. He's a suspect of crimes against humanity, say yes, ma'am. You don't want to say amen, you say yes, ma'am. That's how my students talk to me, say yes, madam. He's a suspect of corruption. I mean, I can list so many things, Chiraisi. Juzi, si kitambo sana, Ruto aliambiwa rudisha shamba ya Mutesh. Yani akona shida mingi. So I think Uhuru thinks like that. But I think Uhuru has more issues with Ruto than I have, because they work together. So this Dushi man, we need to call his teacher, tutafute mwalimu wake, tuambie mwalimu, you wasted your time in the classroom teaching this young man. You'd rather have gone to teach somebody else than teaching this kind of a person.
Julia, mwambie arudie fees yake. Hiyo fees alilipa haikumsaidia.
Hiyo fees haikumsaidia. You cannot come on such a platform telling us that Baba lost because of Uhuru supported him. So what? Uhuru is one of those Kikuyus who are thinking properly. So those who are not thinking like Uhuru are not thinking, and have no apologies to make. So leave that topic alone. You people, Chiraisi, I liked your earlier submission that you are watching this lady called Juliet Soweto. Me too, I was shocked. I was really shocked. And I went to the IBC portal and I saw that for Gasharagaine. You people, you are saying is overlay. Overlay ni nini? Overlay si kama ninapiga kitu picha, something else itoke, ama overlay ni nini? Nani yako na another explanation? If I'm taking my documents pictures, I could have other documents there, and then something information gets into that other document. That's what I'm thinking. That's overlay. So why is Jose? By the way, it's not Jose, it's Jose. Jose something. And either Jose something, that Jose man. Why is his Jose name appearing in that thing? Why Jose? Okay. If you want to think that somebody did that and that form found itself in the IBC portal, that gives us evidence that the IBC portal was penetratable by anybody. Okay, if you want to think that IBC is not behind that form found itself there, then who put it there? So now that takes me to what Chiraisi is saying. And okay, Chiraisi is trying to argue nicely, but this Dushu man is arguing foolishly. is saying that why the numbers that were added are the ones added in the portal. We already have a form in the portal, Chiraisi, with that overlay thing that we don't know where it's coming from. So where are these forms in the portal coming from? So how then do you start telling us the numbers are adding? Which numbers are you adding, Chiraisi? Hata iko na jina ya Jose, hata hiyo unaongeza. Alafu umeona Juliet, the lawyer Juliet, advocate Juliet also said something about the serial numbers for the Kim kits, that the same Kim kit was used in a polling station in Bungoma and another in Murang'a County. So now, Chiraisi, put yourself in my shoe. I'm a layman. Ata sielewi technology. Ata majudges, I don't think they are IT experts. And the IBC portal is opened. Everybody can. I had to sign into that portal to look for those forms. I saw those forms. Ata hiyo ya Bungoma, ata hiyo ya Murang'a. I had to do it. Now everybody can log into those forms and find those irregularities that we are seeing. That the same kit was used in this count and another, and almost at the same time. So how does that explain? You want to tell us that those are errors? Which errors? What errors are those? Who is making? Okay, they are errors. Who is making those errors, and for what purpose? So I think we cannot even start talking about numbers. Adding, there are no numbers here. There are no real numbers in the first place. There are no numbers at all. What numbers are we talking about? Because these forms, there's a fault with the forms you are seeing in the portal. So what numbers are we talking about? That's the question. What numbers? Now, today I had a chat. I happened to mention to one of my colleagues who's a Filipino, about, I was just chatting with her that, oh, we're having a case in the Supreme Court. There's a certain farm. Then I mentioned the farm. Then she just yelled at me. She said, oh, Julia, that company conducted elections in our country. I was working for the Electoral Commission in Philippines, and they were intercepting data and changing it. She just said that about that they were intercepting data in the clouds and changing it. She said exactly what are the allegations of the Azimio lawyers has been. I didn't put those words in her mouth. I was so shocked. And I asked myself why Chebukati had to go for this farm. Now, when she said this, my conclusion was that farm has a good CV of stealing elections. And therefore, Chebukati and Ruto planned it a long time ago, that those people are experts in stealing elections. And I looked at that and I felt fooled as a Kenyan, because Chiraisi, I voted for Uhuru in 2017 and 2013, and I was feeling like a hero that the man I voted for won. Now I feel so much cheated. I think you're also feeling cheated, Chiraisi, here. I feel so much cheated because now I know what I was thinking is not true. He didn't win, genuinely. Someone was playing with the numbers, and someone is playing with the numbers again right now. So my conclusion is, which numbers are we adding? Even those who are saying that the Supreme Court may declare Baba president. How? Which numbers is he going to use? In fact, I want to conclude with the words of Gethu Muigai, that if the Azimio team thinks that this election was faulty, then it is faulty for everybody, even the governors. I really believe that. In fact, the whole election should be called null and void. Parliament should be disbanded. Tuanze upya. Au ma-MP mko nao wote ni fake. Hakuna mtu amechaguliwa kwa haki na ukweli, because if this is what happened, if it happened for the MPs, if it happens for the governors, then we are lying to ourselves as Kenyans. So my take is that I really believe that this thing should be disbanded, tuanze upya, na hatuna vacuum, tuko sawa. Kenyatta is the president. You've not heard that school children not go to school because there was no funding for school. You'll not hear that. We have a government in place. So Kenyatta can still continue being president, and we sort this Chebukati thing out. Because one thing is sure, we will not go for election with Chebukati. And one thing I'm also sure, Ruto will not want to go for election with the 4 commissioners. So we have a crisis which we must deal with. And we got to deal with now. and the High Court, the Supreme Court got to give directions right now. It is now. It is not tomorrow. They got to do it on Monday. They got to do it. So mimi huo ndio msimamo wangu. Kwa hivyo chiraisi ambia huyo ndugu yako, huyu kijana, namuita kijana, sijui kama ni kijana ama ni mzee, lakini naona kama ni kijana, awachage kusema hiyo maneno ya ignorance hapa, akiuliza ati numbers. Which are numbers are adding? There are no numbers here. Chiraisi, there are no numbers. There's no number here. Hakuna numbers, ziko wapi? Unless you are counting that form with her full name. Asante Themba.
Thank you so much, Julia, for saying that. In fact, that question was answered by Willis. If you listen to Willis when he was finishing, he said that Professor Gideon Muigai said that if it was not good for the president, then even the others, it wasn't good. Willis said, yes, and it is a matter of jurisdiction. The Supreme Court only deals with the presidential. From next week, or thereafter, you will see the others going to their jurisdictions. There'll be so many court cases. I've already heard that Jubilee will be having like 11 constituencies they'll be taking to court, and several other places. So the magnitude is going to be felt across board. So this thing that they're saying that they were, that was a diversionary statement. It was a statement trying to protect his client. It wasn't a statement of fact. That if Chebukati is this bad.
He didn't think what he was yielding to. He was thinking he's rubbishing the petitioners. But we knew what he was saying is the fact that the whole parliament should be disbanded.
Yeah, guys are going to be going to court, and you see, they did not see what was coming. I liked Ngatia when Ngatia said that there was an error. The admission of an error. Now, Cheraisi, this was a sample of 54. They didn't release 9. So the 5 that were looked at, form 34A, 2, the second one, the 2 of 2, was not supposed to be used at all. It was found used, and when the returning officers were asked, they said that because the first one had spoiled. Now, when they're asked to produce the spoiled ones, they could not produce. You see, you have used the second one, and you have said the first one was spoiled, and you cannot produce the first one that is spoiled. Where are they? Because you need to account for them. So there was no accountability. Now, all these people are telling us, these things are tallying. I tell you the speed at which, they released a team of, there were, 54 lawyers who are working. So each of them was, when this person is busy talking, if there's something that has been raised, someone else is told, fill that thing quickly, bring it. We need to produce it. The speed with which that particular copy came, and it was being shown there. It showed you the kind of, I think they are so ingenious. And you see some of their guys now commenting, saying that, oh, these people are just feeding on lies. I mean, if someone can watch, I'm just perturbed by some of your guys. You can sit watching a Supreme Court proceeding and see all those things being presented, and you still come and say that you guys are just feeding on lies. I don't understand. What is it that you people drink? Even Wajakoya doesn't take that one. There's something that your people are smoking that I don't know. You see there's Kamago, you see there's Jose Kamago. He's appearing in documents, official documents. Wherever you work, Cheraisi, assuming that, I don't know, there's a guy who came here and said that he worked for IEBC. When he's giving IEBC documents,
Disha.
His name, does it appear in the document at the end?
No, not in this current election. I think earlier.
No, but yeah, whichever. I mean, if you work for if your company, Jose, has been contracted to do work, you work for that company, and then you are the technical person in that company, say company A. Then you are sent to work at Stone PK's place. Which letterhead? Is it your name that appears in the official documents of your company, or what happens?
No, you know, Temper, that was to prove that this fellow was involved in the elections, not the system. He was involved in changing things, dealing with Form 34As, which have nothing to do with the system as a maintenance. You remember they accessed the system 180 to 200 times.
Yeah, what was he doing? What was he doing in the system? What would the plumber be doing in my bathroom after he has fixed the bathroom? He should go away. That's a sexual offender. And that's what we were told. I know the heat is coming in. Now, I want to bring in Charo and then Douglas before we open it up again.
Let them answer my question.
Asante sana bwana Temba, na wasalimia nyote hapo. Mimi yangu nitaongea
Can you have my question to answer, please?
Sasa ningojee ujibu swali kwanza.
No, wait, Kuse.
Because Stone did not answer it.
No, it's okay. Hold on, Kuse. You know, if you bring Stone, there are two other people who haven't spoken. So we'll be having that back and forth. Just be patient. Your question will be answered. All these people will answer. Okay, just calm down. Yes, Steve Charo, endelee.
Mimi yangu ni machache kidogo, naona manake kizungu imepanda sana hapo, lakini katika sisi sote ambao tuko hapa kwa panel hii hakuna hata mmoja amekuwa judge, hakuna hata mmoja amekuwa lawyer. Maybe mtu umekuwa mwalimu ama umefanya kitu vingine huko, okay, umekuwa judge ama lawyer, it's okay, lakini the judgment ndio ambayo ni open in any case. After the judges, there will be nothing else. Kama hiyo Supreme Court nafikiri is the last thing, lakini we have to look where the rain started beating Africa. Because hapa Afrika tuna kizungu mingi hata kushinda akili zetu. Tuna ujuaji mwingi tu, especially watu wa kutoka bara. Mimi natoka Mombasa, I don't accuse anybody. Lakini watu wa kutoka bara kizungu ni mingi, lakini some of them, or most of them, the heads are empty. Kwa sababu nikisema hivyo, poleni, sijatukana mtu. I'm sorry about that. Lakini nikisema hivyo, ile kesi imekuwa pale, the same court in Africa are the same things which they are killing people in Africa. Kwa sababu the rain started beating us when we allowed some people with so many cases to go view some seats in our country, in our good Kenya. Hiyo ndio kitu ya kwanza ilianza kuwa mistake, and the rain beated us very much there. We should argue with anything. Kama mtu ana kesi kawaida, ile nchi mimi ninakaa, kama una kesi yoyote, hata kama na bibi yako, you are not allowed to view anything paka ukilie ile mata. And the courts in Africa, they will just say, okay, we stop your case, go continue viewing your position. That is very wrong, first of all. Kama nyinyi mmesoma, hiyo ndio kitu ya kwanza, very wrong. Kwa hivyo pale, the same thing which happened with Songo, and Songo is still moving around. Alikuja Mombasa juzi, tulimtoa mbio huko. Sisi ni watu wa ODM. Sisi ni watu wa baba. Mpende msipende. Nyinyi mtapawa pesa huko mkule, mnunuliwe, that is your own business. Lakini courts, African court, sahi kuna kesi ya Angola. The same thing is happening now in Angola. Now the same problem is courts rules. Paka sahi hata hiyo Supreme Court, they will just judge a mistake, which some people will cry here. Which people will cry. Wengine wanasema miti ikatwe, wanasahau kununua vitambara zeupe za kufuta machozi. The same court. Sababu wanazokuambia yeye amechaguliwa, is a permanent there IBC, it cannot not be taken, something like that cannot be taken, and the president is there. Kwa sababu saa hizi wote wale waizi wamejulikana, they should have been stopped, na president aseme atakaa mpaka everything will be cleared normally kama ni nchi zingine. Lakini hizo nchi zetu za Kiafrika, I'm not going to this African mentality court kangaroo. Watajaji vile watakavyojaji, na kuambia kuna watu watalia katika hii panel. I can count you one of you. Hata juzi nimekuwa hapa, niliwaambia Mombasa hata waende wakina nani, hata aende Ruto peke yake asimame pale Mombasa. Sisi ni watu wa ODM. We are not shaken. We are there, we are stand our pawns. Isipokuwa koti ndio zinatuharibia, na koti they will still kuharibu mpaka maisha yetu yote. I don't know when the change is coming, But the change will have to start with the courts. These kangaroo courts must all go away. Kama wewe una shida unaenda. Hata kama una problem na issue ya mtoto wako nyumbani. Mtoto wako haendi school na unataka UMP, you are not going to get that chance to be an MP kama mtoto wako haendi school. That is how the courts going on in Europe. Si ati hii mambo ya utangatanga huko kuleta waizi kuwaweka ati mwizi anasimama. Mtu ana kesi haijaisha anaambiwa anatafuta rais. Mtu ana kesi haijaisha ana murder case anakuwa free. Since when a murderer gets out with bond? Since when in this world a murder? Wewe unaenda kuiba tomato unaenda fungwa. Murder is going around and cheating people. And Africans are dancing. It's only country in Africa, it's only the continent of Africa where thieves gather together and the poor people dance to them. Afrika peke yake. Waizi wanafungamana, wanafanga kikosi chao, halafu wale masikini ndio wanaenda kucheza mshenee huko. Wakiambiwa utakula soda, tutafungua kampuni ya kunywa uji, they will run there. Na ukiangalia hivi wengi sana ni watu wa bara. In Coast Mombasa, in the area of Coast, MP, if he's not doing anything, we don't want him. Hata akiwa na kidomodomo gani. We don't take this rubbish kabisa. We are correct people, straightforward people. Lakini watu wengi wa bara, they can be moved everywhere because of money. They can be moved A to B, to B to Z because of Kenya shillings. Ambapo hapo is the big mistake. Tuna wasomi wengi sana. Hapa Europe watu hawajasoma kama Kenya. I'm in Europe, lakini I can see degrees is a few than in Kenya. In Kenya, everybody has at least a degree. Lakini si hapa Europe, lakini they do their things correctly. Because wewe kama unatafuta kiti na una problem with your wife, you are not going anywhere. Kama wakina Watengula, wale wanapigana na mabibi, they should not even see in any office of the country. Lakini in Africa, they should go. They should go. So there where rain started beating us. And it will still beat us. Even on Monday, rain will beat us. To make sure that tumenunua vitambaa zeupe za kufangusa machozi. Because rain is going to beat us proper. So what we have to do is to stick in another alternative way. These kangaroo courts should have stopped. Na kuna wasomi. And the wasomis are the thieves. Mtu anakaa kotini yeye kazi yake anangoja donge nono. So if they got donge nono, they'll do anything. They will do anything. Normally. Yes.
You seem to be casting aspersion on the Supreme Court without necessarily having some facts.
Yeah, but it has been there. It has always been there. Even the last Supreme Court was there.
No, hold on, Charo, twende pole pole. In 2017.
Yes.
I want you to be a little more factual.
Yeah.
In 2017, did they nullify an election?
Yes.
Did they nullify an election?
Yes, of course.
What were the reasons?
I don't remember the reasons because I was not in Kenya by that time. I don't remember much the reasons.
Even right now, you're not in Kenya, but you have.
Yes, sure, of course.
Yeah.
But I follow. There was no Kutembei to follow, and there was nothing much more to follow than this time now.
But do you remember what reasons were there? Were they as heavy as right now?
They were not heavy as right now because I don't know really how heavy do you mean.
And which judges sat in that particular nullification?
There was this judge, this man who retired. I don't remember his name.
There was Maraga.
Judge Maraga. And
there was Mwilu. Wait. Let's go slowly. There was Mwilu.
Yes.
There was Maraga.
Yes.
There was Wanjala. There was Lenaola. There was another judge that retired. Then
Joki,
there was
somebody Joki, yes. I remember him.
And Ibrahim was unwell then.
Yeah.
But remember, two of them were dissenting.
So Njoki and Ojuang dissented.
Correct.
Yeah. and then Mwilu, not Mwilu, Maraga, Maraga, Mwilu, Wanjala, and Lenaola nullified that election.
Yes.
By then, the difference between Uhuru and Raila was 1.5 million.
Yes.
And there was nothing like what you saw today. The IBC by then was one body. They were not having different commissioners as they did today.
Yes.
The Attorney General was a friend of the court defending the win of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
Okay.
This time round, Attorney General was supporting the petitioner.
Yes, there was a lawyer. This is a Gidi Muigai. He was a lawyer to Ruto's side, is it?
No, let's go slowly because you're making some statements that I find a little, all over. They're not factual. It is not fair for you to cast aspersion in the Supreme Court.
Yes.
Without finding. You can argue that the case will be thrown out or not, without necessarily calling it a kangaroo court, right?
But you people, you try to run from your shadows. That is the problem, because when you get the truth, you don't want to take it. You get the truth, but you don't want to take it, because at time when they throw the nullified the other time, they should have taken Chibukati already out. You cannot rule that the Chibukati still the same referee. Like right now, even they say let's go to rerun. Chibukati will be still the referee. Then that's why Raila didn't go that time. Raila had
and
to
that's why if you followed, that's why Charo, if you followed, you'll realize they addressed that issue. Okay, they said it's a constitutional body and their constitutional process of removing, but they are going to.
By that time, there was no rules. By that time, there was no rules. The rules are becoming now. The constitutional rules are now coming for today, for this matter. But the last time, they were not there. You want to tell me like that? Don't run from our shadows, my friend. We have to be correct and very answerable. Don't try to run to our shadows. And we Africans, we try to run to our shadows all the time. Because the time when the first thing, it was Chibukati with his team to go away so that we can have a new referee and the game goes on. But now we let this referee to match the game to Naibiwa Tena. The same thing will happen. And it is going to beat us every day, this rain, if we are going to run out of our shadows. Take that from me.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. No. You don't have to be sorry. That's your feeling. That's what you think. And I mean, you go to Sawa, you have given your view. Let's have Ebole at least, and then now we can open the discussion again to those people who have already spoken. Makiadi huko juu, so usifanye jambo ambalo linaweza likafanya tucheke huko. Ebole, karibu.
Haya, tumeingia. I don't know if the admin alikuwa kiona huko nikijaribu kuhack server trying to enter this group over here. Nani aliona nikijaribu huko? Hiyo ndo hacking sasa, hiyo ndo hacking ya IBC. Hivyo ndo wangejua nani anajaribu kuingia na kutoka na ingi. Anyway, I think ways that I think the Hustler Nation, let me tell you the problem with the Hustler Nation here. I think these people have been fed a false hope of success and opportunity as the hustlers of Kenya. Yeah, whose baskets will be filled 10 times over and will probably be overflowing with riches and opportunity. Hiyo ndio propaganda wamepewa. That's why these guys cannot see forward or backwards. They cannot look at the law. Okay? They will it's by all means necessary. Trying to get things by all means necessary. Now, that's why we have two groups. We have two groups here. One, we have the law-abiding Kenyans. The second, we have the criminal-minded Kenyans. Kuna watu wanataka law and order in the country. and there are people who don't want law and order. They want criminal survival in the country. Kenya is running in between to go into two groups, and unfortunately these two groups are so big that they are so significant that there are some people who want to run the country in a criminal way and get away with things, and there's some people who want some law and order into the country. One thing I would not talk about is the judgment of the Supreme Court on Monday. Until the Supreme Court pronounces itself up to the end and it's clear what they said, then we can be able to unpack what the Supreme Court will say. Right now, nobody knows what will happen. And this is what I normally say. You always have to prepare yourself for the worst case scenario. If you're a realistic person, even if you're doing business, you have to look at the worst case scenario. Ikifanyika, what do I do? Or how do I move forward? You see? So that is something for people to think about. But until the Supreme Court pronounces itself, we cannot comment on it. We can have hopes. We can argue about it. We can argue about the evidence. But until it pronounces itself, that's when we'll know that they looked at the evidence, they looked at whatever was there, and they made a good judgment. Or maybe they didn't make a good judgment. That is my perspective towards that. As regards to, in fact, I wanted to, when I was trying to hack this system and to try to come in, there was a young man who was talking about numbers. I really wanted I had written a very good explanation on the numbers, but I will not go into that. But let me stop there. So I will continue listening.
You can explain for the viewers what you have, and then.
Okay, I wanted to ask him. Okay, so this is the analogy. Okay. First of all, I would just like to ask one question. For you to be declared that you have 50 plus 1, is it based on the number of people who voted and had the correct votes, as in eligible votes, or is it a matter of is it compared to how many people turned out to vote? Those two questions. Nani anaweza answer hiyo alafu niingie kwa hii hesabu haraka.
Naona Daniel Aminong.
I will repeat like the Supreme Court lawyers.
Naona Daniel Aminong.
The 50 plus 1, for you to get 50 plus 1, is it based on the valid votes casted, or is it based on the number of people who came to vote?
To answer you, brother, is that it's based on the valid vote that casted. If you go to the case of Goria Jematia in 2013, they took the case to the court concerning the what do you call these votes, what do you call unwanted votes? I don't know what is the name of it. Spoiled votes. So the court rules that it should be only valid votes that should be used in calculating 50 plus 1.
Stone PK nilikuwa nimeona umeinua mkono. You have a different opinion?
No, I'm of the same opinion. Before that court case, it used to be.
Don't PK, your audio is poor.
Yeah, before that court case that Daniela has quoted, I used to think it was total vote cast. But now after that case, it was proved that we have to do based on the valid vote, which we've never achieved in Kenya, in my own opinion, and through my experience. It's very hard to really determine the valid vote. Thank you.
So this is my calculation. Okay, let's say we're giving a case scenario so that we can, I don't know if you have a pen, fine, you can do the math if you have a calculator, or if you can do the math with your head, it's fine, or you can just listen. This is a scenario we have 2 million voters, registered voters, yes, in this country called P. 2 million registered voters. Only 1 million come out to vote. That is the voter turnout, correct? Out of 2 million, 1 million come out to vote. That is a voter turnout, which is 50% of the people registered to vote. So when people vote, this is what we expect. We expect spoiled votes. Let's say the spoiled votes are 10,000. We expect also that there are other opponents, yes, who actually gain some percentage in terms of voting. Let's say there are 4 opponents. 2 are small ones who get, they get 5%. The big ones remain, get the other votes. So the 5% get, let's say, 60,000. Okay? So out of the votes casted, tutoe 60,000 and tutoe 10,000. 5%. So that is, let's say we have 50,000. Alafu spoiled votes ni 10,000. So hiyo ni 60,000. Ukitoa hiyo kwa 1 million, unabaki na 940,000. Okay? So this 940,000 is between these 2 people who have majority of the votes. So if you divide this by 2, for any of them to reach 50%, each has to get 470,000 for them to get 50%. For someone to win, someone has to get 50 plus 1, and the other person has to get 50 minus 1. Sindio? So for you to get 50 plus 1 votes, that means you have to get 470,001. That is 50 plus 1. Yes? The other guy, for him to lose, he has to get 400 and 609,999, whatever, minus 1. Okay? This is what has to be achieved for one to get 50 plus 1. So looking at the voter turnout, yeah, 470,000 represent 47% of the voter turnout. Okay, but for you to get 50, it's 47% of the voter turnout. But for you to get 50%, you have to get 470 plus 1. So for the person who wins is calculated by the number of valid votes minus those people who took the other votes, and the spoiled votes, they are put aside. They are minused from the valid votes which were cast.
Why do you minus them?
No. I'm talking about people who came. There's a turnout. People who came to vote, right? Now, for the people who came to vote, there are spoiled votes which are included. Sindio?
No, you see, you lost me there, Bole. You said that you remain with around 940. Let's say that, yeah. Then you say you want to get 50 plus 1. It's supposed to be 50 plus 1 of total valid votes. Yeah. So it is
But you cannot take the votes of someone else
No. Total valid includes even that other person. Yeah, because you can't calculate it on the basis of the 2. Why are you calculating it on the basis of these 2 alone? It's on the basis of every valid vote.
Okay.
Yeah. So if the valid votes that counted, let's say for example you said 940 is the total valid vote. It doesn't matter how they shared it. Mm-hmm. So whoever gets 50% plus 1 of the total valid votes is the president. It doesn't matter how they shared the rest.
My math is still correct, because even if you calculate 50% plus 1 out of the votes that are there minus the spoiled votes, then
you're making it complicated, minusing and minus. Temba amekuambia valid votes. Wachana na hiyo minor spoiled nini. Hiyo spoiled is already not part of the valid votes.
But it's I understand what you're saying, but I'm talking about mathematics. Maybe for you to get 50%, yes, you have to consider what your enemies got, or the people who actually were also getting votes for you to get 50. Okay, so anyway, wacha hiyo mahesabu ziishe, because now naona it's the number of valid votes, but for you to get 50 plus 1, there's a mathematics that you have to do, because you cannot count 50 plus 1 of valid votes, and there are other opponents who have votes. They are taking votes from
No.
Yes,
Bro Embole. Unajua hii kitu ndio watu wanasema, hata lawyers indicated today. This election is meant to be done by even a primary school dropout. Hii kuhesabu hii kura hata mtu wa standard, I'm not undermining. We are supposed to do not even mathematics, arithmetic. 50% plus 1. Watu ngapi valid votes total ya Stone PK, ya Cheraisi, ya Ebola. Cheraisi alikuwa number 1, Stone number 2, Douglas number 3. Total was 940,000 valid. So Cheraisi got 50 plus 1 of 940,000. Tosha gari, kwisha. Anapigiwa kengele, huyo ndio mshindi. That's how it is, bro. Thank you.
Asante. Alafu Ebole, in the event that Cheraisi, Ebole, Stone PK na Makiadi wamegawana hii 940 and none of them has got 50 plus 1, sasa wale wawili wako juu ndio sasa wanafanyiwa rerun. Unaona? Sasa anasema okay, kwa sababu none of these people wamefika 50%, wamegawana hii 940 nusu. Yani among them, the 4 of them. So nobody has gotten the 50% of 940. Sasa huyo, wale wawili wa juu, wale walichukua kura mingi, tunawachukua, tunawaambia okay, sasa nyinyi endeni tuamue nani sasa atapata hivi. Sasa hao wataenda kushare ile 940, sasa hao wawili. Sasa wale wengine walipata ile kidogo kuchini, wametolewa kando. Sasa hao sasa wakikuja kushare, wale 940 wanaweza kosa kuvote wote. Sasa yao inakuanga ni first post, yani the first person to get the highest. Hakuna 50% plus 1 hapo. Sasa ni yule sasa atanyakua nyingi. Sasa kama ni Stone PK amewekwa na Cheraisi na ni 940, alafu watu wale wataturn out ni 400,000, I mean 400 ama hata 40,000 tuseme. Out of those 40,000 wameturn out, Stone PK achukue 15,000, Cheraisi achukue 5,000. It doesn't matter.
Themba, you're talking about the rerun, right?
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying.
Yes, but I'm talking about the election. I don't know if kuna kama mtu ameshika hiyo mathematics.
I mean the rerun was just a follow up.
No, you're right about the rerun, Themba. I agree with you.
Ebola, if you listen to me, I said this, yeah? At first, we will go with your 940,000, okay? And then you are 4 of you, Stone PK, Ebola, and Cheraisi. I mean, 3 of you are running. Now, none of you, maybe first case scenario, Cheraisi gets 50% of 940 plus 1. Nyinyi wengine mna share ingine. He'll be announced. Scenario 2, you guys share this 940,000 equally so that nobody gets 50% of 940. So, or equally, or maybe the 2 of them get up. So normally they pick the highest 2, the top 2. That's how ndio wanaenda for awards, for a rerun. Now, in the first one, it was 50% plus 1. But once you go to a rerun, it will be just simple majority.
Na hapo ndio kuna hesabu. I don't know if anybody is seeing the math that I'm trying to display here. That if the valid votes, yeah, tumesema your valid votes ya nini tuseme ni 1 million, 10,000 are spoiled votes, si ndio? Alafu kuna percentage nyingine 5%, labda wale wanajaribu upresidency lakini hawajatoboa wakakula 5%. Okay? Ya hiyo valid votes. Let's call it that's 50,000. Ndio tukakuja 940, right? Because we minus 60 from a million.
But is it part of valid votes?
Yes, it's part of the valid votes.
So
But you see, when you're voting,
it accounts for 100% valid votes, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So the 100%, I mean, the denominator of 100 will be accounted is equals to that plus that. What you are removing is actually part of the 100%.
It's forecasted, not valid votes.
Yeah. Let's move on.
Are you good? Okay. Yes, Makiadi. Unataka kuongeza nini hapo Makiadi? Karibu.
Mimi hata sina story na hizo votes casted and all that. Mimi swali yangu ni hii, niliuliza watu hapa wakashindwa kujibu. Huyu lawyer wa IEBC alitoa statement moja hapo ambaye sijapata jibu, because people are just dancing around that issue. The IEBC lawyer said, apart from saying that he admits that the KIMS kit had the same serial numbers, but we want to tell the court that those KIMS kits have different identifiers. I won't go to that. The issue that he raised, that there is a fascination by the petitioners on turnout. We do not use turnout to determine the presidential election. So from that statement, can somebody tell me what turnout is?
Oh, let me explain that real quick, because hiyo ilikuwa swali yangu earlier and I think I was not very clear. Or it was not very clear. Voter turnout. What he said, we are not using voter turnout to decide. It's actually the same thing we are just talking about right now. Voter turnout ni watu wote wame show up to vote. Voter turnout. Let's say kwa sisi wote hapa hivi, we are 10, right? We are 10, we turn out to vote. Huh? Out of all of us who turn out to vote, 4 of us are spoiled votes. Tunakuja tunachora vitu vyetu. You know what I'm saying? So the 4 are spoiled, but we are still in voter turnout. You know what I'm saying? Voter turnout, wala wamejitokelesha kupiga kura. Lakini when we come to decide the president, as we were just talking about, we are using valid votes. Huh? We are using valid votes. Yes, we turned out all of us, 10 of us. The voter turnout ilikuwa sisi wote. But valid votes ni ngapi? Ni 6. As I said, 4 of us messed up our votes. So that's the point you were saying. Yes, we can be vaccinated with the voter turnout. Kila mtu alijitokeza akaenda kupiga kura. Lakini watu 4 wakafanya chokora sawa.
Lakini unajua Cheraisi, it's good you have answered like that. But it is from the same Cheraisi, it was from the same response. It is the same people. Why was it necessary for Chebukati to come and tell us that the voter turnout just mute a little bit. Voter turnout as at this time on 9th was 64 point something percent before you add those who voted through manual register. There's something about voter turnout that is, the voter turnout. There's this we are calling returns. Okay, I want you, Cheraisi, to appreciate this. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Are we 8? We are 9. If we turn out to vote, and then in the KIMS kit, there should be a similar indication of 9 people who came out to vote. Now, in the voting votes, total votes cast, there should be 9 people. In the valid vote, now they are counting and they're saying, okay, fine, this one is spoiled, we put it here. So there should be returns where we are saying, out of the 9 people that came to vote, the Kim's kit captured 9. The votes cast were 9, right? Spoiled votes were 2, assuming yours and someone else were 2. So that one we put aside. Those are invalid votes. They are put aside. Now, valid votes are 7. All right. So there should be there's a sequence of events that need to follow each other. You can't have moving targets where when you want to calculate that you got this, then we use the voter turnout. When you want to calculate a different thing, we use the total votes cast. You have to have a consistency such that by the time we are coming to you and we're asking, okay, fine, you have said this person got 50% plus 1. Where is the returns of the votes that were cast, the votes that were valid, the votes that were invalid? Now, that statement is missing from IEBC. So the fascination is not from us, it's from their own report. The CEO says 56.1%. The chairman says the chairman says it's 64 point whatever percent. They're giving the same information at the same time. Isn't there a consistency from them? You know, now you're telling us it's a fascination with us, yet it is your own documents that you have signed and brought. Wasn't there a way that these people were meeting and asking, okay, fine, when we calculate this percentage, was the CEO seated in another room and the chairman in another room and calculating that voter turnout vis-a-vis votes cast? So it's not, the statement of the fascination was a nice political statement, but it is them that provided the confusion. Yes, Makiadi, before we come back to you, Cheraisi.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that question is good, and I think Cheraisi, you want to bring us back to what we actually are running away from. If 9 of us or 10 of us show up at a polling station and we vote, and the contest is between Demba and PK, Demba gets 6 votes, PK gets 4 votes, and the number in the voters register is 20. I think you're following my math, right? So we have 10 people voting, 6 got, Demba got 6 or PK got 6, Demba got 4. The total of the people who voted is 10. And we know in the book, in the register, we have 20 people. So would you tell me that the voter turnout was 100%?
Then I answer.
Oh, it's me to answer. Okay. Umeniuliza swali. Anyway, I was just making a simple explanation. As voter turnout, as relates to that statement, voter turnout is complicated by this Kim's kit. Voter turnout is complicated by this Kim's kit because what it does is it just captures watu wamepitia hapa. You know, we have identified them as voters, but it doesn't tell you, you know, when Chipugati, for instance, is standing there and announce, it doesn't tell you whether these people voted at all or voted for validly. So at the end of the day, let me before
no,
I get
that layman language that you're using at watu wamepitia, it's recording watu wamepitia hapa. Kwani ni ng'ombe?
No, anyway, don't put, so that's the way that guy puts it. Si maneno yangu alisema, it just ukipitia kwa polling station, right? You are identified using a Kim's kit.
But wait, Cheraisi, why are you being identified?
Oh, let me finish. Maybe let me finish. I might be answering that.
Cheraisi, wait. Forget about my heart. You, why do you think the KIEMS kit is identifying this person?
Okay, let me continue and I'll answer it on my way. So what I'm saying is voter turnout as for that KIEMS kit thing. Watu wanakuja, wanapitia, wanapiga kura. Wanapiga kura. Whether the question, the point when anasema we don't identify based on voter turnout. We don't calculate the winning by voter turnout. It means, okay, watu wamekuja kupiga kura, but at the end of the day, did they cast a valid vote? So we come back and do the valid votes cast. And that's when we identify the winner. I think the guy had a problem communicating, and it causes all this. That's what I think. It should have been clearer. That's my opinion.
Charaisi. Why, Charaisi, why are you clarifying wrong things?
Charaisi, you agree that you are
I think Demba explained it very well. Demba, with that,
I can assist
explaining what are the valid ones, what are the spoiled, and where are the spoiled votes, so that everything comes together. I think it was very clear.
I can assist Charaisi.
Oh, Daniel, you want to assist Charaisi? Let's hear Daniel. You haven't heard Daniel. Maybe he will help. But we can't see your face. Come up here.
So what?
Why are you hiding?
What I'm saying is that
you don't want to be seen by your people. Come up here. We want to see you. Charaisi is your mate. Don't worry. Nobody will victimize you on this platform. Don't worry.
I fear not, brother. What I'm saying is that the reason why we talk about voter turnout is in any corporates, we talk about the statistics. They are taking their own statistics for future use, but it doesn't assist. It doesn't determine the breast.
What do you mean? You have even Charaisi alikuwa afadhali. Wewe sasa hata hakuna vile umesaidia Charaisi. You're even worse than Charaisi.
Hear my statement before you judge me.
No. Hold on. At KIEMS kit ni statistics too. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the voter turnout, not the KIEMS kit. You don't understand me. I'm not talking about.
Angalia mikono bwana. Watu wanainua mikono hapa for 2 hours.
I'm not talking about.
Watu si watu. Wewe ni mtu. Kwani
Mato ameinua 1 hour bwana. Bro wangu ameinua.
Yaani hii 10 minutes tumekuwa. Kwani wewe isa yako inahesabu na hours peke yake.
Uone hapo nyuma kuna mtu hapo. Mato hapo.
Yes, Daniel, endelea.
What I'm talking about is the whole country. I'm not talking about the KIEMS kit. I'm talking about the voter turnout. The voter turnout is for the statistical. It is for the statistics of the government to use it in future.
No, wait, Daniel, ngoja bana. What is the reason? Why did we have the KIEMS kit?
I'm talking about the KIEMS kit, brother. If you ever used the KIEMS kit, I was among those people.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry. You don't have to have used it to understand how it works.
No,
you just need to understand why did we have the KIEMS kit? What was the reason for having the KIEMS kit?
The reason for having the KIEMS kit is to identify the voter. And if you ever use it,
identify.
I can answer you. Wait first.
You know, you have just said that it is for statistics for company. That's a very pedestrian statement. We want to start. If you are doing statistics, then we didn't need a KIEMS kit. So let's start here.
I don't understand. Let me explain to you. Wait for my statement, and then you just hear what I'm saying. For the KIEMS kit, brother, if you are using the KIEMS kit, after every 2 hours, the BO records the number of the people and send to the dialing center. If you ever use it, after 2 hours, they record the number of the people who are voted and send to Nairobi.
What do you mean, send to Nairobi? They send again.
The BO, in every 2 hours, they're taking the number of the people who are.
You mean the KIEMS kit is not live?
What I'm telling you, the KIEMS kit is live, but at the end of it also, they are recording manual. The BO send it after 2 hours, every 2 hours.
Daniel.
Where Daniel?
They're sending information after every 2 hours.
That is what we were told in 2013. After every 2 hours.
Why?
recorded.
Right.
If you add arm and man,
Hiyo ni wizi. Thank you for telling us. Hiyo ni wizi tangu 2013.
Kumbe hiyo ndio
Yes.
hivyo ndio vile
Ndio
mliibia
wizi
baba
hiyo.
2013.
I thought
I
elections
was there in
the returning
2013.
officer. I thought the returning officer was supposed to
Thank you
send
for revealing to us. Hiyo ndio wizi hiyo.
no, wait first. Wait and hear from what I'm saying.
Daniel,
you don't understand. What
you're
I'm
live.
saying is that
You're
for
live
the
TV.
record of the number forecasted,
Usimkumbushe.
for the statistics.
Mkumbushe ameshatuambia vile waliiba 2013.
We're
Endelea.
not talking about stealing the votes here.
Then, but I have a question to Daniel. All of you. Does you people, you're talking about some declaration that was made by the court. Have you people looked at Article 138 of the Constitution about the Election Act of Kenya, where a candidate shall be declared elect president as if the candidate receives more than half of the votes cast in the election, and at least 20% of the votes cast in each more than half of the counties. That is Article 128. So 138. So you people, you are trying to say that the declaration by a court supersedes the Constitution of Kenya. Is in the Constitution of Kenya superior? Maybe you should argue on that line.
What I meant is I was talking about the Kim's kid. I'm not talking
Okay,
about
okay. Ngoja tuache Daniel amalize. He seems to be having a point that probably we are not getting. Daniel,
what I'm saying, there is two things that you people you are talking two things here. I was talking about the Kim's kid and the voter turnout in Kenya. What is the reason for the voter turnout? The reason for the voter turnout is not to determine the president, but is for the statistics of the company, so that in future they know that people 60% voted in 2017, in 2022. That is for the statistics. But for the Gims kit, if you ever, that is why they said after every 2 hours, they sending the information that these people are voted. So it's not that it is not on something instant. So after 2 hours, they are sending the information that these people, this number of the people are voted on a given station. And that the reason why they are talking about 56, 65, remember, there is no linear curve. In, for example, Chepkoya polling station, 60 people might have voted by noon. In another station, 100 and something might have voted by that time. So there is no linear curve in any polling station. So that is why it keeps on fluctuating. And there is no linearity in voting. The number and a station can be fast, another can be slow. That is why we say it keep on changing. The percentage keep on changing. It can either decrease or increase for the whole turnout. But to answer my sister about the sovereignty of the power, you must also that in Kenya we have two systems. We have electronic system and manual system. So you people, you are concentrating on electronic system. There is electronic system in Kenya and manual system. Whereby electronic is the one that we send to the portal, and the manual is the one that we use, that the BO and all those can send to Nairobi, can check to Nairobi. So we must differentiate the two. If the two tally, that is why we say that the election was fair. But now we don't need to talk much on electronics. If electronics fail, if for example the system fails if for example the system fails to store the data, what will happen with the Kenyan election? They will use the manual, the Form 34A manual. So that is why we say that even though it might be different from the portal, what about the manual?
Daniel, let me ask you a simple question.
Ask, brother.
I don't want to take you to all those, huh?
Yeah.
We are 9 of us. I just want to ask you a simple question. Kindly just respond to that. We are 9 of us. We are coming to vote, 9 of us. In the morning, at around by 8 a.m., it's only 2 people who have shown up. That is Cheraisi and Ebole. That is in the morning. You calculate that, say we are 10. 5 of us come by midday. by midday, what percentage of people will have been captured as people who have turned out to vote?
50%.
Okay. Around 2, Stone PK and Charo joins us.
Right.
What percentage will have been captured by that time?
70%.
By 4, the other 3 come up. What percentage will have been captured?
100%.
Now, your statement that this thing, voter turnout, is a fluctuating, is a moving target. Is there any point that it comes down?
It was 56 before it was 14. And then after...
No, just answer my question. I'm not taking you there. I'm just bringing you here. At what point, if in the morning at midday it was 50%, then you have just said later it was 70%.
It was 56%. First of all, it was 56%.
So that's what I'm asking you. Is it going to change downwards or upwards as you go up?
In here, Jebukati himself corrected himself that he was talking about the whole overall forecast. But in the real sense, there were people who voted by manual and others has not.
No, wait, Daniel, you are
No,
taking
you
control.
guys are losing you guys are losing our listeners completely. You
Now, you see, Daniel, I'm asking you a simple question. You're saying it is fluctuating. That's what you say. How can it be a fluctuating thing yet voters are turning out? Let me hear Stone PK. Maybe you're not understanding my question. Stone PK could put it better than I bring in Makiad.
Thank you. Let me take just 1 minute.
Stone PK, your audio.
Okay. You can hear me now. Yeah. What Daniel is trying to explain is true, that the voter turnout in 2013, I'm talking about 2013 because I was in the heart of it. 2017, a little, I was a bit. The IBC gets a that update on 2013. It was on 2-hourly basis. The voter turnout. Now, that's why they would tell you that we will now come to announce report. Maybe if you calculate the way they were supposed to do it, or the way they had attempted to do it, was like they would do it in a span of like they would do in the morning, they would give you an update by around 11, and then they would give you another update by around 3. The 11 o'clock is for them to have accumulated the rise in curve in terms of the voters. Because you see, the voting pattern in Kenya is like, there are those people who come very early, they vote. And then it stagnates a little bit, and then some people come later in the afternoon and all that. As you go towards in the evening, the curve goes down. Okay? So that fluctuation should not be misused. You are supposed to give us now the voter turnout of that day at close of business. And that is what now IBC does not want to really use accurately. Because by 5 o'clock, when they are closing the station, the polling station, then they are supposed to give the final voter turnout, either whatever, if they want to do per polling station, whatever it is. By 5 o'clock, 5:30, they are supposed to tell us this was the voter turnout. Now, on that note, let me say, if you are clever and you listen to Otiende Amolo, and anybody in Kenyans, let's learn when you hear an intellectual talking and posing a question and repeating twice or thrice, that is where the smoking gun is. Otiende only submitted on the moving target, and that is heavy. This election 2017, the target kept on changing. You cannot say voter turnout is this, then it is this, then it is this. Why was it moving? KK hamjui kuiba. That's why you are caught with your pants down. Thank you, Samba.
Makiadi.
Mine is with regards to what Daniel has said, I think if you're running 2 miles and you know that you'll run, probably you're walking 2 miles and you know you'll use 2 hours to get to your last destination, and you walk a mile, we are assuming that you are halfway towards your destination. You walk another half an hour, you know you are almost 75% to your destination. So I think Mbemba is trying to ask you, at what point does it reach where you'll say that you are 25% from where you came from? I mean, it's like the voter turnout should always try to reach 100% if everybody is supposed to vote. But when Daniel keeps on telling us that it keeps on fluctuating, we are wondering, because if we have 100 voters in that polling station, there is no time you will tell us that the voter turnout is 55% at midday, and then it goes back to 25%. 25% of what? Because if half of those people have already voted, then we are counting that we are already at 50%. At what point does it again come down to 25%? That's number one. Number two, Daniel is talking about 2-hour update of the voter turnout to the IEBC headquarter, HQ or whatever. My question to you is this: what about those places that there is no connection, or maybe the Kimskit has failed? They only captured voters through the manual register. How do you account for that?
If you had the reason why that after 5 p.m. they were still waiting for the results, because the Kimskit records after 2 hours they give the number of the turnout. So even after they close at 5, that thing will send the information to Nairobi after 2 hours when they close at 5. You understand? So in the places whereby there is no network, they will wait until they get network so that they will send their information to Nairobi. In the place that they're using manuals, definitely they have the records, they have the number in the manual. Why are they sending to Nairobi? It is for their accountability, so that they go and see whether what they are getting in the Kimskit is rhyming what they sent by the bill. You understand me? It's also the checking the work efficiency of the system. That is the work of the company. They want to know how the systems are working. Secondly,
so that Kimskit can count 24 hours later?
Definitely, it will depend with the places that if there is no network, it works by the network, but it stores the information. Understand me? Even if there is no network, they will send that after 24 hours.
Yes, Mato. Na usihekol tena, ukihekol na kutupa nje.
Mi nishakuzoea. Mi hata ukinitupa si lazima nikue hapa bro. By the way, hiyo madharau hiyo, ukitaka nifanyie hata saizi, tupa before niongee. You know me. I don't give a shit, man. What the hell? Ukinionyesha madharau ni sawa. I don't care. But
peleka hiyo language kwingine. Thank you. Tuanze. Cheraisi, ulikuwa unasema kitu? Oh, Julia. Yes, Julia. Julia sema.
I'm just wondering what unakunywanga nini jioni. Lakini mimi nimepotea pia. I don't know what Daniel was explaining, and I'm asking myself what is so hard to understand percentages. I mean, if there are 700 voters, if in the morning there are 20, it is 20 over 700. If at noontime there are 200, it's 200 over 700. What are you people explaining, Makia? Didn't I explain?
Julia, there is one thing that we have to understand. Here, they say that the chairman was corrected. So we have to go to the information whereby the chairman was corrected. We don't know they are calculating based on what. You understand me? So we can.
No, Daniel, the chairman is not supposed to be corrected at the flow of the court. The chairman swore an affidavit. All right? Listen. The chairman swore an affidavit to the court. Okay? Now the chairman, the court did not just the court thing did not just happen today and tomorrow there was a court proceeding. It took time. Okay? It took by the time we were having the court cases and responses, the chairman went through his documentation and signed those things.
I'm saying.
So when you're coming to say the chairman was corrected, there's no, and they were corrected in many things. The chairman's error on percentage. Wait, Daniel. The chairman error. Wait. The chairman error on percentage. The error on the Kim's kit. The error on the signing of the form. So all those things were being corrected on the floor of the court.
No, Temba.
How many other errors?
Let me answer you. Let me answer you first. What I'm saying is that, it is a slip of the tongue. Despite the fact that when you go to court and you have pronounced yourself that it was
not a slip of the tongue, Daniel. Do you know what an affidavit is?
I'm not talking about the affidavit. This is the information that
were contained in the affidavit.
Wait, I answer you. It was the information that it was 56 and then 65. So the response is that it was 56, which was pronounced by the Chebukati. So if Chebukati was pronounced 56, it cannot disown what was seen in the TV. So what?
No. It was in the papers. It was in the affidavit. It was read.
It wasn't in the affidavit. It was from even Otiendo Omolo said that these things was 56. The German said 56, and later they was said 65. So, but Ozen corrected, said that the German was corrected. You understand me? And what I'm saying, young man, is that Kenya is our country. And what I will advise us.
No, don't advise us right now at Kenya. We all know Kenya is our country. We focus on the issue of the debate. Wacha kwanza kutuambia Kenya is, we are all Kenyans here. Wacha kwanza kufanyia motivational speaking. Just go straight to the point. Hiyo mambo ya motivation speaking nyingi wachana nayo. We are asking questions. Just respond to the question. Nikimaliza question,
what I'm saying, the reason why I'm saying this. The reason why I'm saying this, let's leave the hearsays and we deal with the facts.
Wewe ongea na maswali ambayo inaulizwa. Wacha stories of motivation speaking mingi.
It's not about motivation speaking. What I'm saying is that if we want to get, I'm a scientist, if we want to get the information, you take the information that was being presented and you go to the other information and you analyze and you get the results.
There's nothing to analyze. You look at the report that has been given by the registrar. There are too many anomalies. You are not responding to that.
What I'm telling you, Temba, let's wait.
Let me ask you a simple question, Daniel. There was a document called 34A2, the second booklet. It was not supposed to be used, isn't it?
Right.
There are some polling stations, there are some returning officers that use that one, right?
Right.
The explanation was that the first form, 34A1, was spoiled. They couldn't produce, they couldn't account.
Well, let me answer. Let me answer you. Let me answer you, Temba. Let me answer you as simple as this. All of us were to human error. You understand that? Even
thank you. Let's thank you, Daniel. Let's go to Cheraisi. You don't know much. You're just trying to go around human error. Yes, Cheraisi, what is it you want to say?
Oh, I was just going to correct the statement about the affidavit. I read the affidavit very well. I wish you could post it here if you have a chance. Affidavit Chebukati is says 64.6%. The problem of that 65 point something came with his announcement at the floor, and then he came back, corrected it to be 64, and then he submitted with the affidavit the correction. He has a video on the affidavit as well for the correction. So that one on affidavit, it's still public. It's 64.6%.
Exactly. So it is 64.6% affidavit. And he's I think he's CEO is the guy in charge of something. Just mute. He's saying 56.1%. So these are two people. There you go. So there's 56.1%, and then there's 65.4%, and today he in the affidavit is 64.6%. So you see, there's continuous changes. All right. And that is the questions we are asking. And you guys don't have the information. It's okay not to have the information. Don't start giving us a lot of
the information is there. It's in the affidavit.
Exactly, Charaisi. And that's what this guy cannot explain. He's coming to tell us human error in an election that is taking place 5 years later. You wait, Daniel, I haven't given you the opportunity yet. Just hold on. An election that takes place 5 years after 2017. You are having an election in 2022. You are giving us, you have time to prepare the affidavit. And then you are coming in to give us an affidavit that has error, and then you're telling us it is human error. And that's not the only error. I can read for you. Listen, I have the report here. If you guys have bothered to check the report. I'm not saying that this is the only thing the judges will look at. But even when you look at the report, some of the things that have been noticed, you guys, I don't know if you have bothered to check the report. Then you come here and start telling us, you know, Kenya is our country. There's this thing.
No, you're still going back to the affidavit.
Now calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
Yeah, you're
Let me
still
answer you.
making an error on affidavit, though.
Calm down. Calm down. I tell you something. This is Kakamega. Wait, if you have gone through the report, I know probably you haven't. Right? Kakamega, they didn't produce Form 34. Form 34 booklet 2 of 2 was not produced. They didn't show it. That's Kakamega. What Chebukati told us is that the Form 34 book 2 will be sealed together with the material to get back. Right? It will not be open. That's Chebukati. There's even a video to that when he's saying that. But here, it was not produced. Gorgor School Stream 2 of 2. There was no Form 34B. I mean 34 booklet, the second one.
Let's have a fair
No, wait, Daniel. No. Wait.
I will answer you.
No, there's no answer. There's nothing to answer. What are you answering?
There is one thing I want to ask you. Those people that were BOs was trained in 1 week and was given that job in 1 week. Do you accept those people to be perfect? You talk about 2017 to 2022. They wasn't trained for 5 years. They was only trained for.
No, that's a non-issue. Surely, what kind of answer is that you're giving me? I'm telling you, this is a document you have been given, 34B, 34, 2 of 2 booklet. Chebukati says that once elections are done, this is supposed to be sealed inside there, not open. And he said it is not going to be open, it's not going to be used. 34A, book 2. Was supposed to be sealed inside. It was not found in Kagasik Primary School Stream 1 of 1. It wasn't found. And it is not only that, there are several of them. Then these people could not even produce, they could not avail 9 to be used. There were supposed to be 56. They couldn't avail 9. And you're saying you want to say that is just normal human error. Daniel, if you don't understand the thing, just say, I don't understand. Yes, Julia?
I have information, brother.
It's okay, just hold on.
Okay, I just want to tell Daniel, I don't know kama uko Kenya ama uko ng'ambo, but it is high time Kenyans change their attitude. Pay attention. If you are a doctor and you decide to misdiagnose a patient or to put away or to lose the patient's records, that is a very serious offense. Now, you are telling me that somebody is counting votes as a presiding officer and he was trained using how many days, and he doesn't know the expectations of the law where he should have those documents, where he should have from that 4A. He doesn't know that, or he forgot. You know something, Daniel? I think you people, the UDA and the whoever, I call this, I'm sorry, Daniel, you have not been here. but I call the UDA camp team Majambazi. They don't believe in any order or any discipline. They want us to run a chaotic country. They will form a rogue government. So these things you're trying to justify, you are trying to justify so many serious things. Ati hakuna form. Sasa kama kwa ballot box hakuna form that for you. What are we comparing that to?
Julia.
What? No, wait, I finish talking so that you understand where we are coming from and where we are going. And when you see us talking in this channel, we are raising a new standard in Kenya. New standards. Hatutaki mchezo. Hatutaki mchezo. This thing kutuambia maneno mrefu ati kuna form imepatikana ati form ya Gasharagwa iko na jina ya sijui Jose, sijui what. Alafu mnasema ni makosa. Alafu now you are trying, you see, if you justifying what Chebukati said. So Chebukati at one time said 57%, and then he came back with 65%. That is high-level carelessness. If he was not doing that deliberately, these things are not going to be tolerated, and I hope the Supreme Court will make a move that will stop this high-class nonsense. Ati nilikuwa makosa mnisamehe. No, you won't tell us, our doctors, to go to the hospital. Then they lose this is the carelessness we have in Kenya. They lose their patients' records. Alafu wanasema ati ni makosa. Ati mgonjwa wako is supposed to go for surgery. Ati nilisahau hiyo. If you want to know these things not to be tolerated, Daniel, ask Matiang what he did to the education sector when he stopped exam. No, pay attention. I finished talking, Mr. Daniel. I beg you.
No, one question before you answer me. Before you complete.
Hapa mtu anaongeanga
Hold on, Julia. Daniel, I think you are new to the platform. Before you speak, you need to be allowed. You just raise your hand up. I will allow you. And when someone else is speaking, allow them to speak to the final point. And then now you can raise your hand up and then you'll be given an opportunity. Other than that, I mean, we don't want to be heckling left, right, and center.
Excuse me.
Now you see, now you have unmuted even before. That's how now I'll throw you out. You see, this Chiraisi is a UDA guy. And he's a guy who has been here every day for a long time. Ask him how we deal here. He gets his time. He defends his side. Nobody will deny you that chance. We'll give you time. So just learn to listen. And you don't have to answer everything because, again, also, you don't know everything. The things that you don't know, you just say, I pass. You are not Chebukati. I don't know whether you are an agent, as you say, you just participated in 2017. So all we are speaking here is because you are a Ruto supporter. So just relax. You don't have to, Chebukati has not hired you, and you don't have to know everything. So just relax. When your time will come, you will just talk. That's okay. Allow Julia to finish.
Asante Demba and Asante Daniel for listening. Now, what I'm saying, these small things that you think are small, Daniel, it's either by the design or by error. Now, are very serious in the court of law. So, like form haikuwa kwa box, for ballot box, that's a very serious thing. Now, that as skin kit, that kit seemed to be used in Bungoma and at the same time in Murang'a County. That's a very serious thing. The jina ya Jose kupatikana kwa one of the form that for is a very serious. Those are things. Then Chebukati saying at one time the turnout is 57%, and then the next time he says 65%. Those are serious things. We can no longer take these things rightly. So I think going forward, Daniel will not come to this channel and start saying makosa. Ati mimi nilifanya makosa. I graded my student with this grade, or I didn't give a student, or okay, one of the mistakes that teachers can make because I'm an educator is marking. This is a grievous mistake that Kenyans may not take seriously. Is recording marking that a student is present in my classroom na hayuko, alafu aende akufe ama commit crime. But Kenyan teachers do not take that seriously until one time a teacher in a school in Nanyuki had been marking a student present, and the student had died somewhere in one of the buildings, abandoned buildings in the school. So the child had been marked present for over 1 week, and the child had been missing. And I think this teacher is still going through that case in Pakasai, ama he was jailed. So these are some of the things. Sasa huyo mwalimu kwa nasema sini makosa, sini nilikuwa nimemaki register kwa makosa, until as big problem arose. So if vitu unatetea hapa, then usitetee Higher makosa, those are grievous mistakes that should not happen, because somebody takes advantage of that and says ni makosa, ni makosa, ni makosa, ni makosa. We gonna stop that. That's the point I wanted to drive to, Daniel. So please don't defend hii makosa unasema. It doesn't add to anything. Asante Themba.
Thank you, Julia. Cheraisi.
I'm sorry for raising my hand too much.
Hey, Cheraisi, what happened, man? Kwani wamekujemelea? Aya, Daniel, haraka haraka.
You know, I'm responding to Julia. Have you ever been a PO? That is my question. I'm asking you, have you ever?
No.
If you have never ever, that is why you're speaking that way. If you are ever being a PO, my sister, you run from around 48 hours dealing with these things, all through the night, the day and through the night. So that is why it's a dense environment. Those people working with IPC are working under the dense environment. You have been told if you tamper with James Kid, you have been fined 10 million. It's under a dense conditions. Secondly, my sister, what I'm advising you is that when we go for polling station to vote, we voting for either we win or we lose. So if we either win or we lose, you know, we have to have in mind that when we are going,
You are running away from the real questions by starting to be a motivational speaker. We already passed that. We are past the idea you need to prepare yourself to win or lose. We want into the processes. That's what we are questioning. We don't have a problem with winning or losing, Daniel. Skiza, we don't have a problem with winning or losing. We are looking at the processes processes of winning and processes of losing. Those are the things we are questioning. We are not questioning in our mind. We don't mind. In 2017, Uhuru was pronounced, and life went on. And you and I will move on. And kama unga inauzwa 100, sisi wote tutainunua pamoja.
Give me my time, and I will
So
answer you.
don't tell us. Don't go into CG win or lose. We are asking about this. What is your comment about missing Form 34A Book 2? What is your comment about the discrepancies? Those are the things you need to address yourself. Don't give us a lecture about whether winning or losing.
Temba, there is one thing that you must understand, and give me time, and I will explain to you. I don't know why you are interjecting me, and I want to explain myself. You don't want to hear what I'm saying. What I'm saying here about the discrepancies, about Form 34A, error, human is to error. Even the report from the God itself as an error. It was recorded 2017 instead of 2022. If you have that report, and this is a deputy registrar of the Kenya Supreme Court make an error the same day. So do you want to say that that thing cannot be used in the court? Temba, I'm asking you a question.
I asked you, are refusing to answer my questions. So you just make your statement, alafu your time will be up, then we have someone else. Because personally, I don't think you are addressing the questions we want to ask. You want to preach to us about how we should be ready to accept, lose or win.
I'm talking about the errors.
You also want to tell us that, you know, these are errors that out of 56 polling stations, 9 of them were not produced. That was human error. Okay, we agree it was human error. Now, out of the Form 34B, out of several, I've called for you, several of those that were not produced, that was human error. So we accept that was human error. Out of, you know, the things that were happening, you know, the people getting into the system, those were human error. Okay, it is human error. So just say what you need to say so that we move to someone else.
Then it's something that I want to explain to you. The God itself, if you go to the order given by Lenaola, they had said 41 stations, polling stations, and they go for 45. In 45, they got 40 to be accurate and 45 as an error. If you do calculation, brother, which is calculations around 90%, in any case, above A is not 100. Secondly, in any case, I want you to refer to what Murgor had the information, the report from the deputy registrar that Murgo read and the report that Lenaola read, and you see the discrepancies. The report Murgo read as an error as compared to the report Lenaola read. If that is the last eclipse, if you want to know, and if you want to, so that we speak from the same script. Why did the same report that the deputy registrar type Murgora has a different, while Lenaola has a different one? That is what I'm asking. Secondly, the issue of Form 32A of 34P, in any case, I told you that this is a human being that was trained for 5 days. They can do anything, they can have an error. And in any situation, in anything that you are doing, there is an error. And there is an error book. They reported that this is happened. So it's a normal situation.
Okay, so thanks. I think I want us to move out of that. Yes, Cheraisi, you are making your point. Kindly make it so that we move on to the next person.
So sorry, I was trying to make my point and then my phone just did what it did. Anyway, I'm going to bolster on what Mr. Daniel was saying. On in these nine criteria, the court is going to use, the last item there says whether all the infractions, cumulative infractions they will find, whether it will affect the vote, whether it will affect the franchise of the citizens. So they acknowledge that there will be mistakes, but the question is, will these mistakes lead to unconstitutionality of the election? So they'll do a balance of scale. Whether all these mistakes you have listed, which are true, all these whatever they found, which are true, are this on balance of scale alter the outcome of the election so bad that it violates the constitution. So that's what the court will see, and then we'll wait on Monday. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Cheraisi. I have two guys who have. Daniel, you're not supposed to put on your nini, and if you want to put on your curtain, you just drop out. You move to the comment section. But we are here. We have to see you. So you're not allowed to put that. Now I want to bring in. There's a girl who has joined us, anajiita Kenyan. Ongea kidogo alafu nilete Bob Papa. Unmute, my friend. Unmute yourself. Can you unmute yourself?
How is Bob Baba doing? I want to greet some people that who have been here. Let me greet Bob Baba. Habari yako? Hapana. Bob Baba.
Habari yako?
Oh, no, I wanted to know Bob. Lakini sasa hivi and I'm going to say hii siasa ya Kenya hivi ina discussio mpaka Tanzania mpaka Radio 5. This is kwanza hivi mimi nakwanga mtu wa UDA, kuna watu wengine anakwanga watu wa ODM, sivyo? Ama kuna watu wengine anakwanga hii siasa yetu ya Kenya bwana inachezea mpaka huko Tanzania. So nimesikia Radio 5 hivi kidogo wanaongelea hii siasa yetu ya Kenya. How interesting is our politics? Yani kila mtu anaenda huko Tanzania anaanza kuongea, lakini they don't talk about their own politics, they talked about the Kenya politics. Nilinote hiyo peke yake. So that was my submission today.
Yeah, kweli it's 11 hours possibly, watu wameanza kuchoka. Unaona sasa mtu anakuja okay. I think on that note, I want us to start taking our closing. But before we start taking our closing, I want to hear Bob Papa. Bob Papa, nini imekuamsha? Hebu ongea nisikie.
No, nothing has woken me up. I've not been asleep. I don't know whether you have been in my house that you are asking me whether what has woken me up. No.
Leo ni Friday. Watu wamekunywa hilo vitu.
No. Now, I've just been listening, and there are people who have in the panel who have been talking about human error, what have you, and they are trying to, like Cheraisi has tried to bring in the issue of numbers, and I don't know whether Cheraisi and Daniel, I don't know whether you dare look at the 2017 ruling, because numbers is not an issue, and there is nothing of that nature. There are bigger issues than those numbers, and the bigger issues are about the constitution. With the Supreme Court ordered a scrutiny. Did that scrutiny meet that threshold? Was that election verifiable? It was not. Very simple issue. Was it transparent? It was not. You look at the sample of the polling stations, the materials that were used, what Chebukati told us was not going to be used. I mean, they were not found in the polling, in the ballot boxes. There is that threshold of, and it is there in the Constitution, of what a free and fair. It should be free, fair, transparent, and accountable. They all failed that test, and more so, there were more constitutional issues, and the constitutional issues that came out is actually touched on Chebukati's conduct. When Chebukati decides to gazette himself to a position that is not constitutional, it's not there. All this will definitely, make the judges feel like there was no election. And if you listen to some of the councils, especially from the Azimio side, where even before going that, let me remind you about something that the Chief Justice said. The Chief Justice said, talked about what is worrying and she talked about we are worried. She didn't talk about I am worried. We are worried as the Supreme Court. The conduct of Chebukati, why didn't he announce the result? Then, why didn't he say that we have done this election and this is the result, and we have other commissioners who are dissenting, and they will tell you why they are not with us. But he goes ahead and just announces like he is Alpha and Omega. And that was a pointer already that she did not believe even what Chebukati was announcing, because Chebukati was announcing something that she, quote unquote, he is the executive, and the same thing, executive chairman, and the same thing was repeated by Joki Ndungu, and I think one or two other judges. So that was already up to me that to them there was no election. And then it was reinforced by Otienda Molo. Otienda Molo talked about first among equals, as in, and it made it clear that even if the Chief Justice is the Chief Justice, she cannot dictate what other judges will do. in terms of the decisions that they make in that court. And if that is not enough to convince the UDA brigade that things are headed south, then I don't know. And the UDA have got this, they've got this very good, they have got this character where they still want to ignite their base, that all is well, and they go as far as telling you that Soweto brought a fake document, and that fake document was in the IEBC database. Then that tells you how crazy they are, because I don't think that any normal person would say that is a fake document, yet it is in the IEBC portal. So if you look at all the things that went on in the court, there is absolutely no way, even this imagination from the UDA that the 2 elections cannot be nullified successively. And that is something they are peddling around social media. If something is wrong, is wrong. There is no way a wrong will ever become a right. And if the Supreme Court is to uphold the election on the basis that they can't nullify 2 consecutive elections, then it will be a very dangerous trend, because it will tell you that when you do wrong so many times, eventually they'll leave you alone to continue doing the wrong, which is never going to happen. Let us brace for another election. That is what it is. And some of the solutions that about who is going to run the election, there were very many suggestions from 2 councils, and that was Rengo and Paul Mwangi. And they talked about the section 249. The deputy is there to mitigate a transition. And to get Chebukati out is not going to be rocket science. If they recommend that and find him guilty of any criminal or the criminal liability, it is just to get the DCI to charge him. Meanwhile, while he's charged, he will have to step down as the chairman. And there's a section that and one thing that is there is that you don't need they say that you don't need that, and that's in law. You don't need the person who announces the declaration does not need to be what do you call it, an advocate of the High Court, or there are those qualifications. I need to get them. But all in all, the bottom line is that this election is going to be nullified. There is no way anybody can even say it was close to being transparent or verifiable. It was a Chebukati election and a Venezuelan election. So I'm just preparing my mind psychologically. I don't know about others on how I'm going to vote for the next election. Thank you very much. Kenyan, I can see you're just smiling. Back to you, Dema. Thank you very much for that.
Wachana na Kenyan. Kenyan is a cartoon. Amekuja hapa cartoon. Now, Angie, how are you? Is it Angie or Angie? I know it's Angie, lakini amejiandika inawezekana. Majina yenyu tunaijua nitoko ndani. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Hi, Themba.
I'm good. What do you want to tell us this morning?
This morning or night where I am?
It's morning. It's already
it's
12.
morning.
It's 12:23 already where I am.
Oh, okay. Over here, it's actually after midnight. So not morning yet. I just had to join you guys because I was becoming irritated by akina Kenyan. Mwingine anaitwa nani? Daniel, alafu kuna mwingine Disho.
Ama yule alienda
Disho. No, and especially Disho because anakuja hapa kutudanganya ati he's neutral. That is supporting.
Neutral. Si tumemwita UDA tumeshamsmoke out akatoroka.
I know, right? Anyway, that guy irritates the hell out of me. So every time I see him, I just want to just he's very annoying, by the way, because I'd rather people like this what's his guy called Samuel. Afadhali mtukaa Samuel anakuja tu anasema tu ukweli. I'm supporting Uda and giving us his points, rather than someone coming here pretending to be Azimio and then wants to kill our faith. Anakuja hapa kutudanganya. He's pretending, oh, you know, I'm supporting Azimio, lakini Baba did this wrong, Baba did this wrong, Baba did this, Baba did that. Why don't you come here and tell us what Ruto did right? If at all he has done anything right. Everybody in Kenya, including Kenya.
Ruto lied to Kenya. Ruto lied to Kenyans. Ruto lied to Kenyans. Ruto lied to Kenyans.
Okay, I was saying.
Kenya, you wait for someone to speak. Wewe ulipewa time ya kuongea. You didn't have anything to say. Now someone else is speaking. Now you want to interview. Sure. Mpatie time.
Anyway, so I'm used to these Udaku acrobats. They come here, they do acrobats. Our brains are turned upside down. Somersaults, I don't know what. Words, they use words in special ways to create confusion. But we are not going to become confused. We know Ruto stole. We know he's a thief. And we know he stole the election. Kwa hivyo wasitulete hapa kutudanganya. There is nothing Baba would have done. They would still have stolen his votes. And they have not only stolen his votes once, they have stolen his votes more than once. And I'm very sad to say, because I am a Jubilee person. But these people have stolen even Jubilee. And sadly, in 2017, I've come to realize, kumbe, we also stole the election. But now that I know that we've been stealing, I'm not going to stand with thieves anymore. I've had enough. Why are we doing this to this dear man? A man who has fought for Kenya. A man who means well for this country. And then we come here talking about, I don't know, Zilienda, Zilirudi. Even a blind man knows that this election was stolen. Even this Kenyan laughing over here knows that the election was stolen. And the worst thing is, Themba, that he's laughing right now, but he might one day become a victim of that Ruto. And it's very sad. Saizi anacheka. Na Daniel na Samuel wanajifanya hapa. I pray that one day they don't become victims of that Ruto. That's my prayer for them. Kwa hivyo ukicheka hapa, unajifanya ati mwerevu, I don't know what, acrobatics, confusion. You're laughing at yourself. Hakuna mwingine unachekelea. You're laughing at yourself. And that's so sad. Because the rest of us here are supposed to laugh at you. So we know that Baba means well for Kenya. We know that Baba means well for this country. We know that Baba has fought for this country. Baba and Martha, they have been fighting for this country for so many years. They mean the best for Kenyans. They love the Kenyan people. On the other hand, we are dealing with people who we know they are thieves. We know their corruption. We know the crimes they have committed. We know their tribalism. We know everything about them. And then people can come here to Samuel, Daniel, na huyu mwingine kucheka. What are they laughing at? Hawajui wanajichekelea. They're laughing at themselves. Because us, the Azimio crowd, we know what we are getting. So whatever happens on Monday, or whatever happens after 60 days, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to Azimio, because we are on the right side of history. But these Uda people, as they realize 1 week, 1 month, 1 year into a presidency of a certain man, I don't even want to mention, they'll be crying tears because they have had high expectations. As we already know what we're going to get, us will just be like, okay, we told you so. We told you so. In fact, me, I'll be very happy to tell people I told you so. The people who are currently supporting that man, they'll be crying. Who will they cry to? Because me, I'm not going to be listening to them. I won't be crying with them. And I pray that I will not be laughing at them. This is a very serious situation. Alafu watu wanaanza kujoke hivi. This is the life of our children and our children's children. Are people serious? Watu wako serious kweli? Unachakacheka Twitter, YouTube, kutukanana, matusi. Yet we are all going to suffer under a dictatorship that you have never ever seen. First time in Kenya. Even Moi was a good man compared to what we're going to get. It will be the first time in Kenya. And this is what the Western world wants. Because that's what they do. They come, they destroy African countries. And people are laughing here at the destruction of our country. And they're part of it. 1 month, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years into a dictatorship. People who never even experienced the dictatorship of Moi. People who never knew Idi Amin. Alafu nakuja hapa kucheka. Me, I'm not laughing with you. Na msitulete udaku. We are tired. I'm fed up. Temba, thanks for giving me the opportunity. I just want to burst.
Calm down. It's okay. Cheraisi.
Thank you so much. I appreciate inawezekana. Although sijui jina lake. Okay, hata mimi waja ni bust kidogo. Usinitupe Tempa. Usinitupe.
No, unajua sikiza Cheraisi. Mimi, I don't mind you. If you don't heckle, I don't mind you. Normally when the people I don't like, the people I throw out is when you start heckling, when you start interfering, interrupting others speaking. I don't natupa. But if you're just giving your views like you do, hakuna shida.
Okay. First, kama my dear lady here who just spoke passionately. I like.
And by the way, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to answer any questions from any Udaku people. I'm sorry.
No question.
Please forgive me. I don't have time for nonsense.
I'm not going to ask a question. I just wanted to bust just like you did, like a good monologue. Unajua why am I laughing? Kwa nini nacheka? Mi nacheka sana. Because it's so funny. It's so funny, you know. Some of us, me in particular, I don't want to say us because I'm speaking for myself. This is a man who stood for Raila in 2007 when he was able, when he was still a man, when he was still somebody strong, you know. I stood with him. Now, what do people, Johnny come lately?
Temba, I beg to interject. Cheraisi, you cannot tell us that when Raila was a man. In fact, that is out of order. No.
Let me
you cannot talk like that, and we accept that. Cheraisi, no. You cannot call Raila that when he was a man. Is he a boy now?
No, let me apologize for that misunderstanding. I'm saying when he was still stronger than now. You know, in 2007, some of us stood with Raila, and now it's so lovable. That's why unacheka. Somebody like Martha Karua anatuambia, oh, we are about to be liberated by Baba. Yes, she was among the lead. Waliibia kura Raila. That's the time I knew Raila was stolen the kura. This lady, I don't know, she's telling us, sasa tulikuwa Jubilee na nakundua sasa tuliiba kura. At that time, didn't you know Raila was a liberator? Mimi nachekea watu wengine. Mimi nacheka. I am laughing. Mimi nacheka sana na mimi nacheka na nitaendelea kucheka. So, Raila is no different. Raila was the same Raila we supported in 2007 when many, including your dear mother, stopped him completely, stole his kura. Now, sasa, you are lecturing some of us. Now, all of a sudden, we are tribal. All of a sudden, we are standing with a thief who was The same person in 2007, the same person in 2002, the same person in 2013, 2017.
Shiraisi, we can't hear you. What happened to your audio?
It's because he's talking nonsense. When you talk nonsense, things just nature just says no. No, no, no. We didn't even have to stop him, but nature did. Thank you, nature.
Shiraisi.
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay. Daniel, what is it?
1 second. My phone was messed up.
Okay, can you go out and come back?
That was God stopping you from
let
nonsense.
me go out and come back. Are you hearing me?
God was stopping you.
Hold on, Inazakana. Yeah, I can hear you, Shiraisi. Just go out and then come back.
Let me finish busting because I like the passion. I like people who passion.
No, but we can't see you.
You cannot see me. Okay, let me see camera. You can see me now?
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Okay, asante sana. So I was saying, ninacheka sana. You know, that's why you find me laughing nacheka kama mjinga, because all of a sudden this Ruto guy is the same guy who was one of the Pentagon guys when he was supporting Raila. Huh? He was not a thief then. 2013, when he was campaigning for Uhuru, he was not a thief. 2017.
Themba, may I say something? Chiraisi, 1 minute.
Let me finish.
Not to you. Not to you.
I'm busting like this lady. So
it's not directed to you, Chiraisi. Wait a minute.
No,
okay, Mr. Charo, you cannot be in the studio, in bed, and I think you are not appropriately dressed. So I suggest you go dress up, and come back to the studio. Asante.
Let me.
Thank you, Julia. Tafadhali utoke kwa kitanda, uvae manguo, usituletee tafadhali toka kwa kitanda. Kama uko kwa kitanda, tafadhali. Asante Julia for that.
Thank you, Julia. Allow me to bust for 1 more second, Temper. So, you know why in the Nacheka? I'm laughing at our hypocrisy sometimes. You know, sometimes we say, let's fight for this against this tribalism. When we go to Kisumu, for instance, the person who is telling you let's fight for against tribalism, 99% of the vote there, you know, voted Raila. You know, you come back to my place, for example, unapata watu wanasema let's fight against tribalism, 99% vote for Ruto. You know, you go anywhere. So let's quit this hypocrisy, you know, whereby somebody become mwizi conveniently, you know. When in 2013, as I said, he was the best. He was the best supporter, Uhuru. 2017, he was the best. He akwa mwizi. In 2007, he was not the thief. He was a Pentagon member. Tuwajana na hiyo. Let's be honest. Asante sana.
Okay, I listened to both of you. I listened to Chiraisi, but you see, that's the nature of politics. You see, listen, even in the West where you are, if you watched the debate, the primaries for Democrats, the debate between Clinton and Obama, did you watch it? Did you see the way it was vicious? I mean, you tear each other, and then of course, as you keep on moving up, then now they join hands. So that's the nature of politics and the way people vote. In the West, where you were, the US, they are Democrats and they're Republicans. They may have those, and of course, there are also the Black caucus, you know, the blacks voting together. They organize themselves. That's political organization. Tribalism is not necessarily about your voting right, right? If you're voting, say I think that's the kind of civic education we need to have. Our politics, Kenyan politics, is organized locally. And local organization of politics means that the people are likely to vote for the people that are closer to them, right? There's nothing wrong in voting for a person who happens to belong to your tribe. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong in Kalenjins voting for Ruto. There's nothing wrong in people in Nyanza voting for Raila. There's nothing wrong in Kikuyus in Central voting for a Kikuyu politician. I mean, there's nothing wrong in that. We shouldn't criminalize your choice of who to vote for. Tribalism is where you are using that tribe to the disadvantage of other tribes, right? But voting right, I don't think we want to take it that way. Politicians have organized us, probably they have used that sense of tribe to probably disadvantage another tribe, what you're calling ethnocentrism, what you're thinking that I'm better than you because I belong to this tribe. Now, those are the things we need to continuously demystify and distract so that we can appreciate our strengths. And there's nothing wrong in you making a choice. Your political right to vote for the person you want, whether that person is from your tribe or not. So let's not make it look like if Luos are in Nyanza and they're voting for Raila, they are being tribal, right? That's political organization. In other places, politics is organized differently. Now,
Vemba, can I say something after you're done?
Sure. And then the other thing that we want to appreciate in our politics, the political scenario in our nature, and politics being what it is. When you are together, you will most likely look at the more things you share than the things you differ on. When now you move apart, you are likely to focus on the more things that you differ on than the more things you share. That's the nature of political competition. So what is the obtaining situation right now? Raila and Ruto are antagonists right now. Before, in 2007, they were together. In 2002, Uhuru and Ruto were on the same side. And Raila was on this other side with Akina Ngilu. And our politics has been defined by that. Nothing is static in politics. And that's why someone said that in politics, interests are permanent. Friendships are not permanent. So interests keep changing, right? And as their ideologies, and if you are someone who has appreciated the movements of politics, different things define how you choose and which side you choose at what time. If you fought for independence, you won't come in 2020 or say thereabout and use the same kind of tools that were used then. So I don't think we want to use that to say that a few years later, someone cannot realize that there are things that are different right now that could shape your view and your ideology. So I think it's kind of fallacious to imagine that since Ruto was good in 2007, the same Ruto should be good in 2022, while several things have happened between 2007 and 2022 that have characterized the development of the politics to where we are. So highlighting those issues, in my view, is not a bad thing. You have a right to support the person you want to support, but also the other person has a right to also pick out. So stand out and say, okay, fine, these are the good things, bad things about Raila, that's okay. And these are the good things about Ruto, that's okay. And then we make the decision. And that's how the richness of our politics should be. We need to appreciate that kind of, the area of thinking and appreciating political rights and decisions that we are having in Kenya. Let me allow Daniel before I bring in Awezekana. Yes, Daniel.
There is one thing that I wish to concur with Jeraisi, although he has already left the place. But I wish to ask my sister that this is okay, my sister. We take law, we wear pass or not, but we are not here to be enemies. We voted for Raila in 2007 when you didn't vote for him. We stood with them to the man. Ruto went away because of the situation that we went through. But that is the nature of the game. But why are we judging somebody before he give out, before he get his mandate? You say that Ruto is a dictator. and there is no proof that he has dictated anywhere. He has never been a president, so that he can be a dictator. And I will advise you, we know more than you people. We suffer for 24 years. People of Baringo are still suffering right now because of Moi. So the tribalism in Kenya was started because people, it's the same as British. They use what you call divide and rule. So politicians are using tribalism to do what you call divide and rule. So you divide them and so that you can rule them forever. So tribalism in Kenya is not as something that was started yesterday. These people started so that they can rule us forever. It's only that Kenyans, we admitted to that situation so that they can use us, because we say that Kalenjin, we should vote for Ruto. Somebody we should vote. So what you call divide and rule. So more we enslave to ourselves, to our kingpins. That is the happiness of the politicians. But we Kenyans, we judge somebody based on their issues. We'll get the right people. And there is one thing I'm asking myself. Raila is a liberator. He is a liberator. I don't disagree with it. So what do you want us to do with a liberator? Are you saying that Raila should be a president so that we satisfy this liberation? And Kenyan might, as somebody born in 2002 does not understand what Raila did in 90s. But these things of talking of liberation, liberation in Kenya keep on every year. Even in 2020, there is something that we liberate ourselves. So it's a liberation is something that we keep on changing. But if we also talk every day, you talk out telling us that he's a liberator, Martha Karua is a liberator. So what about the people who will be there in 2030? Will they be told that they are also liberators? So this is, despite that they are liberators, we subject ourselves to voters. If voters agree with us or disagree with us, they don't see what you did in the past or what you have did already. Well and good, we have to accept that, despite the fact that he is a liberator. And one thing that I wish to tell you, my sister, is that we are being debunked by the negativity of the people so that the politician can be used. Before we judge Ruto, let's give him a chance to prove himself. But talking about, it will be like Museveni, Idi Amin, and all those stuff. There is no way that Ruto will be near to Idi Amin with the current constitution. Even ask people of Rift Valley. Even though he's somebody from, he's only for 10 years, he will be a president. But from there, he will go home. He will not rule us forever. He is not a monarchy of Rift Valley so that he can be there for long. We don't serve a monarchy in this region. Those are the sites of Botswana and all, or was Muswati something, but not in Rift Valley. After 10 years, you have to go home. So let not judge some person before he was given mandate. And I will advise you, we talk about corruption in Ruto. Gemsa wasn't it there? Where is the billions? All about this land, all this land. If Ruto was a corrupt, he would not have survived this government of Uhuru. If Ruto was corrupt, he would not have survived these current situations. Thank you.
Okay, I'll allow inawezekana to speak and then I bring in Flavor. Hii jina bana, hii jina. Najua mmekuja hapa studio sasa, nimewaleta hapa na nataka kufunga, lakini inawezekana kindly give you a rejoinder before I bring in this.
Two things that have come out from Daniel and Samuel's, I don't know, I guess they were answering me, is that number one, they are the ones who mentioned tribe. Did I mention tribe? Did anyone hear me mentioning tribe? Number two, also Daniel is stuck on dynasty. He's against the dynasties. And all these narratives have been put in their head, brainwashed over the last 5 years by Ruto. Because somehow now, the Moi family is the enemy of everybody. The Uhuru family is the enemy of everybody. I don't know whether Raila is included in that dynasty. I don't know what Ruto tells them. That being said, Daniel also said that that Ruto, we need to give him time to prove himself. And I just want to tell Daniel that a good predictor of future behavior is past behavior. He's saying that Ruto has not had a mandate. He has had a mandate for 10 years as the deputy president, and prior to that as Minister of Agriculture and other ministries, and prior to that in Y2K. This man does not have a good history. He does not have a good history. He's known to have even killed a young man with his bare hands. That is who we are talking about. This is a person who has done very bad, evil, wicked things. Do you think now, if he gets the presidency, is when he'll turn into an angel? That's number one. Number two, if you don't know, stop. And I saw Daniel acting like he doesn't know. These things are out there. Everybody knows what this man has done. Even he has a case in ICC, having a case of crimes against humanity. Do you don't know that? That being said, when I voted for Uhuru, I was voting for Uhuru. I was not voting for the ticket. I like Uhuru. I believed in his policies, and I knew he would do good. He has a good heart, and he would do good for Kenya. I did not know the deputy president, because when the deputy president was rising in power, me, I was out of the country. So I really didn't know him. But when I got to know him, when I got to know the things that he has done, I would be mad to support him or defend him because he's from the same party as I was. Never will I support such a human being. Never. And as Daniel and Samuel defend themselves here, trying to convince us, trying to change our minds, we are not going to change our minds. We already know who this person is. We know his past, and we know the future based on his past. He's not going to turn into an angel overnight, because Daniel wishes so. And that brainwashing, they have been brainwashed against dynasties, is what is going to cause the end of Kenya. Daniel himself and Samuel himself is a dynasty to somebody else. There's someone who looks at Daniel and looks at Samuel and sees them as being of a higher class than them. Me, I didn't talk about tribe. I was supporting Uhuru because I thought he's a good guy. He has a good heart, and he meant well for Kenya. I do not care about tribe. I'm the least tribal person I know, except my husband. Maybe he's less tribal than me. But I did not mention tribe. But because Daniel and Samuel are following Ruto because he's their tribesman, that's why they brought up tribe. I did not mention tribe. Thank you very much.
Okay. There are two gentlemen who have come here, and they haven't spoken a word. Let me allow them to speak, and then I can go around again to those people, like the rest of us who have spoken, so that we also start closing. Unajua ni Friday. I've realized many people Friday, I don't know wanapitia wapi kabla wakuja hapa. Wanapiga vitu zao alafu wanakuja. But ni sawa tu. Ndivyo hivyo sasa tuko hapa. Naitwa Freva. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is it Freva or what?
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
I think for this contribution that have come up with it in this morning, but I will speak about few things concerning about this general election that happened recently. One thing, when you consider the IBC, how Ruto planted his own staffs in each and every department, as from ICT and all the returning and presiding officers. You know, Ruto was proudly saying that he will win the election by 70%. So I came to understand one thing, that when you consider during the time of recruiting the returning officers and returning officers, especially when you consider those returning officers, you find that there are more returning officers in especially the one that come from the tribe of Ruto, as considered with the rest of the rest of the communities. So this election, when you consider the issue about the Mzee Baba, he always fight for the rights and wills of the Kenyans. But Ruto is about his own will. Ruto is just fighting on his own will. He's not about the Kenyans. He doesn't have even the will of the Kenyans at heart. So Ruto even he's ready to kill anybody. You consider those people who have died. For example, like the Embakasi returning officer. What was the cause of the death? Maybe he did not accept the bribe. So we need to be very careful about that. Ruto, I don't know how much can I discuss about Ruto. He has done things that is against the will of the will of the people. He has done things that's not good at all. This election, even consider how the motion was being brought in it was being brought before the Supreme Court. You see those Venezuelans. Once the Venezuelans came to the country, Ruto, he was the first to comment when they were being arrested. He was the first to comment at the back up the IBC, said that the government is not is against whatever the government is planning to rig out the elections. But the question that comes out in my mind is how comes Ruto was about backing these Venezuelans, and I do believe, for example, if somebody is traveling to one country, he need to have a valid document. Those guys, they come with the invalid documents. How do they come to process the visas and all? How do they come out of the migrations? At the same time, the same guys, they deny that they're not the staffs of the IBC, but Ruto and Wafula Chebukati say that the staffs of the IBC, even when you consider the motion that was brought in before the Supreme Court, nobody ever came to back up. They say nobody even came to discuss about their entry. They have entry permit to the country. They have validity of the document. But they themselves, they say that they are not working for IEBC. But yesterday I was wondering how comes even the document that was being presented, the 34A, their name, the Jose Camarigo, appear in the document. These things, I think the time the election was being conducted in Uganda, that's the time Wafula Chebukati colluded with Ruto to give the tender to those systematic who conducted election in Uganda. It was planned. I think it was planned back here